Chapter 1. Wealth and Beauty. Aging is of no concern. Xiao Ming sat in his chair, contemplating his substantial assets. 30 billion in my accounts, countless antiques and jewels, far too many to enumerate. He mused, 3% shares in Tencent, 5% in Alibaba, 31% in higher computers, not to mention 20 large entertainment venues, 5 luxurious villas, and over 600 real estate properties, 300 of which are situated in the imperial city, all prime locations. It had been 27 years since Xiao Ming's soul had transmigrated into his current self. Reflecting on the path he had traversed, he could proudly assert to everyone that he, Xiao Ming, had achieved his aspiration of becoming a successful individual. At the onset of his transmigration, he had yearned for a legendary system to propel him to the pinnacle of life. He had read such tales in novels. Yet, fiction remained fiction, a mere figment of imagination. After years of anticipation, he ultimately accepted the truth. The system was nothing but a myth. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, leveraging his astute intellect and fervent ambition. From humble beginnings as a street vendor and small restaurant owner, he gradually ascended to his current status of immense wealth, cloaked in the guise of a hidden tycoon. He had flawlessly fulfilled his life's ambitions. Picking up a photograph from the table, he examined it and nodded in approval. He appeared quite youthful. Having realized his life's aspirations and amassed a fortune, he never indulged in hedonistic excess. In his leisure time, he preferred golfing and running. Moreover, he invested in several biomedical companies dedicated to health and wellness, utilizing their breakthroughs for his own benefit. Consequently, even at the age of 42, he resembled a man in his early 20s, an 8-pack abdomen, standing at 6 feet tall, with refined features, exuding an aura of regal confidence. His presence was undeniably striking, embodying the essence of an aloof male deity. Time flies, I'm already 42, he reflected. I had originally vowed to achieve my goals within 30 years and then retreat from the limelight. Yet I accomplished it in merely 27. Entering the wine cellar, he retrieved a long-preserved bottle of Petrus. Pouring a glass, he savored the rich liquid as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery. The garden was adorned with exquisite flora, and the expansive courtyard felt excessively desolate. In such a vast villa, there were hardly any signs of life. Aside from a few servants and external bodyguards, he found himself alone in this grand abode. In the past, he had devoted himself entirely to work, seldom residing at home, and had never recognized the lonely atmosphere that enveloped it. Now, in this solitude, he felt a sense of discomfort. He murmured to himself, "Am I truly this lonely?" No, there were always many people surrounding him. He was not lacking in beautiful women, be it popular starlets or heiresses, all vying for his attention. Yet, after considerable contemplation, he began to discern the truth. Indeed, he felt quite isolated. His life lacked a family, the warmth of kinship. If an ordinary man were to reach my age, his children would be heading to college, or if he had married young, he might already be a grandfather, Xiao Ming lamented. He then resolutely declared, "It seems I must find a wife and have children. Oh, how wonderful it would be if I had kids." He regretted his choice to remain single all these years. Indeed, while numerous women had shown interest in him, he had found them to be a distraction. Solitary, he relished the freedom to go wherever he pleased and do whatever he wished. However, as he reached a certain age, he observed that those around him had settled down, their homes filled with joy. After a long day of work, returning home to children rushing to embrace him would be immensely heartwarming. The more he pondered, the more regretful he became. He decided to download a dating app. Completing his profile, the following day, the app's officials contacted him to arrange a meeting with a potential match. They agreed to meet at 10 in the morning at a tea house in Howard International Trade Center. Xiao Ming accepted. After all, he had some free time to spare and was curious to see how his current charm would fare. He casually donned some leisure wear and, as he was about to leave, swept his hand across a row of car keys hanging on the wall that are Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lamborghini, Bugatti, Ferrari, Lincoln. He chose the sleek black Lincoln. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the designated venue. Oh my goodness, a male deity! No sooner had he taken his seat than a swarm of women at the matchmaking event rushed towards him, eager to inquire about him, their eyes sparkling with affection. Wow, handsome, Shall we go somewhere together? Even upon learning that Xiao Ming was a 44-year-old man, many younger women were still captivated, all gathering to introduce themselves and shower him with attention. Regarding his financial status, he had indicated on the app that he was a resident of Anjin City, currently managing 2 small companies with several apartment buildings, all located in prime areas of the city, with an annual income exceeding 10 million. As a result, upon his arrival, he was met with an enthusiastic reception from the ladies. It was primarily due to his striking good looks and substantial wealth. Wealth and beauty under such dual conditions. Age was of little consequence. It did not dampen the fervor of the women, who gazed at him with hearts in their eyes. Tell me, what do you find appealing about me? Xiao Ming inquired of the girl across from him, gazing deeply into her eyes. I thought the girl pondered for a moment before stammering. I can sense your gentle nature, and you are undeniably handsome. In fact, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an instant attraction. Xiao Ming smiled, thinking, indeed, it must be love at first sight. He posed the same question to other young women. One girl, after considerable thought, gazed at him with longing and said, "You play golf exceptionally well, excel in various fitness activities, and speak multiple languages. You are so talented, you perfectly embody the image of my dream husband." Indeed, in her dreams, he was the epitome of a wealthy spouse. Soon, Xiao Ming found himself inundated with declarations of affection. All the compliments revolved around one underlying notion: wealth. Faced with the fervent admiration of these materialistic women, Xiao Ming felt overwhelmed, offering perfunctory responses before departing. Later, he downloaded another dating app, armed with newfound experience, and presented himself as an ordinary worker, the mundane individual. During his subsequent matchmaking endeavors, although his looks still garnered attention, a noticeable fraction of women hesitated. Some were captivated by his handsome face and bravely expressed their feelings, yet none piqued Xiao Ming's interest. This matchmaking experience remained as unexciting as before. Many girls expressed their admiration, but he felt no spark. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him. Xiao Ming looked up abruptly, his heart skipping a beat. Chapter 2. I admire my own astuteness. The charming young lady, adorned in a delicate white dress, exudes a captivating elegance. Beneath the hem, her legs are straight and fair, complementing her exquisitely refined visage. The more Xiao Ming observes her, the more he finds her pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, he feels an uncanny resemblance between them. At this moment, the young lady notices Xiao Ming as well. With a heart full of joy, she approaches him, her eyes sparkling as she surveys him. "How old are you?" she inquires. 42, Xiao Ming replies politely. Just my taste," she exclaims cheerfully, playing with her phone as she continues. "You're quite handsome. Let's date. I can support us with a monthly allowance of 60,000. If you make me happy, I might even buy you a house." Xiao Ming is utterly speechless, his gaze drifting elsewhere, clearly indicating his disinterest. He mutters to himself, "What kind of mischief is this girl up to? If she were my daughter, I would certainly give her a good reprimand. So spirited," remarks Wen Yuchen, noticing Xiao Ming's silence. Soon, Xiao Ming perceives an unusual gaze fixed upon him. Glancing sideways, he finds it is the same young lady, her eyes seemingly glued to him. "Young lady, I have no interest in you," he states plainly. Wen Yuchen, pouting in displeasure, turns and walks away. Yet again, it seems he has come away with nothing. Just as he rises to leave, hurried footsteps approach from behind. Someone wraps their arms around his neck, nuzzling against him and even touching his hair. "Who is it?" Xiao Ming exclaims in surprise, turning to face the person behind him. "It is Wen Yuchen." He, handsome old man, I believe we're destined to meet again," she giggles, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Baffled, Xiao Ming mutters in dissatisfaction and departs. 3 days later, in the most luxurious villa district of Anjin City, the Yushi Villa area, Xiao Ming's residence occupies a central position, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. He lies on the balcony, basking in the morning sun, accompanied by his playful macaw, Doubao, a cherished pet he had acquired during a business trip at great expense. Suddenly, his phone, resting nearby, rings. He lazily answers, "Hello." Handsome old man. "Do you remember me? I am Wen Yuchen. I told you we would meet again. Have you forgotten?" A melodious voice, like the chime of silver bells, fills his ear. Old man, wait. I meant to say, old dad. I don't want to date you anymore. You can be my father instead. Baffled, Xiao Ming contemplates hanging up immediately. Don't rush to hang up, Wen Yuchen implores. 24 years ago, at the Happy Valley Hotel in Mengchong, there was a girl named Wen Jihan. Have you forgotten her? Buzz. Memories long buried surge back into Xiao Ming's mind, propelling him upright, his hand trembling as he clutches the phone. Wen Jihan, 24 years ago, when his career was just beginning, he met that kind-hearted girl while promoting cosmetics. At 18, he was captivated by her beauty from the first glance, a passion that spiraled out of control. Who would have thought their story would conclude with her saying over the phone, "I once loved you," urging him to forget her as she had fallen for another? "I want to see you," Xiao Ming utters gravely after a moment. 20 minutes later, he arrives at the location Wen Yuchen mentioned. Upon entry, he spots her sitting at a window-side table in the dining area. Today, she wears casual attire, propping her chin on the table as she nibbles at her fingertips. What a coincidence! Xiao Ming's heart skips a beat, recalling how Wen Jihan used to nibble on her fingers as well. Suppressing a whirlwind of questions, he takes a seat across from her. "I'm here. Now tell me, who are you really?" Xiao Ming asks directly. "Daddy." Wen Yuchen turns her head, beaming like a child who has just received candy. "Honestly, I just wanted to find a partner, but who knew I would end up with my own father? Ha ha ha, Daddy, this is wonderful. I finally have a dad." With joy, Wen Yuchen leaps from her seat and flings herself into Xiao Ming's embrace, reveling in the warmth she has longed for, having never known her father. Xiao Ming is stunned, as if struck by a drum roll, completely immobilized. Wen Yuchen has uttered the name he has cherished in silence for many years. Gazing at Wen Yuchen's strikingly similar features, he begins to form a conclusion in his heart. "Daddy, I imagine you are quite shocked and skeptical. Indeed, you are my father." After 2 minutes, Wen Yuchen reluctantly releases Xiao Ming from her embrace, returning to her seat, and pushes a document towards him. "At the matchmaking event, I touched your hair, remember? I took the opportunity to collect a strand for a DNA test." Wen Yuchen continues proudly, "I admire my own cleverness. My mother told me our father's name is Xiao Ming. Upon seeing you, I instantly recognized you as my dad, given our striking resemblance. But science must validate it. The results confirm you are indeed my father." Xiao Ming, with a heart full of complex emotions, opens the document. And upon seeing the accumulated paternity index of 99.90%, tears well up in his eyes. It has been so many years since anyone has witnessed this vulnerable side of him. In front of others, he is the aloof, competent workaholic devoid of emotion. Yet, he is merely a mortal being, harboring desires and feelings. He quickly suppresses the shock and sorrow, shifting his gaze towards Wen Yuchen, scrutinizing her closely. Dressed casually, she radiates a lively charm, her exquisite makeup enhancing her spirited demeanor. Her slight pout evokes an instinctive urge to protect her. Through Wen Yuchen, he glimpses the woman hidden in his memories for over 2 decades. "You truly are my daughter?" Xiao Ming examines Wen Yuchen for a long while, finally accepting her existence. From now on, he can merely collect samples for DNA testing. If it were a lie, the truth would eventually surface, rendering it meaningless. Chapter 3, The First Encounter at the Blind Date event. Little did I expect that our initial meeting would take place at a matchmaking event. As the thought of that occasion crossed his mind, Xiao Ming suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired, "What is your age?" "I am 22, she replied. Following that, Wen Yuchen excitedly exclaimed, "If my little sister knew of your existence, her reaction would surely mirror mine." Xiao Ming was taken aback. "What did you say? Little sister? You have a sister?" "Indeed. Oh dear, I almost forgot to mention it. I have an older brother and a younger sister, and we are all born just a minute apart." Wen Yuchen beamed with delight, dancing about like a child. Xiao Ming was left in a stupor. "Triplets? I have 2 daughters and a son?" He silently marveled, feeling a surge of joy and astonishment. In the past, he believed that wealth and power equated to happiness, as he could obtain anything he desired. However, he later realized that he was profoundly lonely. The more he contemplated it, the more regret he felt. He never imagined fate would bestow upon him 3 precious children. He was now a father. The very thought of the girl sitting across from him, who bore such a striking resemblance to him. Being his daughter filled him with elation. He suddenly recalled that his first encounter with Wen Yuchen was indeed at the matchmaking event, and his brow furrowed. He asked with displeasure, "Tell me, now that you are 22, what is your profession? Did you attend university?" Xiao Ming was quite irked. He had not forgotten Wen Yuchen's astonishing behavior at the event, which was far from that of a demure young lady, boldly stating her desire to date him. Such conduct was unbecoming. Wen Yuchen, noticing Xiao Ming's expression, understood his sentiment. She allowed an awkward laugh. "Dad, I was just teasing you that day. You truly are quite the handsome man. But I have no money to give you for pocket money, nor can I buy you a luxury car. Please tell me about your current job." Xiao Ming and Appo's expression softened slightly. "Well, I'm essentially a live-streaming host, promoting product for merchants to earn a little living." Suddenly, Wen Yuchen gasped, quickly picking up her phone and glancing at Xiao Ming before pressing the phone as if to record a voice message. "Jijia, how many orders do we have today? Is there still enough stock? Oh my goodness, that set of cosmetics sold out? I must double my efforts." After finishing her voice message, Wen Yuchen looked up at Xiao Ming. "Dad, I must attend to my work. If you have no other matters, would you like to join me? I have much more to discuss with you afterward." Xiao Ming felt as though he might faint from frustration. So, his daughter was a faux socialite? Thinking of the online rumors, he almost wished to find a block of tofu to smash his head against. What would become of his dignity as a father? How could his daughter be so materialistic? His heart ached at the thought. Yet, recognizing that this was their first encounter, Xiao Ming refrained from voicing too much. He still knew so little about Wen Yuchen. Perhaps he had misunderstood her, or there were unavoidable reasons for her demeanor. He believed his child could not possibly be that lacking. Moreover, given her young age, as his daughter, it was imperative that he guide her education, ensuring she did not stray further down the wrong path. "Let's go, Dad," Wen Yuchen said, pulling Xiao Ming up from his chair and naturally linking her arm with his as they exited the restaurant. Wen Yuchen pointed towards the bus stop, but before she could speak, Xiao Ming interjected, "Young lady, I drove here." "Really?" Wen Yuchen joyfully shook Xiao Ming's arm, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. After living for over 20 years, I finally get to ride in my father's car. Back in school, my deskmate's father picked her up every day in a car, and I used to think how nice it would be to have a dad like that." Wen Yuchen gazed at Xiao Ming with a look of happiness. "Where's your mother now?" Xiao Ming casually inquired, as he had long wondered about her. "Our mother. She left us forever 12 years ago." Wen Yuchen replied sadly. Xiao Ming froze momentarily. After a long silence, he sighed softly, "Let's be on our way." They soon arrived at the parking area of the restaurant, where Wen Yuchen's attention was captured by a Lincoln. "My goodness, a Lincoln! How impressive!" she exclaimed, gazing in awe at the sleek black vehicle. The little girl certainly had an eye for luxury. Xiao Ming looked at Wen Yuchen with indulgence. "Of course, a Lincoln is synonymous with wealth," Wen Yuchen remarked playfully as she approached to admire the car. "This is my first time appreciating a Lincoln up close. Previously, when I rented a car with friends for photos, we only managed to rent a Maserati." Seeing her excitement, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of unease. He knew he had to elevate her perspective. "Would you like to take it for a spin?" "Oh, I would love to, but I hardly have that privilege." Just as Wen Yuchen finished her lament, Xiao Ming pulled out a set of car keys from his pocket and unlocked the Lincoln. "Oh my goodness!" Wen Yuchen was utterly astonished. "Dad, am I dreaming? You actually drive a Lincoln?" Xiao Ming chuckled awkwardly. "Well, it belongs to my boss." "Is that so? That is still quite something. Even if it's someone else's, driving such a car is impressive and exhilarating," Wen Yuchen replied, showing no signs of disappointment. She quickly hopped into the car, her curious eyes darting around. Noticing Xiao Ming's silence, she cheerfully said, "Dad, I never imagined you were a chauffeur for a big boss. I've heard that driving for a big boss means being at their beck and call, which must be exhausting. But now that you have children, if you tire of it, you can quit. We will take care of you." "Something like that," he replied, reflecting on the irony of her statement. As for Wen Yuchen's playful suggestion to take care of him, it was simply unattainable. Xiao Ming was not lacking in finances. "Your boss must be quite wealthy to afford such an extravagant vehicle," Wen Yuchen exclaimed, excitedly exploring the car's interior. "Indeed, he is quite affluent." Xiao Ming nodded in acknowledgement. He had yet to devise a way to reveal his true identity to his daughter. The disparity was significant, and he feared it might frighten her. Sit tight. Xiao Ming instructed, gesturing for Wen Yuchen to fasten her seatbelt as he started the engine. Their destination was a resort. Wen Yuchen led him through, arriving at a beautiful garden. Hello, my darlings. Did you miss me? Chapter 4. He is my biological father. Before Wen Yuchen had even reached the designated spot, she called out to the people in the garden. The garden was adorned with tables and benches for gatherings, laden with an array of visually appealing dishes. Xiao Ming observed as a group of fashionably dressed young ladies, numbering around 20, encircled the table. One of them was brandishing a set of high-end cosmetics, while a Chanel bracelet was being showcased in a photo shoot. One girl finished her shoot, and another took her place. Soon, it was Wen Yuchen's turn, and witnessing her enthusiastic posing nearly left Xiao Ming speechless. Did this girl truly have his blood running through her veins? Such luxurious cosmetics, clothing, shoes, and jewelry were merely a matter of a few words from him. His daughter, why would she need to resort to pretense? After 10 minutes, Wen Yuchen finally completed her photo shoot. She gazed at her pictures for a while, smiled contentedly, and returned to Xiao Ming. Naturally, she linked her arm with his. Oh my goodness, Yuchen, is this handsome man your boyfriend? Everyone had long noticed Xiao Ming and now seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. The ladies looked at Xiao Ming with shining eyes, akin to cheetahs spotting their prey. Stop joking around, Wen Yuchen laughed, glancing teasingly at Xiao Ming before clarifying. He is my biological father. What? Is he your godfather? The others jested. Enough nonsense. He is my real father, my blood relative, Wen Yuchen reiterated with seriousness. The group was instantly taken aback. Yuchen, is he truly your biological father? Her friends were left agape, unable to close their mouths in astonishment. Yes, he is my biological father. What expressions are you all wearing? Don't get any ideas about my dad. Wen Yuchen shot a warning glance at her friends. Her father was undeniably striking, appearing no older than a man in his 20s. Who could blame any woman for being drawn to him? However, her friends were quite unremarkable. Come on, don't act like that. Handsome, you're incredibly good-looking. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, consider me. If you do, why not switch to me? I'm quite wonderful. Another chimed in, or I wouldn't mind being one of your girlfriends. You are too handsome. I want to bear your child. In an instant, the 20 or so women encircled him. Xiao Ming had encountered all types of women, wealthy heiresses, popular celebrities, yet had never been swayed by their advances. So these ordinary girls were of no consequence to him. Everyone, let us not joke. He retreated a step, signaling a clear refusal. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Wen Yuchen quickly pulled Xiao Ming away. Once they reached the car, she hastily apologized. Dad, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect them to act that way. It's nothing, Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. Oh wow. Wen Yuchen gazed at Xiao Ming in delight. Her father, surrounded by so many women trying to win his favor, didn't he even glance their way, which instantly raised her opinion of him. Dad, may I ask something? My sudden recognition of you, will it disrupt your life? Will your family be unhappy? I apologize, Dad. I never intended to interfere with your life, but I finally found you, so... Noticing the guilt on Wen Yuchen's face, Xiao Ming shook his head in resignation. Little girl, what are you thinking? I'm not married. It won't affect me. Huh? Wen Yuchen froze, her eyes wide as she looked at Xiao Ming. Dad, you're over 40 and you're still single. Wait, you're not married? Yes, not married. I never wanted to marry, Xiao Ming replied candidly. Dad, that is all right. From now on, you'll have siblings and me to keep you company. And that is quite nice, isn't it? Wen Yuchen felt a surge of joy at the thought. If possible, their family could live together. Curiously, she leaned closer to Xiao Ming. Dad, where do you live? Xiao Ming pondered before responding. We'll discuss that later. First, let us go eat. I want to hear about your past experiences. All right, let us go that way. There's a restaurant over there. Not far ahead stood a restaurant. Upon entering, as Wen Yuchen eagerly awaited her food while chewing on her chopsticks, Xiao Ming felt a profound stir in his heart. She resembled her mother so closely. Tell me about your job. What is the situation? After some contemplation, Xiao Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. This was a conversation he needed to have with her. Noticing Xiao Ming's change in expression, Wen Yuchen was momentarily taken aback. Understanding his concern, she chuckled softly. Dad, are you suspecting that I have no boundaries for money? As long as you explain it to me, I will believe whatever you say, she assured him. Xiao Ming maintained his serious demeanor. So, does that mean you owe me an explanation? They locked eyes, and a sense of unease washed over him, fearing she might directly admit to something troubling. Don't worry. It's not what you think. When Yechen cheerfully clarified, I sell things through live streaming. I just want to enhance my image a bit to sell more. Ah, Xiao Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. So all your efforts to beautify yourself are for work? Yes, otherwise I wouldn't want to engage in such meaningless activities. When Yechen continued, her tone slightly hurt. I simply want to earn more money. Dad, aren't you working hard every day driving for your boss to make a living? Surely you can understand? Then, with a serious expression, she patted her chest. But don't worry, Dad. I never do anything illegal, and I sell only genuine products, earning honest money. I stopped attending school early. Hearing his daughter's words, Xiao Ming felt a mixture of emotions. It seemed she was working hard for a reason. Was life too difficult, or did she have unavoidable burdens? He pondered silently. The two continued sharing stories from their past. After 2 hours, as Xiao Ming prepared to settle the bill and leave, he realized he was completely out of cash, and his phone was dead. Normally, he would have a multitude of subordinates attending to his needs, taking care of all expenses, but he hadn't brought anyone along to meet Wen Yechen. What an embarrassing situation this turned out to be. Just then, Wen Yechen emerged, having settled the bill, smiling as she said to Xiao Ming, "It's fine, Dad. I can pay too." "All right." Xiao Ming nodded, a resigned expression on his face. Chapter 5. The old bachelor. You mentioned you have an older brother and sister. Where are they? After returning to the car, Xiao Ming inquired. I haven't told them yet that I've found our biological father, but you will meet them very soon. Wen Yechen replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. All right. The news of having 3 siblings had been thoroughly digested by him. Is there anywhere you wish to go? I shall take you there, Xiao Ming asked. Daddy, I want to go shopping, Wen Yechen said with a beaming smile. 40 minutes later, Xiao Ming's hands were filled with shopping bags, his expression awkward as he looked at the little girl walking ahead. The bags were filled with clothes and shoes that Wen Yechen had purchased for him, costing her quite a bit. I'm so sorry, Daddy. It's all my fault for not finding you sooner. From now on, let us, your children, take good care of you. She suddenly became melancholic, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her father, filled with deep affection. All these years, Daddy had been alone. How lonely must he have felt? His attire was exceedingly simple. Driving for a big boss may sound grand, but in reality, he was just an employee, always on call and utterly exhausted. She had asked her father where he lived, but he had not disclosed that information, likely because his home was modest. Otherwise, with his handsome appearance, he would have surely found someone by now, an old bachelor. Nowadays, when women seek partners, the first criterion is often wealth, which Wen Yechen understood well. It must be that her father was too poor to attract anyone, living in such solitude. However, now that she and her siblings were in his life, they would ensure that he would no longer have to endure such loneliness. Wen Yechen silently calculated in her heart, how could I have forgotten about Lin Xiao? Dear sister, please forgive me for neglecting you for my father. I no longer wish for you to be my sister, but rather my mother. In fact, you might benefit from this too. Although my father is a bit older, he is quite handsome. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. She looped her arm around Xiao Ming's, leaning against him like a cat, her face radiating satisfaction. The future of her father was now in her hands. Silly child, your father can take care of himself, Xiao Ming said, feeling greatly comforted by his daughter's filial piety. Understood. Wen Yechen waved her hand dismissively. It's time to head home. If we return late, they will scold us, she murmured, glancing at the time and realizing how late it had grown. Where do you live? I will take you back, Xiao Ming asked. He had yet to meet his daughter and son, knowing of their existence yet unable to see them. It was a torment. He longed to see them, to understand their living conditions, and to witness the lives they led. What were those 2 children like? His desire to see them was overwhelming. Yes, please, Wen Yechen replied joyfully. After providing the address, Xiao Ming started the car, and the two conversed about the past of the children he had yet to meet. Wen Yechen lived in the Qinghe community in Jinyang district. Oh, what a coincidence! Xiao Ming exclaimed in surprise. The Qinghe community was an old residential area in Anjin City, located quite well within the 6th Ring Road. Coincidentally, It had been built with investment from Ming Group, a well-known real estate company in Anjin, recognized for its wealth and understated operations. This company was one of many under Xiao Ming and Amp, Oppos, as purview. He recalled that properties in the Qinghe community were quite expensive. A full payment would be over 2 million, right? When did you buy it? Xiao Ming inquired. We didn't buy it. Wen Yuchen replied with a bitter smile. My siblings and I are renting. Even the rent leaves us overwhelmed. We can never afford to buy. Indeed, the properties there are quite pricey. It's not easy to purchase a unit, especially considering your young age, Xiao Ming remarked casually. Exactly. Sometimes I wonder how wonderful it would be to be the child of a wealthy family, Wen Yuchen joked. My mother is no longer an option. She abandoned us long ago. After she left, I thought, is it possible that my father is very wealthy? Perhaps he was just too busy to find us. One day, when we finally meet, he'll be overjoyed and shower us with his vast fortune. Xiao Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. Hee, Daddy, I was just joking. At that moment, she turned to Xiao Ming with a cheerful expression. Even if you have no money, it doesn't matter as long as I've found you. What if your imagination becomes reality? Xiao Ming muttered under his breath. Soon, he drove the car to Qinghe Community, stopping at the base of her apartment building. Yuchen, we've arrived home, Xiao Ming said, glancing over and unable to suppress a chuckle. The little girl was sound asleep, perhaps dreaming sweet dreams, occasionally smiling with the corners of her mouth even as drool pooled at her lips, initially intending to wake her. He couldn't bring himself to disturb her in such a charming state. He sat beside her, watching with a gentle smile. This little one is truly my daughter. She looks so lovely even in her sleep. Seeing his daughter smile so blissfully in her slumber, and her adorable, beautiful visage filled Xiao Ming and Oppos' heart with joy. However, it wasn't long before he furrowed his brow. The previously cheerful Wen Yuchen's smile faded, replaced by a look of grievance and restraint, as if she had dreamt of something troubling. My precious daughter, has it been difficult for you these past years without a mother and father? Xiao Ming's heart ached sharply. At this moment, in an old building within the Qinghe community, in one of the rooms, the interior was sparsely decorated, with only a few large pieces of furniture, yet the space was adorned in a way that made it feel homely. Wen Jingru sat on the balcony, engrossed in watching a fashion show video, occasionally pausing to magnify the garments worn by certain models for a closer look. Wen Jingru worked as a fashion designer. However, her skills were merely at a mediocre level, just enough to scrape by. Given the fierce competition in Anjin City, she felt quite satisfied to have achieved this much. The balcony was quiet, the only sound being the video emanating from her tablet. Feeling a bit fatigued from watching, she stood up to stretch her shoulders and neck. It was quite late. Why hadn't Yuchen returned yet? For the past few days, Wen Yuchen had been leaving early and returning late, appearing quite busy. As Wen Jingru prepared to head back inside, she casually glanced downwards. In that fleeting moment, she froze in place. Chapter 6. A familiar countenance, Wen Jingru, upon glancing downstairs from the rented apartment her siblings shared, was taken aback to find a black stretch Lincoln parked below. To her astonishment, her sister, Wen Yuchen, was seated within that very vehicle. With her head resting against the headrest, was she asleep or unconscious? More alarmingly, a man was leaning towards her sister, seemingly extending his hand towards her head. Was he intending to? Buzzing with anxiety, Wen Jingru's mind raced as she hurriedly discarded her tablet and dashed downstairs. Arriving at the car, she confronted the man within with fierce indignation, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! What are your intentions towards my sister?" The thunderous shout startled Xiao Ming, who was momentarily taken aback. Captivated by the sight of the little girl dozing off, he couldn't resist the urge to gently pat her head. Suddenly, a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Yuchen burst forth. Though her gaze was fierce, it was evident she was frightened of him. Oh? Wen Yuchen, awakened by the commotion, turned her head just in time to see her sister, Wen Jingru, desperately tugging at the car door and glaring at their father. What's the matter? Xiao Ming raised his hands innocently, sharing in their confusion as he curiously observed the fiercely protective little girl. His eyes sparkled with astonishment and delight. They looked so alike, it was as if they shared the same face. Seeing both of his daughters before him, filled Xiao Ming with indescribable joy. His daughters had inherited his admirable genes, tall, at least 5'7", and undeniably beautiful, capable of captivating the entertainment industry with their allure. Ro, what are you doing? When Yechen stepped out of the car, puzzled. I did nothing. When Jean grew, relieved to see her sister seemingly unharmed, felt her tension ease. Sister, let us hurry home. This lecher has ill intentions. She glared at Xiao Ming, pulling Wen Yechen away. Ro, it's not what you think, haha. Wen Yechen chuckled upon realizing her sister, though terrified, was determined to protect her and had mistaken their father for a lecher. She felt both touched and amused. Take a closer look at him. Go on. Why should I look at a lecher? When Jean grew, bewildered by her sister's joy, hesitated but ultimately cast her gaze towards Xiao Ming. At that moment, Xiao Ming also exited the vehicle, his eyes meeting theirs, struggling to find the right words. He was captivated by the sight of his two daughters. Vane Jinkro, slightly turning her head, caught a glimpse of Xiao Ming's face, which transformed from anger to shock. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to her siblings and herself. Who is he, sister? Wen Jingrou's eyes widened in realization as she sought confirmation from Wen Yechen. Ro, haven't you always wanted to meet our father? Wen Yechen guided Wen Jingru to stand before Xiao Ming. She took his arm and shook it gently, declaring, he is our father. He's our father? Tears welled in Wen Jingru and Appo's eyes as excitement flooded her being. Indeed, he is our father, Wen Yechen affirmed, leaning contentedly against Xiao Ming and Appo's shoulder. She then recounted how she had managed to find him. Ro, the man before you is undoubtedly our father. I even conducted a DNA test. It seems heaven, seeing our yearning to meet him, brought him to us, Wen Yechen exclaimed joyfully. From now on, we are no longer without a father. Ha! Father, look. Ro is so overwhelmed she can hardly speak. Wen Yechen teased, leaning closer to Xiao Ming. So, who do you think is prettier, Ro or me? You are both beautiful. Xiao Ming's heart surged with emotion. In the past, he had harbored resentment towards Wen Jihan for abandoning him after he had given his all. Yet at this moment, witnessing the beautiful daughters she bore him, all traces of bitterness dissipated, leaving only joy and contentment. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a rare sight for someone who seldom wept. Wen Yechen and Wen Jingru, equally overjoyed, could not contain their tears upon seeing their father moved. Wen Jingru, through her tears, gazed at the father she had not seen for 20 years and suddenly leapt into Xiao Ming's embrace. Father. Her tears flowed like pearls scattered from a broken string. In truth, Wen Jingru had long been the most eager among the siblings to know their father. While Wen Yechen was lively and less attached to such matters, Wen Jingru, being more sentimental, often expressed her desire to know what their father looked like. Through the years, they had never ceased searching for him, but all efforts had ended in failure. To their astonishment, they had finally found him. Xiao Ming's arrival was nothing short of a monumental surprise. Wen Jingrou's yearning for a father manifested in her tears. Xiao Ming, filled with both joy and sorrow, held his daughter tightly. Wen Yechen, moved by their emotions, joined in their embrace, and the trio wept together. After a time, their emotions calmed. What about your brother? He remembered he had a son and longed to meet him. He's at home, Wen Jingru replied, wiping her tears. Father, come with us to our home, Wen Yechen said, leading the way. Wen Jingru finally released her father's embrace and hurried after her sister. The two exchanged whispers, and suddenly, Wen Jingru turned, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiao Ming. It was likely that their father had not lived an easy life in his earlier years. Sister, we must treat him with the utmost respect, Wen Jingru whispered to her sister. Indeed, I share your sentiments, Wen Yechen agreed. After a while, the sisters wiped their tears and returned to Xiao Ming, each taking an arm as they led him back to their rented home. Father, this is the house we siblings share. Chapter 7. Father is too fierce. Upon stepping into the antiquated elevator, I arrived at the 6th floor. Observing the living quarters of my children, I was struck by the absence of even a modest piece of furniture, which stirred a deep sense of sorrow within me. My children have been enduring such a meager existence. My heart ached further at the sight of the sisters adorned in garments of little value. However, I quickly suppressed these disconcerting thoughts. It was somewhat reassuring to see that, despite the simplicity of the abode, it was kept impeccably clean. It was evident that they cherished life. Not bad, I remarked with a gentle smile. As I entered, my eyes scanned the surroundings fervently. The sisters, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, understood my reaction and excitedly approached the door adjacent to the kitchen, knocking eagerly. "Brother, hurry out. We have a very important guest," they exclaimed joyfully. They knew that their brother, Wen Yunjia, had long yearned for a reunion with me. If he were to see our father standing before him, his joy would surely mirror theirs. "Wen Yunjia, come out quickly." When no response came, Wen Yuchen knocked again. "Wen Yunjia?" I silently repeated the name in my mind. Wen Yuchen, Wen Jingru, Wen Yunjia, their mother, Wen Jihan, had indeed put thought into naming her children. After several minutes of knocking with no reply, an ominous expression crossed Wen Yuchen's face as she turned to Wen Jingru in alarm. "What is the matter?" Years of business acumen had sharpened my ability to read subtle cues. "Is your brother facing some troublesome situation?" "Dad," the sisters exchanged glances, realizing that deception would be futile. Wen Yuchen sighed and explained, "Half a year ago, my brother made an investment, but he was swindled and now owes a considerable sum. He has been despondent ever since, lamenting his inadequacies and feeling that he has burdened us. Yes, we want him to regain his spirits, but we are at a loss as to how to help." Wen Jingru added, her eyes reflecting helplessness. "He isolates himself, either drinking or staring blankly into space, hardly eating. We fear for his well-being. Let me handle this. I shall force the door open," I declared, my concern mounting. The sister stepped back, and I readied myself to kick the door down. Just as I lifted my foot, the door swung open. A disheveled young man, perhaps in his 20s, emerged, his face unshaven and hair resembling a bird's nest. He exuded an air of utter despondency. "Is this my son? How utterly lacking in ambition!" I was infuriated, demanding, "Bring me a stick." As I glared at Wen Yunjia, "What's going on?" Wen Jingru asked, her worry palpable. Wen Yunjia swayed unsteadily, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Ruru, Yuchen, I wish to die. Just let me go." His eyes were filled with despair, devoid of the vitality one would expect from a young man of his age. Before the sisters could utter a word, I swiftly slapped him across the face. The three siblings were rendered speechless. I regarded Wen Yunjia with a fierce expression, retracting my hand slowly. "Who are you? How dare you strike me?" he shouted, his anger igniting as he touched the stinging side of his face, the despair momentarily replaced by rage. He glared at me with intensity. This man before me, though somewhat handsome and youthful, was dressed in exceedingly ordinary attire, the total worth of which barely exceeded a few hundred yuan. He bore the appearance of a man in despair, lacking any redeeming qualities beyond a hint of attractiveness. As I scrutinized him, my discontent deepened. Was this truly my son? To hear from my daughters that this young man had failed in his investment and was now drowning in debt, I could hardly fathom such a state of despair. Should a man not rise again after falling? His lamentations were more disgraceful than those of my daughters. I was at a loss for words, realizing that my daughters were far more composed than he was. "Brother," Wen Yuchen and Wen Jingru exchanged glances, their expressions laden with helplessness. Had anyone else struck him, they would have sought vengeance, but it was their father, and they lacked the courage to confront me. "Who is this person? Is he the Wen Yuchen just met? How audacious of him to strike me without even calling me big brother." Wen Yunjia fumed, his anger boiling over as he seemed ready to confront me. Yet his prolonged despondency had sapped him of the strength to retaliate, leaving him only with a glare. "Brother, please be quiet," Wen Jingru urged cautiously, glancing at me. She knew little of my temperament, and witnessing my fierce response had rendered her speechless. Yet, she understood my anger. Upon reuniting with my son, only to find him in such a pitiful state, how could I not be incensed? "Father, please calm down. My brother was not always like this. He has suffered a tremendous blow," Wen Yuchen interjected with concern. "He made an investment out of a desire to provide for us. He and his girlfriend were on the verge of marriage, but now, with his money lost and love gone, he has fallen into despair. He hasn't even had the chance to properly greet you, which is why he speaks so disrespectfully." As she spoke, she cautiously gauged my reaction, anxious that I might storm off in anger. Is it truly so devastating to lose money in a relationship that one wishes to give up on life itself? I scrutinized Yunja, striving to soften my tone, yet the urge to deliver a few more slaps lingered within me. Chapter 8. Only acknowledging brother, this audacious little rascal. How utterly disappointing he is. Yuchen, what did you just call him? Yunja noticed the different way when Yuchen addressed the man, and he looked at her in surprise, then glanced at the man across from them. Although he was the older brother, he was merely born 2 minutes before when Yuchen and when Jing grew. Ironically, he often found himself being taken care of by his 2 younger sisters, yet he held deep affection for them, unwilling to see them sad or distressed. Hearing when Yuchen's address towards the man left him dumbfounded. He gazed blankly at Xiao Ming. This face, with its bright eyes and refined features, he had been too dazed to notice earlier, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to the 3 of them, almost identical, albeit with the man appearing more mature. If he aged, he would undoubtedly end up looking like this. No wonder he was so handsome. It was evident that the genes were remarkably favorable. At that moment, his anger dissipated, replaced by an uncontainable excitement. Brother, he is our father. We acknowledged him this year, and a paternity test has been conducted, when Yuchen replied, playfully shaking her brother's arm as a gentle reprimand. Brother, hurry up and apologize to our father. Why are you so tactless, spouting nonsense the moment you open your mouth? He was utterly bewildered, like a lost child unable to find his way. Looking at his 2 sisters, he saw them nodding encouragingly, which brought him back to reality. Father, he finally managed to call out to Xiao Ming, albeit awkwardly, under the scrutinizing gaze of his sisters. Xiao Ming nodded, responding with a quiet acknowledgement. He had not yet officially recognized his son, yet he had already struck him in anger, a gesture he was reluctant to make. However, this little brat was simply too disappointing. After gathering his thoughts for a moment, Xiao Ming addressed Yunja, as a grown man, why do you dwell on setbacks? Money can be earned back, and women can be found again. You're speaking as if you've never faced hardship. Yunja, who had just begun to feel some emotions, suddenly erupted at Xiao Ming's words. You make it sound so simple. Why don't you just give me the money to pay off my debts? I owe over $1 million. If you can settle that for me, I will be sure to honor you for the rest of your life. Xiao Ming felt an urge to slap this ungrateful child again. It seemed he needed to assert his authority as a father and discipline his son. Frustrated, he fell silent. Father, please calm down, the sisters interjected, admonishing Yunja. They exchanged helpless glances, concerned that their unreliable brother might do something drastic and scare away the father they had only just found. Yuchen, sensing the rising tension, pushed Yunja back to his room before turning to Xiao Ming, urging him to sit down so the father and son could gather their thoughts in peace. Xiao Ming sat down with a sullen expression, sipping the hot tea when Jingru had poured for him, his mood gradually softening. When Jingru, familiar with her father's temperament, hesitated several times to speak, but finally ventured carefully. Father, the 3 of us were born just a minute or 2 apart. When we were 15, my brother left us. Our mother departed when we were 12. We relied solely on each other to survive. When we turned 35, an elderly woman found us, claiming to be our relative. She wanted my brother to return with her, promising a life of luxury. That woman was immensely wealthy, possessing assets worth over $100 million. It was only later we learned she was our grandmother who had cruelly cast our mother out when she was pregnant with us, and she only acknowledged our brother, ignoring my sister and me. Tears streamed down when Jingru's face as she continued. My brother refused to go back with her, and she sent people to kidnap him. It turned out my uncle could no longer have children, which is why our grandmother sought my brother. She promised to raise him as her heir. A few months later, my brother returned to us in a disheveled state, crying that he would never abandon us, that we were his closest sisters in this world. After a long time, he revealed that our grandmother's condition for him to be her heir was to sever ties with us. When faced with wealth and power versus his 2 sisters, he chose us. He was just 15 then. When Jingru wiped her tears, for him, nothing was more important than us. He said that in this vast world, the only ones he felt closest to were us, and nothing mattered more than our bond as siblings. Thus, even when Yunja acted irrationally, the 2 of us chose to be forgiving. Our brother sacrificed the chance for greatness to be with us. How could we not cherish such familial love? Tell me about your mother, Xiao Ming said, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Father, there was a reason our mother left you, Wen Jingru continued. When we were young, she told us she loved you deeply. The reason for their separation was that our grandmother discovered her relationship with you and forbade her from seeing you. To protect you, she had to leave. After parting from you, she found out she was pregnant with us. But our grandmother forced her to terminate the pregnancy and marry into a wealthy family. However, she managed to escape and found refuge in a small city, where she gave birth to us. Despite being a pampered young lady, she endured hardships for our sake, and ultimately, the toll it took on her health led to her passing. At this moment, Wen Jingru was in tears. Xiao Ming felt a profound weight in his heart as he envisioned the struggles Wen Jihan had faced over the years. 22 years ago, society was far less accepting, and lacking in resources, she had no one to rely on. How did she, a sheltered young lady, manage to raise 3 children against all odds? Chapter 9. It's a blessing that they haven't gone astray exhausted. Just the thought of it is tiring. How desperate must Qin Sei have felt to endure all that? Xiao Ming could not help but shed tears as he embraced his daughter, Wen Jingru. My dear daughter, I am so sorry. I was unaware of your existence for so long. I arrived late, but from now on, I shall ensure that you no longer suffer. Xiao Ming inhaled deeply, masking his sorrow. If only he could bestow upon these children the love he had failed to give them over the years. These children are his flesh and blood. They had endured such hardship, and yet he had remained oblivious. Father, Wen Jingru cried, nestled in her father's embrace. To have found their father, and to discover that he loved them so dearly, rendered their past hardships insignificant. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wen Yuqin and Wen Yunjia returned to the living room. From their expressions, it was evident they had engaged in a heartfelt conversation, their faces still glistening with tears. Brother, Wen Yuqin signaled to Wen Yunjia. Though Wen Yunjia possessed a somewhat carefree nature, he recognized the gravity of the moment in front of his 2 sisters and their newly reunited father. He stepped forward and addressed Xiao Ming. Father, I apologize for my words earlier. It was wrong of me. It's all in the past, Xiao Ming nodded. It was not entirely Wen Yunjia's fault that he had developed such a demeanor. For over a decade, Xiao Ming had been entirely absent from their lives. It was a stroke of fortune that the siblings had not gone astray. This son could be gradually guided toward the right path. After hearing Wen Jingru's words, Xiao Ming felt that his son's values were still quite upright. Yunjia, well done, he silently praised him. Choosing his sisters over wealth demonstrated that he was a man of integrity, and this brought Xiao Ming great comfort. At this moment, he had no intention of revealing his identity to the children, but it would not be long before they discovered the truth. They would no longer need to envy others or endure those bitter days. After all, their father was not lacking in wealth. He was uncertain how to approach the subject without frightening them. If they learned he was so wealthy, it might cause them distress and invite unwarranted gossip, suggesting they sought him out solely for his riches. Yet, obscuring his identity was one matter, doting on his children was another. Now that they had reunited, he would not permit them to suffer any longer. For now, he would take his time to nurture their father-child relationships, providing assistance when the moment was right, allowing their lives to improve gradually. He would address his identity when the time was ripe. Xiao Ming contemplated, in half a month, I shall reveal my true identity to them. As for Wen Yunjia's debts, he hardly worried. Financial issues were trivial in his eyes. It was merely a matter of a few words. Father, please have some fruit, Wen Yuqin exclaimed joyfully, noticing the improved rapport between Xiao Ming and Wen Yunjia. She rushed to cut a plate of fruit and brought it over. Ah, having a dutiful daughter feels wonderful, Xiao Ming thought as he accepted the fruit, savoring its delightful taste, perhaps the most delectable he had ever had. Wen Yunjia, after apologizing, turned to gaze out the window, lost in thought. He was inherently strong-willed, and his willingness to apologize was solely for the sake of his sister's happiness. What exactly is the amount of debt you owe? Xiao Ming inquired, recalling when Yunjia had mentioned a staggering sum. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's question, Wen Yuqin and Wen Jingru immediately became alert, exchanging concerned glances. When Yechen replied, "Father, you need not concern yourself with this matter. My brother and I, along with Jingru, will repay it. Please tell me," Xiao Ming urged anxiously. "Well, it's not much. Just around 1,300,000. My friends and I invested in a clothing factory, but the partner absconded with the funds 1,300,000. I can cover that," Xiao Ming interjected. "I'll give the money to Yunjia to settle the debt." It was not that Xiao Ming lacked funds. Even if he did, at this moment, the well-being of his children far outweighed monetary concerns. A mere 1,300,000 could be acquired in the blink of an eye. "Are you serious?" Wen Yunjia, still staring out the window, snapped back to reality upon hearing Xiao Ming's offer. He turned, astonished at the father he had only just met, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the sum. "Father, you need not give us money." However, Wen Yechen and Wen Jingru immediately opposed this idea. "Father, please keep your money. We understand your love for us, but you need not interfere. We will repay it slowly. Just finding you has brought us immense joy." Wen Jingru hastily waved her hands, fearful that Xiao Ming might perceive their reunion as a mere financial pursuit. "I agree, father. You should save your money. It's not easy for you. We will repay the debt gradually," Wen Yechen echoed. The two sisters were resolute in their stance. "Not only can we not accept your money, but we also must honor you properly in the future," they asserted confidently. Indeed, you are all good children." Xiao Ming felt a swell of pride as he considered how fortunate he was to have such spirited and responsible daughters. However, Jingru, Yechen, look at the hardships you both have endured to help me repay this debt. It pains me to see you suffer. When Yunjia lamented helplessly, "If it comes to it, I can earn the money and repay it myself." "Brother, what are you saying?" Both Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen chastised him in unison. "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Come, tell me how the three of you have reached this point in your lives." Seeing how resolute his daughters were, he knew he should not rush into matters but take things gradually. Knowing the difficulties his children had faced, he was eager to hear their stories. When Jingru surveyed the house, then tentatively suggested, "Father, why don't you stay here? You can live in my brother's room while he sleeps in the living room." "Very well," Xiao Ming readily agreed. Chapter 10. This father is truly omnipotent. The following morning, Xiao Ming rose early and made his way to the living room. The sisters, Wen Yechen and Wen Jingru, shared a room, while Wen Yunjia slept on the sofa. His son's sleeping posture was quite unremarkable, resembling an octopus. On this cool autumn day, he had kicked the blanket beneath the sofa. Xiao Ming sighed helplessly and covered Wen Yunjia with the blanket. Last night, he had engaged in delightful conversations with the children. The two sisters were both understanding and resilient, truly warm-hearted companions. Wen Yunjia, however, appeared somewhat arrogant and proud. Nonetheless, he was merely in his early 20s. There was still room for improvement in his upbringing. Noticing the time, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Xiao Ming enjoyed cooking and tending to flowers during his leisure time. Despite having a professional chef at home, he had a natural aptitude for cooking. With just a little guidance, he had quickly learned the craft. Before long, he had prepared a pot of golden millet porridge and sautéed several dishes, which looked appealing and undoubtedly tasted exquisite. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, awakening Wen Yunjia from his slumber. Groggy, he stumbled into the kitchen and was astonished by the tantalizing dishes Xiao Ming had prepared. Startled awake, he hurriedly called for his sisters, Wen Yechen and Wen Jingru. A short while later, the sisters arrived and were overjoyed to see the fragrant porridge and dishes laid out on the table. "Goodness, Dad, I never expected you to be such a remarkable cook," they exclaimed, unable to resist sampling the dishes. "Delicious, simply delightful. Isn't it good?" Xiao Ming replied confidently. "Hurry and wash up, it's time to eat." During breakfast, Wen Yunjia remained silent, still feeling a bit disgruntled after their earlier confrontation. Fortunately, his father's culinary skills were impressive, allowing him to momentarily forget his grievances. The siblings quickly devoured the dishes, and Xiao Ming was pleased to see them enjoy the meal. However, just then, Wen Jingru suddenly burst into tears. "Jingru, why are you crying?" Xiao Ming asked, feeling at a loss. To his surprise, Wen Yechen began to cry as well. "It's just that we finally feel the love of a father. It's so blissful," she said through her tears. We can finally enjoy the meals cooked by our father. Realization dawned on Xiao Ming. He had been absent from the children's lives for far too long. He vowed to cherish them more in the future. After breakfast, the two sisters began to clear the table, insisting that their father relax in the living room with a cup of tea. Wen Yunjia, lounging on the sofa, was engrossed in a mobile game. Are your two sisters the ones repaying your debts? Xiao Ming questioned, glancing at him. Wen Yunjia's expression darkened at the remark. After a moment of silence, he replied gloomily, I will repay them double once I start earning money. Really? Xiao Ming recalled how Wen Yuchen had shared that her sister was working tirelessly to earn money, even sharing expensive jewelry and cosmetics with others. Your sisters work hard every day to help you repay your debts, yet you hide away like a turtle, leaving them to bear the burden. Isn't that rather shameful? Wen Yunjia felt the weight of the accusation, but struggled to defend himself as he knew it was true. He longed to improve his situation and provide a better life for his sisters, yet the thought of repaying the staggering sum of 1,300,000 seemed daunting. At times, he even contemplated giving up entirely. Seeing his son's silence, Xiao Ming shook his head in resignation. Give me your bank account number. What for? When Yunjia looked up, startled. I'll lend you the money to repay your debts. We can't let your sisters continue to struggle on your behalf, can we? He hesitated, lowering his gaze. Act like a man. Consider this a loan from me. Xiao Ming insisted firmly. Fine, I'll consider it a loan. I promise to repay you in 2 years when I've earned enough. Wen Yunjia replied with newfound determination. Xiao Ming felt reassured by his son's resolve. It seemed that Wen Yunjia had a good nature beneath it all. After receiving the account number, Xiao Ming promptly transferred the sum of 1,300,000. Staring at the notification on his phone, Wen Yunjia was momentarily lost in disbelief. Is this real? He murmured, recalling Wen Yuchen's mention of his father working as a driver for a prominent boss. There are some things I'll reveal to you in due time. Xiao Ming responded ambiguously. He then reminded Wen Yunjia not to tell his sisters about the money just yet, suggesting he wait a while before sharing the news. All right, I'll write you an IOU, Wen Yunjia said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Over the past 6 months, the burden of debt had weighed heavily on him, and now it seemed to be resolved. No need for that. Xiao Ming waved his hand and headed back to the kitchen. Laughter and chatter soon filled the air as he interacted with the sisters. Wen Yunjia remained transfixed by the message on his phone, reflecting deeply. Was he dreaming? His father, whom he had only just recognized, had so readily transferred over a substantial sum. In truth, having a father was quite wonderful, he mused, breaking into a smile. At Xiao Ming's company, he needn't concern himself too much, while Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, now accompanied by their father, were reluctant to return to work. The family delighted in each other's company, savoring the joys of togetherness. The sisters, previously astonished by Xiao Ming's culinary skills, continued to be amazed by his many talents in the days that followed. Wen Yuchen discovered that their father was fluent in 5 languages and was proficient in various arts, from music to calligraphy. Truly, this father was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 11. Not only wealthy, but also abundant in properties. Wen Jingru is engaged in the field of fashion design. Upon reviewing her drafts, Xiao Ming was intrigued and offered numerous constructive suggestions, leaving Wen Jingru utterly astonished. Oh my goodness, father, is there anything you cannot do? Wen Jingru held Xiao Ming in the highest regard. Father, you're truly gifted, possessing both striking looks and extensive knowledge. Wen Yuchen also admired Xiao Ming greatly. Xiao Ming, basking in the praise from his daughters, felt a surge of happiness. In truth, he had merely been exposed to a variety of experiences, inevitably absorbing a smattering of knowledge. He recalled that he had once bid on an evening gown designed by an international designer at a charity gala, which he intended to gift to his second daughter. He remembered attending a charity auction where he purchased the gown, crafted by a renowned designer, for a substantial sum in renminbi. However, the monetary aspect was of little consequence. What mattered most was that he believed the gown suited his second daughter's temperament perfectly. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Wen Yuchen went to answer the door, and the property manager entered, casting a curious glance around the house before asking, "There's a black Lincoln parked downstairs. Whose car is it?" The Lincoln? Wen Yunjia was taken aback, his mouth agape for a moment. It belongs to me. Is there something wrong? Xiao Ming responded as he approached the property manager. Well, our community is currently repairing the water pipes, and your vehicle happens to be parked in the area designated for construction. Would you mind moving it? The manager's tone was respectful, knowing that those who can afford a Lincoln are typically influential figures, and he dared not offend. Xiao Ming descended the stairs, followed by his 3 siblings. Upon seeing the Lincoln, Wen Yunji's eyes sparkled, but upon learning from Wen Yuchen that it was their father's car, he deflated like a puncture balloon. So this is your boss's car, I thought. However, he quickly regained his composure. The Lincoln was indeed a vehicle only the exceedingly wealthy could afford. Wen Yuchen had mentioned previously that their father worked as a driver for someone else. It was not wise to overthink. Owning a Lincoln required an exorbitant amount of renminbi. His father had just given him 130,000, which was likely his entire fortune. Xiao Ming chuckled at Wen Yunji's reaction. Have you obtained your driver's license? Care to take a spin? He offered, handing the keys to Wen Yunji. I have. May I take it for a drive? Wen Yunji exclaimed joyfully as he took the keys and dashed toward the Lincoln, whose car it was mattered little. The opportunity to drive, it was thrilling enough. Jingru, look, since father returned, it seems our brother has regained his spirit, Wen Yuchen remarked, observing Wen Yunji's lively demeanor. Indeed, I've noticed that too, Wen Jingru affirmed. After Wen Yunji was swindled in an investment and burdened with debts, he had plummeted from great heights to despair. For the past 6 months, his sisters had not seen him smile. They wished fervently that he could earn money to repay his debts, hoping this would lift his spirits. Yet, their meager earnings were but a drop in the ocean, leaving them feeling helpless as they watched Wen Yunji sink deeper into gloom. Ever since father returned, his condition has been improving day by day, when Yuchen interjected. Yuchen, Jingru, hop in. Let's take a drive. Wen Yunji called out from the car. The sisters linked arms with Xiao Ming as they approached the Lincoln. Having never driven such a luxurious vehicle, Wen Yunji was filled with exuberance, laughing heartily. They drove around their neighborhood, and his excitement only grew. How does it feel? Xiao Ming inquired, pleased to see the children so joyful. It feels fantastic, and the presence it commands is undeniable. Other vehicles seem hesitant to approach us. Wen Yunji replied without hesitation. The 3 siblings took turns driving the Lincoln, their laughter echoing within the vehicle. In that moment, all their troubles seemed to dissipate into thin air. Father, since there's nothing pressing, why don't we drive somewhere else? Wen Yuchen suggested suddenly. That sounds splendid. Where shall we go? Xiao Ming readily agreed. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen exchanged glances, then spoke in unison. Father, may we visit your home? My home. Xiao Ming's thoughts immediately drifted to the luxurious Yushi Villa, a villa spanning over 1,000 square meters, valued at several billion. It would surely overwhelm his precious children. Fortunately, he possessed not only wealth, but also numerous properties. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled a place that would be more suitable for the children to accept, Xiling Garden. Located in a quieter, more modest villa district, his villa, there was the most approachable option. He had set his sights on this villa back when he was still a struggling youth, intending to purchase it for himself and when Jihan once he achieved financial success. Alas, fate had other plans. Though they had parted ways, he still acquired this villa after amassing wealth. He seldom resided there, but ensured it was cleaned weekly. Upon arriving at Xiling Garden, Xiao Ming took charge of the navigation while Wen Yuchen handled the driving. They soon reached his villa. Oh my, this is a villa. It's far more upscale than where we live. Wen Yunji marveled softly. Though the house appeared somewhat aged, it was indeed a villa. Anjing was a city with a high economic standard, and owning property there was already a remarkable achievement, let alone a villa. Well, I previously engaged in a small business, made some money, and bought this villa, Xiao Ming explained, reflecting on Wen Yunji's remark. The Yushi Villa district was immense. Living there alone would inevitably evoke feelings of emptiness, while the smaller, cozier Xiling Garden villa offered a semblance of home. Father, you actually live in a villa, the children exclaimed as Xiao Ming entered the password and stepped inside. Upon unlocking the main door and witnessing the cold, minimalist decor within, Wen Yuchen felt a pang of sympathy for their father. His life had undoubtedly been marked by solitude. Their mother had once mentioned that their biological parents seemed to have grown up in an orphanage. After their mother passed, he never sought companionship, living his life in solitude. Chapter 12. Finding a cozy companion living alone is undoubtedly a poignant experience. However, in the future, such sorrow will dissipate. Henceforth, their father will be accompanied by his children. Father, do you seldom stay at home? After a brief tour, when Jingru observed the sparse furnishings and monotonous color scheme of the house, which appeared uninhabited, dust had settled on the sofa. Well, yes, I'm usually busy with work outside and rarely return. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly concocted an excuse to deflect. Father, take a rest. My sister and I will give the house a thorough cleaning. With that, the two immediately set to work. Wow, this villa is quite spacious. When Yunja began exploring the premises on her own, despite its age, the villa was sufficiently roomy, consisting of 7 or 8 rooms. Yechen, it feels rather lonely for Dad to live here all by himself. When Yunja whispered conspiratorially to Wen Yechen, if the siblings were to move in with their father, it would not only create a lively atmosphere, but also spare them the burden of rent. Understanding the implication behind Wen Yunja's words, Wen Yechen shot her a teasing glance and murmured, actually, I would love to live with father, but what if he is unwilling? He hasn't brought it up, so we can't either. She longed to reside with Xiao Ming, yearning to experience the paternal affection she had missed over the years and to provide her father with ample warmth. Whether he is willing or not, we can find out by asking. Just watch me. Soon, Wen Yunja returned to Wen Yechen, her face alight with joy. Yechen, Dad said he is willing to live with us. Upon hearing this, Wen Jingru dropped her chores and rushed to Xiao Ming with Wen Yechen. The two girls clung to Xiao Ming's arms, nuzzling their faces against him. Father, do you really want to live with us? You're so wonderful. Why would T.I.? Living alone is quite desolate. With you all here, this house will truly feel like a home. You are my treasures. We should definitely live together. Xiao Ming replied, his mood buoyant as he pinched both daughters' cheeks. After a moment's thought, he added, actually, I don't have just this one residence. I'll take you 3 to see the others later. Wow, Dad, you're incredible. Wen Yechen exclaimed, astonished by the revelation of his multiple properties. She thought to herself that being able to afford this villa was already impressive. He must have chosen the finest one for their first visit, while the others would likely be quite ordinary. I'm 42 and have conducted some business, so owning a few properties is not unusual, Xiao Ming replied. Wen Yechen found this reasoning quite sensible and felt a swell of happiness at the prospect of spending her days under the same roof as her father. Let's go pick out which bedrooms we like, Xiao Ming suggested, prompting the children to choose their rooms. They cheered and began bustling about excitedly. Father, where are all these? Wen Yechen asked upon entering a room by the window filled with numerous jars and bottles. Why are there so many in such a nice house? She furrowed her brow and called to Wen Jingru and Wen Yunja to help her clear the clutter into the storage room. Xiao Ming raised a hand to his nose, allowing Wen Yunja to relocate his treasured antiques to the storage room. He sighed, steadying his emotions. After all, his children were far more precious to him. Once the room was cleared, the siblings gathered together, animatedly discussing what to furnish their new space with. Throughout all, Xiao Ming watched the 3 with a gentle smile. Relishing these moments, Jingru, while cleaning, I noticed at the entrance there was only one pair of men's slippers and many items were singular, indicating that Dad has truly been single all this time. After Xiao Ming left for the living room, the 2 sisters huddled together to whisper. Indeed, I noticed that too. Wen Jingru nodded, lamenting, Father is 42 and has no one by his side. How lonely he must be, even with us siblings here now. Once we all have our own families, he will be alone again. It's just so pitiful. I'll find someone to marry into our family, so we'll never be apart from him, Wen Yechen joked half-heartedly. She couldn't bear the thought of being separated from her father now that they had finally found him. Yet, she realized that even if they all lived together, they would still need to work and manage their own lives, leaving their father without a companion to understand his needs. Both sisters understood the reality. No matter how dutiful they were, there were limits to their ability to provide warmth. It was essential for a man to have a cozy companion. Jingru, do you remember my good friend, Lin Xiao Xiao? She doesn't even have a boyfriend. Wen Yuchen smirked slyly as she pulled out her phone to find Lin Xiaoxiao's WeChat, sending her a voice message. Xiao, darling, what have you been busy with lately? She asked in a playful tone. As soon as the voice message was sent, Lin Xiaoxiao replied instantly. Oh, Miss Wen, what a surprise. You've been avoiding me for shopping. Haven't you? I'm officially notifying you that I have a new love and no longer care for you. Hee hee. I can smell the jealousy through the screen. Darling, I'm sorry. To make amends, how about I introduce you to a handsome guy? When Yuchen responded playfully, let us go shopping the day after tomorrow. It's the perfect opportunity for you to meet him. He is incredibly good-looking. Just your type, a mature and steady gentleman. A leading actor in the entertainment industry. Are you kidding me? Lin Xiaoxiao's excitement was palpable through the WeChat message. Sure, bring him over for me to see. Understood. I have some matters to attend to these next few days, but I'll schedule something with you right after. When Yuchen concluded the conversation, turning to the incredulous Wen Jingru with a playful grin. I've successfully promoted our father. Chapter 13. Entrusting my best friend as stepmother. Good heavens, sis, you're incredibly resourceful. You're actually considering having one of your closest confidants become our stepmother? Wen Jingru remarked with a wry smile. Since we've all acquiesced to Dad finding a companion, it's only sensible to choose someone whose background is thoroughly known to us, such as my dearest friend. When Yuchen responded playfully, like a cunning little fox. Xiao is a remarkable girl, educated abroad, possessing a gentle temperament, a kind heart, and exceptional thoughtfulness. If she and Dad were to develop a fondness for each other, entrusting Dad to her care would bring us immense peace of mind. That's quite a reasonable proposition. When Jingru concurred, promptly expressing her agreement and adding with a smile. Then let's exert ourselves to facilitate a connection between Dad and your wonderful friend. When Yuchen nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. What are you two chattering about so merrily? At that moment, Xiao Ming's voice approached from the vicinity of the room. Just casual girl talk, Dad. The sisters replied in unison, exchanging smiles and proceeding cheerfully toward the living room. Wen Jingru massaged Xiao Ming's shoulders, while Wen Yuchen tenderly pounded his legs. Xiao Ming felt as though he had been immersed in a vat of honey. They say daughters are like heartwarming cotton-padded jackets, and that couldn't be truer. My two precious daughters are so incredibly thoughtful. As he spoke, Xiao Ming glanced at Wen Yunjia, who was still exploring the surroundings. His son truly didn't regard himself as an outsider, having entered the premises without the slightest reservation. The contrast was striking and somewhat disheartening. However, he was gratified that his son possessed a commendable character. Although somewhat impetuous, he was, after all, still young, which Xiao Ming found understandable. He could discern that his son was driven. Once when Yunjia realized the immense support he had at his disposal, wouldn't he eagerly seek to ingratiate himself? After tidying up the villa, the next matter at hand was the logistics of moving. Xiao Ming promptly handed the keys to his Lincoln to the children, as the extended model would be ideal for transporting their belongings. Dad, are you certain this is wise? When Yuchen inquired hesitantly, glancing at the opulent car keys her father had offered. Your superiors might disapprove if they were to find out. He never concerns himself with such trivialities. Xiao Ming replied evasively. He was being entirely sincere. It was merely a matter of allowing his children to use a luxury car to transport their luggage, a minor matter indeed. He was utterly unconcerned. As long as his children were content, he would permit them to dismantle the car entirely. Very well, since Dad insists. We three shall accept your generosity. We'll pack our belongings and return this evening. Henceforth, we shall reside with Dad. When Yuchen frolicked about Xiao Ming like an exuberant little rabbit. See you shortly, Dad. As the children departed, Xiao Ming provided them with the security code. Once they had left, Xiao Ming seized the opportunity to hail a taxi and travel to the Jade Creek residential area. Upon Xiao Ming's return to the villa, the domestic staff stood respectfully on either side, welcoming him. I shall not be residing here for approximately the next fortnight, Xiao Ming announced as he strode purposefully toward the house, making a beeline for the study. He retrieved a stack of crimson banknotes from a safe and handed them to the housekeeper, who was waiting outside the door. Housekeeper, please distribute 2,000 as a bonus to everyone. Additionally, ensure that Dodo's food is prepared, as I shall be taking him with me. Downstairs, the staff examined the bonus in their possession, their faces radiant with joy. Good heavens, what could have transpired to put Mr. Xiao in such high spirits that he would bestow such a generous bonus? Everyone was overjoyed. Whenever Mr. Xiao was in an amiable mood, he would invariably distribute funds to the staff, referring to them as bonuses. The magnitude of the bonus reflected Mr. Xiao's level of contentment. The substantial bonus today indicated that Mr. Xiao was in an exceptionally jovial mood. Very well. Attend to your respective duties. Housekeeper, she instructed, whereupon everyone promptly resumed their tasks. After distributing the bonuses, housekeeper, she retraced her steps to the study upstairs, finding Xiao Ming seated at his desk, idly drumming his fingers on the surface. Seemingly lost in contemplation, she spoke. Sir, all arrangements have been made. Housekeeper, she responded respectfully. Housekeeper, you have a son, if my memory serves me correctly? Xiao Ming inquired, raising his gaze. Indeed, sir, you are correct. My son purchased a house in our hometown city, married, and has a pair of children. Thanks to your benevolence, sir, my family is thriving. Housekeeper, she replied gratefully. Her words were heartfelt and genuine. Housekeeper, she had served Xiao Ming for many years and was a diligent worker. Xiao Ming had always treated his staff with utmost kindness. He trusted her implicitly and had entrusted her with all household matters. In addition to a generous salary, she would occasionally receive various bonuses. Housekeeper, she had given the money to her son, enabling him to live a comfortable life. That's excellent, Xiao Ming replied with a smile. Subsequently, he inquired, Housekeeper, are you and your son close? What I mean to ask is, in your opinion, how can one rapidly cultivate a strong bond with one's children? Housekeeper, she responded earnestly. Well, in my opinion, the first element is material comfort. With ample food and no concerns about the necessities of life, one naturally has more time to appreciate life. What do you think, sir? That's quite insightful. Xiao Ming concurred, nodding in agreement. In life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are paramount. Without material support, one has no time to attend to other matters. To put it bluntly, with affluence, everything becomes more manageable. Very well, attend to your duties. Xiao Ming instructed with a wave of his hand, leaning back languidly and sinking once more into contemplation. He needed to carefully reconsider and revise his life plan. The arrival of the children had disrupted his original intentions. While he would continue to delegate matters of business, certain aspects of his plan required modification. After a moment's reflection, he reached for the landline and placed a call, speaking with a grave tone. Special Assistant Son, please make arrangements to have my will rewritten. As I previously informed you, upon my demise, all my assets are to be donated to charitable organizations. Please arrange for the will to be rewritten. Furthermore, please conduct an investigation into. Having made the arrangements, he rose from his seat in a cheerful mood and proceeded toward the bedroom. Previously, he had been alone, and upon his death, there would have been no one to inherit his wealth, so he had decided to donate it to charity. However, from this moment forward, he was no longer alone. He had heirs to his vast fortune. He had become a father to his son and 2 daughters. His future now had a purpose. He would bestow all that he possessed upon his precious children. He would do everything within his power for his children. He had been absent from their lives for over 2 decades. In the days ahead, he would recover the lost time and the lost happiness, multiplied many times over. As dusk approached, Xiao Ming returned to the Qiling Garden Villa, carrying his pet macaw. Chapter 14. Father's culinary skills are quite impressive, father. Where have you been? We couldn't reach you, and were nearly beside ourselves with worry. As Xiao Ming stepped through the door, when Yechen approached him, her cheeks still glistening with tears. Unable to reach me? Xiao Ming checked his phone, filled with remorse as he gently patted his daughter's shoulder. I apologize, my phone died, and I didn't mean to cause you distress. The 3 siblings had joyfully brought their luggage to the villa, only to find their father missing. Their phones were unreachable, causing the 2 sisters to burst into tears, fearing that their father had abandoned them and that the blissful days they had experienced were merely an illusion. Finally, upon Xiao Mo's return home, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief. I told you he must have been busy. Why didn't you believe me? Yes, back now, isn't? When Yunjia muttered, Father, please don't make us worry like that again. When Yechen implored, her voice tinged with concern. Fearing that this long-lost father would vanish from their lives once more, she clung tightly to Xiao Ming's arm. Wherever you go, I'll go with you. You must take me wherever you go. Indeed, take me with you as well, When Jingru echoed enthusiastically. The sisters seemed eager to tie themselves to their father, seeking assurance in his presence. All right, I'll take you both wherever I go. Is that satisfactory? Xiao Ming responded, bemused. He realized profoundly that his daughters might have been deprived of paternal love for too long, leading to their current insecurities. They were grown women in their 20s, yet still displayed childlike tendencies, crying at the slightest provocation and clinging to him with an intensity that seemed exaggerated. While he cherished their affection, he also felt that some emotions were best kept within the heart. Nevertheless, his children's happiness took precedence over all else. Rest assured, I shall not leave you again. I intend to spend the remainder of my life compensating for the fatherly love I owe you, Xiao Ming earnestly promised. Oh, is it a parrot? As Xiao Ming entered the house, when Yechen noticed the birdcage in his hands, her curiosity piqued. Yes, it's a parrot named Dudabeo. Xiao Ming adoringly presented the macaw to Wen Yechen. Oh my, it's absolutely stunning. In an instant, the attention of the three siblings was captivated by the vibrant bird. Wen Yechen and Wen Jingru eagerly placed the parrot's cage on the table and began to play with it. Father, this parrot you brought is so beautiful. Dudabeo, what a delightful name. I've never seen such a stunning parrot before. The sisters giggled while entertaining the macaw, thoroughly delighted. This is a macaw, a very precious species among parrots, and quite expensive, when Yunjia chimed in, joining the excitement. I've seen this breed in a magazine. It's incredibly rare. He looked at Xiao Ming, astonished. Can our father truly afford such an extravagant parrot? Xiao Ming turned around to catch the inquisitive look in Wen Yunjia's eyes and explained, Is it a precious breed? I'm not sure. It was a gift from a friend who isn't very knowledgeable about birds. He spoke the lie with utmost seriousness. Since acquiring the macaw, his life had gained a hint of vibrancy, alleviating the monotony he had grown accustomed to. Therefore, whenever he stayed somewhere for a few days, he liked to bring the parrot along. Numerous women, aware of his fondness for the bird, had shown it kindness, but regrettably, none of them captured his interest. How amusing, he thought. Since the arrival of the parrot, his daughters had completely overlooked him. Is the parrot really that popular? He wondered, feeling a tinge of jealousy at his daughter's affection for the bird. As dinner time approached, the sisters assisted Xiao Ming in the kitchen, washing and chopping vegetables with great enthusiasm. Xiao Ming took charge of the cooking, while Wen Yunjia, who had never set foot in the kitchen, lounged in the living room watching television, awaiting his meal. Father, have you been busy these past few days? Wen Yechen casually inquired while washing vegetables. Not particularly, Xiao Ming replied. Are you planning to go somewhere? In truth, while he had taken a step back from many responsibilities, certain matters still required his presence. The group had a shareholders meeting coming up to discuss building a tourist attraction in Yearning City. But to Xiao Ming, no matter how significant the issue, nothing could overshadow the joy of spending time with his children. We want to go out for a picnic. The weather has been lovely lately. Will you join us? Wen Yechen pleaded playfully. Of course, Xiao Ming readily agreed. Before long, the meal was prepared, featuring dishes such as mapo tofu, shredded pork with garlic sauce, sweet and sour ribs, a few vegetable dishes, and the sisters' favorite spicy crayfish. Wow, it smells incredible. I can hardly contain my appetite. Let's dig in. As they took their seats, Wen Yechen was the first to serve herself, followed closely by Wen Yunjia, whose mouth watered at the scents wafting from the dishes. Initially, he had thought that the only advantage of living with Xiao Ming was that they no longer had to worry about rent. However, the benefits seemed to multiply. Father's culinary skills are truly commendable. My stomach has endured too much neglect over the years. His younger sisters were considerate and caring, but their cooking skills left much to be desired. When Yunjia could hardly muster a compliment. Let us eat. Seeing his siblings so satisfied with their meal brought a smile to Xiao Ming's face. The feeling of togetherness was simply delightful. Each meal shared with his children over the past few days had filled him with unprecedented joy. Father, I want to hold back. You should eat too, Wen Jingru exclaimed, her plate brimming with food. As the family dined and engaged in light conversation, they learned that Wen Yunjia had graduated with a degree in finance from Zhejiang University and had even been accepted into a prestigious American institution. However, he had declined the opportunity to pursue further studies, concerned about leaving his younger sisters in the country alone. Impressive. I never realized you were so accomplished, Yunja. It seems you really are a talented individual, Xiao Ming said, feeling a swell of pride, before turning to inquire further about his son's insights. What do you think of the current state of our nation's financial market? Chapter 15, each with an international flair as the topic arose. Xiao Ming's demeanor instinctively turned serious. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen were momentarily taken aback. Despite their long acquaintance, they had never witnessed their father display such solemnity. At the end of last year, numerous regions experienced natural disasters, which directly impacted this year's financial sector. However, I observe that the national conditions have stabilized recently. If we encounter no significant calamities in the latter half of the year, the market will flourish. Next year, we shall witness the pinnacle of the past 2 years. When Wen Yunja responded, there was a peculiar air about him. His father suddenly resembled a formidable figure, exuding such an impressive aura. If I were to give you 100 million, how would you invest it? And how long do you think it would take to double? Xiao Ming inquired with genuine interest. 100 million? Wen Yunja was momentarily stunned, then said, I would first acquire 2 luxurious villas and purchase 2 high-end cars, gifting them to my 2 sisters. The key is, can you actually provide that amount? Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with emotion. No wonder he and Oppos, as the eldest brother. Indeed, Xiao Ming responded nonchalantly. This was not the answer he had hoped for. His question stemmed from curiosity about his son's business acumen. He never anticipated such a response from the young man. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Yunja was quite preoccupied with the delectable dishes on the table. He harbored numerous ideas, yet lacked the financial foundation to realize them. After all, his father was merely an ordinary citizen and could hardly comprehend his aspirations. Speaking too much would only lead to futility. Father, please don't be upset. My brother is just like that. He often thinks outside the box, and his intentions are not malicious. When Yuchen interjected, fearful that her brother's words might vex their father. It's all right. We all have our youthful exuberance, Xiao Ming acknowledged. Wen Yunja was reluctant to speak further, and Xiao Ming understood. After all, he was still unaware of his privileged background as a rich second generation. Upon hearing this, Wen Yunja felt disheartened. However, he chose not to elaborate. Halfway through the meal, during a casual conversation, Xiao Ming suddenly asked, Have you heard of Minghui Group? Wen Yunja's interest peaked instantly. Of course, I've heard of it. That conglomerate is incredibly impressive, with a vast array of domains in which it excels. Xiao Ming responded with a slight affirmation before continuing. I have an acquaintance at Minghui Group. I will contact him later and send you his details. Perhaps he can provide you with a remarkable opportunity. What? Wen Yunja was momentarily dumbfounded. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement. Father, you're not joking, are you? Minghui Group is a powerhouse in the financial sector, ranked among the top companies nationwide last year. It placed 120th on the national enterprise ranking, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions, a true titan. Among numerous enterprises, Wen Yunja was most familiar with Minghui Group. It was a company he had once dreamed of joining. Unfortunately, despite being a top student at Zhejiang University, he felt insignificant compared to such a giant. He had submitted several applications, yet never even received an interview opportunity. He never expected that an opportunity would suddenly present itself through his own father, who could offer such resources. Wen Yunja was nearly bursting with joy. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming remained remarkably composed. Minghui Group was, in fact, his enterprise. Having traversed over 2 decades, he had amassed assets that were beyond precise quantification, simply because there were too many. Arranging a position for his son was merely a matter of his whim. If he wished, he could easily bestow Minghui Group upon Wen Yunja. However, his son still lacked the capability to manage a company and required further development. Given that his son had been admitted to a prestigious American university through exceptional means, he believed that with proper nurturing, Wen Yunja would rapidly grow. He planned to assign a few capable subordinates to mentor him, confident that in no time, he would be able to stand on his own. I've sent you his contact information via WeChat, Xiao Ming remarked. Just inform him that I am your father. All right, father, I will follow your guidance. After examining the contact details, Wen Yunja muttered, Father, You're not teasing me, are you? Certainly not. Why would I do that? Xiao Ming replied, bemused yet earnest. Father, if my brother can join Ming Group, he will be over the moon. Wen Yuchen and Wen Jingru expressed genuine happiness for Wen Yunjia, gazing at Xiao Ming with admiration. Their father was indeed remarkable, possessing such influential connections. After finishing their meal, the two sisters suggested a stroll. The four of them ambled around the villa's vicinity, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Xiao Ming and Wen Yunjia trailed behind the sisters, where he imparted some advice regarding the forthcoming report to Ming Group. Father, I understand. Wen Yunjia replied impatiently. After all, he was a distinguished student from Zhejiang High University. What was the need to reiterate trivial knowledge? He comprehended everything Xiao Ming mentioned. Sister, I can't shake the feeling that our father is acting strangely. Up ahead, Wen Jingru whispered to Wen Yuchen. I feel the same, Wen Yuchen concurred. I see him driving that Lincoln, doing as he pleases without any objections from his superiors. Plus, he has such connections with the upper echelons of Ming Group. He owns 2 properties, one of which is a villa. It appears our father is living quite comfortably. When Jingru teased her sister, who knows? Wen Yuchen was equally puzzled, but upon glancing back at their father, her doubts swiftly dissipated. It doesn't matter, Jingru. Think about it. Regardless of what kind of person our father is, he is still our father, right? Whether he is wealthy or not is irrelevant, as long as he is our dad. Indeed, Wen Jingru nodded in agreement. Exactly. So let us cherish the present and enjoy our time with our father, Wen Yuchen declared, pulling Wen Jingru to join Xiao Ming, happily linking her arm with his as they continued their walk. During their stroll, they encountered familiar faces from a neighborhood, leaving them astonished. Mr. Xiaoyu. In response to their queries, Xiao Ming cheerfully replied, These are my 2 daughters. My son is walking behind. Wow. The acquaintances gasped in astonishment upon hearing the introductions. Xiao Ming's genes were undeniably powerful. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but his children also possessed remarkable looks, each exuding an international flair. Seeing the expressions of admiration and envy on everyone's faces, Xiao Ming felt a warm satisfaction within. Chapter 16. The most stylish man I've ever seen. No exception the following day. Wen Yunjia set out early in the morning, while Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen did not rise until the sun was high in the sky. My brother has been at Ming Group for so long, yet he hasn't sent us a message to let us know if he found a job, Wen Yuchen mumbled. He will surely find one. Have faith in him, Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. Father, I am ready. Shall we depart? Wen Yuchen asked, dressed in a water blue dress, turning to Xiao Ming with an anticipatory glance before twirling around. Xiao Ming nodded, giving her a thumbs up. Excellent, let's go. The 3 of them had agreed to spend the day enjoying themselves. Xiao Ming drove his Lincoln to a large park near the Guimao Yuta Mall. Father, ISN and Oppos. It all right that you drive your boss in Oppos? Has car around with us every day? When Yuchen asked, a hint of concern in her voice. In Oppos. As fine, Xiao Ming replied lightly. The weather was pleasant, and the park was bustling with visitors, making it somewhat challenging to find a parking spot. You 2 go wait over there. I'll find a place to park and join you shortly, he instructed. All right, we'll wait for you, father. The sisters cheerfully exited the car and made their way into the park. As Xiao Ming drove around looking for a parking spot, a sudden crash echoed. A red sedan collided with his vehicle. He furrowed his brow and turned to see a young woman in her 20s, clearly flustered, as she attempted to reverse her car. It appeared her driving skills left much to be desired. Xiao Ming sighed, stepping out of his car. Simultaneously, the young woman exited her vehicle, her youthful beauty marred by panic. Upon realizing she had struck a Lincoln, her body visibly trembled, almost losing her balance. She recognized the luxury of the vehicle. It was the latest model, and knew the accident was entirely her fault. The Lincoln side mirror had been knocked off, and she would be liable for a considerable amount. Oh dear, what terrible luck, she lamented, on the verge of tears. As Xiao Ming approached, she looked at him with wide, sorrowful eyes. I and Oppos. Am so sorry, and Oppos. That's my fault. I will take responsibility for the damages. Truly, I and Oppos. Am very sorry. Her eyes glistened with tears as she desperately hoped not to incur the wrath of the car's owner. Xiao Ming inspected the damage and noticed it was merely the side mirror that had been dislodged. He then looked up at the young woman, whose anxious expression and reddened eyes tugged at his heartstrings. She appeared to be around the same age as his daughters. He could not bear to see her so frightened. "No worries, it's just a side mirror," he said dismissively, waving his hand. "No need for compensation. Consider this a lesson learned. Not every situation will be so fortunate." With that, he casually walked away. Oh my! It wasn't Indapos. Until Xiao Ming Indapos' figure had vanished from sight that the young woman regained her composure. That man was exceedingly gentlemanly and immensely charming. He is the most stylish man I have ever encountered, bar none. Soon, Xiao Ming reunited with Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen. After a brief jaunt in the park, they headed to the nearby Guamao Yuta Mall. Upon entering the mall, the sisters eagerly pulled Xiao Ming into a men's clothing store, expressing their desire to buy him a shirt. "There's no need to spend money on me. I have plenty of clothes," Xiao Ming declined, feeling a pang of concern for his daughter's finances. Besides, his wardrobe was so ample that he hardly had the chance to wear everything. "Daddy," Wen Yuchen cooed, "you may have clothes, but they are yours. What we buy will hold a different significance." Wen Jingru nodded in agreement, understanding their intentions. Xiao Ming relented and nodded his approval. "All right then, I have something I wish to give you both as well, so let's not refuse each other." "Thank you, Daddy." The sisters chimed in, subconsciously believing their father would not purchase anything excessively extravagant. Shortly thereafter, they selected a purple shirt priced at over 300 yuan. With eager anticipation, Xiao Ming took the shirt to the fitting room, changing out his high-end shirt worth several thousand. "Wow, it looks fantastic." As Xiao Ming emerged from the fitting room, the sisters immediately showered him with compliments about the shirt they had carefully chosen. "You look so handsome, Daddy. I should buy you a suit to match it," Wen Jingru suggested. Xiao Ming found himself at a loss against the willfulness of his daughters and ultimately agreed. The trio strolled around for over half an hour, drawing the attention of onlookers wherever they went. Xiao Ming, accompanied by his lively daughters, resembled a youthful figure despite being 42. The sight of this affectionate family captivated those around them. After selecting a suit, Wen Yuchen's phone rang, prompting her to step aside to answer. She soon returned, her mood visibly lifted. "Daddy, my good friend said she is nearby and has invited me for bubble tea," she exclaimed. "Very well. Jingru and I will browse while you go," Xiao Ming consented. "No, come with me," Wen Yuchen interjected, linking her arm through his. "I told my friend that I found my biological father, and I want to introduce you to her." "That's fine," Xiao Ming thought little of it, viewing it as an opportunity for his daughter to share her joy with her friend. "Since she is your good friend, meeting her will be fine." With a smile exchanged between the sisters, they led Xiao Ming to the elevator heading to the top floor. "You two go ahead. I need to visit the restroom first," he indicated, pointing towards the facilities. As they entered the bubble tea shop, Wen Yuchen sent a message to her friend Lin Xiaoxiao. Just then, a beautifully dressed young woman entered the CEF. "Yuchen, I just arrived," Lin Xiaoxiao said as she approached them, and the group found a seat together. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. "Yuchen, let me tell you, my luck today has been dreadful. I accidentally bumped into someone else's car outside the mall." Chapter 17. The perfect male idol what? Wen Yuchen and Wen Jingru, startled, hurriedly scrutinized Lin Xiaoxiao from head to toe. "Are you hurt?" "My body is unharmed, but I was nearly frightened out of my wits," Lin Xiaoxiao confessed, her heart still racing from the ordeal. "I must tell you, my luck is truly abysmal. Not only did I collide with someone else's car, but it was a Lincoln. Goodness, a Lincoln. That vehicle symbolizes status and wealth. When I saw that I had knocked off the rearview mirror, I was on the verge of tears from despair. Fortunately, the driver of the Lincoln didn't make me pay for the damages. He was so handsome and gentlemanly. What a captivating man." As Lin Xiaoxiao spoke of him, her face radiated infatuation, her eyes sparkling as if adorned with little pink hearts. He was the quintessential dreamboat in the hearts of many girls. If I could find someone like him, I would wake up smiling for my dreams. After indulging in her daydreams, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to her sisters, who wore expressions of helplessness. "Hey, Yuchen, have you three found that long-lost father of yours?" "Yes, indeed, Xiaoxiao. Let me tell you, my father is truly charming," Wen Yuchen declared proudly, lifting her chin. "He and Apos, that's definitely a male idol. Xiaoxiao, since you're still single, why not consider my father?" Wen Yuchen suggested with a teasing smile. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Xiao shot her a reproachful glance. How old am I? And how old is your father? Are you joking? You all seem to have a problem. Lin Xiao suddenly realized something, playfully tapping Wen Yuchen. You went too far. Yuchen, you said you missed me and wanted to take me shopping, but it turns out you want to introduce your father to me? Are we no longer best friends? Are we going to be mother and daughter instead? Hee, Xiao, your brain works wonders, Wen Yuchen admitted, unabashedly acknowledging her intentions. Look, neither of us mind. So why should you? Just wait. My father will be here soon. Don't joke with me. I'm attracted to mature and stable men. You can't introduce your father to me as a potential partner. Lin Xiao shuddered at the thought of dating a man in his 40s while she was in her early 20s. Yuchen, please don't tease me, or I'll be really upset. Oh, Xiao, Wen Yuchen replied, unbothered. Rest assured, my father is quite handsome. You 1TB at a loss. You have no idea. My father is a genuinely good man. As a good daughter, I must think of my beloved friend first. After spending time together, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen genuinely believed their father was a remarkable man, handsome, capable, and talented. Is it really as exaggerated as you say? Lin Xiao remained skeptical. Well, there he is, Wen Yuchen exclaimed, spotting Xiao Ming walking into the tea shop and waving eagerly. Dad, over here. What? Lin Xiao followed Wen Yuchen's gaze and saw a man striding confidently toward them. Is a good friend here? Xiao Ming asked as he approached, momentarily pausing in surprise upon recognizing Lin Xiao. I didn't expect to see you here. You must be the good friend Yuchen spoke of. What a coincidence. Lin Xiao froze, realization dawning on her. This gentleman was indeed Yuchen's biological father. At that moment, her mind replayed his words after the accident, along with his suave departure. A man of such gentlemanly demeanor, with a pleasing voice and undeniably handsome. He was simply perfect. He embodied everything she had ever dreamed of in a partner. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly pulled Wen Yuchen aside. Forget about being best friends. Let us be mother and daughter instead. I don't mind anymore. Huh? Lin Xiao's unexpected move startled Wen Yuchen, but upon seeing the gleam in her friend's eyes, she instantly understood. Wen Yuchen exchanged knowing glances with Wen Jingru, both sharing a silent amusement. They fully understood Lin Xiao's reaction. After all, who could resist their father's good looks? Wow. Uncle, I hear you're 42. At a glance, you look incredibly youthful. Lin Xiao gushed, utterly captivated by Xiao Ming. Thank you. Xiao Ming replied politely, feeling bemused by this young girl's relentless chatter. She was indeed more persistent than his two daughters. Years spent in business had honed his ability to read people. And with Wen Yuchen and Wen Jingru so earnestly playing matchmaker, he quickly grasped the situation. His daughter was trying to set him up with her friend? You little rascal. This is quite the mischief, Xiao Ming sighed, casting a helpless glance at his daughter. Wen Yuchen, undeterred by her father's dismay, whispered conspiratorially, Dad, Xiao is a wonderful girl. That's why I'm trying to match you too. I would consider just anyone. She's not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. You must seize this opportunity. Wen Jingru chimed in, echoing her sister's sentiments. Such nonsense, Xiao Ming sighed, recognizing that Lin Xiao was indeed a rare beauty. With flowing black hair reaching her waist, a height nearing 1.7 meters, and a perfectly proportioned figure, her noble visage was undeniably captivating. Any man would find it difficult to look away from her allure. Uncle, may I add you on WeChat? I got your information from Yuchen. Lin Xiao continued to engage Xiao Ming in conversation, skillfully weaving topics as if conducting a subtle interrogation. This girl appeared genuinely determined to win him over. Chapter 18. Who will overwhelm whom is yet to be determined in response to his inquiries. Xiao Ming graciously answered all of Xiaoling's questions. Uncle, what do you think a girl should do to be likable? Uncle, just looking at you, it's clear that you frequent the gym. I have a keen interest in fitness as well and often spend long hours at the gym. Do you have a habit of outdoor workouts like morning runs? We could arrange to run together. Uncle, has anyone mentioned to you that you possess an extraordinary charm? The kind of person that one cannot forget after just a glance? Lin Xiao continued to speak to Xiao Ming with admiration, her eyes gleaming with infatuation, almost ready to throw herself at him. Xiao, do you truly have a soft spot for my father? Wen Yuchen nudged Lin Xiao playfully, her voice laced with amusement. Indeed, I just wonder if your father finds me appealing, Lin Xiao openly confessed. Xiao Ming was undeniably handsome and exuded an air of gentility. Previously, when she accidentally collided with his car, he had not uttered a single reproachful word, walking away with a nonchalant demeanor and noble character. Moreover, he was the father of her friend. What a splendid arrangement that appealed to her heart. Dad, why not engage in conversation with Xiao? Why maintain such an aloof demeanor? After all, she is quite devoted to you. Judging by the way she looks at you, she seems eager to overwhelm you at any moment. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen teased from the side. Who will overwhelm whom is yet to be determined. Xiao Ming mused to himself, recognizing that, were it not for both of his daughters being present, he would not feel so passive in this situation. After lingering in the tea shop for a while, Wen Yuchen suggested they wander around the mall downstairs, and the group departed from the tea shop. The three young women walked ahead, while Xiao Ming lingered behind to settle the bill. Yuchen, your father seems quite well off, Lin Xiao remarked, glancing back at the lagging Xiao Ming. She could not discern the level of his attire. Yet Xiao Ming's ability to drive a Lincoln and the commanding presence he exuded led her to believe he must be a person of considerable stature, especially given her daily interactions with the elite. You are overthinking it. My dad is merely a chauffeur for a boss. That luxury car belongs to his employer. Wen Yuchen clarified, attributing her best friend's misconception to her father's seemingly impressive demeanor. I refuse to believe it. Lin Xiao's expression was one of skepticism. The collision with the Lincoln had to have involved Xiao Ming himself. If he were merely a driver, he would not have allowed her to leave without compensation. Would he have paid out his own pocket? His nonchalant attitude in letting her go indicated that he possessed absolute authority. That car must be his. However, my father is indeed quite remarkable. Just look at him. He is exceptionally handsome and certainly a true gentleman. Wen Yuchen spoke of her father with an endless stream of praise. As they conversed, they rode the elevator to the next floor. Upon descending, they were met with a cacophony of noise. What's going on down there? Wen Jingru inquired, peering toward the source of the uproar. Is there some influential figure making an appearance? Wen Yuchen pondered. The three young women were immediately drawn to the commotion, making their way toward the source of the noise. However, they soon returned to Xiao Ming's side, their enthusiasm dampened. I thought it might be some grand figure, like a film star or a popular actress. But it turns out to be the owner of Guomao Yudu, Wen Yuchen muttered in disappointment. Listening to the surrounding chatter, they learned that Zhao Dequan, the owner of Guomao Yudu, was visiting for an inspection. How bothersome. Why create such a fuss in the mall? He must relish the attention, Lin Xiao chimed in, laughing in agreement. Zhao Dequan is indeed a big shot. When he first entered the business world, he claimed he aimed to earn 2 billion as his first pot of gold, Wen Yuchen remarked. Oh dear, Zhao Dequan is someone my brother admires, Wen Jingru lamented. But my brother didn't come with us. If he hears we encounter Zhao Dequan, he will surely be devastated. Yin Zhe admires Zhao Dequan? The statement struck Xiao Ming's ears unfavorably. His son was idolizing a rival in business? Indeed, in certain business ventures, Xiao Ming had clashed with Wang Dequan frequently, though most encounters ended in Xiao Ming's favor. Hey, Wen Jingru, is that you? Suddenly, a girl adorned in designer clothing approached from the side, flanked by several equally ostentatious companions. Striding over to Wen Yuchen, she cast a disdainful glance in her direction and condescendingly inquired, Yuchen, are you still engaged in that attention-seeking, streaming gig? You know, Chandasha seems quite smitten with you. In front of so many people, he pursued you. Why did you refuse? You've kept him upset for quite a while. Why go through all that trouble? His affection for you is a blessing. Why act so ungrateful and feign modesty? If you agreed to date Chandasha, you'd be living a life of luxury. Tian Xinyu, who had once been a live streamer selling products like Wen Yuchen, quickly climbed the social ladder by courting wealthy individuals, now living a life where she donned designer labels while shopping. You, Wen Yuchen, who gave you the audacity to speak to me this way? Tian Xinyu retorted, her eyes narrowing with fury as she glared at Wen Yuchen. Oh, isn't this Wen Jingru? You share the same mother, yet the genes are remarkably potent. Your family all bears this beggar-like appearance, Tian Xinyu scoffed, lifting her chin with arrogance. Look at my latest designer outfit. It's quite pricey. I doubt you and Oppos, LL, ever have enough money to afford it. You and Oppos, refit to be a pauper. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the man beside the two sisters. Xiao Ming. Upon glancing at him, she was momentarily taken aback. This man exuded an impressive presence, not to mention his striking good looks. However, she quickly noticed that when Yearning had her arm linked with his, a pang of jealousy surging within her. Excuse me, handsome, are you perhaps Yearning's new partner? Why settle for such a country bumpkin? Choose me instead. I possess wealth and will not neglect you. Tian Xinyu stepped closer, flaunting her allure before Xiao Ming. Yet, with a resounding slap, Xiao Ming delivered a sharp rebuke, his tone indifferent as he stated, "You? I find you repugnant." Chapter 19. Threatening me? A joke. How could you treat me like this? Tian Xinyu stared incredulously at Xiao Ming, struggling to regain her composure after a prolonged moment of shock. She cried out in despair, "Darling, he hit me. You must take revenge for me." As Tian Xinyu wailed in distress, the man beside her immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, he didn't even get the chance to approach Xiao Ming before being kicked away, landing clumsily at Tian Xinyu's feet. "Ah!" The man groaned in pain, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. Tian Xinyu's face contorted with rage, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Yearning. "Yearning, you must be tired of living." Noticing the surrounding crowd pointing and whispering, she felt her face burn with embarrassment. Suddenly, she lunged at Xiao Ming, exclaiming, "Who gave you the audacity to speak to my daughter like that?" Xiao Ming, known for his fluctuating temperament, had endured countless insults aimed at his precious daughter since Tian Xinyu's arrival. Before she could even lay a finger on him, he swiftly delivered a slap that echoed through the air, followed by a barrage of blows. Wen Jingru, Yearning, and Lin Xiao watched in astonishment as he struck Tian Xinyu 6 times in quick succession. With the final slap, he unceremoniously sent her sprawling 2 meters away. Afterward, he calmly requested a wet wipe from Yearning and nonchalantly began cleaning his hands. Was he disgusted? Tian Xinyu snapped back to reality, covering her now swollen face. Tears streaming down. "This man hit me. He hit me," she wailed on the ground. The crowd of shoppers quickly gathered around, amused by the spectacle. Oh, what a relief. When Yearning gleefully ran to her father and Oppos, S sighed, her spirits lifted. "Father, that was so impressive." She then cast a cold glance at Tian Xinyu, saying, "Humph, Tian Xinyu, how shameless can you be? You provoked us first, yet you dare to play the victim? Tian Xinyu, you and Oppos, refinished. Is that your father? Let me tell you, I wanted Oppos. T let this go easily. You and Oppos, LL regret it." With that, Tian Xinyu began her theatrics once more, the crowd growing larger by the minute. "Dad, what should we do?" Worried about the escalating situation, Wen Jingru whispered, her concern evident. "Don't worry," Xiao Ming replied calmly. "Anyone who dares to confront my daughter must be prepared to face the consequences." Threatening me? A joke. Lin Xiao, Kuden, and Oppos. T helped but be captivated by this fiercely protective man. Feeling her heart race. What a sight. I simply adore him. However, the commotion had drawn the attention of security personnel, and soon 4 or 5 guards appeared, displeased as they confronted Xiao Ming. The management staff of Guomao Yudu were also alerted, and after briefly assessing the situation, they insisted on involving the police. Unfortunately, the accounts they received were solely from Tian Xinyu. The onlookers cast furious glares at Xiao Ming. How could a man dare to strike a woman? The management staff secretly cursed him for creating such a scene just as the company's CEO was visiting. "This man hit me. Call the police immediately. I will sue him." Tian Xinyu cried, her tears flowing like rain, as if she had suffered an unimaginable injustice. "Stop pretending to be a victim. Yes, my father hit you, but you deserved it." When Yearning was furious yet resolute in defending her father's actions. No matter the storm awaiting Xiao Ming, she would stand by him. "Tian Xinyu, I swear I will make you pay for this," she declared, her eyes burning with fury. Tian Xinyu's dramatic display quickly attracted a throng of people, including the CEO Zhao Dequan, who was there to inspect the premises. Upon hearing Tian Xinyu's grievances and learning of the unfolding drama, the management staff glared at Xiao Ming, their expressions seething with indignation. How audacious of him to strike a woman in their establishment. Xiao, this scoundrel is intolerably arrogant. I will report this to the police without mercy, a manager assured Zhao Dequan. Get the surveillance footage and hand it to the officers. We demand strict action against this rogue. Others chimed in. Zhao Dequan, his face darkened with anger, rarely visited the site, and his subordinates typically performed well. Yet today, an uproar had erupted in his presence. Before he could finish his thought, his gaze fell upon the troublemaker, and he froze. Xiao Ming? CEO Xiao. The realization sent a shockwave through Zhao Dequan's mind. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, instructing his subordinates, quickly destroy the footage. Do not call the police. And throw that woman out. What? His subordinates were taken aback by his orders. However, they were soon astonished further when Zhao, usually so formidable, checked his appearance in a nearby mirror, flashed a charming smile, and approached the man causing the disturbance. CEO Xiao. Zhao Dequan greeted Xiao Ming with utmost respect. Xiao, it's a pleasure to see you. Xiao Ming replied coolly. I apologize for causing a scene in your establishment. I hope you can overlook this minor incident. Nonsense, nonsense. Zhao Dequan hurriedly replied, his demeanor now humble. Based on what he had just heard, Xiao Ming was defending his daughter. But he had no idea Xiao Ming even had a daughter. When had he acquired such two precious gems? Zhao Dequan was utterly perplexed. Xiao Ming was a ruthless titan in the business world, known for his decisiveness and mercilessness, never showing mercy to anyone. Never had he imagined this cold man could also possess a softer side. Chapter 20. Let my name appear on your household register. Zhao Dequan glanced at the disheveled Tian Xinyu, whose face resembled that of a pig after being struck. His manner of handling affairs mirrored the temperament of Xiao Ming. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and throw that woman outside. Zhao Dequan bellowed at his subordinates, who remained frozen in place. The scene left everyone present in utter disbelief. The owner of Guomao Yudu, a person of both stature and wealth, was treating the disruptive man with such deference? Were they all imagining things? Not only the others, but even Wen Yuchen and Wen Jingru, the two sisters, were taken aback. Finally, Zhao Dequan's subordinates snapped out of their stupor and ordered the nearby bodyguards to forcibly escort Tian Xinyu out, as if she were a mere chick being twisted. Regardless of her cries and protests, there was no sign of mercy from the men. No, don't touch me. Get away. How dare you treat me like this? The ones who should be thrown out are over there. Tian Xinyu screamed in despair as she was dragged out of the mall. At this moment, Xiao Ming finally lifted his gaze towards Zhao Dequan, his demeanor calm and devoid of pleasantries, as if Zhao Dequan was simply expected to show him such respect and to dispose of Tian Xinyu on his behalf. Mr. Xiao, I shall not disturb your shopping with your esteemed daughter any longer, Zhao Dequan said cheerfully, casting a glance at Xiao Ming. I wish you a pleasant outing. Xiao Ming responded succinctly. Upon seeing Zhao Dequan's arrival, he understood that someone would indeed intervene to resolve the situation. However, he did not require Zhao Dequan's assistance. This only meant that he now owed Zhao Dequan a small favor. Regardless of its magnitude, a debt incurred must eventually be repaid. Zhao Dequan, truly a cunning fox of the commercial street, had deftly maneuvered the situation to leave Xiao Ming in his debt. Could that little girl, Tian Xinyu, truly cause such a ruckus, even threatening a lawsuit? Xiao Ming had generously donated to law enforcement, and he still held enough influence to ensure the police remained discerning. Mr. Xiao, I must take my leave. The owner of Guomao Yudu smiled as he departed. His subordinates remained perplexed, constantly glancing back at Xiao Ming, their faces painted with confusion. They firmly etched Xiao Ming's image in their memories, astonished that such a person could elicit such respect from a figure like Zhao Dequan. At that moment, every individual present was steeped in bewilderment and astonishment, quietly discussing the absurdity of the situation as they left. The farce had reached its conclusion. Once everyone had dispersed, Wen Yuchen regained her composure and eagerly approached Xiao Ming, her curiosity piqued. Father, are you familiar with that Zhao Dequan? She inquired. Is there some connection between you and that business magnate? Wen Jingru remained significantly calmer than her sister, yet her mind was still swirling with questions. What business magnate? He hardly deserves such a title, Xiao Ming muttered. He then waved his hand dismissively, concocting a vague excuse. We had some interactions back in the day when I was conducting business. My goodness. Lin Xiao, standing nearby, exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with realization. I never anticipated you could be so astute, Yechen. Your father is indeed a significant figure. Oh my, truly impressive, Lin Xiao thought, feeling an increasing allure toward Xiao Ming. Father, you actually had dealings with a major player like Zhao Dequan? You are incredible, when Yechen exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. She had always believed her father to be remarkably charming. Wealth and status mattered little to her. What was most important was that she had found her father, who loved her and her siblings just as deeply as they loved him. She had never pondered too much on the details, nor did she demand more. Yet, she had not anticipated that her father would bring them such a shocking revelation. Yechen, did I not tell you your father is a man of considerable means? Lin Xiao whispered conspiratorially to Wen Yechen. Seeing the children dumbfounded, Xiao Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. He had never intended to conceal his affluent identity. Ultimately, all his wealth would belong to his children. Besides, he possessed such an abundance of resources that even if his children were to squander it, his fortune could easily endure. Everything he owned was meant for them. Initially, he had refrained from disclosing this truth, wanting to gauge his children as characters. Given their ability to maintain their values despite a life of hardship, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Eventually, he found himself at a loss for how to reveal his true identity. Should he directly inform them that their father was a billionaire? He feared it might frighten them, believing it best to reveal such matters gradually. Who could have foreseen that he would encounter the gold-digging Tian Sinew today? Her commotion had transformed him into an enigmatic figure in the eyes of his two daughters. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Ming said, "Let us discuss this at home. The most pressing matter now is to enjoy our time at the mall, shall we? Father, we will follow your lead." Wen Yechen and Wen Jingru exchanged knowing glances before nodding in agreement. Regardless of the secrets their father held, he remained their father. Their bond would not waver. And that was all that mattered. Subsequently, Xiao Ming and the three young ladies ventured back into the mall. Throughout their journey, a senior management personnel from Guomao Yudu shadowed Xiao Ming, acting as their guide. Xiao Ming surmised that this was arranged by Zhao Dequan, and he did not oppose it. Am I seeing things? It seemed that no matter where they went, the staff at the mall treated the four of them with unparalleled courtesy. The three young ladies were left speechless. Yechen, look at this treatment. Your father is undeniably a formidable figure, Lin Xiao said, her gaze at Xiao Ming filled with admiration. I am determined to win your father's heart and have my name added to your household register. Dear, at this moment, I doubt my father will have any feelings for you. When Yechen sighed, expressing her regret, I refuse to accept that. Lin Xiao's resolve to win over Xiao Ming was unwavering, and she continued, I am steadfast in my intentions. After waiting for so many years to meet him, how could I let him slip away so easily? Therefore, Yechen, as a good sister, you must help me forge a connection with your father. Chapter 21. An abundance of wealth. Lin Xiao spoke with deep affection. No problem. When Yechen readily agreed, the group wandered around the Yudu and International Trade Center for another 2 hours, purchasing various items for the three young ladies. Xiao Ming did not even blink at the sight of what they desired. The quality of goods at Yudu is rather poor. I primarily worry about scaring the girls. Otherwise, we would have gone to the Imperial City, Xiao Ming remarked quietly. If Xiao Ming did not possess such wealth, his standards would undoubtedly align with those who have less. However, his affluence has spoiled his tastes, rendering ordinary items beneath his notice, especially when it comes to gifts for his children. He yearns to provide them with only the finest. Through recent experiences, he realized his children have commendable values, so he was not concerned about them becoming arrogant due to his indulgence. Dad, this is far too expensive. Please do not spend so much. The three young ladies exclaimed upon seeing the price tags of the bracelets, which ranged from 30 to 40,000. No. Uncle, these bracelets are far too costly. I absolutely cannot accept them, Lin Xiao insisted, astonished. Previously, Xiao Ming had bought her several clothes and shoes, each costing over 1,000, which she could manage to accept. But these bracelets were exorbitantly priced. It's nothing. This is my first time giving you gifts. If you all refuse, I will be quite displeased, Xiao Ming countered. Lin Xiao had been contemplating purchasing some jewelry for her daughters for several days, as when Jingru and when Yechen lacked beautiful bracelets, necklaces, and upscale clothing. What girl does not wish to adorn herself beautifully? While the children previously lacked the means, their circumstances have now changed, as they have a wealthy father. Whatever pleases the children, he would purchase without hesitation. Earlier, he noticed the girls whispering about how lovely the bracelets were. Thus, he decided to buy them as a formal present for the children. In Xiao Ming's eyes, a bracelet costing 30 or 40,000 was akin to cheap trinkets. But since the children liked them, he opted to buy them for their wear. Purchasing jewelry worth hundreds of thousands at once might have left the children in shock. It was merely a way to help them adjust to the reality of having a billionaire father. Without regard for the girls' objections, he calmly took out his phone and completed the purchase. Seeing their father suddenly indulge so extravagantly, purchasing over 100,000 worth of bracelets without so much as a blink, it was as if he conveyed that such sums were insignificant to him. "Oh my goodness!" Lin Xiao exclaimed, her joy evident as she admired the bracelet gifted by Xiao Ming. "Uncle, you are far too generous." Although she was shocked, she did not react as dramatically as when Jingru and when Yechen. Xiao Ming, who could easily afford a Lincoln, naturally did not regard such sums as noteworthy. "Dad, why do you want to buy us these?" Spending so much money, when Jingru and when Yechen expressed nervousness evident in their sweaty palms. Just days ago, the three siblings were troubled by a few thousand in rent, and now they were thrust into this lavish lifestyle. The transition was overwhelming, leaving the sisters struggling to grasp it. "Don't worry, Yechen, Jingru, stay calm." Xiao Ming chuckled, openly admitting, "Honestly, this amount is nothing to me. That Lincoln you saw? I told you it belonged to my boss, but in reality, I am the boss." I was not lying. You also witnessed Xiao Dequan's attitude towards me. If I were merely an ordinary person, he would not have treated me that way. My assets are rather substantial, Xiao Ming stated candidly, albeit trying to temper his words. "What?" When Jingru and when Yechen stood frozen, bewildered, Xiao Ming patted their shoulders, took the bracelets from the attendant, and, as their shopping excursion neared its end, he prepared to return home with the girls. "Uncle, don't forget my friend request." Lin Xiao gleefully accepted the bracelet from Xiao Ming, contemplating finding an opportunity to gift him something in return. She waved goodbye to Xiao Ming and the two girls before they each headed home. As they exited the mall, when Jingru and when Yechen remained in a daze, unable to process Xiao Ming's revelations. Suddenly, Tian Yusin, who had been expelled from the mall, approached Wen Yechen, bowing respectfully and saying, "Yechen, I was wrong. Please forgive me." After another bow, she hurried away. What just happened? Wen Yechen was even more perplexed, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Xiao Ming chuckled softly. It is evident that this was orchestrated by Xiao Dequan. That woman's panic indicates she was severely intimidated by him. Xiao Dequan is a man who only values profit, indifferent to familial ties. If he wished to pressure Tian Yusin, how could a mere girl withstand it? Her apology was undoubtedly at Xiao Dequan's behest. This old fox is subtly trying to curry favor with me. Perhaps he realized his actions were excessive and is now seeking redemption. Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly, "Why bother? She is merely a trifling character, not worth my concern." With that, he opened the car door, allowing the two sisters to enter. "Dad, you said this car is yours. You're the boss." After about 5 minutes in the car, when Yechen finally processed Xiao Ming's words, exclaiming, "So, that means Jingru and I are indeed the daughters of a wealthy family. Our father is a millionaire." "Indeed, no doubt about it." Xiao Ming laughed heartily, and seeing the adorable expressions of the two girls brightened his mood immensely. After dedicating half his life to his career, witnessing the joyful faces of his children at this moment, he felt for the first time that his efforts were truly worthwhile. "Then, Dad, how much wealth do you actually have?" When Jingru inquired, her curiosity piqued. This question left him momentarily speechless. He himself was uncertain of the exact amount. Moreover, he had only spent around 1 to 200,000, and the girls were already astonished. If they were to learn of his true assets, which included the 5 to 600 million he spent on the Yushi Villa area, it would surely leave them in utter disbelief. Chapter 22. The commoner father turns out to be a tycoon in any case. From now on, you three siblings shall want for nothing. Xiao Ming contemplated for a moment before replying. Father, you kept this from us, didn't you? You gave brother money to pay off his debts, right? At that moment, Wen Jingru suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired. Indeed, that debt has weighed on your brother for half a year. I could not bear to see him continue in despair. So I repaid it, hoping it would help him regain his spirits. Xiao Ming replied candidly. Very well. The two sisters were now so astonished that they could only accept the reality of their father's wealth. Both were listless, lost in their own thoughts. Who would have imagined that their seemingly humble father was, in fact, a man of great fortune? They had instantly transformed from the impoverished to the daughters of a wealthy family. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. Do not feel pressured. Noticing the sudden loss of vitality in his children, Xiao Ming felt a pang of sympathy. I am your father. My wealth is something I cannot take with me upon my demise. Sooner or later, it shall all belong to you. Enjoying it now is not at all improper. He counseled, life is meant to be joyful. What is money in comparison to happiness? Being with you brings me immense joy, and I eagerly await your filial piety, which cannot be purchased. All right, father, we promise we will be dutiful daughters. When Yeqin, who was typically carefree, quickly came to terms with this, and thereafter, she joyfully assured Xiao Ming. I too promise to honor you well. When Jingru echoed. Jingru, look at my bracelet. I especially adore this design. After Wen Yeqin gained clarity, she pulled out the bracelet Xiao Ming had gifted her, cheerfully putting it on as she spoke to Wen Jingru. Having lived for 22 years, this was the first time she had received a gift from her father, and she cherished the bracelet dearly. When Yeqin was elated, her joy infectious. Hee, I adore mine as well. When Jingru also donned her bracelet, the sisters engaged in happy conversation. Listening to their laughter, Xiao Ming felt inexplicably bittersweet and guilty. His children had endured such hardships over the years, yet he had remained oblivious. While they struggled for meager earnings, he had likely sipped on some prestigious brand of red wine. Reflecting on this was a grave sin. He nearly loathed himself. Had he sought out Wen Jihan back then, he would have discovered the existence of his children, and they would not have had to suffer so. From now on, he vowed to ensure his children lived joyfully, providing them with the very best life had to offer. Upon returning home, when Yeqin suddenly recalled the state of the house when they first moved in and curiously asked, Father, you do not actually live here, do you? Indeed, Xiao Ming readily admitted. I have mentioned before that I possess another residence, one far superior to this. I shall take you 3 there to stay. He had resolved to gradually introduce his children to his wealth and status. There was no need to rush. All right. Upon hearing they would visit their father's primary residence, Wen Yeqin and Wen Jingru immediately sprang up in delight. They had come to terms with the fact that even if their father was wealthy, it changed nothing. He would always be their father, and they would always be his children. Ultimately, it would all belong to them, so enjoying it sooner rather than later was inconsequential. The most important thing was their happiness as a family. As evening approached, Xiao Ming asked the children, Now, let's order some dishes? After placing the groceries down, he stood and addressed his daughters. I want to eat crayfish. I am fine with anything. I love what you cook, father. The mention of Xiao Ming's culinary skills instantly whetted their appetites. Very well. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. Change your clothes, and let us go buy some ingredients. The trio changed their outfits and headed to a nearby supermarket, where they purchased a variety of ingredients, returning home by 5 o'clock. As they arrived, when Yunjia coincidentally returned home, he appeared to be in good spirits, humming a little tune as he entered. Brother, you're back. Seeing her brother, Wen Yeqin rushed forward to take the items from his hands and asked, How did it go at Minghui Group? A resounding success. Wen Yunjia snapped his fingers joyfully. Everything went exceptionally smoothly. As soon as I arrived at Minghui Group, the person father mentioned was actually waiting for me at the entrance. When I told him I was Xiao Ming's son, he was utterly flabbergasted. I later learned he is a highly esteemed department manager, and he immediately arranged a position for me, treating me with utmost respect as if I were his superior. My colleagues were all taken aback. In a playful tone, Wen Yunjia added this last remark, making a cute face. Then he noticed Xiao Ming's gaze and turned serious, saying, Dad, I just started at the company, and that manager happened to encounter a tricky issue. I proposed a solution on the spot, and he praised me for my business acumen. Excellent. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded with satisfaction. Manager Wang was a talent he had painstakingly nurtured, known for his strict demeanor. It was no surprise that he treated Wen Yunzhe with respect, given that he was his son. However, for him to commend Wen Yunzhe was quite the achievement, as Manager Wang was notoriously demanding in professional matters. This was one of the reasons Xiao Ming valued him highly. Xiao Ming was genuinely pleased that Manager Wang recognized Wen Yunzhe's potential. Jingru, Yechen, can you guess what kind of treatment the company has offered me? Since entering the house, Wen Yunzhe had worn a constant smile. For the probation period, it's 10,000. After a month, it will be 30,000 plus various bonuses. The manager said I could easily earn between 60 to 70,000 a month. You both have taken care of me until now. From now on, I will support you too and let you spend as you please. That sounds wonderful. When Jingru replied sincerely, genuinely happy for her brother. Work hard and cherish this rare opportunity. 60 to 70,000 is nothing. When Yechen chimed in, waving her hand in front of Wen Yunzhe. Look at the bracelets father bought for us. Designer pieces, each costing 30 to 40,000. What? Wen Yunzhe incredulously took his sister's hand to inspect. Yechen, you must be joking. That's impossible. Chapter 23. I suspect I am not his biological child. Wen Yunzhe glanced at Wen Jingru, who nodded earnestly in return. He promptly took hold of his two younger sisters' hands and scrutinized them in astonishment. At that moment, he noticed an array of items nearby. The labels on the packaging revealed a plethora of renowned brands. He hurried over to inspect them and confirmed that they indeed included shoes and bags, all of which were designer. However, why were they all for girls? What about him? Jingru, Yechen, did father buy all this for you too? When Yunzhe cast a resentful glance at his father, then back at the pile of items. Why is there nothing for me? Suddenly, Xiao Ming appeared momentarily taken aback, having just remembered that he had forgotten about his son while shopping. Subsequently, he seemed to disregard Wen Yunzhe's words, casually drifting into the kitchen. Feeling ignored, Wen Yunzhe lamented, Jingru, Yechen, I suspect I am not his biological child. Both sisters and Xiao Ming in the kitchen burst into laughter. More perplexing than his paternity was the source of their father's wealth. Jingru, Yechen, where did father acquire the funds to purchase all these clothes and shoes for you? Well, brother, when Yechen cleared her throat and straightened her posture, then, with a look of astonishment, proclaimed, Congratulations. You have successfully ascended to the status of a wealthy young master. What? When Yunzhe was utterly bewildered, Wen Yechen and Wen Jingru could hardly contain their laughter. Father is indeed wealthy, but how wealthy, we are not certain. You might as well ask him. What? Wen Yunzhe was once again flabbergasted, staring at the heap of items, then at his two sisters, and finally at their composed father. He repeatedly questioned whether he was still dreaming, unable to comprehend the situation. Soon, Xiao Ming finished preparing dinner. Wen Yunzhe learned from his sisters about their shopping excursion and reluctantly accepted the reality that their father was a billionaire. During dinner, he occasionally cast glances of discontent towards his father, yet Xiao Ming feigned ignorance, pretending not to notice. He frequently served dishes to his two daughters, engaging them in cheerful conversation, which only deepened Wen Yunzhe's sense of neglect. Unable to endure the feeling of being overlooked, he finally inquired, Father, did you buy anything for me? No. Wen Yunzhe felt as if he might faint from indignation. There was no doubt he was not his father's biological child. All right, do not be disheartened. Xiao Ming was merely teasing him, and upon witnessing his son's glum demeanor, he could not help but chuckle. If you can manage to work diligently, I will buy you a car. A car? Upon hearing this, Wen Yunzhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at his father. At 22, he often envied young men of his age who drove cars while he could only ride a second-hand electric bike. Although he longed for a vehicle, he understood the family's financial constraints. The three siblings had only earned enough through part-time jobs to cover tuition and daily expenses. After graduating, he had worked for over a year, saving a meager sum, which he intended to use for significant investments that would allow his sisters to enjoy a better life. However, he had lost it all and incurred substantial debt. The thought of owning a car had never even crossed his mind. Countless times, he had wished for affluent parents. Yet he never imagined that such a wish would come true today. Initially, after hearing from his sisters that their father drove for a big boss, he had perceived Xiao Ming as an ordinary man. Little did he know, his father was a wealthy individual. The surprise was overwhelming, leaving Wen Yunjia astounded. "Is this true? You're not jesting with me, are you?" He eagerly probed, his gaze intense as he sought confirmation from Xiao Ming. "Father?" Both Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen looked at Xiao Ming in disbelief. "Didn't I mention it? I possess some assets," Xiao Ming replied with a smile. "You three are all grown now. Having a car will certainly make life more convenient." With Wen Yunjia commencing his career at Minghui Group, a prestigious company, the absence of a vehicle could come across as rather shabby. For a man, a car symbolizes status, and having one would undoubtedly assist him in his professional endeavors. "Oh my goodness, you are too incredible." Wen Yunjia sprang from his chair and rushed to embrace Xiao Ming from behind. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished in that instant. With such a generous and caring father, what was there to be proud of? "Silly boy." Xiao Ming patted his hand, pleased to see his son grow more spirited with each passing day. "Not only for you, but we must also buy for Jingru and Yuchen." To Xiao Ming, daughters were meant to be cherished. If his son had something, his daughters must also possess it. Conversely, what his daughters had, his son might do without. Such was the nature of his affection for his daughters. "Are you also buying for us?" Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen were once again taken aback by their father's generosity. Wen Yuchen, brimming with excitement, hopped over to Xiao Ming, clasping his arm and nuzzling against it, playfully declaring, "Father, you are simply the best. I love you." She resembled a gentle kitten, playfully rubbing against Xiao Ming and Appo's arm, her laughter infectious. Xiao Ming, too, was buoyed by the joyful atmosphere, his laughter resonating throughout. "Father, buying a car, how much will that cost?" Wen Jingru, more practical than her siblings, promptly objected, "There's no need to buy me one. I can manage with the bus." "That simply won't do," Xiao Ming countered, displeased. "Taking the bus wastes too much time, and, as a young lady, it is not particularly safe. It is far better for you to drive." Faced with her father and Appo's resolute stance, Wen Jingru conceded. That night, Wen Jingru was unable to sleep, her mind racing from the day's revelations. As it neared midnight, she decided to take her pillow and join her sister in her room. "Jingru, what's the matter?" Wen Yuchen, still heavy with sleep, looked at her sister with curiosity. "Sister, I can't sleep. I want to talk." Wen Jingru nestled into Wen Yuchen's bed and poured out her thoughts. "Sister, we have only just reunited with father, yet he has given us so much, living in a villa, buying things for us, and he even mentioned covering the debt of over 130,000. When he offered it, brother didn't want to accept, so father said it could be considered a loan to him. During dinner, he even spoke of buying us cars. The more I think about it, the more anxious I feel." She was troubled by the realization that earning money was not easy for their father, and she disliked the thought of spending excessively. Upon hearing her sister's concerns, Wen Yuchen fell into contemplation but quickly found solace. Chapter 24. His children deserve luxury cars. Jingro, why ponder so much? There are numerous posts online claiming that many parents and children, over matters of inheritance, end up resembling enemies. We have been estranged from our father for many years. Apart from our blood ties, we share little emotional connection. Yet, now that we have just reunited, he treats us with such kindness. This demonstrates that he values familial bonds and genuinely cares for us. As he mentioned, his wealth will eventually be bestowed upon us. Is it not splendid to enjoy a life of happiness together while utilizing his resources? If we refrain from spending his money, he might even be displeased. This is his intention to provide for us, and if he were to withdraw his generosity, we would have no claim to it. Surely, receiving from him is preferable to him bestowing it upon another woman, especially considering our past as his little sweetheart in a previous life. Wen Yuchen cheerfully imparted her wisdom, her vivacious nature granting her a more straightforward perspective on life. Indeed, her words resonated with Wen Jingru, alleviating much of her previous gloom. "I wonder what kind of car father will buy for us. I hope it's something quite ordinary, as he has worked tirelessly to save his money." Wen Jingru envisioned her father laboring diligently, her heart aching for him. A solitary life filled with hardship, Yet, in truth, Xiao Ming and Appo's life had not been as burdensome as she imagined. He possessed a keen business acumen and relished in his endeavors, while hard work was a given. He also derived joy from earning and building his empire, rather than struggling solely for survival, as Wen Jingro believed. I share your sentiments. Wen Yuchun nodded. Something around 80 to 90,000 would suffice, as long as it is functional. These past few days have felt like a dream. Reflecting on our experiences, it seems as if we are living in a dramatic series, with surprises at every turn. Jingro, our father is so generous to us. I must reciprocate his kindness. Agreed, Wen Jingro replied earnestly. The following day, Xiao Ming and the two girls spent their time at home. It was not until 5 in the afternoon, when Wen Yunzhe returned, that the four of them hailed a taxi to purchase a car. Xiao Ming's Lincoln had lost its side mirror due to an incident with Lin Xiao. Earlier that morning, while the girls were still enjoying their slumber, he had informed his assistant to take the car to the repair shop. Father, I think the Lin Company model is quite good. It's just over 100,000. Wen Yunzhe cheerfully suggested. Father, if your wallet allows, could you buy me a Lin Company? Or perhaps we could consider installments. I'll handle the payments. During their journey, Wen Yunzhe was incessantly chatty, often glancing at Xiao Ming to gauge his reactions. Amused by Wen Yunzhe's cautious demeanor, Xiao Ming thought to himself, Yunzhe, is a car purchase making you this insecure? Or do you doubt your father's financial capabilities? A car like the Lin Company is hardly befitting of Xiao Ming's son. In my garage at the Yushi Villa, every car is worth over $1 million. Let's take a look when we arrive. Xiao Ming replied, Dad, if you're buying one for Yuchun, let us get something ordinary. Anything from 30 to 50,000 would be perfectly fine. Wen Jingro interjected, wrapping her arm around Xiao Ming's. Thank you, Father. You are truly wonderful to us. Wen Yuchun chimed in, reaching out to hug Xiao Ming's neck, overwhelmed with emotion. Soon, they arrived at the dealership. As Xiao Ming stepped out of the car, he led the girls inside. Passing by the Lin Company section, Wen Yunzhe's eyes widened in amazement. Xiao Ming feigned ignorance, continuing forward without pausing. As they walked past other brands, such as Chang'an, Xian Yi, and Havel, he did not even spare them a glance, striding ahead with a confident air. What is going on? Wen Yunzhe wondered anxiously. What was his father planning? Upon reaching the BMW and Mercedes-Benz sections, his heart raced with excitement. His father appeared to be intent on purchasing high-end vehicles for them, each of which cost well over 500,000 or 600,000. The anticipation grew, and his smile had yet to wane since they had left in the afternoon. However, to his surprise, Xiao Ming showed no sign of stopping at these luxury brands. The further they walked, the more expensive the cars became, leading to international brands. Wen Yunzhe was utterly bewildered. He had not expected his father's destination to be the prestigious international brand dealership, and when they finally arrived at the Maserati showroom, Xiao Ming came to a halt. Girls, shall we take a look here? He asked, turning to his daughters. Dad, is this a Maserati? Wen Yuchun stammered, stepping closer in disbelief. Yes, it is. Xiao Ming pointed to the sign above the entrance, sensing his daughter's hesitations. Do you think your father would drive a Lincoln and purchase you an ordinary car? His meaning was unmistakable. His children deserved luxury cars. Dad, you are simply magnificent, Wen Yuchun exclaimed, clenching her fists in admiration. All right, let us check it out. Xiao Ming chuckled, utterly charmed by his daughter's playful antics. The family of four entered the Maserati dealership, where the sales staff promptly greeted them. As representatives of Maserati, they possessed a commendable level of professionalism, guiding Xiao Ming and the girls through the showroom and presenting them with all the vehicles that piqued their interest. How do you find them? Do any appeal to you? Xiao Ming inquired, glancing at his daughters. Wen Jingro and Wen Yuchun were so astonished they could hardly form a coherent response. That red one looks rather splendid, Wen Yunzhe exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he glanced at Xiao Ming. However, it seemed as though Xiao Ming had not heard his suggestion at all. Feeling completely overlooked, Wen Yunzhe could only sigh in resignation. Dad, shall we visit another dealership first? After exchanging glances with Wen Jingro, they voiced their concerns. Their capacity to comprehend this situation was incredibly limited. Maserati cars were luxury sports cars, each valued at over $1 million. Just a week prior, The three siblings had been worried about rent and daily expenses. Now, only a few days later, they found themselves at a Maserati dealership contemplating a vehicle purchase. It felt nothing short of a dream. Chapter 25. Who made him a daughter's slave? Xiao Ming nodded indifferently, acknowledging the luxurious vehicle before him. Yet he knew there were even finer options available. The sales representative, observing Xiao Ming's regal demeanor, recognized him as a person of significance. Rather than responding coldly to the unsuccessful sale, he graciously offered his business card. "Sir, here's my card. Please feel free to explore. Should you wish to purchase a vehicle from our dealership, I will be wholeheartedly at your service." Pleased with the representative's professionalism, Xiao Ming accepted the card. Subsequently, they departed from the Maserati showroom and ventured elsewhere. That man must be a wealthy individual, seeking validation here. How utterly dull, Dream, a colleague of the Maserati sales representative, remarked disdainfully. Dream replied with a faint smile. How could that be? The man is dressed quite ordinarily, yet his aura is undeniably innate. It cannot be feigned. The watch on his wrist is a well-known luxury brand, the latest model, valued at over $1 million, and it's a limited edition. Moreover, his shoes are custom-made, embodying understated luxury. Conversely, those who appear ostentatious and wealthy often possess little substance and rely on showiness. Her colleagues were astounded by her keen observations. Xiao Ming continued to peruse several luxury car dealerships with the children, each establishment more opulent than the last, with prices escalating accordingly. Ultimately, when Yearning chose to return to the Maserati dealership, vivacious by nature, she had been captivated by a striking red Maserati during her initial visit. Now back. She made a beeline for the vehicle. "Miss, you have an impeccable eye," Dream exclaimed as she approached. She elaborated on the car as attributes. "The model you admire is the latest release, boasting both exterior elegance and superior performance. The vibrant red exudes a spirited essence, perfectly complementing your lively disposition. This car will undoubtedly reflect your grace when you take it out. Indeed, I also find the red to be exuberant, radiating a joyful vibe." When Yearning replied, sitting inside and reveling in the sensation. "Oh my, I adore it. What is the price?" When Jingru inquired cautiously. "Miss, it's evident that you cherish this car, and it truly aligns with your character. I'm also aiming for performance, so I'll offer you the lowest price possible, 1,300,000. As Dream conversed with Yearning, she discreetly glanced at Xiao Ming, aware that the final decision rested with him. "Yearning, what do you think?" Xiao Ming asked. When Yearning turned to her father, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit shy. "Hee, Daddy, it's such a beautiful car. Who wouldn't he be moved? Then we shall buy it." Xiao Ming perceived the joy in his daughter's eyes when she beheld the vehicle. How could he not indulge her wishes? After all, he was indeed a devoted father. He promptly handed his car to Dream, declaring, "This one." Although Dream recognized Xiao Ming's distinguished status, she was astonished by his swift decision, exclaiming, "You mean to purchase it right now?" Throughout her years in sales, she had encountered numerous affluent customers, but none had ever made a purchase so effortlessly without further inquiry. "Yes, a one-time payment," Xiao Ming affirmed calmly. "What?" Around them, the Maserati sales staff, along with Yearning, Jingru, and Yunja, were all taken aback by Xiao Ming's decisiveness. A vehicle priced in the millions, and Xiao Ming had made the purchase without a moment's hesitation, simply because his daughter expressed a desire for it. Such a father was truly remarkable. The onlookers, including sales personnel and other customers, cast envious glances at Yearning. "Daddy, I merely mentioned the car's beauty. I didn't say I wanted to buy it." Yearning was stunned by her father's audacity. The price was staggering, leaving her dizzy. Why not buy it if it moves your heart? Xiao Ming understood his daughter's sentiments perfectly. "If my daughter desires something, how could I refuse? Rest assured, my finances are ample." A doting father indeed. Those nearby were filled with envy and admiration for such a paternal figure. "My goodness, Dad, you are simply incredible," one Yunja remarked, giving Xiao Ming a thumbs up, filled with admiration and excitement. He wondered what magnificent luxury car his father would purchase for him. "Very well, sir. Please wait a moment while I prepare the purchase contract." The sales representative quickly regained her composure and politely approached, hurrying to prepare the necessary documents after Xiao Ming nodded. The entire process of signing the contract and making the payment was executed with Xiao Ming's calm demeanor. The staggering sum was something many would struggle to earn in a lifetime, yet Xiao Ming handed it over with ease, simply because his daughter expressed her admiration. All set. Yechen has made her purchase. She can collect the car later. At this moment, Xiao Ming's gaze shifted to Wen Jingru. What about you? Have you found a car you like? Daddy. Wen Jingru was still in a daze, unable to recover from her father's bold transaction. No worries. Let us continue browsing, Xiao Ming suggested to the Maserati sales representative, indicating they would return later, and then he led the children to another luxury dealership. While browsing the Ferrari showroom, Xiao Ming noticed Wen Jingru gazing longingly at a silver Ferrari multiple times. He instantly understood her feelings. She admired the car, but did not wish to burden him. Let us purchase that one. Full payment, Xiao Ming instructed the nearby sales representative. As with the Maserati, Xiao Ming remained composed and decisive, leaving his 3 children utterly astonished. Chapter 26. A man's love for his car. Much like a woman's affection for her wardrobe father, this is quite extravagant, isn't it? Nearly $1.5 million for a car, and you just bought it? It seemed as though, to him, money held no value. In truth, such an amount was trivial for Xiao Ming, not to mention millions. Even tens of millions or billions could easily be spent on his children, and he was more than willing to do so. Yechen, Jingru, take a look and see if there are any cars you fancy. Let us buy them together, he declared. The siblings, already in a state of shock, were rendered speechless once more. What? No, father, this is enough. One car suffices, Wen Jingru quickly interjected. Her gentle nature and meticulous thoughts led her to feel a pang of concern for her father's wallet at the thought of such a lavish expenditure. She imagined he would be astonished for days and wouldn't sleep soundly. Purchasing several cars would surely frighten her to the core. And besides, this Ferrari was more than adequate for her. A vehicle was merely a means of transport. One was sufficient. All right then, if you find another car you like, just let me know. I'll buy it for you, Xiao Ming said cheerfully. At that moment, Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen were still dazed by their father's generosity, nodding in silent agreement, their expressions a mix of surprise and astonishment. Their father had so readily purchased such magnificent vehicles for them. 2 cars, each worth over $1 million, without a hint of hesitation or a blink of an eye. Dad, you are incredibly generous, exclaimed Wen Yunjia, the most carefree among them, after staring at Xiao Ming for quite some time in disbelief. Father, look, Jingru and Yechen have their cars. What about mine? I want. The thought of his father gifting him a luxury car sent Wen Yunjia into a flurry of excitement, unsure of where to place his hands. What man could resist the allure of an extravagant automobile? A McLaren would be splendid, it's bold, and its performance is exceptional. Driving it across the country would be a breeze. He mused internally. However, Xiao Ming seemed to ignore his words, turning and walking away. Wen Yunjia was left bewildered. What was happening? Was he really walking back? Wouldn't the cars become even more affordable? This was not the lavish father he had envisioned. He speculated on his father's intentions, following him in a daze. Finally, Xiao Ming stopped, and Wen Yunjia glanced over, realizing they had arrived at a cherry dealership. I think cherry cars are quite decent, Xiao Ming remarked. What? Wen Yunjia's composure shattered entirely. His father intended to buy him a modest car? Father, you must be joking, right? He asked incredulously. How was it that his 2 sisters received cars worth over $1 million, yet he was offered one costing only around $100,000? Surely, he could not be his biological son. What'd I joke about? You needn't feel disheartened. As the saying goes, raise sons in poverty, but daughters in wealth. It can't be helped. You chose the wrong gender, Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. Wen Yunjia felt as if he might burst into tears for frustration. Hey, Dad, you are truly wonderful. Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen exchanged sympathetic glances with Wen Yunjia before both burst into laughter. Without sparing a second glance at Wen Yunjia, Xiao Ming led his daughters toward the nearby Mercedes-Benz dealership. Upon entering, he didn't even inquire about Wen Yunjia's preferences. When the salesperson approached, Xiao Ming asked, "Do you have the latest model of Mercedes?" The salesperson was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly nodding, Yes, I'll take the latest model of Mercedes," Xiao Ming stated. After the salesperson quoted the price, Xiao Ming handed over his bank card. A Mercedes? The latest model? Wen Yunjia, who was already feeling dejected, suddenly felt a flicker of hope upon hearing the conversation. A Mercedes was a prestigious brand, and even a single vehicle would cost over $1 million. Those who could afford a Mercedes were undoubtedly wealthy. Moreover, these cars exuded an air of sophistication and authority. However, compared to his sister's vehicles, it still felt inadequate. Was he truly being treated differently? This was devastating. He was just as much their father's child. After purchasing the car, Xiao Ming finally turned to Wen Yunjia. What's wrong? Are we having a disagreement? Wen Yunjia was taken aback, wondering if his father was truly oblivious to his feelings. No, I wouldn't dare, he replied awkwardly. You, with your lackadaisical approach, if I were to buy you a supercar, you'd surely float away, Xiao Ming remarked. Having spent many years in the business world and understanding his son's mindset all too well. Wen Yunjia found himself at a loss for words. Did his father truly understand him so well? A Mercedes is quite impressive. It is also a luxury vehicle. Driving it will certainly enhance your reputation, Xiao Ming continued. Driving a Mercedes also conveys a sense of stability, which could benefit your career. But Wen Yunjia still felt a twinge of disappointment. Both of my sisters have such flashy cars. This feels rather unfair. If you desire a supercar, that can be arranged. Should you earn your supervisor's recognition before your probation period concludes and secure a promotion to director or higher, I will buy you whatever you desire as a reward. Xiao Ming offered, looking at Wen Yunjia inquisitively. Are you serious? Wen Yunjia felt invigorated, as if a surge of energy coursed through him. Father, just wait. I will absolutely meet your expectations. Well done, Xiao Ming replied, observing his children. Both Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen smiled happily, understanding their father's intentions. They recognized that their brother's laid-back demeanor could be detrimental. Encouraging him to collaborate effectively and strive for his own achievements was undoubtedly beneficial for his development. Chapter 27. A humbling experience after purchasing a fine automobile. The next step was to test drive it. When Yuchen drove the Maserati out of the dealership and onto the road, immediately sensing a surge in her confidence. Her joy was so profound that her face bore a fixed smile, yet she could not suppress the urge to let her lips curve upwards in delight. A myriad of emotions, nervousness, happiness, astonishment, flooded her heart in that moment. Under the guidance of the salesperson, Wen Yuchen familiarized herself with the car's various functions before embarking on the test drive. Father, this feels absolutely exhilarating, she exclaimed, rolling down the window to share a radiant smile with Xiao Ming. Beside her, Wen Yunjia was equally eager. Although his own Mercedes was commendable, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the Maserati. Laughter erupted among the group at Wen Yunjia's enthusiasm. After each child had completed their test drives, they returned to Qilan Garden in their respective vehicles. The area was rather cramped. With each person owning a car, parking had become a challenge. Observing the limited space available for their vehicles, Xiao Ming remarked nonchalantly, once we have some free time, let us consider relocating to a larger villa. Father, we have another villa? Wen Yuchen gasped in surprise, while Wen Jingru appeared utterly flabbergasted. Buy another car? Move to another villa? Is money no object anymore? That evening, Xiao Ming took charge of dinner, with his two daughters assisting him in the kitchen. The home resonated with laughter and the aroma of happiness. The following day, Wen Jingru spent the entire day sketching design plans in her office. Exhausted and aching, she finally rose as work hours came to an end. Jingru, shall we leave together? Called a colleague as they walked out. Sure, Wen Jingru replied, joining her co-workers as they exited. Director Sun, I heard from your assistant that you purchased a luxurious Mercedes. The most extravagant model, is that correct? That car must have cost a fortune. Little Wang grinned, addressing a handsome man trailing behind. Something like that. It sent me back around 700,000 to 800,000, Sun Yanchen responded, a smug smile playing on his lips. Jingru, let us go for dinner together later. It's on me. Afterward, we can explore the city, Sun Yanchen proposed confidently. I've just picked up my Mercedes, and it has yet to be occupied by anyone else. If you're willing, I would only allow you to sit in the passenger seat. He regarded Wen Jingru with assuredness, as if convinced she would not decline his invitation. Jingru, you're quite fortunate. Director Sun has personally invited you to ride in his car, treated us to a glimpse of his affections, a colleague chimed in. It was evident to all that Sun Yanchen was pursuing Wen Jingru. Thank you, but I must decline. I have other matters to attend to. Wen Jingru replied with a gentle smile, politely turning him down. Sun Yanchen was taken aback by her swift rejection. Initially stunned, he persisted, Jingru, where are you headed? Allow me to drive you. It would spare you the hassle of public transport. At this moment, he tempered his earlier arrogance somewhat. No, thank you. When Jingru reiterated her refusal, Sun Yanchen's expression faltered. He had lowered his guard, yet she remained unmoved. Suddenly, a companion walking ahead exclaimed, Oh my goodness, a Ferrari. It's absolutely stunning. Ah, the latest model, silver and understated yet grand. I adore it. As they spotted Wen Jingru's Ferrari in the parking lot, the group was captivated, unable to look away. Some hurriedly retrieved their phones to snap photos, while others approached to admire it, their eyes alight with wonder. Goodness, the latest model must cost over $1 million, nearly $2 million. Is it owned by someone from our company? Such opulence. Sun Yanchen joined the discussion, remarking, With a car like that, I'd need another 7 or 8 years of hard work to afford it. Well, for us, we'd have to toil a lifetime to buy something so extravagant. But Director Sun, you wouldn't need that long. Your Mercedes cost around 7 to 800,000. In a few years, you might very well upgrade to a luxury vehicle like this. Everyone chimed in with flattery. That is certainly conceivable, Sun Yanchen chuckled, casting a glance at Wen Jingru. With a hint of arrogance, he stated, Jingru, we're of similar ages. I'm merely 2 or 3 years older. Those who can afford a Mercedes at our age and hold a position in the company are quite rare. To be frank, I find you intriguing. Many women pursue me, but I have no interest in them. You are the only one I desire. Wen Jingru perceived the underlying implication that for someone of his status to notice her was a stroke of luck beyond measure. Don't be so oblivious to your good fortune, he thought, gazing at her with anticipation, convinced that she would acquiesce to his advances. Yet I do not love you. Wen Jingru smiled gently, once again declining his proposal. Sun Yanchen was momentarily taken aback, his words faltering on his lips. After her rejection, Wen Jingru produced a set of car keys from her bag. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, she pressed a button on the remote. The Ferrari responded with 2 beeps. Lily, Huan, Genga, let us head home early. See you all tomorrow. After exchanging warm farewells with her colleagues, she opened the door to her Ferrari, slipped inside, and drove away. Goodness. Sun Yanchen stood in disbelief. How could this be? That car is hers? Others were equally astonished, their minds reeling until Wen Jingru disappeared into the underground parking lot. Only then did they come to their senses, marveling at the revelation. Especially Sun Yanchen, who recalled his earlier remarks to Wen Jingru and felt a burning shame wash over him. What a humbling experience indeed. At Wen Yuchen's location, she had just concluded a live broadcast and was preparing to head home. Yuchen, let us gather and celebrate today. The brand team from Xianglayer provided a sample of their latest handbag. Shall we go take some photos? Inquired a close friend. I will pass on that. Wen Yuchen replied with a smile. Ladies, moving forward, I shall refrain from such gatherings. Posing for pictures is no longer necessary as I have all I need. What? The group was taken aback. Is that true? Where did you acquire them? Those items are exceedingly expensive. Chapter 28. The little sisters are envious indeed. It is quite expensive, and I naturally cannot afford it. However, my lover will buy it for me. Lover? As soon as these words slipped from her lips, her friends were utterly astonished. Among this group of influencers, Wen Yuchen possessed the highest beauty, and they often teased her, claiming her looks could rival those of top-tier celebrities. She was incredibly stunning, attracting the attention of numerous wealthy, married men who offered her lavish conditions, cars, or houses. Nevertheless, Wen Yuchen had always steadfastly maintained her principles, never yielding to temptation or wavering in her resolve. After only a few days apart, this once pure and innocent girl had succumbed to the allure of materialism. At that moment, Wen Yuchen gleefully waved the keys to a Maserati before her friends. Don't panic. I was just teasing you. The lover I mentioned is my father, my dear father. After all, a daughter is her father's little sweetheart from a past life, right? Wow, A Maserati. Her friends were all taken aback, clamoring to accompany Wen Yuchen to see just how magnificent her Maserati truly was. Maserati, in classic red. Her friends were envious. Minghui Group. Wen Yunjia arrived at the parking lot with several colleagues, surprised to see him unlock a Mercedes with a remote. Yunjia impressive. At such a young age. You can afford a Mercedes, one colleague remarked. Hey, Sister Chen, you yest. I can't afford it. It was a gift from my father, Wen Yunjia explained, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Your Mercedes is quite grand, but I think my McLaren is far more stylish. At your age, why settle for a Mercedes? It's too old-fashioned. Young people should have a youthful flair. A colleague commented, not out of disdain, but rather believing that a young man should drive a more flamboyant sports car. The Mercedes was undoubtedly a fine vehicle. Yet in a prestigious company like Minghui Group, it was hardly remarkable. All right, I'm off. See you tomorrow. After saying this, his colleagues got into their cars and departed. Wen Yunjia gazed at the imposing Mercedes before him, feeling a bit disheartened. Although it was an excellent luxury car, it truly did not align with his taste. As a young man in his early 20s, he believed he should be driving a Ferrari or an equally striking supercar. Well, the McLaren. It was an outdated relic. Mine is a new model, and it is far more expensive than your antiquated McLaren. All right? Just a mere outdated McLaren. What's there to be proud of? Garden. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen returned home simultaneously, each driving into the villa's courtyard. After alighting from their vehicles, they joyfully strolled hand in hand toward the house. Jingru, let me tell you, when I drove this car to the studio today, my friends were utterly astonished. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. Wen Yuchen enthusiastically shared with Wen Jingru. In that moment, she noticed a change in Wen Jingru. While still gentle, she exuded a newfound elegance. Previously, due to financial limitations, Wen Jingru's attire and demeanor had conveyed a sense of restraint. Now, however, she radiated a refined aura, embodying the poise of a well-bred young lady from a wealthy family. I had quite a humorous experience at the company today, Wen Jingru replied cheerfully, recounting her encounter with Sun Yinxing. That arrogant young man? Oh my, how gratifying it was. Just because his family is well off, and he possesses some talent. He seems to have lost touch with reality. The slap in the face he received was utterly satisfying. Wen Yuchen imagined the scene, chuckling at the thought. At last, I understand why some individuals effortlessly become the center of attention wherever they go, Wen Jingru lamented. Money truly is a remarkable thing. While they were not shallow materialists, they had to admit that driving luxurious cars undeniably enhanced their social standing. With the support of their newfound wealth, the sisters' mindsets gradually evolved. Indeed, it is our Father who has provided us with everything. He is truly wonderful to us, Wen Yuchen remarked with a smile, realizing how increasingly dependent she had become on her father. After just a brief separation, she found herself missing him dearly. Father mentioned that he had an important matter to attend to today and would be returning late. Suddenly, Wen Yuchen pondered how to express her gratitude to Xiao Ming. Jingru, since our father has always cooked for us since we recognized him, why don't we prepare a meal for him today to show our appreciation? I agree. Wen Jingru nodded eagerly. Having always received kindness from their father, the prospect of doing something for him filled Wen Jingru with delight. All right, then let us go grocery shopping. The two set off joyfully, their spirits soaring. Unbeknownst to them, the dark culinary creations they concocted would prove to be quite perilous. In the villa of Xiao Ming, a strikingly beautiful woman with a stunning figure appeared at the entrance. She pulled out a makeup mirror, adjusting her appearance until she was satisfied with her smile before approaching the keypad and entering the code. As she stepped through the garden gate into the main house, the smile on her face began to fade gradually. From the sight of the luxurious vehicles to the interior of the house, her composure started to crumble. While the cars outside were unremarkable, anyone could drive such vehicles. The house itself revealed unmistakable signs of feminine presence. Several pairs of women's shoes adorned the entrance, and the coat rack held garments and bags belonging to a woman. Scattered throughout the house were trinkets typically associated with a female inhabitant. On the balcony, women's clothing was hung out to dry. In a corner, a round table displayed a framed picture of two women who nearly shared the same face. Twins? Xiao Ling suddenly felt short of breath. Xiao Ming had a woman in his life, and a twin at that? Or was he involved with one of the twins? No. How could this be? Xiao Ming, how could you be with another woman? How could you abandon me? If you had no interest in me, why did you share the password to your villa, allowing me to soar to the heights only to deliver a crushing blow? Xiao Yu thought to herself, recalling all the moments she had spent with Xiao Ming. The more she reminisced, the more sorrowful she became, and tears began to flow unbidden. Chapter 29. My father and Amp. Oppos. Esmuse, what are you doing here? Did I forget to lock the door? Or, a clear feminine voice interrupted her thoughts. Xiao Yu snapped back to reality, hurriedly wiping away her tears, the sadness in her eyes swiftly replaced by a fierce determination. As the owner of the renowned Yearning fashion group, her aura as a strong woman was immediately palpable. She turned around to face the two women behind her, whose faces were almost identical to one another. At that moment, one of the women stared at her in bewilderment. Indeed, they were twins. Xiao Yu suddenly realized she had made a mistake. How could she have allowed herself to cry so easily? That would only make her appear weak. She reminded herself that love is a battlefield, and she could not afford to lose her composure. With that thought, she raised her chin, gazing coldly at the twin sisters before her. Heavens, what beautiful ladies! When Yearning was mesmerized by the stunning woman who had unexpectedly appeared in her home. Yes, she was not only beautiful, but also exuded a powerful presence, radiating confidence. When Jingru shared the same sentiment, but found it peculiar that this sudden visitor seemed to harbor disdain for them. You two, what are you doing here? Xiao Yu looked at the twins with icy indifference, her words deliberate and cold. This place requires a password for entry. Who are you and why are you here? Her implication was clear. She too had entered using a password. When Yearning glanced towards the door, realizing it was not her oversight in locking it. Stunned for a moment, she quickly pulled Wen Jingru aside, whispering, Jingru, this is serious. What do you mean? You look like you're facing a great enemy. Wen Jingru asked, bewildered. I think I know who she is, Wen Yearning said seriously. She has the password to our father's villa and looks stunning. Just look at her outfit today. She clearly came here to seduce someone. Seducing someone? Wen Jingru paused, and upon understanding Wen Yearning's implication, she gasped and quickly lowered her voice. She can't possibly be our father's muse, right? Absolutely, Wen Yearning replied, glancing back at the woman with anger. I was wondering how a man as wealthy as Dad could be without a woman by his side. It's infuriating that she even has the password to his villa. Wen Yearning was filled with jealousy. Yearning, be careful. If Dad entrusted her with the password, it indicates she holds some significance in his life. Wen Jingru advised hastily. Yearning, known for a fiery temperament, was prone to throwing someone out on a whim if she was displeased. Don't worry, I won't resort to violence, she said with a mischievous smile, turning to face Xiao Yu with a sweet grin. This woman clearly concealed her malice beneath a fade of charm. Xiao Yu felt a shiver run down her spine under Wen Yearning's gaze. Steadying herself, she crossed her arms and coolly addressed the two women. Regardless of how you two have enticed Xiao Ming, I advise you to leave before I become angry. Leave? Wen Yearning laughed heartily, retorting, Aunt, what gives you the right to tell us to leave? Xiao Yu nearly erupted from anger. This woman dared to call her auntie? She felt herself losing control, her body trembling with rage, her breath heavy. Right? You want to talk about qualifications? Xiao Yu scoffed, ready to unleash her fury. However, recalling Xiao Ming's authoritative demeanor, she hesitated and asserted, I am the one closest to Xiao Ming. Does that qualify me? Perhaps in the past, but not anymore. From now on, we will be the closest to him, and you will merely be a relic of the past, Wen Yearning declared, deliberately provoking misunderstandings. Humph, Xiao Yu snorted dismissively, her attitude icy as she glared at the two girls. You think you can easily replace my position just because you've been around him for a short time? I've been by his side for 16 years, through his struggles and triumphs. I was there during his long nights at work, and I cared for him when he fell ill. Most of the clothes he wears are designed by me. Have you any idea what this villa means to him? Initially determined to drive this woman away, Wen Yearning was taken aback by Xiao Yu's words. Even Wen Jingru was left dumbfounded, her gaze filled with complexity as she regarded the fierce woman. What profound significance does this villa hold? Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen exchanged glances, both feeling an unexpected pang of sorrow. Over the years, not only had their father been largely absent in their lives, but they too had been severely missing from his. They had failed to provide warmth and companionship to one another during these years. It was only upon hearing Xiao Yu's words that they truly contemplated how their father had navigated these years alone. As they pondered, the sisters felt a wave of sadness wash over them. Oof. Xiao Yu let out a derisive snort and continued. He hasn't told you, has he? This villa was purchased with the first money Xiao Ming earned. He later bought many properties, each more luxurious than this one. Yet he still cherishes this place and often comes here to stay. I am the one closest to him. Whenever he is absent, I frequently come here. For all these years, I'm the only one qualified to enter. After establishing her connection, Xiao Yu warned, so, no matter what means you employed to persuade him to allow you to stay here, I caution you, do not covet what does not belong to you, nor the people associated with it. It would be wise to recognize your place. Before Xiao Yu could finish her warning, one of the sisters suddenly burst into tears. Xiao Yu was taken aback. Wen Yuchen, listening intently, suddenly turned and embraced Wen Jingru, crying, Sister, I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Dad. Chapter 30. Indeed, lovers, the two sisters embraced each other, tears cascading down their cheeks like rain on pear blossoms. As they listened, images of their father's hardships surfaced in their minds, evoking a deep sense of sorrow for the man who had to endure such trials without their companionship. Their dear father had struggled so much, yet they had failed to be by his side, leaving him to rely on others for care. Father? Upon hearing the sisters refer to Xiao Ming in such a manner, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ming had a peculiar preference, allowing his beloved women to call him father. How playful! After spending years by his side, she had never realized this odd inclination of his. A wave of frustration washed over her, and she took a couple of deep breaths to compose herself. If he had such a penchant, he could have informed her earlier. Calling him father? Was that supposed to be romantic? She would have gladly complied. If being his woman meant adopting such endearing ways of flirting, she would learn them all. Humph, and oppos, father and oppos. In this day and age, young girls taking on lovers have begun to blur the lines of kinship. It seemed they were quite aware of the age gap. Considering Xiao Ming could very well be their father, yet they still dared to engage in such relationships. Xiao Yu's gaze was filled with derision. Wen Jingru paused for a moment, realizing that this woman had initially regarded them with hostility, mistakenly believing that they were Xiao Ming's young lovers. Ha, sister, do you think we are Xiao Ming's lovers? Wen Jingru wiped her tears and, with a playful smile, replied, Indeed, we are lovers. But we are our father's little lovers from his past life. Hee hee. Stop spinning these useless tales with me. Xiao Yu was clearly skeptical, her expression revealing her impatience. Truly, Xiao Ming is our father, our biological father, the kind with blood ties. Do you understand? Wen Jingru was not inclined to create trouble for their father, especially since this woman seemed to have an unusual connection with him. My mother only discovered she was pregnant with us after separating from our father. For years, our father was completely unaware of our existence. Recently, we finally found him, and this is where he has allowed us to stay. Her explanation was patient, contrasting sharply with Wen Yuchen, who had intentionally stirred confusion despite knowing the misunderstanding. Xiao Yu was once again taken aback. She scrutinized the two sisters, noting their resemblance to Xiao Ming. Upon closer inspection, you do indeed bear a striking resemblance to him. Xiao Yu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her inquisitive gaze fixed on the sisters, who nodded affirmatively. You two are Xiao Ming's children? Biological children? Yes, indeed, biological. Wen Yuchen huffed in dissatisfaction, lifting her chin defiantly towards Xiao Yu. I told you, we are our father's closest kin. The way Wen Yuchen looked at Xiao Yu was unmistakably that of a rival. Xiao Yu had not anticipated that her fierce declaration of intent to stake her claim on Xiao Ming would result in such a colossal misunderstanding. Oh my, how embarrassing it was to have acted that way in front of Xiao Ming's children. At that moment, she wished she could sink into the ground. Fortunately, she had not made a complete fool of herself. Quickly regaining her composure, Xiao Yu suppressed her feelings of rivalry and donned a bright smile. She approached the two young girls, took their hands gently, and said, "My dears, I apologize. I misunderstood your relationship. I am Xiao Yu, a friend of your father. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Ling Yu." She thought to herself, given her youthful beauty, it was perfectly reasonable for them to call her sister, right? Wen Jingru did not object, but Wen Yuchun was not convinced. What was this Ling Yu? She looked too attractive, dressed too provocatively, clearly trying to seduce her father. How could she charm him as well? What if she stole him away one day? The thought alone made Wen Yuchun uneasy. "Sister Ling Yu, it's not entirely your fault. Now that we've cleared things up, there's no harm done," Wen Jingru said politely, smiling gently. At this moment, in Jinjing City, Jinyang District, on the 76th floor of the International Financial Building, the entire building belonged to Mingwei Group, a publicly listed company. The highest authority of Mingwei Group was none other than Xiao Ming himself. Today, he had initially intended to bid farewell to the business world entirely. However, with the sudden revelation of his children, he altered his decision. Previously, he had planned to hand over the management of the company to others, believing that as a solitary individual, any fame or fortune accumulated would be meaningless in a century's time. Now, everything had changed. He had a son and a daughter. He had heirs. Thus, he resolved to leave everything he owned to his children. He would begin to cultivate their ability to manage the company, preparing them for the future while he stepped back into the shadows. Consequently, he convened a shareholders' meeting to announce his intention to appoint someone to manage the company while retaining ultimate decision-making authority. Initially, he had intended to announce his resignation, having already identified a successor, but he now reconsidered. The successor to his company could only be his children. Those who had anticipated their ascension to power were met with shock upon hearing that Xiao Ming would not retire. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, watching their anticipated success slip away. Yet, Xiao Ming was known for his ruthless decisiveness, and no one dared to cross him. Though discontent simmered within, it was hidden deep in their hearts. In the president's office, Xiao Ming returned from the shareholders' meeting just as his assistant, Xiao Feng, arrived. After delivering his work report, he handed Xiao Ming a folder. "President Xiao, all the materials from your investigation are here." "All right, you may go about your business," Xiao Ming replied coolly, waving him off. He opened the folder and began to meticulously review the contents. Details regarding his children and their lives from birth until now, including everything about their mother, Wen Jihan. Wen Jihan was revealed to be the eldest daughter of the prestigious Wen family in the royal city. Surprised by this revelation, Xiao Ming furrowed his brow as he continued to read. However, as he delved into Wen Yun's experiences over the years, particularly the events of the past 6 months, his expression darkened abruptly, and he forcefully tossed the documents aside. Chapter 31. He would certainly collect this debt double in a fit of rage. Xiao Ming stood up, emanating an aura of chilling intensity, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It had been years since he had felt such fury. After what seemed like an eternity, his anger began to ebb. To his astonishment, Yunjia had been deceived in an investment scheme orchestrated by that scoundrel, who sought to coerce Yunjia into submission due to an inability to repay a debt exceeding 1 million, compelling him to become a puppet for the Wen family. Xiao Ming's gaze was as cold as the depths of an abyss. The Wen family of the imperial city was among the most affluent and influential clans. Research indicated that the Wen family was the wealthiest in the capital, with business ventures spanning multiple sectors, particularly excelling in beauty, pharmaceuticals, and tourism. Currently, the family was led by Wen Jihan's mother, Wen Fengshu, a formidable woman with a notable position on the global wealth rankings. Her family's assets estimated at 400 to 500 billion. Wen Fengshu's husband had joined the Wen family through marriage, yet despite the family's support, he had accomplished little. Wen Fengshu was an exceedingly domineering figure, having given birth to 2 children, both carrying their mother's surname. Her daughter, Wen Jihan, had once been in love with Xiao Ming, but their relationship deteriorated, forcing her to leave home, resulting in a strained mother-daughter bond. Rumors suggested that Wen Fengshu had disregarded her daughter's objections in her pursuit of wealth, attempting to arrange a marriage for Wen Jihan. However, Wen Jihan, unwilling to compromise, left home while pregnant. When Feng Shu, driven by a strong desire for control, felt her authority challenged by her daughter's rebellion, which thwarted her plans for a strategic union. During this tumultuous period, Xiao Ming fortuitously met and fell in love with the estranged Wen Jihan in Ming City, only for their relationship to be discovered by Wen Feng Shu. Threatened by her mother, Wen Jihan feared for Xiao Ming's safety and chose silence, breaking off their relationship and bearing her burdens alone. Xiao Ming's heart ached at the thought of Wen Jihan's plight. Why were you so foolish, Jihan? If you had confided in me, I would have done everything in my power to protect you. How could you endure so much alone, raising several children and ending up in such dire circumstances? The more he pondered, the more profound his sorrow became. He instinctively pressed his hand to his heart. In that time, he had indeed possessed nothing. Before the Wen family, he was but a grasshopper, unable to withstand their blows. Yet he had persevered. After Wen Jihan's departure, he established his first company within a year, amassing over 100 million, a sum far more substantial than today's currency, equating to hundreds of billions in current terms. His company's headquarters stood as the tallest building in Anjin City. Recent studies revealed the Wen group's declining fortunes. But as the saying goes, a dead camel is still larger than a horse. The Wen family's assets were not easily shaken. Wen Feng Shu's only son, having suffered an injury, could no longer father children. Their sole heir, Wen Dongyu, proved to be a wastrel, lacking any ambition or skills, destined to squander the family fortune within a few years. Tragically, his reckless lifestyle had tarnished his reputation, rendering him incapable of having children, which led the cunning Wen Feng Shu to consider her estranged daughter, Wen Jihan. Wen Yinjia, a top student at Zhihai University, possessed talents far surpassing Wen Dongyu. The old matriarch sought to ensnare him within the family's grasp to safeguard their business. Yet her selfishness blinded her to the potential of recognizing Wen Jingro and Wen Yuchun, whom she deemed unworthy of the Wen name and its associated luxury. Believing that offering the position of heir would tempt Wen Yunjia to return, she was blindsided when he remained unmoved by her incentives. In desperation, Wen Feng Shu devised a scheme to ensnare Wen Yunjia, orchestrating a situation that would lead him into significant debt, hoping to later rescue him as a means to mend their strained relations and compel him to acquiesce to her wishes. Xiao Ming quickly deciphered Wen Feng Shu's intentions. Despicable wretch, he silently cursed. This shameless old hag treats her daughter with such cruelty, subjecting Wen Jihan to a life of hardship while calculating against her own grandchildren. Such a morally bankrupt individual has no right to exist in this world. Previously, Jingro, Yu Chun, and Yunjia had suffered her mistreatment, wholly unaware that he would reunite with the children and dismantle her schemes. With a scoff, he resolved that anyone who dared to target his children would pay dearly. He uttered a cold huff and dialed a number, instructing, "Investigate the Wen family in the Imperial City. I require the most comprehensive information. Additionally, transfer 15 billion from my account. I have use for it." "Understood, President." "I will attend to it immediately," came the prompt reply. As the call concluded, a message from Wen Yuchun appeared on his phone, urging him to return home soon. The thought of his children softened his icy demeanor. Night had enveloped the outside world in darkness when Xiao Ming finally returned to the villa. Hearing the commotion, Wen Yuchun rushed out to greet him, her face lighting up with joy as she embraced him. "Father, why did you return so late? I missed you." Her sweet words melted away Xiao Ming's frustrations. "I missed you too, my dear," he replied, feeling all discontent vanish in her presence. "Did anything delightful happen today?" he inquired, noticing his daughter's cheerful disposition. "Very much so," Wen Yuchun exclaimed animatedly. "You should have seen the looks on my friends' faces when they saw the car I drove." "Really?" Xiao Ming responded, intrigued. His daughter's happiness was his own. "Father, I cooked with Yuchun. Let's eat." At that moment, Wen Jingro arrived at the dining table, carrying 2 dishes. However, Wen Yunjia, emerging from the bedroom, lost all trace of his earlier joy upon seeing the food in her hands. Chapter 32. The decision to change surnames as the 2 young girls returned to the kitchen to busy themselves once again. Xiao Ming glanced at the morose Wen Yunjia and inquired, "Yunjia, what troubles you? Why the long face?" "Father, You have yet to witness the culinary prowess of my two precious sisters. I must tell you, their cooking is simply inedible, Wen Yunjia replied. A look of despair etched across his features. I dared to voice a single complaint once, and they ignored me for an entire week. Since then, I have lacked the courage to utter another word. Is it truly that dire? Xiao Ming expressed his disbelief. However, upon reaching the dining table and observing the dishes laid out before him, he found himself convinced. The presentation and aroma were, quite frankly, beyond description. He suppressed his inner turmoil and took a morsel of food into his mouth. Instantly, he froze in shock. Father? Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen looked at Xiao Ming expectantly. How does it taste? Very good, exceedingly good, Xiao Ming managed to say, casting a complex glance at his son, who was engrossed in his bowl of plain rice. He offered a forced compliment. Really? Then you must eat more, as we prepared this meal especially for you. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen exclaimed gleefully, hastily piling various dishes onto Xiao Ming's plate. Xiao Ming nearly succumbed to despair. Yet his heart ached at the thought of disappointing his daughters. He valiantly endured the culinary catastrophe before him. Cough, cough. Well, Jingru, Yuchen, perhaps in the future, you should refrain from kitchen duties. It was no wonder his son had reacted as he did. Their cooking was indeed lethally unpalatable. Father, what is wrong? When Yuchen initially looked taken aback, then tears began to well in her eyes. Yuchen, you're both young ladies. Look at your delicate hands. Such soft skin should not be subjected to household chores. I cannot bear it, Xiao Ming said earnestly. In our home, we have servants to handle such tasks. Do not forget, your father is quite affluent. You both need only to fulfill your roles as esteemed young ladies, focusing on your beauty. Xiao Ming had not forgotten his intention to take the children to the villa in Yushi. He had been preoccupied with work recently. Now that everything at the company was arranged, he found that this matter could be prioritized. In a few days, you three should prepare. We shall return to reside there. Although the villa is situated in a pleasant area, it is rather small, lacking even a servant. It is far more comfortable to return home. All right, father, we shall follow your arrangements. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's explanation, Wen Yuchen ceased to feel wronged, wiped her tears, and flashed a playful smile. After dinner, the two daughters went to freshen up while Xiao Ming and Wen Yunjia engaged in idle conversation in the living room. Subsequently, as was their routine, the family of four set out for an evening stroll. Once outside, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen shared a secretive glance before racing to Xiao Ming's side, each taking hold of one of his arms. Father, a woman visited our home today. She entered using a code, claiming her name is Xiao Lingyu. She said we could call her Sister Lingyu. She is extraordinarily beautiful, with a captivating figure and a delightful voice. Her aura is enchanting. Even we as girls, Kuden and Appos, help but steal glances at her. She is stunning. Any man who sees her would surely fall in love. Xiao Ming felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing their envious remarks. Oh no, how had he forgotten about this? Turning to his daughters, he noticed a knowing look in their eyes. Xiao Ming and Appos' face flushed. He felt exposed, realizing his daughters were privy to his predicament. He could only manage a helpless smile and replied, calling her Sister Lingyu is fine. She is quite young, not yet 30. Father, is your relationship with her rather close? Wen Yuchen inquired, her tone laden with implication. Yes, quite close, as she's a longtime friend of mine, Xiao Ming responded somewhat awkwardly. Understood. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. Father, you need not appear so flustered. No, Xiao Ming sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in resignation. Seeing their father's discomfort, Wen Yuchen burst into laughter. In truth, she and Wen Jingru had already agreed to refrain from interfering in their father's personal life and would not harbor jealousy over any other women he might be involved with. No matter the circumstances, he would always be their father. After years of solitude, as long as he found happiness, they would accept any woman he chose to bring into their lives. Father, Sister Lingyu has invited us to go out, saying she wants to take us shopping and for beauty treatments. May we go? Wen Yuchen asked eagerly. Is that so? Xiao Ming paused, then replied. Of course you may go. Wonderful. I will respond to Sister Lingyu now. Wen Yuchen exclaimed joyfully. pulling out her phone to message Xiao Yu. Father, Sister Lingyu is truly a strong woman. My dream is to become a woman like her, capable of carving out my own space in this world. Xiao Yu was indeed an accomplished woman, and quite amiable as well, Xiao Ming mused to himself. Fortunately, judging by the reactions of his daughters, they harbored no ill feelings towards Lingyu. Father, something peculiar happened to the company today, Wen Yunjia said, recalling an odd incident. Today, the CEO personally came to my workstation to inform me that he wants me to move to headquarters. His name is Liang Ting. He looked at Xiao Ming with inquisitive eyes. It feels off. The company is called Ming Hui Group, and your name is also Ming. Could it be that you own this company? I am. Xiao Ming cleared his throat. The details of the company are complex and cannot be explained in just a few words. I will elaborate when there is time. Liang Ting is a graduate of a prestigious university in the United States and is a prominent figure in the industry. Working under him will be a great learning opportunity for you, Xiao Ming assured him. Understood. I will, Wen Yunjia replied, still puzzled. Suddenly, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen halted Xiao Ming's progress and stood before him with a mysterious demeanor. Father, we three have something to discuss with you. With earnest expressions, Wen Yuchen spoke first. Father, we siblings have decided to change our surname to yours. You have no objections, do you? What? Xiao Ming was taken aback, but joy quickly filled his heart. Of course, I have no objections. None at all. Chapter 33. It served her right that her vast estate has no heir. Xiao Yunza, Xiao Yuchen, and Xiao Jingru, such melodious names. After Xiao Ming recited the names of the children, appending his surname, he was overwhelmed with joy. Ever since he had confirmed that the children were indeed his, he had often pondered this matter. However, considering that when Jihan was no longer present and the children bore their mother's surname, he feared that broaching the subject of a name change might touch upon their sensitive emotions. To his surprise, the children seemed to share his sentiments. This was indeed a delightful turn of events. Let us change the surname to Xiao, Xiao Ming exclaimed, brimming with happiness. I will arrange everything immediately, and once it is set, we shall proceed with the change. All right, we will listen to you, Father. The family of four exchanged glances, their laughter ringing through the room. After their leisurely stroll, the two sisters headed off to wash up in preparation for bed. As when Yunza also made his way to his room, Xiao Ming suddenly called out to him, Yunza, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. When Yunza noticed his father's serious demeanor, feeling an inexplicable apprehension. Father, what is it? The two daughters, preparing to return to their bedroom, paused in curiosity. Do you both want to know as well? Xiao Ming pondered, recalling the hardships the girls had endured and deciding it was time they learned the truth. All right, come sit with us. Once the family of four settled onto the sofa, Xiao Ming looked at his children with a heavy heart before beginning to speak. Yunza, what I wish to discuss pertains to you, he said, his expression laden with concern. Father, please tell me what is wrong. When Yunza urged, nearly frantic at his father's serious tone, I feel it is necessary to share this with you. Listen well, and do not take it too heavily. Your father is here to support you. Xiao Ming reassured them before recounting the events. Half a year ago, the investment you mentioned was a scam. Upon hearing this, when Yunza panicked, Father, I genuinely wanted to start a business and earn money. Everything was conducted according to the rules. I never anticipated being deceived. That so-called good brother fled, and the investors vanished. We were supposed to develop a life-saving drug for heart attacks, yet nothing materialized and the money is gone. My luck has been dreadful. This is not merely a matter of luck, Xiao Ming interjected, patting his son's shoulder. You were ensnared in a trap from the very beginning. That so-called good brother, Su Mohan, was the one who initially proposed the investment, correct? He was the one orchestrating many of the subsequent events, including the research for the emergency drug. Did he not show you the research report back then? After the investors fled, he claimed he, too, was deceived and had lost everything. Yet after that, you lost all contact with him? In truth, Su Mohan had been plotting against you from the start. He was bribed by others. Xiao Ming and Apo's words left Wen Yunza in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the revelation. He gasped in disbelief, feeling an intense fury rising within him. His sisters, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, exchanged incredulous glances, equally astonished. You and Su Mohan each contributed 1 million to the venture, but the ones who bribed him provided him with 4 million. While you were suffocating under the weight of debt, he was likely dreaming of that 4 million, laughing in his sleep. The mastermind behind this scheme is Wen Feng Shu, the matriarch of the One family, your grandmother. I believe her motives for orchestrating this need not be elaborated upon. She aimed to coerce your brother into complying with her wishes regarding the Wen family. Wen Yuchen exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Ming nodded. Wen Yunze had always believed his misfortune was merely a matter of bad luck, never realizing that it was all the doing of that wicked old woman. Reflecting on the agony he had suffered over the past 6 months, Wen Yunze felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Dad, that old woman has gone too far. Brother, do not be disheartened. It is all in the past, Wen Jingru consoled, her heart aching for her brother. Jingru, I am all right, Wen Yunze replied after a long pause, forcing a smile through his simmering rage. Yet, it was clear to all that he was holding back. Yunze, I have warned you before that as long as I am here. I will not let anyone who dares to plot against my son go unpunished. You need not dwell on it excessively, Xiao Ming stated solemnly. Thank you, father. I am fine. Please do not worry. When Yunze scoffed, that old hag is truly heartless. She treated my mother so poorly before, and now she is doing the same to me. It serves her right that her vast estate has no heirs. Regardless of the circumstances, the 3 siblings shared a blood bond with her, prompting them to ponder how one could possess such a callous heart. Their mother's tragedy, along with their own, was a consequence of that old woman's actions. At that moment, Wen Yunze was engulfed by a torrent of hatred. Indeed, Xiao Ming nodded, continuing, I heard about your investment troubles from your sisters and felt there was something amiss, so I initiated an investigation. Dad, our mother was so unfortunate. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen lamented, tears streaming down their faces as they recalled their mother's plight. It was all the fault of that malevolent old woman. Their mother, faced with desperation, was forced to leave their father, raising the 3 of them alone through hardship, only to succumb to exhaustion and depart this world too soon. The separation of their parents, their mother's sufferings, and their decades-long ignorance of their father's identity, all of it stemmed from that old woman's actions. When their mother was nearing her end, she expressed a desire to see her mother one last time, for she was, after all, her biological parent. Thus, the 3 siblings borrowed a neighbor's tricycle and walked from dawn until dusk, bringing their mother to the gates of the One family estate, only to be turned away. Later, that old woman even attempted to reclaim Wen Yunze. The burdens of the past had left deep wounds in their hearts, though they rarely spoke of it. Every recollection left them bleeding inside. Their hatred for that old woman ran deep. Father, you must seek justice for my brother. The greatest tragedy that has befallen our family is due to that old witch, Wen Yuchen declared fiercely. Yes, I will, Xiao Ming affirmed with a nod. From now on, I will protect you all diligently. The Wen family shall not lay a finger on you. And as for what that old woman owes our family, I will ensure we reclaim it tenfold. Chapter 34. Father. I am to become a father too, humph. Wen Yunze was filled with an overwhelming rage, unable to contain himself any longer. He struck the sofa with his fist, exclaiming, Humph, that scoundrel Su Mohan. I regarded him as my closest friend, yet he sold me out for 4 million. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he decided to make a phone call. To his surprise, after 6 months, he finally got through. Su Mohan, you rascal. You actually sold me out for a few million. Before Wen Yunze could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly terminated by the other party, and soon thereafter, his phone was switched off. How despicable and shameless. His childish anger was palpable. Yunze, it's really not that serious. Experiencing a bit of loss is a good thing. It's a lesson to remember. The human heart is inscrutable. Without facing a few setbacks, how can one truly understand the treachery of mankind? Consider this a life lesson. There is no need to be angry. The world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. If you lack ability, you can only be bullied. With the right skills and wealth, one possesses all the capital. Dear children, I may not have much, but I certainly do not lack money. From this moment on, my wealth is yours. Stand tall and face life. If anyone dares to harm you, retaliate tenfold. I shall be your pillar of support. Xiao Ming declared resolutely. Afterward, the father and his two daughters spent quite some time comforting Wen Yunjia until his fury finally subsided. The next day, Wen Yunjia astonishingly woke up earlier than usual. Upon exiting his bedroom, he greeted Xiao Ming, Wen Jingru, and Wen Yuchen cheerfully. "Good morning, everyone." Xiao Ming had been quite worried about Wen Yunjia, but seeing him full of vitality eased his concerns. Wen Yunjia smiled and said, "You three were worried I would collapse upon learning the truth, but fret not. I come to terms with it. I refuse to be troubled by past events. My father is right. I will remember this lesson and will be more cautious in trusting others and acting impulsively in the future." Xiao Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Yunjia, I'm glad you found clarity," he nodded. However, the hearts of all parents are tender. Xiao Ming was acutely aware of the profound impact this incident had on Wen Yunjia, and he could not help but worry. "Yunjia, why not take the day off work? Let us spend some time together as a family." "Dad, I can't today. I have something important to attend to," Wen Yunjia replied, his eyes sparkling with barely concealed joy. "Something important?" Xiao Ming looked at him, puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Yunjia shyly confessed, Dad, I'm going to be a father too." "What?" Xiao Ming momentarily struggled to comprehend Wen Yunjia's words, stunned. "I mean, you're going to have a grandchild?" Wen Yunjia scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. "Is this true?" Xiao Ming, now processing the revelation, eagerly probed further. He recalled that both Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen had mentioned that Wen Yunjia and his girlfriend were initially set to marry, but their plans fell through due to his debts. Now suddenly there was news of a baby? It made sense why Wen Yunjia was in such high spirits that morning. "Yes, it's true. After my incident, Jing Shu informed me last night via WeChat. She even showed me the hospital examination report. The baby is already over 5 months along. I was so happy I couldn't sleep a wink last night, haha. I must hurry to find Jing Shu." With that, Wen Yunjia hummed a cheerful tune as he left. Once he departed, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen burst into laughter. "Brother is going to be a father. Does that mean we are about to become aunts?" Wen Yuchen exclaimed, filled with joy. "Absolutely. Soon, our family will welcome adorable little ones," Wen Jingru happily echoed. "But didn't they break up? What exactly happened?" Xiao Ming inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. "Dad, my brother's girlfriend is named Gang Jingshu. They started dating in high school and were deeply in love. However, after my brother fell into debt, her parents worried that their daughter would suffer by staying with him, so they opposed their relationship." Wen Yuchen explained the situation regarding Wen Yunjia and his girlfriend to Xiao Ming. Parents universally care for their children. It was understandable that Gang Jingshu's parents would object. Her family was not far from theirs, and after graduating, Gang Jingshu had been working at a real estate company, managing the entire sales department. She was not only beautiful, but also very understanding, a truly wonderful girl. That essay relief, Xiao Ming finally relaxed. Fate had been exceptionally kind to him. Just as he had reunited with his 3 children, he was soon to welcome a precious grandchild. The surprises just kept coming. At that moment, in a real estate company lobby in Yonghe District, Gang Jingshu sat in the break area, lost in thought. "Jingshu, you're incredible. They say you sold 3 A-type apartments today. Your sales have exceeded expectations this month. I believe you might be transferred to headquarters soon. You're just too impressive," praised her subordinate, Xiao Wang, without reservation. "Jingshu, how do you do it? Share some of your sales techniques with us." In the real estate sales department, results spoke volumes. Even the sales department manager had to possess exceptional sales skills to earn respect. "Just be patient with clients. There's no other secret," Gang Jingshu replied, not wanting to continue the conversation. "It's time to clock out. I have something to attend to." After leaving the sales department, Gang Jingshu found a seat in a restaurant, ordering only a glass of plain water. Feeling somewhat down, she sensed the little one in her belly moving and glanced down at her protruding abdomen, exhaling a long sigh. She forced a smile, reminding herself not to dwell too much on her thoughts. Yet, the words of the elderly lady earlier that day lingered in her mind. That morning, an elderly woman had come to the sales department and purchased 3 expensive properties in one go. Afterwards, she had said, "I am Wen Fengshu, the grandmother of Wen Yunjia. Whether or not you have heard him mention me is of no consequence. Just remember my words. You're carrying his child, right?" I presume you wouldn't want your child to be born without a father, and when Yunja is in debt. Your parents disapprove of your relationship and even restricted your freedom not long ago. I can see that you love him deeply. I can help you both if you're willing to listen to me. I want Wen Yunja to return to the one family as the heir, to inherit everything from my family. If you can persuade him to return to the one family, he will possess a fortune worth billions. Those debts will be insignificant to him. Chapter 35. What does it feel like to be a father? Your parents will no longer oppose your relationship, provided he consents. The 3 properties purchased today will be swiftly transferred to your name. The old lady's words lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. To this day, she remained in a state of shock. Yunja's grandmother was unexpectedly affluent. He had never mentioned it before. Geng Jingshu murmured softly as she opened a web page, typing in the name Wen Fengshu. Wen Fengshu, the president of the One Group, possessed assets exceeding billions, her wealth substantial enough to place her on the global wealth list. The information she unearthed astounded her. Good heavens, Yunja is actually the grandson of the president of the One Group. She muttered to herself. Having been in a relationship with Wen Yunja since high school and through university, she had believed she knew everything about him, only to discover there was so much she was unaware of. How could the impoverished boy, who had lost both parents, suddenly be the heir to the Wen Group? This revelation was both a delightful surprise and a source of distress for Geng Jingshu. Nearly 6 months prior, when Wen Yunja ventured into investments, he unexpectedly faced ruin and accrued a mountain of debt, leaving him nearly in despair, which prompted her parents to vehemently oppose her association with him. Initially, she resisted their disapproval, but eventually, she discovered she was pregnant. It was their child, and fearing her parents would force her to terminate the pregnancy if they found out, she pretended to agree to sever ties with Wen Yunja. Fortunately, her body cooperated, and the pregnancy remained discreet, only 5 months along. Her abdomen had just begun to swell. Dressed in loose clothing, it was nearly impossible to discern her condition. Throughout these past 6 months, although she had not inquired about Yunja's struggles or been by his side, he occupied her thoughts incessantly. Just as Yunja's grandmother had mentioned, if she could facilitate his return to the One family, her parents would no longer object to their union. Wen Yunja, a top student at Zhejiang High University, harbored entrepreneurial dreams, and should he return as the heir to the Wen family, his aspirations could finally materialize. Was this not a win-win situation? The mere thought of being able to be with Wen Yunja openly filled her with joy, prompting her to eagerly reach out to him via WeChat to inquire about his arrival. Soon, Wen Yunja arrived at the restaurant. Approaching her, he planted a hearty kiss on Geng Jingshu's forehead, beaming like a child. "Wife, you've worked hard during this time. I'm about to become a father. Hee, I am so blissful. Thank you for everything you and Appos V done for me." Last night, Geng Jingshu had shared everything with him, stirring a mix of emotions within him. Observing Wen Yunja and Appos, S astonished and overwhelmed expression as he gazed at her burgeoning belly, Geng Jingshu couldn't and Appos T help but chuckle. "All right, come here. Daddy wants to feel our little treasure," she said, guiding his hand to rest upon her stomach. At that moment, the baby stirred within her, eliciting a joyful exclamation from Wen Yunja. "Haha, dear wife, he moved. He actually moved." As he laughed, his eyes suddenly glistened with tears. "Wife, did you know? When you told me that I was going to be a father, I was completely taken aback. It turns out you've always loved me. Thank you for everything you've sacrificed." He had initially been consumed by the frustration of being schemed against by Wen Fengshu and his so-called friends, but Geng Jingshu and Appos, as unexpected message about their child rekindled his spirits. Suddenly, the machinations of Wen Fengshu and Su Mohan seemed inconsequential. "Hey, can I interview you about what it feels like to be a father?" he asked, a radiant smile gracing his face. "It feels surreal, like a dream. The happiness arrived so unexpectedly." Geng Jingshu laughed joyfully, rubbing her belly. "I still can't believe I'm going to be a mother." Wen Yunja tenderly caressed her face, assuring her wife, "I promise I will work diligently to provide for you and our baby." He then excitedly shared, "By the way, I just got a position at Minghui Group. Starting next month, I will earn a salary of 30 to 40,000 a month. I can provide for you and our little one. Moreover," he declared, "I am no longer the poor boy I once was. I'll fill you in on the details later, But nothing could deter our union now. His joy was palpable, nearly bursting forth in exuberance. He longed to create a happy life for his wife and child, but he was aware that the child had arrived unexpectedly. He would have to rely on his father for the time being. Although he was uncertain of his father's true wealth, he had observed his father's lavish spending habits, indicating a substantial fortune. Furthermore, his father had always treated their family kindly, and he would surely extend that goodwill to his grandchild and daughter-in-law. For now, he would borrow from his father, but he intended to work hard and repay his debts with gratitude. However, Geng Jingshu's thoughts diverged significantly from Wen Yunjia's. Mingwei Group was a large corporation, and working there was indeed commendable. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that no matter how well she performed or how high she rose within the company, she would always be an employee. In contrast, becoming the heir to the Wen family would be an entirely different matter. By comparison, the allure of being the heir to the Wen family was far more compelling. Unbeknownst to her, the complexities surrounding Chapter 36, never mentioned, only because of hatred once cruel to my mother. Now he resorts to every trick to force me to return? Dream on. Wen Yunjia vented his anger, losing all appetite for food. Jingshu, let us leave. I will escort you home. I have something to attend to. He needed to urgently discuss this matter with his father. He could not allow that old hag to approach Geng Jingshu again. It was too perilous. And he currently lacked the capability to confront her. He had to quickly seek his father and Amp, Appo's, as counsel. Yunjia. Geng Jingshu was momentarily stunned by Wen Yunjia and Amp, Appo's, words. It turned out that he had never mentioned his maternal family, solely out of deep-seated hatred, as if it were ingrained in his very bones. Geng Jingshu nodded obediently. Departing the restaurant with Wen Yunjia, upon returning home, her parents had just prepared a meal, waiting for her. Jingshu, why are you back so early today? Geng Jingshu and Amp, Appo's, parents, both retired, had little else to occupy their days apart from caring for her. Each day, a warm meal awaited her return. While cooking, her parents happened to glance out the window and saw Wen Yunjia escorting Geng Jingshu to the entrance before leaving. Noticing their daughter enter, Geng's father furrowed his brow. Why did Yunjia come? He couldn't stay for a meal. In truth, Geng's parents held a fondness for Wen Yunjia, but his family's poverty concerned them. The three siblings were orphans, lacking even distant relatives. Geng's parents worried that their daughter would suffer if she married Wen Yunjia, especially after learning he had been swindled in an investment, leaving him in heavy debt. For their daughter and Appo's future, they felt compelled to sever the relationship. However, they were taken aback to recently discover that their daughter was pregnant with Wen Yunjia's child. With no choice, they had to accept this reality. Dad, he had matters to attend to, so he didn't come up, Geng Jingshu replied, her mind a whirlwind. Listening to everything Wen Yunjia had said and witnessing his deep resentment towards his grandmother, she felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, being pregnant, she hoped for Wen Yunjia to return to the Wen family, for the sake of their child, and to ensure a more comfortable future. Jingshu, what's wrong? Your complexion looks terrible. Geng's father noticed his daughter's distress and asked with concern. Geng Jingshu, her mind in turmoil, decided to share everything with her parents. What? Geng Tianhua and his wife, Sun Shuahua, were equally shocked upon hearing her story. The couple exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, Geng Tianhua sighed. The Wen family possesses billions in assets. Since when Fengshu was so heartless as to deny Yunjia as mother, now she wishes for Yunjia to return as her successor? Indeed, Geng Jingshu replied. Yunjia mentioned that his uncle was injured and bedridden, making it impossible for him to father children. Yunjia does have a cousin, but he is reckless, having ruined his reputation and health at a young age. The men in the Wen family seem unable to have children. No wonder that old woman is so eager to bring Yunjia back. Geng Tianhua, accustomed to the intrigues of high society due to his work in public relations, discerned Wen Fengshu's motives. Yunjia, a top student at Zhejiang University, possessed remarkable business acumen. In terms of capability, he could easily outshine his cousin. Wen Fengshu's intention to have Yunjia return was, in essence, to make him a puppet to manage the family fortune. Precisely, I see that as well. However, while she wishes for Yunjia to be a puppet, He is not the kind to be easily manipulated. Once he becomes the heir of the Wen family, eventually all that belongs to the Wen family will be his. Being a puppet is merely a temporary position. The old lady cannot live forever, and there will be no one to follow her. Geng Jingshu recalled Wen Yunja's reaction when mentioning Wen Fengshu and sighed helplessly. However, Yunja despises his grandmother so intensely that it seems he will never agree to return to the Wen family. Geng Tianhua pondered before responding, regardless. She is still Yunja's biological grandmother. Although he is capable, lacking capital is a significant hindrance. The Wen family has extended an olive branch. This could be his opportunity to climb the ladder and realize his aspirations. Imagining the glorious future Yunja would have upon inheriting the Wen family's wealth. Geng Tianhua felt a sense of delight. Such wealth was beyond the reach of a lifetime of struggle for someone like him. With Geng Jingshu pregnant, their marriage had become an inevitable reality. If Yunja were to return and secure the Wen family's fortune, they too would bask in its glory. Their beloved daughter would become the wife of the Wen family's president, a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Jingshu, isn't it true that living each day with such fervor is all for financial stability? I support Yunja returning to the Wen family as their successor. After a moment of contemplation, Geng Tianhua said earnestly, no matter what, Yunja is of their blood. How deep can any animosity run? Once he returns to the Wen family, those grievances will surely be washed away by time. For the long term, you must do your utmost to persuade Yunja to return. Patting his daughter on the shoulder, Geng Tianhua continued, given Yunja's current circumstances, relying solely on his own strength to achieve his dreams seems unlikely. If you do not wish for yourself and the child to endure hardship, and if you hope for him to realize his ambitions, you must set aside past grievances and confront reality. Hearing her father's words, Geng Jingshu nodded resignedly. Dad, I understand. Dad, I almost forgot something important. Suddenly, Geng Jingshu recalled what Wen Yunja had mentioned. He said he found his biological father. Is that so? Geng Tianhua's interest piqued. What kind of person is Yunja's biological father? Have you met him? I haven't met him. I only heard Yunja mention it today. Geng Jingshu replied, shaking her head. However, he seems to be well off. He drove a Mercedes today, which he said was a gift from his father. A Mercedes? Geng Tianhua exclaimed with delight. That's a luxury car. It seems Yunja and Appo's father is wealthy. After careful consideration, Geng Tianhua shook his head. But no matter how rich he is, he cannot possibly surpass the Wen family and Appo's wealth. Right now, my mind is a whirlwind. Yunja and I have always gotten along well. He usually listens to me when issues arise. Yet I have never seen him harbor such hatred towards anyone. I don't know how to persuade him. Chapter 37. Old Witch, dream on Geng Jingshu sighed in distress. After seeing her off, Wen Yunja hurried to Qilin Garden without a moment's delay. At that moment, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, who were planning to go out and have some fun, encountered the person they despised to the core outside their villa, Wen Fengshu. Clad in a qipao, Wen Fengshu stepped out of a luxury car, striding arrogantly towards the two sisters. In truth, Wen Fengshu had never regarded these three siblings as family. At 58 years of age, she hailed from a prosperous background, her parents having been successful in business. Her deep interest in commerce, nurtured by her father, allowed her to become a formidable businesswoman on Commercial Street. Her exceptional capabilities bred an insatiable desire for control. Wen Fengshu ardently loved her career and wished for her children to inherit her legacy, only to discover that her daughter preferred the arts, pursuing a career in singing and dancing. In her eyes, the daughter of a wealthy family should embody the expectations of her status and avoid the limelight of the entertainment industry, thus stifling her daughter's dreams. This led to a profound rebellion against her mother, straining their relationship to the breaking point. Observing her daughter's beauty, Wen Fengshu sought to arrange a marriage that could consolidate her power, only to be met with her daughter's flight. When she later learned that her daughter was involved with a poor boy, she resorted to threats to bring her back to the Wen family, only to find her daughter pregnant. This revelation ignited Wen Fengshu's fury, intensifying her disdain for Wen Jihan. She attempted to force her daughter into aborting the child, and into a marriage of her choosing. But once again, Wen Jihan escaped. From that moment on, Wen Fengshu ceased to concern herself with her daughter's fate. Unexpectedly, her son was injured and left paralyzed, while her grandson squandered his reputation and health. Despite her efforts to summon numerous physicians, the prospect of future heirs seemed bleak. In desperation, she recalled Wen Jihan's children. She resolved to bring Wen Yunjia back into the family, as her son's lineage was unreliable, leaving her with no choice but to settle for a lesser alternative. However, the two girls became increasingly irksome to her. Upon confronting Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, she declared with an air of superiority, "I have come to bring you back to the Wen family." Now, having reflected on the situation, Wen Fengshu realized that since Wen Yunjia was so concerned about his two sisters, manipulating them might be the key to her plans. Besides the sisters, she also contemplated leveraging Wen Yunjia's girlfriend. Yet, she underestimated the sisters' resolve. They were utterly unimpressed by her self-proclaimed dignity. Upon hearing her condescending tone, they glared at her and turned to leave. How audacious! When Fengshu's annoyance flared, and she snapped, "You two uncultured girls, I am your grandmother. And this is how you treat me, grandmother?" Wen Yuchen retorted, her gaze cold as she faced Wen Fengshu. "You think you have the right to call yourself that? When our mother was gravely ill, she longed to see you one last time. Yet you were so heartless that you allowed her to leave this world with regrets. For over 20 years, you have shown no concern for our well-being. Now, you have no ground to stand here and criticize us. In your eyes, our mother and we three are inconsequential. If not for the fact that your son and grandson are unreliable, you wouldn't even bother to look our way. Do you think you can compel my brother to return and guard your estate? Dream on, old witch." After delivering her scathing rebuke, Wen Yuchen took Wen Jingru's hand. Ready to depart. Pathetic creatures devoid of intellect, just like your short-lived mother, who lacks the most basic understanding of hierarchy, Wen Fengshu seethed inwardly. Despite maintaining a facade of warmth, targeting the seemingly gentler Wen Jingru, she said, "Regardless of whether you accept it or not, I am your grandmother. You're not, and you lack the qualification." Wen Jingru shot back, her seemingly fragile demeanor betraying a fierce spirit. Her eyes burned with hatred, as if she wished to bore holes into Wen Fengshu with her glare. "Jingru, are you preparing for work?" Wen Fengshu inquired with a smile, although her heart simmered with rage. "You needn't bother. You will soon be dismissed." Wen Jingru rolled her eyes, but said nothing. Unexpectedly, after 2 minutes of stalemate, her supervisor contacted her, informing her of her termination without providing a reason. She understood immediately that it was Wen Fengshu's doing. "You have gone too far." Wen Jingru glared at the elderly woman, who had so easily shattered her world, anger causing her chest to tighten. In truth, losing a job was not catastrophic. What enraged her was Wen Fengshu's ruthless manipulation of their family's lives, just as she had done to their mother. Wen Fengshu was the first person to infuriate her to the point of wishing harm. Despicable. With a haughty lift of her chin, Wen Fengshu sneered at the furious sisters. "With a single word, I can strip you of everything. However, you are still descendants of the Wen family. My intention is merely to bring you back. I have stated that I will cultivate Yunjia as my successor and will provide everything for him and for you both. The Wen family is wealthy enough to ensure your every comfort. You will receive proper training in the etiquette of high society and perhaps secure a prosperous marriage. This was presented as a grand favor. Do you intend to mold my brother into the likes of you, a shameless devil? To marry into wealth? Why do you cloak it in such grandiose language? You simply wish for us to enter into advantageous unions. You treated our mother so cruelly in the past, and now you aspire to do the same to us." Chapter 38. Such a person only deserves scathing retorts. To consider me a pawn in your matrimonial schemes? You antiquated crone, persist in your fantastical reveries. Wen Yuchen glared at Wen Fengshu with indignation, recalling her prior decision to renounce the Wen surname. With an air of defiance, she proclaimed to Wen Fengshu, "Listen, you old hag, we three siblings are preparing to sever ties with the Wen lineage. Consider this. Your son and grandson are both infertile, rendering the Wen family extinct. All your arduous endeavors will inevitably be bereft of successors." Wen Yuchen reveled in her malicious mockery. Renounce the surname? You ill-mannered wretch. Is this the extent of your mother's tutelage? Since you lack guidance, allow your maternal grandmother to instruct you. Enraged by Wen Yuchun's repeated insults, Wen Fengshu, seething with choler, nearly succumbed to a fit of apoplexy. She advanced menacingly toward Wen Yuchun, poised to deliver a stinging slap. You insolent brat, devoid of even the most rudimentary respect for elders. You are in dire need of a lesson. Wen Fengshu unleashed a merciless strike. In a swift motion, a figure materialized beside the two sisters, enfolding Wen Yuchun in a protective embrace while intercepting Wen Fengshu's descending hand. It was Xiao Ming. Audacious, Xiao Ming's voice resonated, seemingly subdued, yet imbued with an arctic chill. Even Wen Fengshu, a seasoned veteran of the commercial world, was momentarily stunned. Xiao Ming cast off Wen Fengshu with disdain, his voice laced with frigidity. How dare you run amok in my domain? Who are you? Wen Fengshu retorted, regaining her composure, gesturing for her retinue to shield her. That is inconsequential. To contemplate assaulting my kin is to court demise. Xiao Ming's eyes, piercing and glacial, emanated an aura of lethal intent. Wen Fengshu involuntarily recoiled, eyeing the man warily. Though seemingly in his late 20s, his presence commanded authority, his every gesture exuding composure and gravitas. His age belied his true nature. She scrutinized him intently, her expression contorting in astonishment. Could it be you? The man who consorted with my daughter 2 decades ago? Indeed. No wonder the man seemed vaguely familiar. He was undoubtedly the biological father of Wen Yunzhe and his siblings. Recognizing his identity, Wen Fengshu reverted to her former arrogance. Yes, I am a father of these 3 siblings, Xiao Ming declared with candor, adding with contempt, and you dare to impugn my children's upbringing? Such conduct is warranted when dealing with your ilk. I condone it. Presumptuous. I forewarn you. Incur my wrath and face dire consequences, Wen Fengshu threatened. Xiao Ming scoffed derisively, as if amused by a jest. The collective might of the Wen family is insufficient to warrant my attention. Ignoramus, Wen Fengshu retorted, her tone laced with mockery, yet her brow furrowed with apprehension. The man in Oppo's aura was overpowering, as if he were a monarch by birthright. She was astounded. She had investigated him years ago, discovering him to be a penniless nobody. Why, then, did he exude such an air of complexity? Her underlings, dispatched to monitor Wen Yunzhe and his siblings, had reported their relocation to the Qilin Garden, suggesting that the 2 young women had been taken as mistresses. Assuming the siblings had succumbed to the pressure of their immense debt, she had hastened to intervene. This man in Oppo's residence suggested a lack of affluence. The thought fueled her disdain. Disinclined to prolong the altercation, he stated coolly, tomorrow evening, the Wen family will host a banquet in my honor. Your presence is welcome, though not compulsory. However, convey to Yunzhe that I have extended an invitation to his paramour's entire family. Celebrate your birth? I would sooner celebrate the birth of a cur. Wen Yuchun spat venomously. Though typically capricious, Wen Yuchun rarely resorted to such vitriol. Her animosity toward Wen Fengshu was so profound that she could scarcely contain her fury. In her estimation, Wen Fengshu deserved nothing less than her most acrimonious censure. Wen Fengshu teetered on the brink of another outburst, but restrained herself, mindful of Xiao Ming's protective stance. Furthermore, I remind you that your mother's possessions remain untouched. Reclaim them tomorrow evening, or they shall be reduced to ashes. Moreover, I cannot vouch for my actions toward Yunzhe's paramour's family. Her words dripped with menace. This time, both Wen Yuchun and Wen Jingro were tempted to resort to violence. Xiao Ming, sensing their distress, patted his daughter's shoulders in reassurance, turning to Wen Fengshu. Rest assured, we shall attend. It is time to settle accounts. Even without Wen Fengshu's invitation, he would have sought her out. Her brazen provocation could not be ignored. Upon hearing Xiao Ming and Oppo's acquiescence, Wen Fengshu smirked derisively once more. She then addressed Wen Jingro and Wen Yuchun with feigned amiability. Adorn yourselves appropriately. I shall dispatch conveyance. Following Wen Fengshu's departure, Wen Jingro and Wen Yuchun turned to Xiao Ming in bewilderment. Father, the old hag's intentions are transparently malevolent. Why did you concede? Xiao Ming stroked his daughter's heads soothingly. Wen Fengshu, a creature of avarice, undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives for inviting them to the Wen estate. However, he, Xiao Ming, was not one to be trifled with. Observing his daughters and Appo's tear-streaked faces, he tenderly wiped away their tears. Do not despair. I have vowed to protect you from all harm. Wen Jingro nodded. Yet her thoughts lingered on Wen Fengshu's actions, lamenting her dismissal from her employment. Jingro, it matters not. Your dismissal is inconsequential. Take respite for a few days. In due time, we shall establish a fashion house or atelier, as your heart desires. I shall provide the funds. Xiao Ming embraced his daughter, offering solace. Really, father? But my abilities are limited, Wen Jingro murmured, her confidence shaken. Chapter 39. Beloved dependents, do not be so insecure. You possess remarkable talent in fashion design. Moreover, your father will assist you. Just prepare yourself and inform me when you are ready. Leave the rest to me, Xiao Ming asserted with unwavering resolve. His younger daughter had a passion for fashion design, and naturally, he supported her. Yet, this left him somewhat troubled. In his company, among the three siblings, only one Yunze showed any inclination toward taking the helm. How wonderful it would be if one of his daughters could inherit his legacy. Unfortunately, his youngest daughter had no interest in business, and his eldest daughter was too frivolous, appearing indifferent to the corporate world. Ultimately, his aspirations seemed destined for disappointment. However, the happiness of his daughters outweighed all else. If they lacked interest, so be it. Fortunately, he still had Wen Yunze to shoulder the responsibility of carrying on his enterprise. You are truly amazing, Wen Jingru exclaimed, overcome with emotion, her previous despondency dissipating in an instant. Xiao Ming returned home with his two daughters. Upon entering, Wen Yunze rushed in, his anxiety palpable. Jingru, Yechen, father, are you all right? That old witch didn't harm you, did she? She lacks the capability, Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. She cannot act with impunity in my presence. Had Xiao Ming not arrived in time, that old hag's slap would have landed squarely on his precious daughter's face. The mere thought enraged him. Had she truly struck, he might have been driven to obliterate the Wen family in retaliation. Didn't you have something to attend to? Why are you back so early? Noticing his son's distressed demeanor, Xiao Ming inquired urgently. Did that old crone give you trouble? She did not trouble me, but she went to the workplace of your future daughter-in-law. Wen Yunze confessed candidly. How shameless. Both Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen fumed, their irritation escalating further upon hearing this. That old hag intends to sever all avenues for you three siblings, seeking to force your capitulation. With Xiao Ming's acumen, Wen Fengshu's schemes are utterly transparent. Wen Yunze's girlfriend was already pregnant, thus entitling her to the Xiao family name. He would never permit that old woman to run rampant. Tomorrow evening, we shall pay a visit to the Wen family and ascertain the extent of her capabilities, while also retrieving your mother's belongings, Xiao Ming remarked with a wry smile. Father, do you truly believe this is wise? Are we really prepared for this? The three siblings were filled with apprehension. They had witnessed Wen Fengshu's methods firsthand, yet they remained uncertain about their father's prowess. Rest assured, it is entirely manageable. Xiao Ming replied confidently. Father, I believe that since everything seems settled today, I might as well introduce you to your future daughter-in-law. What do you think? Wen Yunze tentatively suggested. Given that Geng Jingshu was pregnant, marriage was inevitable. Though somewhat reluctant to rely on his father, he cautiously gauged his father's reaction. Indeed, I should meet her. After all, I have a grandchild on the way and have yet to meet my daughter-in-law. I will reserve a restaurant, and you should invite Jingshu and her family to join us, Xiao Ming declared. Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen perked up at this, voicing their enthusiasm. Yes, yes. It has been far too long since we last saw our sister-in-law. Let's allow father to meet his daughter-in-law. Splendid. Xiao Ming beamed. I have scarcely begun my role as a father, and now I shall step into the role of grandfather. Go invite my daughter-in-law. I shall prepare a gift for her. Great. I will inquire about her thoughts this very moment. Wen Yunze replied cheerfully as he headed to his room to video call Geng Jingshu. With this distraction, Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen cast aside their previous discontent. eagerly envisioning the upcoming meeting of their families. Father, Jing Shu, has agreed, and her parents have no objections, when Yunze announced jubilantly, rushing back from his room. It's time to prepare for our meeting with your future daughter-in-law. We must make the necessary arrangements. Xiao Ming nodded with seriousness. Meanwhile, in the Qingyang Villa district of Yonghe, Anjing City, a luxurious area characterized by its opulent villas and elite residents, when Fengshu had invested a staggering 100 million to acquire her three-story villa, which sprawled over approximately 1,000 square meters. This residence resembled a quaint resort, yet her true desire lay in the nearby Yushi Villa district, renowned as the pinnacle of luxury. Regrettably, that area had already been purchased for a sum exceeding 7 or 800 million. Despite her attempts to investigate the buyers, she had uncovered nothing of substance. In comparison, her villa felt insignificant. This realization stung her with a sense of defeat. However, when juxtaposed with the siblings and their biological father, she felt superior. How laughable. With a modicum of wealth, they presumed to challenge me. The memory of being treated with disdain by those children and their father ignited her ire. She had never before endured such humiliation. Contemplating the formidable aura of that man, she exhaled and instructed her subordinates, inquire about the findings of my previous investigators on Xiao Ming. Soon, her subordinates returned with information. President Wen, it appears that Xiao Ming is indeed the biological father of those children. However, we were unable to ascertain his precise identity. Xiao Ming has purchased several luxury vehicles for those children, each worth over $1 million. After absorbing this information, Wen Fengshu chuckled derisively. No wonder those two girls carried themselves with such bravado. They believe having a wealthy father makes them impressive. A mere sum of money emboldens them to challenge me? They are utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. In Anjing, no one is capable of standing against me, Wen Fengshu. It appears that while Xiao Ming possesses some wealth, buying cars worth $1 million is trivial to me. It is inconsequential. $1 million is akin to a few dozen yuan for me. Utterly negligible. Their inability to uncover my secrets is simply a result of my discretion. Anyone with even modest skill would naturally conceal their true identity. Chapter 40. The woman to whom he had given his heart. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant in front of me. She sneered, thinking that no matter how capable someone was, dealing with them was as simple as crushing an ant. Some abilities just require a little more effort to deal with. Who was she? Her name was on the global wealth. Would she fear a mere Xiao Ming? At this moment, Xiao Ming took his daughters out to prepare for meeting his future in-laws. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen had already made plans to get beauty treatments with Xiao today, so they called Xiao over. Xiao Ming smiled faintly when he saw Xiao. You're here. He hadn't seen Xiao for some time, and she was becoming more charming. As always, Xiao Ming's attitude was indifferent. Yes, Xiao nodded, seeing that Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen were both there. She was awkwardly unsure of how to react. You never told me you had children before. Mainly, I didn't know before either. Xiao Ming said with a helpless smile. They're in Oppos. SA dinner tonight and a banquet tomorrow. I and Oppos am taking them to attend, so you can take the girls to get ready, do their makeup, and buy some jewelry. They don't know how, so help them out. Those 2 dresses I sold at the auction are perfect for them. You can take them to buy some necklaces and bracelets later. As he said this, Xiao Ming's eyes were full of affection as he looked at his daughters. Xiao felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. The 2 dresses, forever love, I've liked them for so long, she thought to herself. The dresses were designed by an international fashion designer and represented the sincerest and most precious love. He had spent millions to buy them at an auction. Xiao especially liked the 2 dresses. The design was beautiful, and the meaning was excellent. However, Xiao Ming had kept them in his collection room. She had hinted at it once, and he had understood her implication, but Xiao Ming had not made any indication. At the auction, she clearly saw the tenderness in Xiao Ming's eyes when he looked at those 2 dresses, as if he were looking at his beloved. He had never looked at her with such an expression. Xiao Ming had bought things for Xiao, international brands, limited edition clothes, shoes, and bags. He had bought her a lot, but it was usually done by his assistant. He had never given her anything that represented love. The only woman he had ever deeply loved was Wen Jihan, the most important person in his life, the woman to whom he had given his heart. But unexpectedly, she had left forever. However, she had left him the most precious treasures in the world, his two beloved daughters. It seemed that fate had arranged it all. The two dresses he had bought years ago were perfect for his two daughters. After 3 p.m., the family and Xiao Yu returned to Qiling Garden. Xiao Yu put the jewelry she had prepared for the two girls on them. Xiao Ming was immediately captivated by his two stunning daughters. "You two look so beautiful today," Xiao Ming praised generously. "Daddy, really?" Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen had never worn such high-end jewelry before, and the two sisters felt a little unreal. "Jingru, Yuchen, I have gifts for you." Xiao Ming looked to the side at the two high-end boxes that Xiao Yu had arranged to be sent over. A look of remembrance in his eyes. "These gifts were originally prepared for Jahan, but I never thought. Now, I'm giving these gifts to you two. I'm sure she would be very happy if she knew." "Daddy, what gifts?" Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen were stunned, walking towards the two high-end boxes with puzzled expressions. They were actually two dresses. The two sisters each took out one and exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my gosh, these are so beautiful." They had never seen such beautiful dresses. Wen Jingru, being a fashion designer herself, recognized at a glance that these two dresses must have been made by a master. "Daddy, why did you give us such precious dresses?" Wen Jingru asked in surprise. "Jingru, Yuchen, these two dresses were designed by an international fashion designer and represent the most sincere love. Giving them to you two is the most appropriate." Xiao Ming put away the look of remembrance in his eyes and said with a smile, "Not only do you two have gifts, but Jingshu does too." The gifts for his two daughters were dresses, and the gift prepared for his daughter-in-law was jewelry. The jewelry he prepared to give to Gung Jingshu was called Twinkling Starlight. The entire set included earrings, a necklace, a bracelet, and a ring. It cost millions and was also custom-made by a famous designer. "Thank you, Daddy, love you, love you." Wen Yuchen happily held the dress up to her body and then took it to her bedroom to change. "Jingru, hurry up," Wen Yuchen shouted as she ran. "Okay, Daddy. I love you too," Wen Jingru said happily, taking her gift to Wen Yuchen's bedroom, leaving Xiao Yu in the living room, filled with envy and disarray. 10 minutes later, the bedroom door opened, and the sisters walked out one after the other. With delicate faces and exquisite attire, they looked like beauties who had stepped out of a painting, captivating anyone who looked at them. "So beautiful," Xiao Ming was stunned. He sighed inwardly. Genes are so powerful. These two girls have inherited all the advantages of his and their mother when Jihan and Amp. Oppos, as appearances. The two girls were already very beautiful, and now they have been so carefully dressed. This beauty, this temperament, can leave any of the popular female celebrities in the entertainment industry in the dust. "Hee, Daddy. This dress is so beautiful," Wen Yuchen said happily, twirling in place, holding up the hem of her skirt. Wen Jingru was also full of happiness. "So, this is what it feels like to be loved by Daddy. Too beautiful. When I meet my future in-laws later, my two precious daughters will definitely make their old man proud," Xiao Ming said with a proud smile. Although his daughter-in-law was the main character, his aura could be crushed. But fortunately, he had these two girls to hold the fort. After everything was ready, Xiao Ming called Wen Yunjia. The meeting time was set for 6 o'clock. After making the call, he took his two daughters and set off for Muyue Restaurant on Beihuan Road in Yonghe District, where he had arranged to meet his future in-laws. It was a relatively famous and high-end restaurant in Anjin City. After all, it was the first time meeting his daughter-in-law's family. So choosing a slightly more high-end place was also a sign of respect for his daughter-in-law and Oppos as family. Considering the other party and Oppos as conditions, the restaurant he had booked was considered mid to high-end. He didn't end Oppos. He booked a more high-end place, mainly because he was worried about scaring his future in-laws. This time, he ordered nearly 100,000 worth of dishes. Chapter 41. Concerning the lifelong affairs of his son stepping out of the villa, Xiao Ming retrieved his Lincoln from the garage. After Xiao Yu assisted Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen into the car, her gaze turned expectantly towards Xiao Ming. "Lingyu, I appreciate your help today," Xiao Ming remarked with a calm demeanor. Xiao Yu understood the implication behind his words, suppressing her disappointment as she forced a smile. "It's no trouble at all. You two go ahead. I'll head home now. Call me if you need anything." As Xiao Yu departed, her sense of loss was keenly observed by Wen Yuchen. "Father, you are quite heartless," she remarked. From Xiao Ming's attitude towards Xiao Yu, Wen Yuqian discerned the nature of their relationship. To Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu was merely a companion. She held no significant place in his heart, which explained why he had never officially acknowledged her over the years. This was something Xiao Yu, with her intelligence, surely comprehended. Yet, she willingly remained by Xiao Ming's side, loving him all the same. The power of love is indeed profound, and her father was quite formidable. Little girl, refrain from speaking nonsense, Xiao Ming replied indifferently. He checked the time on his phone. It was already past 5. Just then, a man entered from outside. Jingru, Yuqian. This is our family driver, Xiao Zhao. He has been with me since I started my business. From now on, you can directly find Xiao Zhao when you need to go out, Xiao Ming instructed. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuqian nodded, politely greeting the driver, Xiao Zhao. Subsequently, with Xiao Zhao at the wheel, the three of them set off towards my restaurant. 40 minutes later, Xiao Ming and his daughters arrived at the same time as the Geng Tianhua family and the welcoming Wen Yunjia. Yunjia, your father chose my restaurant? Upon seeing the establishment, Geng Jingshu was astonished. Her residence was in Yonghe district, and my restaurant was one of the finest dining venues in the area, frequented by the affluent. It was surprising that when Yunjia's father had made such an extravagant reservation. My father made the reservation. It seems quite nice, when Yunjia responded. Our in-laws have put in a lot of thought. Geng Tianhua, having previously visited the restaurant, was aware of its prestige and excitedly shared this with his wife, Sun Xiuhua. They had long held fondness for Wen Yunjia, but their initial opposition to his relationship was rooted in his lack of financial stability. They had intended to assist him in purchasing a home for his family, but unforeseen losses had complicated matters. Now, seeing the restaurant chosen by Wen Yunjia's father, Geng Tianhua felt reassured about their financial standing and his daughter's future. However, if Yunjia were to return to the Wen family, this restaurant would hardly be noteworthy. Perhaps they could still enjoy a meal at the Qiangui Club, the most exclusive establishment in Anjin City. As Geng Tianhua and his family approached my restaurant and reached the entrance of their private room, they were taken aback to find Xiao Ming waiting outside with his 2 daughters. Uncle and aunt, this is my father, Xiao Ming, Wen Yunjia quickly introduced. Father, this is my future daughter-in-law, Geng Jingshu. These are her parents. Mr. Xiao, a pleasure to meet you. Geng Tianhua greeted warmly, shaking hands with Xiao Ming. It had been years since Xiao Ming had used formalities with anyone, let alone welcome guests. However, matters concerning his son's future required him to adopt a humble stance. My goodness, in-law, you are remarkably youthful, Geng Tianhua exclaimed, surprised by how young Wen Yunjia's father appeared. Thank you, but I'm already in my 40s, hardly young. Xiao Ming responded politely, his gaze shifting to Geng Jingshu. Jingshu, you are truly stunning, he complimented sincerely. Thank you, uncle. Geng Jingshu blushed at the praise, shyly retreating behind Wen Yunjia. Hello, uncle and aunt, chimed Wen Jingru and Wen Yuqian, eager to greet Geng Jingshu as parents. Hello, sister. The 2 sisters naturally did not forget to acknowledge their future sister-in-law, Geng Jingshu. Their introduction left the Geng family astonished. Geng Tianhua, who had heard of Wen Yunjia's 2 sisters but had never met them, was taken aback by their striking presence. The 2 young ladies appeared as if they had stepped out of a painting, adorned in exquisite gowns, their graceful necks adorned with luxurious necklaces. The essence of nobility radiated from them, prompting Geng Tianhua to reflect on their family's affluent background. Having worked in public relations before retirement, Geng Tianhua recognized the opulence of the sisters' attire and accessories. In-law, let us move to the private room to discuss matters further, Xiao Ming suggested with a smile. Gesturing for them to enter, Geng Tianhua, still in a daze, nodded and followed Xiao Ming into the private room, while Geng Jingshu and her mother, Sun Xiuhua, remained awestruck. From the moment they arrived outside the restaurant, each revelation had been more astonishing than the last. Upon seeing Wen Yunjia's sisters, Geng Jingshu was immediately captivated by their attire. Yunjia, your sisters are dressed so beautifully. It seems their outfits are quite expensive, she remarked. Perhaps they are, given what my father provides, Wen Yunjia casually replied. Geng Jingshu felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of their future together. It could easily cost tens of thousands, Wen Yunjia speculated, though he had little knowledge of fashion. Tens of thousands? That must be an understatement. It could easily be in the hundreds of thousands, or even more, Geng Jingshu thought. Her experience in dealing with wealthier clients confirming her suspicions. The thought of living a life of luxury with Wen Yunjia filled her with excitement. Once seated in the private room, Xiao Ming presented a beautifully crafted box to Geng Jingshu. Jingshu, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I have prepared a small gift for you, he said, hoping she would appreciate it. Chapter 42. Who is this remarkable individual? A gift for the meeting? Geng Jingshu held the box, feeling as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. She was so astonished that she scarcely knew how to respond. Jingshu, Dad has said it's a gift for our meeting. You should accept it, Wen Yunjia, with his usual nonchalance, remarked. He was not surprised by his father's generosity. Jingshu, hurry and thank him, urged Geng Tianhua and son Xuehua, both beaming with smiles as they encouraged their daughter. By presenting a gift to Geng Jingshu, Xiao Ming was signaling his acceptance of her as a daughter-in-law, which also honored them as parents. Geng Tianhua and his wife had, in fact, prepared gifts for Wen Yunjia's two sisters as well. When son Xuehua handed over the gifts, the two sisters expressed their delight and gratitude. Dad, may I take a look at what you've given my future wife? Wen Yunjia could no longer contain his curiosity and took the box from Geng Jingshu, opening it. Inside was an entire set of diamond-studded jewelry. Inapos, that's so beautiful. Geng Jingshu gasped, her face shifting in astonishment. Geng Tianhua and his wife exchanged silent gasps of admiration. The serving staff were equally captivated by the luxurious diamond set. This ensemble must be worth at least 200,000 to 300,000, thought son Xuehua, her mind buzzing at the sight of the extravagant gift. Even Wen Yunjia was taken aback by Xiao Ming's generosity. He had anticipated some gesture from Xiao Ming towards his future daughter-in-law, but never expected such an opulent offering. The value of the jewelry seemed comparable to that of Wen Jingru and Wen Yuzhuan's pieces. Uncle, such an extravagant gift is too much for me to accept. Though Geng Jingshu's family was humble, she was well aware that this jewelry set was worth over $1 million. Owning such exquisite pieces was something she had never dared to dream of. Good heavens! What kind of person is Wen Yunjia and Apos as father? Such a display of wealth is simply overwhelming. Geng Jingshu was so taken aback that she didn't know where to place her hands. Jingshu, you are the one Yunjia has chosen. It is customary to present a gift upon first meeting. This jewelry is of little consequence. I hope you will cherish it, Xiao Ming said, feigning displeasure. If you refuse, your uncle may take offense. Geng Jingshu looked uncertainly at Wen Yunjia. Jingshu, just accept it, Wen Yunjia replied, not overthinking the situation. His father's generosity suggested an abundance of wealth. After all, money is meant to be spent. Seeing both Xiao Ming and Wen Yunjia insist, Geng Jingshu hesitated but eventually nodded. Thank you, uncle. Having already borne a child, her marriage to Wen Yunjia was a foregone conclusion. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, her nerves easing. Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction upon seeing her accept the gift. Soon, the dishes were served, and the two families began to converse happily. However, Geng Jingshu's attention remained fixated on the set of jewelry bestowed upon her. After about 10 minutes, her initial shock began to subside. She adored that jewelry set. Not only was it valuable, but it was also a gift from Wen Yunjia's father. Meanwhile, Geng Tianhua, engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Ming, was continuously astonished and delighted by the lavishness of the occasion. His family had never imagined that Wen Yunjia's father would be so generous. It appears that Yunjia's father is quite affluent and generous towards his daughter. Thus, my daughter marrying him will surely lead to a life of comfort, Geng Tianhua thought, feeling a weight lift from his heart. As for Wen Yunjia's grandmother, upon hearing Geng Jingshu mention that Wen Yunjia harbored a deep resentment towards her, she felt reassured that, given his father's solid financial standing, Geng Jingshu would not suffer in her marriage. Consequently, Geng Tianhua felt unburdened and engaged in cheerful conversation with Xiao Ming. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuzhuan chatted with Geng Jingshu and her mother about everyday matters and gossip. Throughout their conversation, dishes continued to grace the table. Upon witnessing the array of delectable dishes, the Geng family was once again astounded. There were lobsters and abalones, and, just by their appearance, one could tell they were expensive. This food is truly exquisite. Under Xiao Ming's polite invitation, Geng Tianhua and son Shuahua eagerly picked up their chopsticks to taste the dishes, instantly captivated by the culinary delights. Wow, this is delicious. Geng Jingshu's appetite was piqued, and she too joined in. Dear in-laws, the cuisine from their household is exceptionally delightful, praised Geng Tianhua. Not only were the dishes remarkable, but the drinks were also of the finest quality. Father, the flavors here are truly extraordinary, remarked Wen Jingru and her sister, enraptured by the sumptuous spread before them, hardly able to spare a word. My dear, the flavors here are quite average. Our family's chef prepares far more delicious dishes. Xiao Ming replied with a subtle smile, leaning in to whisper to the two sisters. Really? They were taken aback. Yunjia, what does your father do? Geng Jingshu inquired quietly, estimating the price of the meal to be no less than 100,000. She turned to Wen Yunjia, astonished. Wen Yunjia, preoccupied with the delicious food, mumbled, Wife, I'm not quite sure what he does, but it's clear he is wealthy. As for the specifics of his wealth, he shook his head in confusion. Just order whatever you desire. My father has plenty of money. Don't just indulge. I just estimated that this meal must cost over 100,000. Geng Jingshu said seriously, suppressing her astonishment. What? When Yunjia was taken aback. A meal costing over 100,000 was previously equivalent to their annual living expenses. Yet, he soon reconciled with the reality of his father's wealth and resumed enjoying the meal. The dinner left the Geng family in a state of shock and delight, and it must be acknowledged that Xiao Ming's invitation had completely won them over. After finishing the meal, both families continued to chat for about half an hour, discussing inconsequential matters. It was their first meeting. Discussing marriage at this juncture felt overly direct. Xiao Ming thought it best to allow them to get to know each other better, providing some breathing space before broaching the subject of lifelong commitments. By around 10 o'clock, Geng Tianhua appeared slightly tipsy. When a suggestion to disperse arose, Xiao Ming promptly called for his driver, Zhao, instructing him to take the Geng family home, while Wen Yunjia accompanied his future wife. As Geng Tianhua stepped out of the Lincoln, his drunkenness seemed to dissipate significantly. Tianhua, were you pretending? His wife, son Shuahua, asked in surprise. If not, I would have surely been overwhelmed by the experience. Geng Tianhua replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Chapter 43. Who doesn't love fine wine? Geng Tianhua had already regarded Wen Yunjia as one of his own and spoke candidly. Yunjia, your father truly astonished us today. He opened over 100,000 worth of exquisite wine without hesitation. The amount consumed today is indeed staggering. He gestured with his fingers, both shocked and exhilarated. I never imagined that I, Geng Tianhua, would one day enjoy such luxurious wine thanks to my daughter. The wine is splendid, but undeniably costly. To indulge in such fine wine is simply unforgettable. Who doesn't love good wine? He casually glanced back and was instantly stunned. The driver who had accompanied them returned from the trunk with numerous gift bags containing the same exquisite wines they had enjoyed at the restaurant. Mr. Geng, these are humble gifts from Mr. Xiao for your family, the driver said respectfully as he carried the items towards the Geng residence. Geng Tianhua was rendered speechless. Jingshu, look, your father-in-law has sent so many wonderful gifts. Geng Jingshu's mother, son Shuahua, was equally astonished. Their family had already been overwhelmed at the restaurant, and now this unexpected gesture left them in disbelief. Wen Yunjia, witnessing the scene, was overjoyed. His father had treated him exceptionally well, and this gesture filled him with pride. In the past, whenever he visited the Geng family with Geng Jingshu, he felt somewhat inferior due to his background. He would only bring modest gifts like fruits or milk, never anything extravagant. Now, with such a generous gift from Xiao Ming, he felt a newfound confidence. Father, you should accept this. It is your father-in-law's sincere intention. On their way back from the restaurant, with Wen Yunjia comforting her, Geng Jingshu managed to gather her emotions and came to a realization. She gently placed her hand on her abdomen, gazing at Wen Yunjia with tenderness, feeling that choosing him was indeed a wise decision. With such a wealthy father, his future was undoubtedly bright. The driver, after delivering the gifts from Xiao Ming to the Geng family, respectfully took his leave. Wen Yunjia spent some intimate time with his wife before reluctantly saying goodbye late into the night. After bidding farewell to Wen Yunjia, Geng Tianhua turned to his wife, son Xuehua, and daughter Geng Jingshu, exclaiming, "It seems that Yunjia and Appo's father is quite a prominent figure." At that moment, Geng Tianhua was completely convinced. The lavish dinner hosted by Xiao Ming not only incurred significant expenses, but also provided their family with considerable face. Xiao Ming showed no airs of arrogance despite his wealth. He treated the Geng family with utmost respect. In the future, when his daughter married into the Xiao family, she would undoubtedly be treated well. However, how formidable could Xiao Ming truly be, remaining so discreet? After pondering for a moment, Geng Tianhua sighed heavily and said to Geng Jingshu, "Your father-in-law's family is quite well off, and they seem to be good people. You should not have to suffer any indignities." Suddenly, Geng Jingshu's mother, son Xuehua, spoke up, "Tianhua, who do you think is wealthier? Wen Yunjia and Appo's father or his grandmother?" Geng Tianhua chuckled and replied, "Yunjia and Appo's father is indeed steady and wealthy, clearly a significant figure. But I believe Yunjia and Appo's grandmother is even wealthier, as her name appears on wealth rankings. Before this, we hadn't even heard of Yunjia's father. No matter how rich he is, he cannot compare to the Wen family. Do you want Yunjia to visit the Wen family? Think carefully. If you do, encourage him a bit," Geng Tianhua advised his daughter. Geng Jingshu hesitated and said, "Father, earlier today, Yunjia and Appo's grandmother contacted me. Tomorrow is her birthday, and she is hosting a banquet at the Wen residence, inviting our entire family. I mentioned it to Yunjia, and he said we should go. I'm unsure of Yunjia's feelings. I'll observe his relationship with his grandmother tomorrow. I cannot blindly take sides, as it may upset him and affect our relationship." It was evident that Geng Jingshu had considered this deeply. Geng Tianhua and son Xuehua found her reasoning sound and thus supported her. The following day, Xiao Ming once again prepared a sumptuous breakfast for the children, who relished every bite. "Father, you were incredible yesterday," Wen Yunjia said joyfully between bites. "Throughout my years with Jingshu, her parents have always treated me well, but I often felt a strange discomfort. After you hosted them for dinner and presented those gifts, it became clear to me that it was about money and confidence." Wen Yunjia felt profoundly grateful. Since his father had appeared, he and his siblings had been repeatedly surprised. He realized that their comfortable lives, devoid of scarcity, were all thanks to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, understanding his son's sentiments. He too had experienced impoverished days, often feeling he lacked the confidence to stand tall. Ultimately, it was all due to financial constraints. Having felt that bitterness, he vowed never to let his children experience such helplessness or be looked down upon by their partner's family. In truth, the previous night's dinner had been deliberate. From the moment he met Geng Jingshu, he had presented lavish gifts, including several for her parents. His intention was to flaunt his wealth, to convey to the Geng family that he was affluent and that marrying his son would be a wise decision. After breakfast, Wen Yunjia headed to the company, while Wen Yuchen and Wen Jingru found themselves with free time. Wen Jingru had been dismissed from her previous job, and Wen Yuchen's work involved merely selling items on a live-streaming platform for a few hours each day. After finishing her work, Wen Yuchen excitedly approached Xiao Ming. "Father, during my live stream, someone sent me a plethora of monetary gifts, totaling over 100,000. Is that so?" "That's wonderful," Xiao Ming responded happily. In truth, the person Wen Yunjia referred to was none other than him. Under a newly registered account, he would occasionally visit the live stream to support his daughter, helping her gain confidence and popularity. Meanwhile, when Jingru was in her bedroom browsing the internet, she stumbled upon the gifts their father had sent to her and her sister, and the results shocked her. Chapter 44. Let's see what tricks the old fox has up her sleeve. The jewelry was, in fact, sponsored by a highly esteemed international jewelry company, whose pieces are typically acquired by affluent individuals. Despite an extensive search, information regarding the two gowns remained elusive. Nevertheless, Wen Jingru was cognizant that her father's gifts were usually valued in the millions. His generosity was always lavish. Judging by the design and materials of the two gowns, they were undeniably precious. Even if I can and oppose, find them, it doesn't and oppose, matter. Anything my father gives me, I cherish as a treasure. With that thought, Wen Jingru ceased her search, shut down her computer, and joined Xiao Ming in the living room, where the three enjoyed a heartwarming family moment. It's good to stay home for a while. Since your brother's accident, you two have been working tirelessly for nearly half a year to pay off his debts. It's a perfect opportunity to rest and recuperate, Xiao Ming said, affectionately patting his daughter's heads. Time passed pleasantly. Around 5 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Two men in black suits stood outside the villa, exuding an imposing aura. Mr. Xiao, the matriarch has requested that we escort you, young Master Yunjia, and the two young ladies to the Wen residence for a simple meal, one of the men stated. Understood, Xiao Ming replied calmly, turning to his daughters. Perfect timing. Let's see what kind of spectacle that old fox is planning. Subsequently, Xiao Ming, Wen Jingru, and Wen Yuqin changed into their attire and gathered in the living room. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuqin donned the gowns from the previous evening and adorned themselves with a complete set of jewelry Xiao Ming had gifted them, worth millions, achieving an appearance of noble elegance. Xiao Ming and Oppo's attire was equally impeccable. His suit, combined with his inherent charisma, commanded attention. Sir, young ladies, please, several luxury cars, including Lincolns and Maseratis, sent by Wen Fengshu, awaited them outside the villa. Servants in impeccable uniforms stood ready to greet them, creating a grand spectacle. What's going on? Wen Jingru and Wen Yuqin exchanged bewildered glances, clearly disapproving of Wen Fengshu and Oppo's ostentatious display. Xiao Ming chuckled inwardly. Is Wen Fengshu trying to flaunt the Wen family and Oppo's wealth? Staging a banquet is one thing, but this is quite a show. He understood that Wen Fengshu intended to use money as bait, enticing Wen Yunjia and his sisters back to the Wen family. Money is an irresistible lure, and once accustomed to a luxurious lifestyle, it's difficult to accept poverty. Such is human nature. Wen Fengshu's shrewdness was undeniable. However, she failed to realize that her tactics were nothing more than a clownish performance in Xiao Ming's eyes. Before long, the luxury car sent by Wen Fengshu to pick up Xiao Ming and his daughters arrived in an opulent villa. Heavens, this is magnificent! Wen Yuqin exclaimed, stepping out of the car and gazing around in astonishment. At that moment, another luxury car arrived, carrying Geng Jingshu and her parents. Evidently, Wen Fengshu had also dispatched a luxury car to the Geng family, aiming to impress them with the Wen family's wealth and encourage Geng Jingshu to persuade Wen Yunjia to return to the Wen family. The Geng family was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the lavish villa. If the level of shock Xiao Ming had caused them the previous night was 1, then Wen Fengshu's impact today was a 10, or even higher. This is the Qingyang Villa District, one of Anjin's most luxurious residential areas. Each villa here costs hundreds of millions, Geng Tianhua marveled, glancing inadvertently at the Xiao Ming family, who had arrived almost simultaneously. Indeed, Xiao Ming was wealthy, but compared to the Wen family, he was far behind. Tonight, Wen Fengshu was hosting a birthday banquet at her home. As a prominent figure in the business world, many influential individuals were present to offer their congratulations, despite it being a simple birthday celebration. The villa was surrounded by luxury cars, with more arriving constantly, and wealthy businessmen streamed into the Wen residence. Witnessing this scene, Geng Tianhua felt his mind reel. Geng Jingshu, Wen Yunjia and Oppo's girlfriend, was equally astounded. She tugged at Wen Yunjia's sleeve and exclaimed, Wen Yunjia, guess who that man who just greeted us is? That's Wang Minggran, the president of Xinfeng Group, a tycoon on the Forbes list, incredibly wealthy. The one to his left is Wan Feiyu, the president of Dashuan Technology, another affluent magnate. And that one is a real estate mogul. I can't believe he's here to congratulate Wen Fengshu. She covered her mouth in astonishment. Her parents, Geng Tianhua and Sun Xuehua, were deeply moved by her words. Indeed, after witnessing the Wen family's mansion, they now understood the true meaning of wealth and extravagance. TCH, what do I care how much money that old hag has? Wen Yunjia muttered dismissively, adding resentfully, we're only here because she's threatening us with Mom's belongings. Otherwise, we wouldn't bother coming. Subsequently, Wen Yunjia approached Xiao Ming. Dad. Xiao Ming responded with a simple He noticed the anger on his son's face and the changed expressions of the Geng family. Mr. Geng, Xiao Ming greeted politely. At that moment, a woman dressed in opulent attire emerged from the Wen residence, greeting the arriving guests. After glancing at Wen Yunjia and his family, she froze momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure and thought resentfully that old hag actually brought these bastards to the Wen residence. The woman's name was Ding Wan, Wen Fengshu and Appo's daughter-in-law and the mother of Wen Dongyu. Wen Dongyu was Wen Fengshu and Appo's only grandson, but he was a notorious playboy who had ruined his reputation and his health, rendering him unable to have children. For this reason, Wen Dongyu had voluntarily relinquished his claim to the Wen family's inheritance. Had he been capable of fathering children, Wen Dongyu would undoubtedly have been Wen Fengshu's successor. However, due to his infertility, Wen Fengshu now intended to bring her grandson back to the Wen family to groom him as her heir. This thought infuriated Ding Wan, and she cursed inwardly. The old woman is truly planning to give everything to that bastard. Otherwise, why would she bring him home on such an important occasion? Chapter 45. The murky atmosphere of the Wen family with a heart full of resentment. Ding Wan approached Wen Yunjia and the others, her eyes icy as she regarded them. What brings you here? She spat. Wen Yunjia, familiar with Ding Wan's demeanor, cast her a disdainful glance and replied coldly, The old hag summoned us. Do you think I relish being in this stifling Wen household? This wretched place is only fit for you lot, who reek of decay. Reluctant to come? Your tongue is quite sharp. Ding Wan retorted, equally dismissive as she glared at the Wen siblings. If you can keep your word and stay far away from the Wen family, remaining perpetually disdainful, I shall respect you as a man. With that, she strutted away, leaving the servants to escort Wen Yunjia and his companions into the Wen family villa. The opulence of the residence, arranged by Wen Fengshu, was indeed impressive. Its vast expanse resembled a miniature resort. The main building housed the bedrooms on the second floor, while the grand hall on the first floor was spacious, complete with a separate banquet hall. Behind the main house, various smaller structures, a meticulously crafted garden, a swimming pool, and numerous recreational facilities lay in wait. Today was a celebration for Wen Fengshu's 58th birthday, with festivities taking place in the backyard. At this moment, all the guests had arrived. Each attendee possessed assets worth at least hundreds of millions, impeccably dressed, men in suits and women in elegant gowns adorned with exquisite jewelry. The guests clustered in groups, with men discussing business matters while women indulged in gossip. As Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen entered the banquet hall, they captured the attention of everyone present. The two girls were extraordinarily beautiful. Wen Yuchen was vivacious and spirited, while Wen Jingru exuded gentleness, both clad in exquisite dresses that made them appear as if they had descended from the heavens. The moment they stepped in, envious glances were cast their way. It was their first time attending such a grand event, and when Jingru appeared somewhat shy, her cheeks flushed, enhancing her beauty, while Wen Yuchen remained carefree and unperturbed. Seeing this, Xiao Ming felt a sense of relief. Prior to their arrival, he had worried that the two girls might falter in such an unfamiliar setting. Thus he had asked Xiao Yu to give them a good talk. Observing them now, he realized his concerns had been unwarranted. Indeed, the offspring of a tiger cannot be dogs. His daughters were naturally meant to be noble, embodying the grace inherited from his genes. The grandeur of the Wen family was simply astounding. The banquet was replete with fine wines and esteemed guests. Even the servants appeared to embody a sense of nobility. Geng Jingshu's wife was left awestruck. Who in this world could resist the allure of wealth, fame, and status? Marrying into a wealthy family, free from financial concerns, was the dream of many women. While she herself might never attain such a life, her daughter could. If Wen Yunjia agreed to return to the Wen family, he would become the heir to immense wealth, and Geng Jingshu would undoubtedly become a prominent lady of the high society. Reflecting on this, Sun Xiuhua leaned closer to Geng Tianhua and whispered, Tianhua, I should speak with Jingshu and encourage her to persuade him. After all, she is his maternal grandmother. There isn't any profound enmity. Let us observe for now, Geng Tianhua replied, marveling at the opulence of the Wen family. He He found Xiao Ming to be a decent man and felt it was prudent to refrain from interference, opting instead to watch and assess the situation. Mr. Xiao, what is your perspective on the relationship between the children and their grandmother? Geng Tianhua inquired, carefully choosing his words. I have heard from Yunjia and Jingshu about their grandmother's shortcomings. However, with their mother deceased, Yunjia must contemplate his future. Their grandmother is a figure of considerable wealth. Xiao Ming said, the one family's substantial assets could provide Yunjia with a significant advantage, potentially saving him decades of effort, even if he were to toil for decades. Reaching the height of the Wen family was uncertain, Geng Tianhua thought, though he refrained from voicing any harsh sentiments. Xiao Ming understood Geng Tianhua's probing nature and responded with a faint smile, casually remarking, wealthy? Merely a jester. What? Geng Tianhua, Sun Xuehua, and Geng Jingshu stared at Xiao Ming in astonishment. His words seemed exceedingly arrogant, though when family's affluence was abundantly clear. Geng Tianhua and his wife exchanged glances, silently critiquing the audacity of Xiao Ming's statement. Before long, the main event commenced, with the guest of honor making her entrance, and attendees stepping forward to extend their congratulations. Wen Fengshu, clad in a festive qipao and surrounded by attendants, entered the banquet hall, a gracious smile gracing her features as she held a string of prayer beads that gleamed with unmistakable value. The Wen family was among the wealthiest, and their recent acquisition of a luxurious villa in Anjin signaled their formal establishment there. When Fengshu first approached several wealthy businessmen she had invited, exchanging pleasantries before scanning the room. She then made her way to Xiao Ming and the others, her expression softening as she gazed at her grandchildren. She paused momentarily. When Yunjia appeared largely unchanged, merely dressed slightly more formally than usual, still lacking in distinction. Despicable, when Fengshu thought, finding him particularly displeasing. She resolved to properly educate him upon his return to the Wen family, ensuring he would be presentable. However, Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen took her by surprise. Both donned stunning dresses and exquisite jewelry, captivating her attention with their beauty, surpassing any affluent young lady she had encountered before. After marveling at the two girls for a moment, she suddenly realized their potential usefulness. With such beauty, they could serve her purposes well. With this thought in mind, she glanced at the influential businessmen she had previously acknowledged. Among them, the president of Dashuan Technology and Tang Qingming, president of Huawei Group, along with his son, Tang Ziqiu. These men were prominent figures in Anjin and Oppo's business sphere. When Fengshu smiled proudly and addressed Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen, you three, come with me. Chapter 46. Unyielding Nature. Is life becoming tiresome? Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen exchanged inquiring glances with Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming responded nonchalantly, Upon receiving Xiao Ming and Oppo's consent, the three siblings reluctantly followed Wen Fengshu towards a group of affluent businessmen near the banquet hall. Come, everyone, allow me to introduce this child, my grandson, Wen Yunjia. These two children are my granddaughters, Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen. Wen Fengshu graciously introduced the trio to the wealthy gentleman. Is that so? The businessmen were taken aback, gazing at the siblings in surprise. They had no prior knowledge that Wen Fengshu had a grandson and two granddaughters. Suddenly, the purpose of Wen Fengshu's introductions became clear to them, and their eyes sparkled with interest as they looked at the siblings. How outrageous! This scene was witnessed by Ding Wan, Wen Fengshu's daughter-in-law, and her son, Wen Dongyu, whose expressions darkened with resentment. The guests at the banquet regarded Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen with newfound appreciation, captivated by the beauty of the two sisters. They were exquisite. Wen Yechen was vivacious and lively, while Wen Jingru exuded grace and elegance, as if they had stepped out of a painting. With such stunning looks, they could effortlessly outshine the brightest stars of the entertainment industry. As the atmosphere shifted to one of hushed admiration, Wen Fengshu noticed a young man gazing at Wen Jingru with admiration, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. This young man was Wang Yuxiang, son of Wang Mingran, the president of Xinfeng Group, a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. Wang Mingran was a prominent figure in the business world, adept at navigating its complexities. The Wen family had initially sought to establish ties with Xinfeng upon their arrival in Anjin, collaborating with the group to develop a resort. If the relationship between the two families could deepen, it would greatly benefit the Wen family. Wang Yuxiang, being the only son of Wang Mingran, represented a promising alliance. Should Wen Jingru become involved with him, the Wen family could secure their foothold in Anjin much more swiftly with Xinfeng's support. Wen Fengshu, upon seeing the sisters so beautifully adorned, contemplated how to leverage their charm to strengthen the Wen family's influence. Jingru, this is Wang Yuxiang, the son of Wang Mingran from Xinfeng Group. He has just returned from studying abroad. Not only is he handsome, but he is also quite capable. You are of similar age, and I am sure you will find many common topics to discuss. Make sure to engage him well. When Fengshu could clearly see Wang Yuxiang and Appo's admiration for Wen Jingru, and she was determined not to miss this golden opportunity. However, Wen Jingru and Appo's expression darkened with displeasure, and she turned away in annoyance. Wen Yuchen was nearly enraged to the point of exploding. Had it not been for their mother's heirloom still in the hands of this old witch, she would have surely shouted in outrage. Both sisters understood Wen Fengshu's intentions. She was attempting to sell them off, just like their mother had once tried to do. Shameless, Wen Yunjia glared at Wen Fengshu in anger. The three siblings were well aware of Wen Fengshu's cunning nature, and it was revolting to think that she had set her sights on them from the moment they entered the Wen household. Jingru, let us leave, Wen Yuchen said, casting a furious glare at Wen Fengshu as she took her sister and Appo's hand, moving toward Xiao Ming. Wen Yunjia followed suit, also casting a disapproving look at Wen Fengshu. Wen Fengshu, however, remained unfazed by their attitudes and turned to Wang Yuxiang with a pleasant demeanor, saying, Yuxiang, my grandchildren have just returned to the Wen family and may not be accustomed to such occasions. Please do not take it to heart. Grandma Wen, you flatter me. Wang Yuxiang replied politely, his gaze lingering on Wen Jingru. They're just a bit shy. It is perfectly normal in such a large gathering. Perhaps you could encourage my granddaughter to spend some time with you. Young people should certainly make friends, Wen Fengshu suggested subtly. Of course, Grandma Wen, I understand. Wang Yuxiang replied with enthusiasm. Nearby, Wang Mingran understood the deeper meaning behind Wen Fengshu's actions, yet he refrained from expressing any objection, tacitly agreeing with her strategy. He was quite surprised that the Wen family had such beautiful granddaughters. His son was a workaholic and had previously shown little interest in well-bred young ladies presented to him. It was a pleasant surprise that he had taken notice of Wen Jingru, who seemed gentle and courteous, a promising choice for the continuation of the Wang lineage. Wang Mingran approached and added, Sister Fengshu is right. Young people always have endless topics to discuss. It will be beneficial for the two to spend some time together. Indeed, my brother Wang is correct, Wen Fengshu agreed, nodding appreciatively. Internally, she mused about her daughter, Wen Jihan, whom she felt had not contributed anything to the Wen family, save for the birth of two heavenly daughters. As for Wen Yunjia, she had long devised a plan to ensure he would obediently comply with her wishes upon his return to the Wen household. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, feeling dejected, returned to Xiao Ming's side. What is the matter? You both look so distressed. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow and inquired. He was a man of stature, not a mere commoner, and at the banquet hosted by the Wen family, he would not instigate trouble unless provoked. He even entertained the thought that the children, perhaps having matured with age, truly desired to connect with their newfound relatives. Father, that old witch is utterly despicable. She brazenly tried to set my sister up with that Wang Yuxiang, clearly intending to sell her off. Wen Yuchen exclaimed, filled with indignation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's anger ignited. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront that old woman. Is she so reckless as to think she can meddle with my daughter's lives? How dare she entertain such thoughts? There will be a heavy price to pay for daring to toy with my daughter's and Appo's hearts. Jingru and Appo's. It's all right. I am here. She doesn't possess the power to impose her will on you, Xiao Ming reassured, gently patting Wen Jingru's shoulder. Mr. Xiao, this? Well, Wen Yunjia's grandmother has indeed acted improperly. Geng Tianhua and his wife were left speechless by Wen Fengshu's blatant maneuvering. Chapter 47. Pulchritude. As capital Geng Jingshu's gaze towards Wen Yunjia was filled with heartfelt sympathy. It was no wonder when Yunjia harbored such animosity towards his maternal grandmother. She had now witnessed Wen Fengshu's machinations firsthand, and even she found them reprehensible. Yunjia, don't fret. We shall steadfastly refuse to acknowledge that old woman. How could such a person exist to subject the sisters to such calculations the moment they stepped into the Wen household? It was utterly inhumane. Apologies for the spectacle, everyone, Xiao Ming said with composure as he addressed the Geng family. After the pleasantries, he excused himself and retreated to a secluded spot where he dialed a number. His tone was frigid as he commanded, eradicate the Wen family within a month. Sabotage every commercial endeavor they are involved in. Furthermore, dispatch individuals to meticulously investigate every illicit activity Wen Fengshu has engaged in since entering the business world, including her only grandson, Wen Dongyu. A hedonist is bound to have committed some clandestine acts. Unearth them all. Within this month, I will ensure Wen Fengshu plummets from the zenith to the nadir, to savor the sensation of being at someone's mercy. Upon concluding the call, Xiao Ming's ire remained unabated as he reflected upon the old woman's actions towards his daughters and Wen Zihan. Hey! A crisp, feminine voice echoed from the side. Filled with amusement, he turned to see a woman of captivating allure and striking beauty seated upon a nearby rock, regarding him with a playful expression. Greetings. I am Ichi. The woman approached Xiao Ming with poise, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Forgive me, I was unable to restrain myself. She chuckled once more, this time silently. Xiao Ming understood her meaning, but paid it no mind. He offered a polite nod, preparing to depart. Hold on, are you cognizant of the Wen family's influence? Ichi inquired, her tone serious. Wen Fengshu commands assets worth billions. The Wen Corporation is a renowned behemoth in the market. Many prominent companies are vying for collaboration with Wen Corporation since its arrival in Anjin. Yet, here was a man whom she had never even met, proclaiming his intention to obliterate the Wen family within the month. In Ichi's estimation, this man was merely attempting to capture her attention through such a declaration. She dismissed Xiao Ming and Appo's words as sheer bravado. Xiao Ming responded nonchalantly, disturbed by Wen Fengshu and Appo's behavior. Xiao Ming was disinclined to engage in conversation with the woman before him. He turned and left. Slightly piqued by his disregard, Ichi's brow furrowed. So what if he and Appo's handsome? They're into Appo's. There's no need to be so haughty. However, she mused, beauty is a currency. With that thought, she smirked and sauntered off in the direction Xiao Ming had taken. Back at the banquet venue, Xiao Ming's gaze instinctively sought out his daughters. A mere glance was enough to soothe some of his simmering rage, only for it to surge anew. For he beheld members of the Wen family surrounding his daughters, their demeanor arrogant as they spoke to the sisters. Judging by the girls in Appo's indignant expressions, they were undoubtedly being harassed. Jingru, Yuchen. Xiao Ming hurried towards his daughters, his eyes blazing with fury. Jingru, Yuchen, what is amiss? Father. Wen Yunjia's confidence swelled at Xiao Ming's arrival. She promptly recounted to Xiao Ming. The Wen family are insufferably arrogant. That old hag had the audacity to bring 2 sets of dresses, insisting that Jingru and Yuchen don them to avoid embarrassing the Wen family with their shabby attire. The woman's smug demeanor is simply revolting. The dresses Jingru and Yuchen possess are priceless to them, so they naturally refuse to change. That woman then derided their attire as cheap merchandise, as vulgar as they are. Having relayed the events, when Yunjia glared at the woman opposite them, seething with rage. This is beyond the pale. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, their eyes reddened, rushed into Xiao Ming and Appo's embrace. Father, these people are being so unreasonable. Jingru, Yuchen, I am here. Xiao Ming tenderly comforted the sisters before lifting his gaze, his eyes icy as he regarded the woman. Did you say my daughters are wearing cheap merchandise? Dingwan met Xiao Ming's gaze head on, her tone defiant. Indeed, I did. Am I not stating a simple truth? Surely, the tattered rags they are wearing are not precious? Her words were met with snickers from the onlookers. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Although Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen had only recently entered the public eye, the gossip of their humble origins and their return to the one family under when feng shui's wing had already been whispered among the guests. Under normal circumstances, they could dress as they pleased, but today is the one family's grand celebration, attended by so many dignitaries. Their shabby attire is simply inconsiderate, practically slapping the one family in the face. People might think we don't even provide them with decent dresses. The matriarch instructed me to bring them 2 dresses. Nothing particularly extravagant, merely exclusive designs by international designers, but I doubt they have ever seen such upscale attire in their lives. Oomph. They should accept the offer graciously and not be obstinate and make a fool of themselves. Ding Wan delivered her acerbic remarks before gesturing for the servants to present the 2 dresses on trays to Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen. With a smug air, she toyed with the pigeon-sized diamond on her hand, saying, "Hurry along with the servants and remove those cheap rags. Change into these, you obnoxious wench. Take your belongings and get lost, or I'nd Oppos. I'll lose my temper. I don an Oppos. Do you have any rules against hitting women, young lady?" When Yunzhe was livid, rolling up her sleeves, ready to pounce on Ding Wan, Geng Jingshu restrained Wen Yunzhe tightly. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen's eyes grew redder, tears welling up. "TSK, I just heard that those 2 young ladies are the children of Wen Zihan, Wen family's eldest daughter, and they only recently returned to the Wen family." "I see. So they are sparrows that have soared into the heavens, becoming heiresses of a wealthy family. Today, the Wen family has specially arranged a banquet and invited so many dignitaries, all influential figures. The 2 sisters are dressed so shabbily. They are indeed being inconsiderate and deliberately embarrassing the Wen family." The surrounding guests began to murmur among themselves. Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen had attracted considerable attention upon their arrival. The women were either envious or jealous of the sisters and Oppos, beauty with jealousy prevailing. Chapter 48. A humbling revelation. It is essential to recognize that the young women attending the banquet today have meticulously adorned themselves, aiming to be the center of attention. However, much to their chagrin, the spotlight has been stolen by the 2 sisters. In this moment, these young ladies, filled with indignation, yearn to devise a plan to ridicule the sisters. "Humph, those gowns must have cost several $100,000. How dare they act so haughty?" Ding Wan, perceiving the discontent of the 2 girls, continued her scornful taunts. "You have yet to pay homage to the ancestors of the Wen family, so you cannot claim to be part of it. What gives you the right to put on airs?" Xiao Ming, incensed, raised his hand as if to strike Ding Wan. At that moment, an exclamation pierced the air. "Wow! Are those not the designs by Gai and Wei? Exclusively crafted by an international designer, they symbolize true love. Only 2 exist in the world, and at an extravagant auction earlier this year, they were sold for several million." "Ci? Zi?" As the astonishment spread, all eyes turned toward the woman who had spoken. Ichi, the CEO of Xingchen Group, recognized by many. Ichi not only possessed striking beauty, but also an extraordinary talent for business. She had transformed her fashion label into a thriving enterprise, boasting renowned international designers and models, while investing in numerous hotels and resorts, amassing considerable wealth. She had become a legendary figure within her circle, often hailed as a woman at the forefront of fashion. At that moment, Ichi gazed enviously at the gowns worn by Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, slowly approaching them while exclaiming, "Truly beautiful, simply exquisite." As she drew near, Xiao Ming obstructed her path, prompting Ichi to regain her composure. In the midst of the chatter, Ichi discerned the relationship between Xiao Ming and the young women. They were indeed father and daughters. "These gowns are from Gai and Wei Yi, correct?" she inquired, having surmised the truth, but seeking confirmation from Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, acknowledging her astuteness. "Miss Yi, your perception is remarkable. You identified them at once." "Indeed," Ichi replied, her astonishment palpable as she covered her mouth. "These gowns are creations of a renowned international designer and are not for sale." Subsequently, the designer donated them for a charity auction, where a prominent figure acquired them for $7 million and $8.5 million respectively. Since then, no one has seen these gowns, which represent true love. Moreover, at that auction, the same benefactor purchased a set of jewelry called Brilliant Starlight for $3 million, and another set namely for $4 million. I also heard that he secured the world's largest diamond, the Diamond King, weighing 61 carats for 90 million. The financial records from that auction remain unbroken to this day. As Ichi finished her account, a profound silence enveloped the vicinity, so hushed that one could hear the breaths of those nearby. The women at the banquet, ranging from powerful businesswomen to affluent wives and daughters of wealthy families, now regarded Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen with expressions of awe and envy. My heavens, how extravagant! The value of their attire must exceed millions, exclaimed someone from the crowd, igniting a wave of murmurs. The surrounding women, all adorned in their fineries, realized that even a combined worth of over 1 million was extraordinary. Yet when sisters' garments surpassed their wildest dreams, Ichi's words carried an undeniable weight, for she was indeed a woman known for her fashion-forward sensibilities. Instantly, envious gazes converged upon Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen. This revelation left the sisters stunned, exchanging astonished glances at their father, who merely smiled in response. Feeling a surge of pride, the sisters linked arms with their father. They had not anticipated that their father would bestow upon them such invaluable gifts. Meanwhile, Geng Jingshu, standing beside Wen Yunjia, was equally astonished, her face a mask of disbelief as she touched the necklace around her neck and examined the bracelet adorning her wrist. Geng Jingshu was not alone in her surprise. Geng Tianhua and Sun Xuehua shared the same astonishment as their daughter. Just the previous day, during a casual conversation with Wen Yunjia, Jingshu had inquired about the brand of her jewelry, to which Wen Yunjia had immediately asked his father, who revealed it was called Crushing the Stars. Amidst the continuous exclamations of awe, none had anticipated that the jewelry adorning the two sisters was worth an unimaginable fortune, far beyond their aspirations. Initially, they had sided with Ding Wan, mocking the sisters, but now they found themselves humbled by the unexpected revelation. Those who had derided the Wen sisters felt the heat of embarrassment flush their faces, unable to meet anyone's gaze. How could these country girls possibly afford such opulent gowns? Ding Wan, after her initial shock, dismissed the notion of the sisters being able to afford such luxurious attire, believing them to be impostors. However, no sooner had she uttered those thoughts than she found herself struck across the face. Stunned, Ding Wan could hardly comprehend. You actually dare to lay a hand on me? She covered her face in disbelief, staring at Xiao Ming, before she erupted into tears, frantically charging at him in a fit of rage. Xiao Ming, however, was unyielding, and the onlookers from the Wen family rushed to Ding Wan's aid. Witnessing this, Chapter 49. From now on, we shall have no further interactions at this moment. Xiao Ming nonchalantly clapped his hands and coldly regarded Ding Wan, stating, I am Xiao Ming. Feel free to report me or seek revenge as you wish. Goodness, this man exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance. Beside him, Ichi was utterly astonished by Xiao Ming's audacity, her eyes shining with admiration. Initially, when he spoke of annihilating the Wen family, she thought it was merely a ploy to capture her attention, but now it was evident that he was genuinely formidable. His words resonated with unwavering confidence. Who is this extraordinary individual? Ichi frantically searched her mind for any knowledge of him. She prided herself on being familiar with business tycoons. Yet Xiao Ming was an enigma to her, seemingly having materialized from thin air. She found herself irresistibly drawn to him, her determination solidifying. She must win him over tonight. Ding Wan, meanwhile, continued her incessant complaints. I will not let you off the hook. I will not let you off the hook, she exclaimed, clutching her bruised face. Her mind muddled with indignation as she repeated, I will not let you off the hook. The members of the Wen family, who had initially intended to assist Ding Wan, abandoned their intentions upon witnessing her pitiful state. This man was too powerful. They considered themselves no match for him, and none dared to confront him further. What is going on? A commanding voice suddenly echoed from the outskirts of the crowd. People parted to allow Wen Fengshu to enter. She had merely stepped away for a moment, only to return to such chaos. A once joyous birthday celebration had devolved into this uproar. Seeing the servants cast fearful glances at Xiao Ming and the guests eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, Wen Fengshu felt utterly humiliated. The sight of Xiao Ming striking her daughter-in-law, Ding Wan filled her with rage. Although the blow was aimed at Ding Wan, it was a direct affront to her dignity. How could she possibly swallow the insult of being struck on her birthday? Fuming, Wen Fengshu demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" A servant hastily stepped forward to recount the entire event. Upon learning that when Jingru and Wen Yuchen had refused to wear the gown she had provided and had clashed with Ding Wan, her initial reaction was to deem the two girls ungrateful. However, when the servant revealed that the gowns they wore were exclusive creations from an international designer, of which only two existed in the world, she was taken aback. With their background, how could they possibly afford such luxurious attire? Wen Fengshu cast a disdainful glance at Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, implying that they were far too impoverished to possess such exquisite garments, as if she were inherently superior. Yet, in truth, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen were her own grandchildren by blood. Wen Fengshu's condescending remarks ignited a fire within Xiao Ming. He coldly retorted, "Wen Fengshu, individuals like you have no right to exist." He bluntly insulted her without a shred of courtesy. The surrounding guests, witnessing Wen Fengshu's public humiliation, quietly sympathized with Xiao Ming. This man, though attractive, lacked discretion. He had dared to offend Wen Fengshu. What chance did he have to escape unscathed? To provoke the matriarch of the one family, a formidable figure in the business world, was to invite dire consequences. It was brazen of him to slap her face in such a manner, and the consequences would surely be severe. Whispers circulated among the crowd as they speculated on the inevitable repercussions Xiao Ming would face. Indeed, he possessed some influence, as evidenced by his daughter's extravagant attire. However, no amount of power could rival that of the Wen family. Wen Fengshu was a name known on the wealth rankings, while this man remained a mere unknown, suggesting he was nothing more than an insignificant player masquerading in wealth. "What did you say?" Wen Fengshu's face turned ashen with fury. "Strictly speaking, I am your mother-in-law. Is this how you demonstrate respect for the hierarchy? Mother-in-law? You are unworthy," Xiao Ming scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "You, a wretched soul who betrays her daughter and schemes against her own grandchildren, deserve to be compared to a beast." His words left the crowd gasping in astonishment. His audacity was truly remarkable, bordering on recklessness. What should be done? Geng Tianhua was taken aback, fidgeting like an ant on a hot stove. What had happened to his previously composed demeanor? How had he come to clash with Wen Fengshu? This would end poorly. Before Geng Tianhua could voice his concerns, Wen Fengshu's fury erupted. She shouted at Xiao Ming, "Xiao Ming, are you tired of living? For the sake of the children, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Kneel and apologize immediately, and allow the children to return to the Wen family, and I shall let this matter rest." Wen Fengshu spoke with an air of superiority, believing she was extending a great favor. However, Xiao Ming remained unmoved. "Wen Fengshu, cease your grandstanding. You think you could demand I kneel and apologize? You are delusional. Furthermore, do not even consider laying a hand on my children. You lack the capability. You would do well to understand your place and refrain from disrupting their lives." His icy gaze bore into her. "And return me Zihan's belongings. I will take my children and sever all ties from this day forth." You dare threaten me? You are so brazen in one family. Do you truly believe you can come and go as you please? You are utterly presumptuous," Wen Fengshu replied dismissively, with a wave of her hand. Her subordinates swiftly encircled Xiao Ming and his family, their menacing presence awaiting her command to act against him. "Daddy, Mr. Xiao, do not confront them directly. Do not fall into their trap." Wen Yuchen and Wen Jingru cried, tears streaming down their faces, but resolutely stood by Xiao Ming's side. Geng Tianhua and his family watched anxiously, their hearts pounding with concern for Xiao Ming's fate, fearing he would suffer dire consequences at Wen Fengshu's hands. Suddenly, a voice of confusion broke through the tension. Wang Mengran, the president of Tianyuan Group, stepped into the crowd, astonished to see Xiao Ming. "Xiao, Mr. Xiao, is that you?" he exclaimed, his disbelief palpable, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 50. The swift roll upon entering. Xiao Ming immediately recognized Wang Mengran. With an indifferent tone, he remarked, "Only just now noticing me? Is it age catching up with you? Or have the years been too comfortable?" Wang Mengran, caught off guard, lowered his head in resignation. "I apologize, Mr. Xiao. I wish to explain, but I am at a loss for words. Xiao Ming responded with a nonchalant hum, and continued with an icy demeanor. So, are you still here waiting for me to invite you for tea? To his astonishment, Wang Mingran thought. He is still the same, decisive and utterly cold. The mere utterance of those words nearly sent Wang Mengran's spirit fleeing, draining the color from his face. Mr. Xiao, I'm deeply sorry. I was unaware of your grievances with the Wen family. I shall leave immediately. As he spoke, Wang Mingran made to depart hastily. Wang, what are you doing? When Fengshu, witnessing Wang Mengran's sudden panic, was utterly bewildered. She looked at him, tentatively inquiring, Mr. Wang, do you believe the Wen family has treated you poorly? No, no. Wang Mingran retreated a few steps, avoiding her gaze. Madam Wen, I do not know you. I mistakenly came to the Wen residence today. I will leave at once and sever all ties with the Wen family. With that, he fled as though he had seen a ghost, dragging his son along in a frenzy. That son of yours, I do not wish to see him again. Xiao Ming stated coldly. Wang Mingran, already far away, turned pale, but obediently replied, Yes, Mr. Xiao. I will ensure he is sent abroad immediately, never to appear before you again. Then he swiftly exited the Wen residence, as if fleeing for his life. My heavens, am I seeing things? When Fengshu stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Why did Wang Mingran, a figure she had respected, react so submissively in front of Xiao Ming? She had invited Wang Mingran due to his esteemed status, hoping to enhance her own reputation and demonstrate her extensive connections. This would greatly benefit her endeavors in Anjin. Yet, unexpectedly, such a formidable figure had turned into a mere subordinate in the presence of Xiao Ming. Indeed, Xiao Ming was truly remarkable. Oh no, we failed to recognize him, lamented several affluent businessmen who had also identified Xiao Ming, their faces draining of color as they feared they would be next. Among them were Wan Feiyu, president of Deshuan Technology, and Tang Qingming, president of Huawei. These prominent figures, who typically held high esteem in the business world, shrank in stature upon recognizing Xiao Ming. One by one, they approached him, bowing and greeting. Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Ming replied coolly, casting a frigid glance at Wen Fengshu. As you all can see, I have an irreconcilable enmity with the Wen family. Anyone wish Chapter 51 revolves around the tumultuous events surrounding a birthday banquet that spirals into chaos, leaving Wen Fengshu utterly humiliated. As she overhears whispers among her kin, her frustration swells to the point of physical discomfort, rendering her breathless and dizzy. She never anticipated that what was meant to be a joyous celebration would devolve into such disgrace. Grandma, Wen Dongyu, in a fit of rage, supports Wen Fengshu, his eyes blazing with fury. Those scoundrels have gone too far, daring to act so brazenly in our Wen family. With a sharp slap, Wen Fengshu retaliates against Wen Dongyu, her voice laced with anger. If you weren't so inept, would I need to invest my energy into dealing with them? Grandma, Wen Dongyu, momentarily stunned, responds with a mournful expression. That person accompanying Xiao Ming is intolerable, daring to create a scene in our home. You must teach him a lesson. How infuriating. Wen Fengshu, exasperated by Wen Dongyu's naivety, lets out a weary sigh. Casting a cold glance at her relatives, she commands, all of you leave. You're merely an eyesore. And for the time being, refrain from causing trouble outside. With that, she storms off to her room. Upon entering, the first thing she does is reach out to influential business tycoons, but to her dismay, those who once treated her with courtesy now avoid her like the plague. After several attempts and half an hour of futile calls, only one close acquaintance answers, expressing concern. Sister Wen, why did you provoke that powerful figure? Powerful figure? Wen Fengshu is bewildered. You mean Xiao? Yes, indeed. If he is indeed the biological father of those children, he becomes the son-in-law of the Wen family. But how did you manage to make your relationship so adversarial? Her acquaintance laments, I assure you, he is not someone you can easily contend with. Have you seen Wang Mingran from Tianyuan? Even he seems diminutive in front of this formidable individual. Who is he? Wen Fengshu presses, unwilling to accept the implications. Years ago, when the Mingrue Dairy Company faced challenges from foreign investors, this powerful figure lent $30 billion to help them through the crisis, demanding only the repayment of the principal. When Jiankong Company sought assistance for a major project, he readily provided 20 billion. Tianyuan Group, during its foray into real estate, also sought his aid and received 15 billion, which remains unpaid. The acquaintance warns, if he decides to collect his debts, Tianyuan will be in dire straits. In essence, he is a titan of the business realm, wielding influence beyond imagination. Even the esteemed Yun father from Beicheng visits him annually during the Spring Festival to maintain good relations. This powerful figure prefers to remain incognito. Hence many do not recognize him. While the Wen family is indeed formidable, with assets exceeding 100 billion, it pales in comparison to his might. The acquaintance, seemingly anxious about being discovered in contact with Wen Fengshu, hastily concludes the conversation, leaving her with unanswered questions. Wen Fengshu, feeling a surge of anger and despair, sits on the edge of her bed, grappling with the unsettling revelation that the biological father of the three siblings possesses such immense power. How could this be? She mutters to herself, struggling to digest the implications. Later that night, around 9 o'clock, Xiao Ming departs from the Wen residence with several children and the Geng family. They had arrived in a vehicle sent by Wen Fengshu, but now the surroundings are eerily quiet, devoid of any transportation. Father, Wen Yechen beams, turning to Xiao Ming. You were so imposing today. Recalling how her father had managed to send the powerful figures fleeing with mere words, she beams with pride, finding him incredibly handsome in that moment. You little charmer. Xiao Ming affectionately ruffles her hair. He glances at Wen Jingru and Wen Yunjia, who appear surprised but composed, while his daughter-in-law, Geng Jingshu, and her parents exhibit a more exaggerated bewilderment, still processing the earlier events. The first to regain composure is Geng Tianhua, who feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Initially, he had feared that Xiao Ming's confrontation with the Wen family would lead to dire consequences. Yet he now realizes that Xiao Ming's few words had sent those business magnates into retreat. The Wen family is a significant and powerful clan, and the fleeing tycoons are esteemed figures in the business world. Yet, in the presence of Xiao Ming, they appeared submissive. After a moment of astonished silence, Geng Tianhua hesitantly asks, Mr. Xiao, who exactly are you? Ah, dear in-laws, do not overthink it. I am merely an idle person, Xiao Ming replies with a nonchalant smile. The reason they fear me at the Wen family is perhaps because I possess a modicum of wealth. Dad, when Yechen chimes in, that wealth with many zeros. With Xiao Ming's financial prowess now apparent, when Yunjia eagerly inquires, Old man, just how wealthy are you? This curiosity is shared by Geng Tianhua's family and the two Wen sisters, all eyes fixed on Xiao Ming, awaiting his astonishing revelation. Well, Xiao Ming contemplates, surveying the eager faces before him. Since we have no plans for the evening, why not accompany me to my residence for a visit? Chapter 52, Beyond Astonishment. Still astonishment, is it true? The siblings, Wen Yunjia, Wen Jingru, and Wen Yechen exchanged excited glances, barely containing their exhilaration. Mr. Xiao, I just wanted to. Geng Tianhua began to utter some parting words, but Xiao Ming interjected, In-law, it's getting late, and I noticed you had quite a bit to drink at the banquet. Why not rest at my place for the night? Father, let us go, Geng Jingshu urged, having regained her composure. Adorned with a necklace worth millions, she felt an unexpected confidence wash over her, dispelling any lingering shock. Xiao Ming nodded approvingly at Geng Jingshu and led the group onward. After hailing a cab, they arrived at the most luxurious villa in Anjin, nestled within the Yushi Villa district, in approximately 20 minutes. As they approached the grand residence, the entire villa area exuded an air of opulence, resembling a portal to another realm, with every step feeling as though they were treading upon golden bricks. As Xiao Ming guided the group inside the villa, the siblings and the Geng family stood in awe. This was a mansion worth 700 to 800 million. They gazed in disbelief at the extravagant property. Father, is this where you live? Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen inquired, wide-eyed. Xiao Ming smiled at the sisters and affirmed, Yes, this is my home. Wen Yunjia swallowed hard, then pinched his cheek to confirm he was not dreaming. The villa sparkled brilliantly, and upon hearing commotion, dozens of servants promptly assembled outside, respectfully bowing to Xiao Ming. He was utterly flabbergasted. Father, how much did you spend to acquire this villa? He asked, astonished. Xiao Ming lightly patted his son's shoulder and replied nonchalantly, I purchased it a few years ago for around 7 to 800 million. I can't recall the exact figure, but I suspect it has appreciated significantly since then. He felt as though he were boasting about his wealth. In truth, he was indeed affluent, yet believed in maintaining a low profile. My goodness, when Jingru gasped, Geng Tianhua, feeling the need to assure himself of reality, pinched his thigh hard. His daughter-in-law, Geng Jingshu, and her mother clung to each other, their hearts racing in astonishment. The sheer wealth was overwhelming. They were truly in the presence of the affluent. Butler Shi, after bowing to Xiao Ming, approached him and noticed Wen Yunjia, Wen Jingru, and Wen Yechen standing together. Initially taken aback, she quickly understood why her master had inquired about nurturing relationships with the children. Please convey my regards to the young ladies and young master, she said, bowing to the siblings, with the other servants following suit. Geng Jingshu and her parents were once again struck by the surrealism of the situation. Scenes they had only ever witnessed on television were unfolding before their very eyes. Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen were left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Wen Yunjia also fell out of place, awkwardly greeting hello, observing the children in oppose. As reactions, Xiao Ming chuckled affectionately. All right, Butler Shi, there's no need for such formalities. The children are feeling overwhelmed. Let us keep things casual. He then led the group into the villa, where everyone felt like country bumpkins entering the city, marveling at the upscale amenities and exquisite architecture surrounding them. How extraordinarily lavish! Geng Tianhua beamed, unable to contain his joy. He was utterly surprised and delighted that his daughter was marrying into such a wealthy family. Jingru, Yechen, Yunjia, you three should move in here, Xiao Ming announced as they walked. There are plenty of rooms. Choose whichever you like. If you don't fancy our decor, we can always make changes later. Turning to the Geng family, he added, Jingshu, you are part of our family now. Choose a room with Yunjia. You can stay wherever you prefer. Geng Jingshu was momentarily taken aback, then shyly lowered her gaze, murmuring, Uncle, I'm fine with any room with Yunjia. Still calling me uncle? Xiao Ming feigned disappointment. Geng Jingshu felt a rush of surprise, blushing as she glanced at her parents, who nodded approvingly. She then timidly called out, Dad. Immediately, she hid behind Wen Yunjia. Xiao Ming was delighted by her address, grinning widely at Geng Tianhua and his wife, Sun Shuahua. In-law, let Butler Shi help you select a room as well. You are welcome to stay as long as you like, especially once the grandchild arrives. We wouldn't want you to miss him. In-law, this. Geng Tianhua felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, smiling from ear to ear. At that moment, Geng Jingshu felt as though she had fallen into a honey pot, filled with gratitude toward Xiao Ming. She admired him immensely. He was indeed an impressive figure. Yet he treated her parents with such respect, bringing them joy. This instilled in her a profound sense of belonging to her new family. She felt as if she were living a dream, never expecting to ascend to such heights alongside Wen Yunjia. Afterward, Xiao Ming guided the children and Geng Jingshu's family on a tour of the villa. The residence was constructed with imported materials, selected for their quality and safety, right down to the furnishings, ensuring a secure environment for the children to grow up in. The chosen color palette was warm and inviting, fostering a sense of comfort and belonging. As they walked, Xiao Ming explained the intentions behind the materials he had chosen. The group could only respond with awe, overwhelmed by the beauty surrounding them. Walking through such an opulent villa felt akin to traversing a heavenly park, with breathtaking architecture and scenery at every turn. Chapter 53. Who truly is your own? As everyone transitioned from the main residence to the adjacent entertainment villa, the halls of the chess, calligraphy, painting, and fitness buildings. Each structure was adorned with an array of exquisite antiques and renowned artworks, exuding an unmistakable aura of opulence. Mr. Xiao, your place is extraordinarily lavish, remarked Geng Tianhua, increasingly awestruck by the grandeur surrounding him. At this moment, words could scarcely encapsulate his overwhelming emotions. Geng Jingshu, amidst her astonishment, instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen. Had she not been carrying a child from the Xiao family? The sight of Xiao Ming and Oppos, this almost terrifying wealth would have rendered her too intimidated to even dream of marrying into such affluence. Yet now, With the Xiao heir growing within her and being treated kindly by her in-laws, she felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of their future life together. Sun Xuehua, reflecting on her daughter's imminent marriage into such a wealthy family, was also swept away by emotion, instinctively reaching out to support Geng Jingshu as they walked, fearing any misstep might lead to calamity. The arrival of the child would undoubtedly tighten the bond between the Geng and Xiao families, heralding a future filled with joy. After the tour, Xiao Ming led everyone back to the main house, where they settled into the spacious living room, reminiscent of a small plaza, and marveled at the high-end furnishings, feeling somewhat disoriented. The servants served a variety of teas and juices, the crystalline cups hinting at considerable expense, further dizzying the guests. Xiao Ming, with a gentle smile, patted the shoulders of the sisters when Jingru and when Yuchen, saying, "Jingru, Yuchen, from now on, this will be your home. Feel free to do as you please. Do not hold back." "Dad," when Yuchen replied with a hint of exasperation, casting a glance at Xiao Ming. "I still need some time to process all of this. The shock you've given us is quite overwhelming for my little heart to bear." Her words elicited laughter from the group, alleviating the tension in the air. After some casual conversation, Xiao Ming noted the late hour and summoned butler Shi to attend to them. "After a long day, everyone must be tired. Please show them to their rooms so they can rest." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. We appreciate your hospitality," Geng Tianhua quickly replied with politeness. "There is no need for such formality. We are all family," Xiao Ming responded amicably. "Yuns, take good care of Jingshu. She is our precious one, our family's treasure. Should you neglect her, I shall be the first to hold you accountable." "Dad, I understand," when Yun said, stepping forward to support Geng Jingshu. "I've treated Jingshu well. With how protective you are, who is truly your biological child." Geng Jingshu felt a wave of happiness wash over her as she replied to Xiao Ming, "Rest assured, Dad. Yuns may be a bit laid back, but he has always treated me exceptionally well, never allowing me to suffer any grievances." "That is good to hear," Xiao Ming said. His spirits lifted. "You are with child. Ensure you rest well. If you need anything, simply instruct the servants." "Dad, I fear I might suffer from insomnia. Your wealth is simply overwhelming, and my mind is still reeling," she confessed. "Enough, enough," Xiao Ming chuckled, waving his hand to urge Wen Yuns to take her away. Noticing that when Jingru and Wen Yuchen had yet to move, Xiao Ming turned his attention to them. "Dad, my sister and I would like to stay in the room next to yours," Wen Yuchen said playfully. Of course, Xiao Ming readily acquiesced to his beloved daughter's wishes, instructing the butler to arrange accommodations for them in the rooms flanking his bedroom. "Dad, will our family be living here from now on?" Wen Jingru asked cautiously, taking in the opulence of the villa, still struggling to grasp the reality of it all. "Naturally, my dear. My children must reside with me," Xiao Ming replied indulgently. "At first, I feared that revealing everything at once might frighten you, so I chose to gradually introduce you to our family as circumstances. If you three enjoy the Qilin Garden, we can certainly visit there occasionally." "Yes, yes," when Jingru nodded obediently. In truth, she preferred the villas at Qilin Garden, finding this place overwhelmingly large, akin to a palace, which felt quite burdensome. Why would you want to return to Qilin Garden? Living in such a grand house, you can enjoy a vacation without even stepping outside. Isn't that delightful? When Yuchen quickly adapted to their lavish surroundings, reveling in the beauty of it all, feeling almost euphoric. "Dad, this is absolutely magnificent," she exclaimed, marveling at her rapid transformation from a girl unable to afford rent to the daughter of a wealthy family, no longer needing to toil for money or suffer indignities. Being pampered by such a wealthy father was simply blissful. Before long, everyone had selected their preferred rooms and begun to digest the reality of Xiao Ming's immense wealth, each retiring to rest. Xiao Ming made his way to the wine cellar, and as he emerged with a bottle of red wine worth over $1 million, he found Wen Yuchen seated on the sofa in the living room, giggling at her phone. "Yuchen, who are you chatting with?" Xiao Ming casually inquired. "Dad, I'm on a video call with Xiao," she replied, her voice brimming with happiness as she surveyed the vastness of their new home. Today had been nothing short of astonishing. Her biological father's wealth was beyond anything she had ever imagined. "My goodness, Yuchen, you've hit the jackpot. I have nothing planned for tomorrow. I must visit your house, exclaimed Lin Xiao from the other end of the video call. Dad, I mentioned your incredible wealth to Xiao. Wen Yuchen said, then suddenly jumped up from the couch, asking, Dad, Xiao said that in this day and age, if a family doesn't have a couple of planes, they aren't truly wealthy. So, Dad, do we have a plane? Wen Yuchen asked hesitantly, genuinely fearing that in the next moment, Xiao Ming might surprise them with an aircraft, which would surely leave the three siblings utterly flabbergasted. As for planes, we do not possess any, Xiao Ming replied. All right then. Wen Yuchen sighed with relief. Chapter 54 Old Handsome. I will definitely win him over. Fortunately, no. However, we have a rocket and a spaceship currently under construction, Xiao Mo calmly stated. Xiao Mo's unexpected comment left Wen Yuchen in a daze. Dad, you must be joking, right? After a moment of shock, Wen Yuchen cautiously inquired. You must be teasing me. If you mention a helicopter or two, I could somewhat accept it, but rockets and spaceships are just too extravagant. Wen Yuchen consoled herself, yes. He is definitely joking. Are you familiar with Tesla? Xiao Ming patiently asked his daughter. Yes, I know about it. It's a remarkable company focused on electric vehicles and various forms of electric energy. Wen Yuchen replied with an innocent expression. Well, I have a decent rapport with the president of Tesla. By a fortunate chance, I met him when his electric cars were selling like hotcakes. To my surprise, he invested in a space technology company. Xiao Ming reminisced. Back then, the president of Tesla mentioned that once he retires, he plans to spend a millennium on the moon, presenting himself as quite ambitious. I was a bit unconvinced, and, at his encouragement, I invested a substantial amount. Strictly speaking, isn't that our rocket and spaceship? The spaceship is still under construction, but the rocket has already been completed. The manufacturer stated that it would be launched on an auspicious day. Recently, the president of Tesla contacted me asking for a name for the rocket. Xiao Ming spoke these words with a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, Wen Yuchen was utterly astounded. Her father was not joking at all. Oh my, a rocket and a spaceship. Wen Yuchen was so shocked that it took her 2 full minutes to regain her composure. She stared at Xiao Ming in astonishment and gave him a thumbs up. Dad, you are incredible. By the way, Dad, being so wealthy. Don and Oppos, do you have to be cautious when going out? I never see you with a bodyguard. On television, ISN and AMP, Oppos, it common for wealthy individuals to be accompanied by a multitude of bodyguards? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming chuckled heartily and then playfully replied to Wen Yuchen. What do you think? Do you mean I should have bodyguards? Understanding Xiao Ming and Oppos' expression, Wen Yuchen hurriedly scanned her surroundings, muttering in confusion, I Don and Oppos. TCNE. Ha ha ha. Silly girl, if you could so easily discern their presence, would they truly be the strongest bodyguards? Xiao Ming stated calmly, don't worry. I always have bodyguard with me when I go out, and your siblings also have them nearby. I arranged for them to be there when I first met you three. You simply didn't notice. Xiao Ming walked over to Wen Yuchen and affectionately patted her head. Go call Jingro to the study. Let's share some wine and have a chat together. Understood. Wen Yuchen cheerfully dashed upstairs to Wen Jingro's room, speaking to Lin Xiao on the video call. Xiao, did you hear that? Our dad, no wait, my dad, the one who can build rockets and spaceships. If you want to win him over, you need to put in some effort. On the other end of the video, Lin Xiao remained silent for a while before resolutely stating, Old handsome, I will definitely win him over. At the same moment, after Wen Yunjia and his girlfriend Geng Jingshu's parents escorted them to their room, they finally headed to their own room. In the lavish master bedroom, Geng Tianhua and Sun Xuehua stood in the center, still in awe. Tianhua, look at that painting hanging on the wall. It must be a famous piece. After a few minutes of silence, Sun Xuehua pointed at a painting on the wall, astonished. Indeed, it's an ancient painting, quite renowned. Geng Tianhua exclaimed, instinctively pulling his wife back a step. We must be cautious. Everything in this room seems incredibly valuable. We shouldn't amp, Oppos, accidentally touch anything. He realized what it truly meant to be wealthy. Every item in the room could easily be worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. All medial. He was genuinely enlightened. Such extravagance. This bedroom, this villa, Xiao Ming is simply rich beyond imagination. Afterward, Geng Tianhua and his wife went to the bathroom for a luxurious bath, donning the high-end pajamas prepared for them by the staff. Upon exiting the bathroom, a servant brought in a turtle soup. Geng Tianhua and Sun Xuehua were utterly captivated. Our in-law is truly wealthy, indulgent in his riches, Geng Tianhua marveled. Who always claims that the Wen family is wealthy and powerful, believing our in-law cannot compare to Wen Fengshu. Sun Xuehua retorted. It's just that our in-law is too low-key. Who would have thought he is so affluent? Geng Tianhua chuckled. Yunjia said his father is 42, much younger than us. But look at his accomplishments. By the time he has lived less than half his life, he has amassed a fortune and become a winner in life. Yet, why have I never heard of our in-law in wealthy circles? Geng Tianhua, who worked in public relations and frequently interacted with affluent individuals, knew many names but had never heard of Xiao Ming. Because our in-law is low-key, I believe he not only possesses wealth but also has an excellent character. Sun Xuehua interjected, her eyes filled with admiration as she savored a sip of turtle soup, feeling utterly relaxed. This soup is certainly not cheap. Our in-law and Oppos, as household expenses must easily exceed 10,000. Geng Tianhua joked, can we sleep soundly on that luxurious bed tonight? We might end up sleepless. Is that so? Sun Xuehua settled onto the soft bed, saying, our Jingshu is carrying a child from the Xiao family. That child will inevitably inherit their family business. We will forever be the child's grandparents and the in-laws of his daughter. Contemplating this, Sun Xuehua felt an uncontrollable excitement. That is certain. Upon mentioning this, Geng Tianhua immediately straightened his back. However, they felt considerable pressure interacting with a distinguished family like the Xiaos. It wasn't just Geng Tianhua and Sun Xuehua who felt sleepless. Wen Yunjia and Geng Jingshu lay staring at the ceiling, completely devoid of sleep. At this point, they felt as if everything was merely a dream. After gazing at the ceiling for a while, Geng Jingshu got up, staring at the set of jewelry that had been placed on the vanity, lost in thought. Chapter 55. My only talent is having abundant wealth. A profound sense of happiness enveloped me. My dear, how generous our father is towards you. With an air of jealousy, Wen Yunjia muttered, he never offers me anything valuable. Why indulge in such baseless jealousy? Geng Jingshu chuckled. Father just bought you a car. You have no idea. He bought Jingru and Yuchen supercars, while I received a dilapidated Mercedes. When I drive it, people say it looks outdated. Wen Yunjia grumbled, exhaling a resigned sigh. Now I understand. Father intends to follow the age-old adage. Raise sons in poverty, but daughters in wealth. How unfortunate for me. Unfortunate? He treats you quite well. Geng Jingshu interjected, suddenly grasping Xiao Ming's intention behind the differential treatment. She advised Wen Yunjia, you ought to cultivate your character. You're going to be a father soon. Approach your tasks with steadiness, and remember to honor Dad. Don't let him worry about you all the time. That is certainly true, Wen Yunjia replied, though internally he felt no real discontent. His father was immensely wealthy, and he intended to hold onto that connection tightly. After all, he was his biological father, with wealth more abundant than leaves on trees, and there was nothing wrong with relying on him to some extent. Initially, he and Yuchen had discussed diligently earning money for their retirement. Yet, the surprise came too soon. Father wouldn't need it. When Yunjia chuckled, and Geng Jingshu found his humor infectious. Ever since the incident 6 months prior, they hadn't shared a bed, and now that they were finally together, both felt their hearts race. Geng Jingshu shyly burrowed into the covers, playfully teasing, darling, it's been a while since we. When Yunjia had the same intention and embraced his girlfriend in response. This night, many found themselves restless. The birthday banquet of Wen Fengshu drew an audience of prominent figures, and the scandal surrounding the Wen family quickly spread throughout the business community. Guests left the Wen household, buzzing with gossip. What an eye-opener. Wang Mingran is recognized as a titan in the industry, yet in front of Mr. Xiao, he appeared as subservient as a grandson, bowing and scraping. Not only him, but also influential figures like Wan Feiyu and Tang Qingming displayed similar behavior upon encountering Mr. Xiao, seeming as though they had seen a ghost fleeing at the first chance. Who exactly was this Mr. Xiao? Curiosity surrounding his identity swirled among many. Some insiders, caught up in the fervor of conversation, couldn't help but reveal snippets about Xiao Ming's status. Mr. Xiao is rumored to be the wealthiest individual in the country at present, a master of investment. Any project he takes an interest in is guaranteed to yield substantial profits. Over a decade ago, he already possessed a fortune exceeding hundreds of billions. Yet, he has always shunned ostentation, and few know of his true identity. Only those aware of who he really is understand the fear he can instill. The following morning, in the Yushi Villa district, everyone rose early, gathering in the garden to savor the refreshing morning air, feeling utterly serene. "How did you sleep last night, my dear in-laws?" Xiao Ming inquired politely of Geng Tianhua and Sun Shuihua. "Quite well," Geng Tianhua mused. "In my lifetime, I never imagined I would have the opportunity to rest in such a luxurious home. It feels like a dream." "Well, my friend, regardless of how splendid the house is, it is merely a place for people to reside," Xiao Ming replied with a smile. "That is certainly true," Geng Tianhua thought, gazing at the children, envisioning the joy of seeing Jingshu and Amp, Appo's, as child grow up in this palace-like residence, filling his heart with happiness. Afterward, Xiao Ming invited everyone to breakfast. As Geng Tianhua led his wife to depart, Xiao Ming arranged for a car to take them home. Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen were still engaged in their dreamland. Wen Yunjia and Geng Jingshu also awoke early, as if driven by duty. After breakfast, they prepared to leave. Just as they stepped outside, Xiao Ming called out to Geng Jingshu, "Jingshu, I'll arrange for a car to take you to work." Before he finished speaking, an Aston Martin pulled up before Geng Jingshu. A man in his 40s emerged from the vehicle, opening the door and gesturing courteously for her to enter. "With you expecting, driving yourself, or taking a taxi is quite inconvenient. From now on, let Lao Li take care of your transportation," Xiao Ming stated earnestly. "Whenever you need to go anywhere, just inform Lao Li, and he will take you." "Dad," Geng Jingshu gasped in astonishment, never daring to dream she would have a dedicated driver. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she replied, "Thank you, Dad. I've told you, you are now a part of the Xiao family. There is no need for thanks," Xiao Ming responded. He then instructed Lao Li to provide dedicated service to Geng Jingshu. After she left, Xiao Ming turned his gaze toward Wen Yunjia. Under Xiao Ming's scrutinizing gaze, Wen Yunjia felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety and awkwardly said, Father, I can just take a taxi." His Mercedes was still at Shieling Garden. "Gulme, I need to speak with you," Xiao Ming said, bemused by Wen Yunjia's reluctance. He scrutinized his son's attire, standard business attire, quite ordinary, gifted by Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen. His shoes were similarly unremarkable. In contrast, Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen were draped in designer labels from head to toe. He mused internally about the disparity in his treatment of his son. "Come, I have something to discuss," he said, striding toward the house. "Oh." Wen Yunjia felt apprehensive but obediently followed. Xiao Ming led him into an expansive walk-in closet, leaving Wen Yunjia utterly bewildered. What was the purpose of this lavishly appointed space filled with numerous high-end garments? Xiao Ming approached one of the closet's doors, and as he stood there, the door automatically opened, illuminating the room. Inside were transparent storage cabinets, brimming with exquisite timepieces, resembling a luxury watch boutique. All these watches are limited editions or rare pieces. I may lack various skills, but I possess wealth in abundance. After all, you are my biological son. I cannot allow you to appear shabby. With that, Xiao Ming stepped back, gesturing for Wen Yunjia to approach. "Choose whichever you like. You may wear any of them." He then added with a playful tone, "Just look at Yechen and Jingru, adorned in designer brands. If I treat you poorly, I worry you might just unplug my oxygen supply." Chapter 56. This is the poise my son should have, father. Is that something I am capable of? Wen Yunjia lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Did his father truly think so little of him? Upon witnessing the array of exquisite timepieces displayed before him, the gloom that had just been elicited by Xiao Ming's teasing evaporated in an instant. "Wow, father, these watches are stunning." Any man would find it hard to resist the allure of cars, watches, and suits, and Wen Yunjia was no exception. The sight of so many luxury watches laid out before him, ready for his selection, made his heart race with exhilaration. "Father, can I really choose freely? I can take whatever I like?" he asked cautiously, swallowing hard. Of course, Xiao Ming nodded, bemused by Wen Yunjia and Appo's excitement. All right then, I want to hold back. Wan Yunjia grinned at Xiao Ming, who showed no sign of disapproval, and he eagerly began to sift through the collection of luxury watches. Wow, Patek Philippe watch. You have all their series here. Wan Yunjia exclaimed in awe, his eyes nearly glazing over with excitement. Eventually, his gaze settled on a particular Patek Philippe watch, and he lingered captivated. Hey, you have quite the eye, Xiao Ming remarked, approaching to inspect the watch. Patek Philippe is the #1 luxury watch brand in the world. This model is their latest limited edition. Only 10 exist globally, and many affluent individuals cannot acquire one. Xiao Ming continued, I didn't expect you to have such discerning taste. You've done well. With that, Xiao Ming beamed with pride. Father, are you saying? Wan Yunjia looked incredulously at Xiao Ming, his excitement leaving him flustered and unsure of what to do with his hands. Didn't I say? If you like it, take it, Xiao Ming said, revealing a rare affection for his son. You are my flesh and blood. How could I deny you? This watch may only have 10 pieces worldwide, but you are unique, far more precious than it. If you desire it, simply take it. As he spoke, Xiao Ming retrieved the limited edition Patek Philippe watch and lovingly placed it on Wan Yunjia's wrist. The overwhelming joy struck Wan Yunjia with such force that he stood frozen, unable to comprehend the moment. After fastening the watch on his wrist, Xiao Ming stepped back and surveyed Wan Yunjia with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Yes, this is the demeanor my son ought to possess. Only when Xiao Ming patted his shoulder did Wan Yunjia snap back to reality. Father, I am profoundly moved. Upon regaining his composure, Wan Yunjia enveloped Xiao Ming in a heartfelt embrace. Then, rather dazed, he was escorted out by Xiao Ming, who hailed a cab for him to the office. Throughout the journey, Wan Yunjia felt as though his mind was buzzing incessantly, raising his hand multiple times to pinch his face, seeking to ascertain whether he was ensnared in a dream. His actions left the driver bewildered. After sending Wan Yunjia off, Xiao Ming ascended the stairs and called out from outside the bedrooms of Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, Lazybones, it's time to rise for breakfast. Upon arriving at the company, Geng Jingshu entered the office building promptly at 7, just as she always did. On the surface, she appeared unchanged, but internally, her emotions roiled like a tempestuous sea. Having never experienced such treatment in her years, being chauffeured felt nothing short of blissful. These past few days, she felt as though she had ascended to the pinnacle of life alongside Wan Yunjia. She envisioned that her future would be enveloped in this newfound happiness. Ever since their romance began, she had faced relentless opposition. Everyone questioned her unwavering affection for him. Yet, her persistence had proven right. She had not misplaced her love. Geng Jingshu thought to herself. The more she reflected, the happier she became. She understood that all of Wan Yunjia's current fortunes stemmed from Xiao Ming, and everything she gained was a result of her child, and Wan Yunjia, Xiao Ming's affection extended to all connected with him. However, she firmly believed that Wan Yunjia would forever cherish her and treat her well. With Xiao Ming's support, she was confident that Wan Yunjia would achieve great success. Once in the changing room and attired in her work uniform, Geng Jingshu proceeded to the sales department lobby. Upon entering, her immediate superior stormed toward her, face taut with anger. Manager Geng, do you see what you have done? Her superior tossed several discarded contracts onto the table before her, followed by a sharp reprimand, which read in Geng Jingshu's eyes. Her colleagues watched the scene unfold, and she wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Jingshu, don't take it too hard. A colleague named Chun approached to offer comfort. Weren't you able to sell several units of the A-type houses? You sold 3 in a row, but last night, the buyers suddenly backed out. Moreover, many of the houses we previously sold are now facing issues because the other side's leadership heard your name, which is why they are so irate. Upon hearing Chun's words, Geng Jingshu instantly grasped the situation. While Chun did not explicitly name the culprit, Geng Jingshu knew those 3 houses had been sold to Wen Fengshu. Naturally, the offended party was Wen Fengshu. Yunjia was right. That which is indeed despicable and shameless. Geng Jingshu seethed internally, recalling everything Wen Fengshu had done to Wen Yunjia and his siblings, and loathed her all the more for her current behavior. No wonder Wen Yunjia refused to acknowledge her. Who would want to recognize such a person? If the houses were returned, so be it. However, being berated by her superior left her feeling unjustly treated. She composed herself and began her day's work. Whenever she felt wronged, thoughts of the child within her would bring her solace. Compared to Yunja and the baby, nothing else mattered. A monumental piece of news arrived just before lunch. The very superior who had chastised Geng Jingshu earlier appeared before everyone, brimming with exuberance. Just half an hour ago, we sold 100 units to a mysterious magnate. All in cash. 100 units? In this market, these properties were exceptionally high-end, with some individuals exhausting their resources just to secure a single unit. Contracts were signed, and the funds had already been transferred. Instant payment. Chapter 57. Does your family own a mine? With fervor, the superior turned to Geng Jingshu, astonished. Jingshu, what background do you possess? Geng Jingshu, taken aback, could only blink in confusion. As the lunch hour approached, colleagues without tasks began to gather around. Boss, does this mean that the sale of over 100 houses is somehow connected to Jingshu? One colleague queried, bewildered. The superior replied immediately, indeed, is all related to her. That individual mentioned he purchased the property because of Jingshu, and moreover, the contract was signed under her name. The big boss was overjoyed upon hearing this. Related to her? Geng Jingshu and her companions were left in utter disbelief. Over 100 properties, all purchased outright. Such a substantial sum had instantaneously filled the company's coffers. With such liquidity, they could develop another building and become their own proprietors. Suddenly, everyone gazed at Geng Jingshu with envy. Jingshu, does your family mine resources? How could you command such influence? Jingshu, you must assist us more in the future. After all, we have been good sisters for many years. They believed she must be a significant figure to have such connections with affluent individuals. Listening to the discussions around her, Geng Jingshu felt utterly dazed. After a moment of shock, an idea struck her, and she nearly gasped in surprise. Jingshu, the big boss requests your presence. He awaits you in my office, her superior announced. Overwhelmed with complex emotions, Geng Jingshu felt as though each step she took was burdened with 1,000 pounds. She trudged to her superior and Oppo's office, where the big boss warmly approached her. Manager Geng, since your arrival at our company, you have contributed immensely over the years. Your performance has been exemplary, thus. Shortly after Geng Jingshu left the office, an official announcement was made. Geng Jingshu, recognized for her exceptional capabilities and commendable management skills, was promoted to regional deputy manager, overseeing all real estate within her domain. At this very moment, in the branch of Wen's company located on Ningshui Street, when Fengshu returned to the lounge, collapsing onto the large bed in despair, her eyes closed as she exhaled wearily. Just one night had passed, yet her once vibrant demeanor had faded, and her hair was now streaked with gray. When there's trouble. She had barely closed her eyes before a frantic voice called for her from the office. Dragging her exhausted body, she rose to meet the situation. The senior executives had all gathered, their faces pale with concern. One of them, in desperation, stated, Xinfeng Group has informed us they wish to terminate our contract, and their stance is unwavering. Others joined in. President Li from Fengzi Group, Daguang Real Estate, and Yonghui Group also sent termination emails this morning, all with a similarly resolute attitude. Furthermore, the banks we contacted earlier have all declined our loan applications this morning, citing a myriad of excuses that are clearly just pretexts. As the executives conveyed their grim news, their faces turned an ashen hue, resembling that of a pig's liver. At this moment, the shareholders were in an uproar, anxiety and urgency palpable in the air. The termination of contracts and the inability to secure loans meant many pre-established projects could not commence, while ongoing ones faced forced halts due to financial constraints. All these issues converged, casting a severe and unfavorable impact on the company. If these matters were not resolved, Wen's enterprise might face its demise. As this was said, every executive's gaze fell upon Wen Fengshu. Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The executives had already heard of Wen Fengshu and Oppo's birthday banquet and understood the chaos in the company stemmed from her offense against a certain Xiao Ming. He seemed to wield considerable influence, capable of wreaking havoc upon Wen's group in a matter of hours. It appeared that if Wen Fengshu could not manage her grievances with Xiao Ming, it would be all too easy for him to obliterate the Wen family. Damn it. When Fengshu realized the gravity of the situation, momentarily frozen in disbelief, anger surged within her, and after a while, she violently swept the documents from her desk. President 1, the executives recoiled, startled, their faces paling further. Get out, all of you! When Fengshu furiously hurled the papers at them. Do you think it's so easy to bring me down? My family's enterprise is worth billions. We can withstand far worse. Return to your duties and mind your own business. The executives, frightened into silence, retreated from her office. Once they departed, Wen Fengshu promptly began making calls, reaching out to various contacts. What strategies can we employ against Xiao Ming? She demanded fiercely. Her eyes burned with a desire for vengeance. Having fought her way through the business world, no one had ever dared to treat her so contemptuously, leaving her in such disarray. If she could not properly deal with Xiao Ming, she would never swallow her pride. Excuse me? What did you say? The person on the other end of the line chuckled at her words, but quickly suppressed their amusement out of respect for Wen Fengshu. You wish to confront Xiao Ming? He is a titan in the business realm. If he claims second place, none would dare to assert themselves as first. Out of our past relations, I can do you a favor and inquire about him, to see if he might spare you. After ending the call, Wen Fengshu's already troubled expression darkened further. A desire for retribution surged within her. She longed to dismantle Xiao Ming piece by piece. Yet, she was acutely aware of the depth of his prowess, one that earned the admiration of her former allies, labeling him a deity in the commercial sphere. Could it be that she must genuinely concede to that scoundrel? She sank helplessly to the ground, despairingly murmuring to herself. Before she could contemplate further, the person she had contacted returned her call. President Xiao said it is impossible for him to spare you. However, if you are willing to kneel before the grave of Wen Jihan to repent and relinquish the Wen family, he might allow you to take 200 million with you, ensuring that your family does not starve in their later years. Chapter 58. Rendering her destitute. A revenge more satisfying than death. Take the funds and the Wen family abroad, never to return. Only then will he cease his torment and grant you respite. Daddy, whose call was that? Wen Yuchen inquired, her curiosity piqued by the playful expression on Xiao Ming's face after the phone call as she swung on the swing. The old matriarch is testing the waters. Inquiring about the terms for my cessation, Xiao Ming responded truthfully. Daddy, are you targeting the Wen family? Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen promptly drew closer, their attention piqued. Xiao Ming affirmed, I vowed not to let her off the hook. Wen Fengshu's crowning achievement is the establishment of the Wen Corporation, yet her character is deplorable. She should never have provoked me. Since she values her career above all else, I shall dismantle the Wen Corporation she painstakingly built. Upon hearing of your mother and Appo's plight and the tribulations faced by you three siblings, I resolved to strike at the Wen Corporation. I have been laying the groundwork ever since. Following last night's commotion, I initiated my assault, targeting every sector the Wen Corporation is involved in, ensuring its swift and comprehensive downfall. Really? How gratifying, Wen Yuchen exclaimed, jumping up with joy. That old crone has committed so many heinous acts. It's about time she faced retribution. Daddy, you're absolutely right. In her eyes, the Wen Corporation outweighs my mother and us. Let her lose it all, rendering her destitute. That and Appo's a revenge more satisfying than death. Wen Yuchen embraced Xiao Ming, her delight evident. Daddy, you're amazing. Wen Jingru, however, displayed no signs of elation. Her brow furrowed as she questioned Xiao Ming. Daddy, isn't this a bit too cruel? Wen Jingru is far too kind-hearted, Xiao Ming mused inwardly. These two sisters are polar opposites. Wen Yuchen is vivacious and decisive, with clear-cut affections and animosities. Wen Jinkro, on the other hand, is gentle and docile, prone to hesitation and second-guessing. While she resents Wen Fengshu's actions, she can't bear to see her suffer the consequences. I'm not pushing her to the brink. I'm allowing her to voluntarily relinquish the Wen Corporation, take 200 million, and relocate the Wen family abroad, never to return. I will not make things difficult for her, Xiao Ming stated. Given his temperament, he would have simply annihilated the old hag. However, she is Wen Zihan's biological mother. If she demonstrates good sense and recognizes the situation, he will show leniency for Wen Zihan's sake. Oh, I see. Seeing Xiao Ming and Appo's firm stance and realizing that he wasn't Appo's pushing things too far, she refrained from further comment. She understood that Xiao Ming's actions towards Wen Fengshu were a direct result of Wen Fengshu's own misdeeds. She ceased her contemplation and happily joined Wen Yuqin on the swing. Daddy, Xiao mentioned she and Appo's coming over to play today. Wen Yuqin cheerfully informed Xiao Ming. I have matters to attend to. Just entertain your friend. Xiao Ming replied with a faint smile. Also, the three of you should pack your belongings when you have time and have the butler arrange for them to be retrieved. Understood, Daddy. After Xiao Ming departed, Wen Yuqin immediately contacted Lin Xiao. Yuqin, and a few other girls heard you moved into a new house. I inadvertently mentioned it was a luxurious villa, and they all expressed a desire to see it. Lin Xiao tentatively inquired. No problem, let them all come. Wen Yuqin responded after a brief pause, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Ye's family is wealthy, and she's always acted like she's superior as a young lady. It an amp. Appo's. It's time to show her what true wealth looks like. A reality check. Lin Xiao promptly agreed. Exactly. Just thinking about it gives me a vivid picture. The girl's intentions were simple and straightforward. Before long, Lin Xiao led a group of girls, including Ye, straight to the Jade Creek Villa district, heading towards Wen Yuqin's home. Xiao, where exactly is this new house Yuqin moved into? In a place like this, where the price per square meter is at least 100,000. Anything less is just a humble abode. The speaker was Ye, whom Lin Xiao had previously mentioned. She raised her chin haughtily. My dad just bought a villa a few days ago for over 70 million. I heard it costs 130,000 per square meter. It's incredibly grand and luxuriously decorated. I'll take you all to see it sometime. Oh my, yeah, your family is truly wealthy to afford such a magnificent house. The other girls looked at Ye with envy. They held no illusions about the house they were about to visit. How luxurious could Wen Yuqin's house be? Considering her financial situation? ISN and Appo's. This Jade Creek Villa? Upon arriving at the Jade Creek Villa district, Ye opened the car window and stared around in astonishment. After a moment, she suddenly remembered the purpose of their trip, and her face paled. Xiao, could it be that the luxurious villa you mentioned Yuqin moved into is here? Indeed, Lin Xiao confirmed with a nod and a smile. Oh my, wow, this is Jade Creek Villa. It's so luxurious. A villa here costs hundreds of millions. I heard the entire villa district was bought by a big shot and renovated into a luxurious resort. The girls were stunned, exclaiming in awe as they gazed at the magnificent villas before them. The group followed Lin Xiao to the entrance of Jade Creek Villa. Wen Yuqin stood at the gate, waiting for Lin Xiao and the others. Hello, ladies, Wen Yuqin greeted the group as they exited the car. Seeing Wen Yuqin dressed in designer clothes and standing at the entrance of a mansion, the girls were immediately stunned and stopped in their tracks. Wen Yuqin was dressed in a fashionable manner, exuding the aura of a wealthy heiress. Her neck was adorned with an exquisite diamond necklace that immediately captivated everyone's attention. It was too dazzling. That must be at least 8 or 9 carats, right? The girls snapped out of their daze and flocked towards Wen Yuqin. Wow, Yuqin, I didn't in Appo's. Expect Jade Creek Villa to be your home. In Appo's. That's so magnificent. I heard you found a father you never met. I wish I had a father like that. Yuqin, seeing you living in such a wonderful house, we and Amp, Appo's, all envious. Chapter 59, A Paper Tiger. Weak and feeble, surrounded by her group of girlfriends, Wen Yuqin could not help but recall their earlier pretentious displays of arrogance in her presence, which struck her as utterly laughable. She scoffed internally, yet maintained a facade of politeness, responding, "It's all right." Subsequently, she guided her companions through every corner of the villa, showcasing its unique decor, expansive space, exquisite flora, and high-end amenities, leaving them in awe. Their astonishment peaked when they learned that her father had spent 7 to 8 billion on this villa, rendering them speechless and blushing, nearly kneeling in disbelief. Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. Later, as they gathered in the living room, the servants promptly presented an array of delectable snacks and beverages, each item exuding an air of opulence, further astonishing the group. Even Lin Xiao one of Wen Yuqin's closest friends, was left bewildered. She knew Xiao Ming was affluent, but was unaware of the extent of his wealth. She mused to herself, "This charming older gentleman is so generous. I must seize the opportunity to win his affection." Unfortunately, today was not fortuitous. She had come only to find Xiao Ming absent, leaving her with no chance to make her move. "Yuqin, you must take good care of our sisterhood," a young girl piped up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Is it all right if I take some photos here?" "Of course," Wen Yuqin replied readily. "However, my father prefers discretion. So please keep it simple and refrain from anything excessive, rest assured." The excitement was palpable as everyone grabbed their phones and began snapping pictures in the luxurious villa. Once shared on WeChat, the post garnered a flurry of likes and comments. "This is simply too extravagant and impressive." At that moment, Ye was utterly captivated by the grandeur of the villa. Previously, her family had been the wealthiest among their circle, but now their wealth paled in comparison to Wen Yuqin's. It seemed that her position as the most esteemed among her friends would soon be usurped. Next, Wen Yuqin and Wen Jingru requested butler Shi to arrange a lavish dinner, which ultimately cost over 300,000. Upon learning this amount from the butler, the group was once again left in shock, feeling as though even the very air they breathed within this villa was infused with wealth. As they prepared to leave after dinner, butler Shi approached with several servants, each carrying a tray covered with a cloth. "Miss Yuqin, the sir has expressed his warm welcome for your friends and has prepared gifts for your companions," he announced respectfully. "Oh my goodness, this charming older gentleman is truly remarkable," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Wen Yuqin, with a gracious smile, glanced at her friends and remarked, "What can I say? My father dotes on me." Then, the servants unveiled the trays, revealing exquisite, valuable jewelry. The sir instructed that since your close friends are visiting, they should not be neglected. "Please accept these small gifts," butler Shi said courteously. Goodness! The girls gasped in awe at the stunning pieces, each worth at least 100,000. Necklaces, earrings, bracelets, everything one could desire. The butler's words confirmed that these were gifts for all of them. Overwhelmed, they clutched each other for support. "Oh my gosh, Yuqin, your father is astonishingly generous. I'm growing fonder of him by the minute. Please thank him on our behalf." "What should I do? I'm tempted to pursue your father." The girls were elated, bouncing with excitement. After suppressing their exhilaration, they expressed their gratitude to Wen Yuqin while selecting their favorite pieces from the trays. "Yuqin, darling, I adore you." Once they had chosen their jewelry, they eagerly adorned themselves with their chosen pieces, jubilantly surrounding Wen Yuqin in celebration. Meanwhile, Ye sighed wistfully, feeling a profound sense of reflection wash over her. Wen Yuqin had truly transformed into a genuine heiress, and Ye could barely contain her jealousy, though she accepted the reality of Wen Yuqin's metamorphosis. At that moment, Wen Yuqin was no longer the impoverished girl she once was. She had become an authentic heiress, destined for greater heights, adorned with admiration and accolades. It was evident that she was now beyond reach, all thanks to her father's immense wealth and affection. A week later, in the International Financial Building, on the 76th floor of Mingyue Group, Xiao Ming stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his arms crossed, observing the bustling traffic below. Behind him stood a man. "President Xiao, we have disseminated numerous negative reports regarding the One family as per your instructions, and, as anticipated, discussions have erupted. The One family's stock has plummeted from over 90 to just above 1. All banks we collaborate with have denied loans to an S group, and other companies have also terminated their partnerships with them. As of now, we have only utilized 1/5 of the fund you allocated. Yet the One group has been left entirely defenseless." After reporting the situation, the man added, "At this rate, it won't be long before the One group declares bankruptcy." Xiao Ming let out a cold scoff. "It seems I overestimated that old hag, Wen Fengshu. Who would have thought she was merely a paper tiger, weak and feeble?" "Indeed, President Xiao," the man chuckled. "Many companies engage in deceit, inflating their performance figures. Assets worth 2 billion can easily be reported as 100 billion. With some stock manipulation, they can appear as colossal enterprises worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. The One Group has accrued substantial debt in recent years. with only their jewelry processing factory and over 700 jewelry stores yielding any profit. In the past 2 to 3 years, when Fengshu has dabbled in machinery manufacturing, real estate, and tourism, but none have proven successful. We have employed your companies, Mingyue, Mingfeng, and Xinfeng, to combat the one group, executing both acquisition and offensive strategies, while simultaneously pressuring their creditors to collect debts and striking at the stock market, rendering the one group utterly powerless. As the man spoke, he produced a USB drive and handed it to Xiao Ming. Additionally, this contains the unsavory details you requested about Wen Fengshu, Wen Dongyu, and others from the Wen family. All their dark secrets are compiled with Chapter 60 unexpectedly. The jester is myself the man, took the card with a cheerful laugh. Also, I have booked a flight to Wenhai for tomorrow. If President Xiao needs to deal with anyone in the future, contact me first. He then kissed the card and left with an air of nonchalance. The business friendship alliance that Xiao Ming had whimsically established in the past turned out to be of great significance. After the man departed, Xiao Ming picked up the USB drive, casting a glance at it with a smile. The business friendship alliance was a network Xiao Ming created, inspired by the practices of foreign tycoons. The members included financial moguls, stock market experts, esteemed lawyers, and martial arts masters, an eclectic assembly of talents. Now, as he dealt with the Wen family, he mobilized the strength of this alliance, attacking from multiple fronts, leaving the Wen family without the means to retaliate. That venomous old woman, Wen Fengshu, deserved the fate that awaited her. Securing the Wen group would indeed yield substantial profits. Xiao Ming toyed with a USB drive, silently formulating his plans. President, a woman at the front desk requests to see you, reported his assistant, Xiao Feng, as he entered the office. Who? Xiao Ming inquired calmly. Her business card, Xiao Feng replied, placing the card on Xiao Ming's desk. This woman? Xiao Ming paused for a moment before nodding. Let her in. Shortly after, a captivating woman entered. President Xiao, it seems you haven't forgotten me after these few days. Xiao Ming gestured for her to sit down, remarking, Not many can find their way here. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. I had initially thought it would be best to avoid a meeting, but upon reflection, your earnestness is commendable. Thank you, President Xiao, Ichi responded, her demeanor cheerful and unperturbed. May I ask what brings Miss Ichi to me? Xiao Ming inquired with a composed tone. You surprised me, President Xiao, Ichi replied, her alluring eyes fixated on him. That night at the Wen residence, I found your words utterly ridiculous, merely an attempt to capture my attention. Little did I realize that jester was indeed myself. Your imposing demeanor that evening remains vivid in my memory. Ichi gracefully approached the chair, leaning slightly forward, her hand resting on Xiao Ming's desk, revealing her captivating allure. Xiao Ming smiled lightly, unfazed by her advances. He had heard of Ichi from some business partners. To put it bluntly, she was a woman desired by many men. Yet, he found her overt interest in him quite unexpected. President Xiao, your methods are impressive. The Wen family is in dire straits under your hand, Ichi remarked, her admiration evident, though her gaze roamed over Xiao Ming with an almost obsessive intensity. Miss Ichi is quite astute. Your information is timely. Xiao Ming replied with a calm smile. If you happen to possess shares in the Wen family, it might be wise to hold on to them. There could be unforeseen gains. Are you planning to hollow out the Wen group and absorb it for yourself? Aren't and oppose. To you concerned about a potential failure? Ichi asked, her heart racing with excitement. Let us await the outcome, Xiao Ming replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, his words concise. All right, I shall heed your counsel, Ichi said, straightening her posture with a playful smile. I came to share a little insider information. It seems Wen Fengshu has been engaging with foreign investors, seeking to rally support to confront you in a final showdown. Xiao Ming momentarily paused at this revelation. He swiftly took out his phone, dialing a number without hesitation, ensuring Ichi was still present, and made arrangements based on the information she provided. After ending the call, he turned to Ichi. The tidbit you shared is invaluable. Thank you. I owe you a favor today. Do not hesitate to call upon me in the future. Wonderful, Ichi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer. President Xiao, are you free today? Shall we go to my place for a drink? As Qi displayed her charms so unabashedly before him, Xiao Ming felt an uncharacteristic heat rise within him. It had been a while since he had indulged in the pleasures of life with such a captivating woman. Just as he was about to agree, his WeChat notification chimed, revealing a voice message from Yearning. Father, Jean grew, and I just left Howard International Trade. Are you done with work? Do you have time to join us for a meal? Originally planning to enjoy a drink with Qi, Xiao Ming replied to Yearning without a second thought. I'm not busy anymore. Let us have dinner together. After sending the message, he cast a sheepish and apologetic glance at Qi. Seeing this, Qi felt a pang of disappointment, though she maintained her composure, sitting upright with an elegant posture. President Xiao, you are quite indulgent with your daughter. I find myself envious. There's no choice. She was my little sweetheart in my past life, Xiao Ming joked, his expression radiating affection. Looks like I will have to reschedule our meeting, Qi said, not one to wallow in self-pity. She stood up, suddenly leaning forward to plant a kiss on Xiao Ming's lips. There will always be another opportunity to ensnare you. With that, Qi gave him a playful kiss and sauntered away with confidence. Thank goodness I have my two precious daughters by my side, Xiao Ming murmured, smiling wryly. Reflecting on his recent reconnections with his children, he noted that they had all recognized each other for over half a month now. Wen Yunzhe was fine, but the two sisters, Wen Jingru and Wen Yearning, seemed intent on compensating for the 22 years of paternal affection they had missed. The sisters delighted in spending every possible moment with him, whether shopping, hiking, or simply enjoying leisurely dinners and strolls, living life to the fullest. In contrast, Wen Fengshu's situation was far from serene. After a few days, she had visibly aged, her hair now streaked with gray. The once proud matriarch of the Wen family bore no resemblance to her former self. The Wen family was beyond salvation. Investors had withdrawn their funding. Banks denied all her loan applications. Existing projects were either stalled or halted, and the shareholders were in an uproar. The stock price of the Wen Group plummeted to a mere 90 cents, sending everyone associated with the company into a state of panic. Desperate, Wen Fengshu devised a plan. With domestic investments cut off, she sought to lure foreign investors. Despite initial agreements, the partners suddenly reneged, leaving her with no options. Faced with Xiao Ming as formidable identity and strength, despair consumed Wen Fengshu utterly. Chapter 61. He wants to annihilate you. Leaving no path for survival in the realm of commerce, there exists a magnate whose wealth is immeasurable and whose power renders him friendless. He stands as the wealthiest entrepreneur in the country, boasting a fortune that eclipses even the likes of the formidable titans such as Yearning. Thus, it is evident that Xiao Ming and Amp, Oppos, as social connections far surpass those of the Wen family. What strikes Wen Fengshu as ironic is that the luxurious Yushi Villa area, which she once adored, a property worth several hundred million, has been acquired by an elusive billionaire who turns out to be none other than Xiao Ming. A wave of regret washes over Wen Fengshu. If only she had treated her daughter, Wen Jihan, with more kindness. If only she had not been so cold to her grandchildren, and if only her pride had not clouded her judgment. In that case, Xiao Ming would have been her son-in-law. With such a wealthy ally as Xiao Ming, the Wen family status could have soared to unprecedented heights. Yet, she had squandered her advantageous position, driving a wedge between the Wen family and Xiao Ming. The more she pondered, the more bitter her feelings grew. Each day, as she entered the company and participated in meetings or social gatherings, she felt as though she were the subject of ridicule, mocked for her foolishness and arrogance. In those moments, her resentment towards Xiao Ming intensified. Though she felt a tinge of regret, it was overshadowed by her hatred. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that there was no hope of Xiao Ming sparing the Wen family. She must exert every effort to survive his onslaught if the Wen family were to have any chance of redemption. However, she had not anticipated that all her escape routes would be severed by Xiao Ming. Ms. Wen, I regret to inform you that our company has decided against investing in Wen Enterprises. Furthermore, there is a message from someone who wishes to convey that he intends to annihilate you, leaving you with no means of survival. Upon hearing these words, Wen Fengshu felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and she fainted. Those nearby quickly dialed for emergency assistance. Wen Fengshu was rushed to the hospital for urgent care. When Xiao Ming received the news from his subordinates, he was with his children and immediately shared the information with them. Upon hearing it, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen exchanged glances, their emotions complex. Although the sisters harbored deep-seated hatred for Wen Fengshu and had cursed her on numerous occasions, witnessing her downfall did not bring them the satisfaction they had anticipated. Particularly for Wen Jingru, a heaviness settled in her heart. Is that so? Excellent. I hope she dies in hospital. Wen Yunjia, filled with excitement, slammed his hand on the table. That old wretch. She was so cruel to our mother and has inflicted so many malevolent deeds upon us 3 siblings. In my view, she deserves to die 1,000 times over. Dad, when Enterprises is finished, right? When Yunjia asked, his spirits buoyed. Indeed. Xiao Ming nodded, not intending to conceal the truth from his children. As it stands, I hold 45% of Wen's shares. Presently, the stock price is plummeting, having dropped to mere cents. If no new capital enters, Wen Enterprises will soon face bankruptcy. Wen Yunjia, a financial prodigy, instantly grasped Xiao Ming's intent. Dad, are you planning to take over the Wen family? Correct, Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. At this juncture, the Wen family is akin to a house of cards. No one would dare invest in Wen Enterprises, and even if someone wished to, they would lack the courage to do so. When the time is ripe, I will invest and acquire their shares. At that point, they will have no choice but to sell or face total ruin. Once I take over Wen Enterprises, I will cease my attacks and inject funds to revitalize all valuable projects, utilizing public opinion to restore Wen's reputation. Consequently, the stock price will recover, and Wen Enterprises will become mine to command. I shall rebrand it and take it public. Xiao Ming shared his business strategy without reservation with his son. Dad, you are truly remarkable. Wen Yunjia marveled at Xiao Ming and Appo's plans, filled with admiration. Xiao Ming patted his son and Appo's shoulder, and the two shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen, uninterested in the business discussion, were engrossed in browsing online shopping. They understood that with their father and Appo's formidable prowess, Wen Enterprises stood no chance of survival. Xiao Ming and Appo's aggressive maneuvers in the business world sent waves of astonishment and trepidation through the community. Within a mere 10 days, the conglomerates he founded, Mingyue and Xinfeng, rapidly consumed Wen Enterprises, akin to a predator devouring its prey. News of this development spread like wildfire throughout the national business sector, igniting fervent discussions among financial experts, media, and netizens, all of whom expressed admiration for this decisive man. The following day, as Xiao Ming and the sisters basked in the afternoon sun in the garden, a servant approached with a report. Sir, there is a woman named Wen Fengshu outside who wishes to see you. Xiao Ming and Appo's immediate reaction was one of derision, with no other response forthcoming. Conversely, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen erupted in outrage upon hearing Wen Fengshu's name. What does she want here? Surely, she has come to comprehend that she cannot contend with me and seeks to negotiate for peace, Xiao Ming remarked nonchalantly. Dad, that old hag is nothing but a despicable person. Let us make a wager, Wen Yuchen seethed. What kind of wager? Xiao Ming asked, amused by the spirited child. I bet that Wen Fengshu will surely plead for mercy, hoping you will spare her for the sake of my mother and her status as our grandmother. If you refuse, she will undoubtedly fly into a rage. Wen Yuchen recalled past events, her eyes filled with animosity. That year, she came to us, wanting my brother to return. When we resisted, she resorted to the same tactics, ultimately dragging my brother back to the Wen household. We believed she would treat him kindly, but in truth, she merely sought to use him as a puppet to secure Wen Enterprises. She never genuinely regarded him as her grandson. Numerous subsequent events revealed her true nature to us 3 siblings. Seeing the hatred in his daughter's eyes, Xiao Ming felt a pang of sorrow. His eldest daughter, typically lively and reluctant to harbor hatred, had developed an intense loathing for Wen Fengshu, underscoring the depths of her misdeeds. Chapter 62. Since you acknowledge your mistakes. Perhaps self-destruction is the only way to atone as anticipated. Xiao Minghong concluded a statement and signaled for a servant to invite Wen Fengshu inside. Soon, when Fengshu entered the courtyard of the Yushi villa, accompanied by her grandson Wen Dongyu, daughter-in-law Ding Wan, and various members of the Wen family, all appearing fatigued. What an outrageous situation. Who would have thought Xiao Ming was so affluent? When Dongyu and Appo's eyes nearly bulged at the opulence of the villa, astonished that the trio he had previously dismissed could reside in such luxury, living a life even more prosperous than his own. This realization ignited a flame of anger within him. "What are you doing?" When Fengshu snapped, turning back to give Wen Dongyu a sharp slap, her tone fierce. "We are here to plead for mercy. You all ought to mind your manners and temper your attitudes. If anyone causes trouble, I will deal with them when we return." After reprimanding them, when Fengshu composed herself, concealing her rage and resentment, transforming into a pitiable elderly woman as she continued forward with her family. "Jingru, Yechen, I have come to apologize," she said, approaching her granddaughters, Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen, with an air of desperation. "I was wrong. Please forgive your grandmother." As she spoke, it seemed as though she genuinely recognized her faults, tears streaming down her face. "Humph!" Wen Yechen scoffed disdainfully, casting a glance at Xiao Ming that seemed to say, "See? Just as I expected." Xiao Ming was equally repulsed by Wen Fengshu and Appo's display. He had no desire to eradicate her completely, but her behavior confirmed his daughter and Appo's assessment, prompting him to change his mind. When Fengshu and Appo's truly a pity you didn't and Appo's to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. You have quite the talent for theatrics. I genuinely seek forgiveness. When Fengshu continued, wiping away her tears. I have wronged the children. It is my fault. Then perhaps self-destruction would be an appropriate form of atonement. When Yechen retorted bluntly, Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing his daughter's sentiment. When Fengshu's expression shifted dramatically, and she lamented, "Children, I am your grandmother. Regardless of the past, I am still Jihan and Appo's mother," she proclaimed sorrowfully. "I have come to realize my mistakes, and I am willing to kneel at Jihan's grave to seek forgiveness." Her face was etched with regret, and if not for Wen Jingru and Wen Yechen's familiarity with her fickle nature, they might have been swayed by her apparent contrition. Enough! Xiao Ming regarded Wen Fengshu with the eyes of one who is privy to a farce. "Cease your pathetic performance. I, Xiao Ming, am no fool and will not fall for your ploys. My children are even less susceptible to your manipulations." Disgusted by her demeanor, he chose not to prolong their exchange and stated plainly, "I presume your visit is to implore me to spare the Wen family." "Dad," Wen Jingru, who had been silent, finally spoke. Observing her hesitation, Xiao Ming comprehended her intentions, and his anger surged. Look how kind his children are. Yet when Fengshu refuses to treat even such benevolent souls with kindness, it is utterly despicable. The monstrous deeds you have committed warrant 100 deaths. Yet for Jihan and Appo's sake, I shall not annihilate you completely. However, I offer you a path forward. This is your singular opportunity. At present, the Wen family and Appo's stock has plummeted to rock bottom, on the verge of bankruptcy. Your shares hold no value, yet I am willing to purchase them at 15 times the current market price. Xiao Ming spoke in a detached tone. As a businessman, his ultimate goal is wealth. To avenge Wen Jihan and profit simultaneously is an opportunity he relishes. What? When Dongyu exploded at the revelation. Xiao Ming, this is nothing but extortion. The Wen stock was over 90, now it has dropped to mere cents. Even at your inflated offer, it amounts to little more than $10, a 30-fold devaluation from its peak. And what of it? Xiao Ming replied, coldly assessing Wen Dongyu. Do you have any other alternatives? You may refuse, but let me be unequivocal. I will not show mercy to the Wen family. Prepare for bankruptcy, and you may face a lifetime of insurmountable debt. If all else fails, a collective suicide would at least display some unity. I have stated this is your only chance. If you're unwilling, the door is right there. Feel free to leave. Upon hearing Xiao Ming and Appo's words, Wen Fengshu was infuriated, yet she quickly suppressed her emotions. Muttering in anger, Xiao Ming, you are being excessively ruthless. You will surely face retribution. After all, I am Jihan's mother. Her life was given by me. Yet you choose to treat me so harshly. Do you think you are worthy of being human? Wen Jingru, Wen Yuchen, you share my blood. I am your grandmother. Yet you conspire with an outsider to plot against me, an elderly woman. Search your consciences. Can you truly live with yourselves? Conscience? You dare to utter that term? Xiao Ming retorted sharply, his gaze towards Wen Fengshu brimming with hostility. Just as Wen Yuchen had remarked, this old wretch, having failed to negotiate peace, resorted to indignation. Dad, she will never repent. I can never forgive her, Wen Yunxi declared, having just returned home and overheard Wen Fengshu's accusations. Wen Fengshu, do you see? Xiao Ming mocked. Do you not realize your acting is woefully inadequate? Even if you were genuinely remorseful, the tragedies you inflicted upon Jihan and the children are irreparable. I will not easily let you off the hook. In light of her fervent performance, he made an exception, offering an alternative. Currently, the Wen stock is valued at 70 cents. Should I refrain from intervening, bankruptcy is inevitable, and each of you will bear the burden of substantial debt for the remainder of your lives. I am willing to buy your shares for $15 each. For instance, Wen Dongyu, if I purchase your shares at $15 each, you would at least receive several million, allowing you to avoid a life of debt. Chapter 63. More terrifying than murder is the destruction of the heart. As he spoke, Xiao Ming suddenly curled his lips into a smirk. However, I have one condition. You must sever all ties with Wen Fengshu and never see her again. Words alone bear no weight. Draft a written agreement for notarization and issue a statement. Once that is accomplished, I will immediately sign the purchase contract and transfer the funds to you. Of course, you have the right to refuse, but be prepared for the Wen family to face bankruptcy and the consequences of imprisonment. Xiao Ming spoke with an air of indifference. The moment his words fell, Wen Dongyu staggered back, clearly bewildered. Upon hearing this, Wen Fengshu was consumed by rage, glaring fiercely at Xiao Ming and shouting frantically, Xiao Ming, your actions are utterly ruthless. More terrifying than murder is the destruction of the heart. Xiao Ming's actions were akin to stabbing a knife into her heart. Wen Fengshu, I am quite eager to see how your grandson will choose, Xiao Ming remarked casually. Nearby, Wen Yuchen and her siblings silently observed Wen Dongyu and the rest of the Wen family, curious to witness their choices. Not just you, but all of you can choose this way. Xiao Ming suddenly directed his gaze at the Wen family members. At that moment, the members of the Wen family who had accompanied Wen Fengshu stood frozen in place, exchanging glances, their faces flushed, clearly struggling with their thoughts. Grandmother, Wen Dongyu suddenly turned to face Wen Fengshu, speaking fiercely. You once said that people live for themselves. He then looked at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, I agree to your conditions. I will cut ties with her and distance myself forever. I will never appear before her or you again. I consent to sell my shares at the price you just mentioned, only asking that you spare me. With that, Wen Dongyu knelt before Xiao Ming. I agree as well. Ding Wan, witnessing her son's choice, glanced at Wen Fengshu before kneeling down. I too am willing. Wen Fengshu was once my aunt. Henceforth, I have no relation with her. Following suit, the members of the Wen family who had come with Wen Fengshu all knelt before Xiao Ming, beseeching him to acquire their shares. Wen Fengshu, seeing her family betray her and kneel before Xiao Ming, was filled with rage and despair. Xiao Ming, you have truly gone too far. You have reduced me to a state of being forsaken by all. Wen Fengshu collapsed onto the ground, trembling as she pointed a finger at Xiao Ming. Tears streamed down her face as she pounded her fists on the floor, and, after a fit of sobbing, she lost consciousness. Someone, call for an ambulance. Have them take her away, Xiao Ming coldly instructed, directing his servants to carry her out of the villa to await the arrival of emergency services. Letting that old hag die would be too lenient. Xiao Ming desired her to live in a state worse than death. Moreover, if she were to perish within his villa, he would consider it a bad omen. The remaining members of the Wen family, not waiting for Xiao Ming and Oppos, as further instruction, gazed at him with fear and respect, waiting for his verdict. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. I have always kept my word. Now be gone. The Wen family members, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, hurriedly scrambled away. Daddy, Wen Jingru and Wen Yuchen approached, linking their arms with Xiao Ming and leaning against him. Have I been too harsh, frightening you both? Xiao Ming, noticing his daughters, felt his earlier displeasure dissipate. "Daddy, no." When Jingru and when Yuchen replied, their eyes reddening. "That old witch deserves what she has come to. Even if our mother knew, she would never blame you. That's enough, my dear daughters. It is all in the past now." Xiao Ming comforted them with a gentle pat on their shoulders. "I have avenged your mother and restored justice for the three of you." When Feng Shu was defeated, yet Xiao Ming and the children did not feel the anticipated satisfaction. Though she had been dealt with, those who had left would never return. Tragedy, after all, remains unalterable. The Wen family had met their demise. Within merely half a month, they plummeted from great heights to utter depths. Ultimately, the Wen Group, once valued at hundreds of billions, was acquired by the renowned Mingwei Group. This news, upon dissemination, stirred considerable commotion within the business realm. Following the acquisition, the Mingwei Group swiftly began to restore several significant projects of the Wen Group, issuing numerous positive announcements about collaborations with major domestic companies and high-end projects. Through this series of maneuvers, the once valuable projects of the Wen Group returned to their former state, and stock prices rebounded even more robustly than before. It was as if nothing had changed, except for the complete disappearance of the name Wen. As shareholders and a few untouched stakeholders rejoiced, the business world was abuzz with speculation. My goodness, what an astonishing feat! Who could have orchestrated such a remarkable turnaround? In just over half a month, the Wen family had been dismantled, and in under another month, the Wen Group had regained its former stature. A peculiar cycle of rise and fall. Word had it that it was Xiao Ming, who was supposed to be the son-in-law of Wen Fengshu. Yet due to her severing ties with her daughter and her extreme cruelty towards her grandchildren, she had incurred Xiao Ming's wrath and retaliation. Xiao Ming was known for his reluctance to intervene, yet when he did, his impact was nothing short of extraordinary. Within the circles of business, discussions regarding this matter were rampant, yet no media outlet dared to report on it. From the outset, Xiao Ming had declared that he wished for discretion, desiring no online coverage of the affair. Being low-key and enjoying a tranquil life with his children suited him just fine. "Dad, I will be home late tonight. Do not wait for dinner," Xiao Yunzhi remarked as he ate breakfast. At that moment, Xiao Ming was enjoying a leisurely breakfast with his children. Following the Wen incident, the three siblings had all adopted the surname Xiao. Xiao Yunzhi, Xiao Yuchen, and Xiao Jingru. Xiao Ming silently cherished the names of his children, feeling an immense sense of pride. When Fengshu had truly reached her end, under Xiao Ming and Appo's influence, the Wen family had forsaken her, taking the money Xiao Ming had provided and relocating abroad, cutting all ties with her. When Dongyu and his mother, Ding Wan, were apprehended at the airport for their illegal activities and subsequently sentenced to over a decade in prison. As for Wen Fengshu, unable to withstand the onslaught of misfortunes, she eventually suffered a stroke, leaving her paralyzed and reliant on others for care, enduring daily physical and psychological torment while confined to her hospital bed. Chapter 64. Who fears him with wealth? As he spoke, Xiao Ming suddenly curved his lips into a smile. "However, I have one condition, to sever all ties with Wen Fengshu and never see her again." Although there were servants attending to them daily, the children never mentioned her name again, nor cast a glance in her direction. It was not a matter of hatred. The grievances had been established and were ultimately insurmountable. Subsequently, Xiao Ming took the children to Wen Jihan and Appo's grave and shared everything with her. The family and Appo's life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Although everything else was satisfactory, residing in such a large house without any responsibilities, with servants catering to their every need, felt rather like a waste of time. "Brother, where are you going?" Xiao Jingru asked seriously upon hearing her brother and Appo's intentions. Now that they had wealth, she worried that Xiao Yunzhi might indulge in some mischief. "I'm merely attending a class reunion, Jingru. You need not worry. I won't keep anything from you," Xiao Yunzhi hastily explained. "All right then." Xiao Ming smiled and gestured toward the door. "That cabinet is filled with keys to our cars. You may choose whichever one you wish." "Father, you must be joking," Xiao Yunzhi exclaimed joyfully. Typically, their father treated his two sisters far better than him, making him feel like an adopted child. He had long admired Xiao Ming's newly acquired, luxurious, elongated Lincoln, which he had yet to drive. He embraced Xiao Ming tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, my dear father. Enough now. For the reunion, drive a decent car. It will make an impression. However, that Lincoln is rather large. Let the driver handle it. It will be quite grand." Xiao Ming chuckled at his son's exuberance. "Yes, yes." Xiao Yunze nodded vigorously. After breakfast, Xiao Ming took Xiao Yunze to the study for some guidance before heading to the garden to bask in the sun. Upon exiting the study, Xiao Yunze was humming a cheerful tune. Before heading to the company, he sought out his two sisters, proudly declaring, "Jingru, Yechen, can you guess why our father summoned me to the study? Did he scold you?" Xiao Yechen teased. "He actually gave me a card and said, 'Son, I owe you so much over the years. This card contains your allowances and New Year's gift from the past years. Can you guess how much he gave me? Over 6 million. 6 million? I'd wake up laughing if I dreamed about that." He never anticipated that his father would be so generous. "Really? That is quite good." Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yechen replied nonchalantly. "Jingru, Yechen, why are you so calm? Our father finally acknowledged my existence. Aren't you happy for me?" His excitement was met with their indifference, which stung. After a moment, he suddenly realized something and tentatively asked, "Jingru, Yechen, didn't he give you two similar cards?" "Did he?" The sisters shared a knowing nod. "Yes. What about the amount?" Xiao Yunze felt a pang in his chest as he inquired. "Well, ours is 60 million. Xiao Jingru added. "Father said we can spend it however we like, and if it runs out, we could just ask him for more." "Hey, brother, you're only 600,000. Why bother flaunting that?" Xiao Yechen burst into laughter as she observed the sour expression on Xiao Yunze and Appo's face. This Xiao Yunze felt utterly dejected. Apparently, he was once again receiving preferential treatment. After work, Xiao Yunze saw a message in the WeChat group from a classmate announcing that the reunion would be held at an upscale restaurant in Anjin City, with a location shared. "Everyone, let us express our gratitude to Shi Yibo for covering all the expenses of this reunion. He promises that everyone will have an enjoyable time." Oh my! Shi Yibo is indeed generous and charismatic. If anyone wants to befriend him, is there room? The group was abuzz with praises for Shi Yibo. "Hey, classmates, you're too kind. It's rare for us to gather. Always keep my word, and I will ensure everyone has a blast." Shi Yibo responded amidst the multitude of mentions, igniting excitement among the classmates. Seeing this, Xiao Yunze raised an eyebrow and sent a private message to his good friend. "Sure he," expressing, "Shi Yibo is impressive. With such a wealthy father, he was sent abroad for 2 years after graduation and returned to inherit the family business. Now a big boss driving a Lamborghini. Indeed, Yunze, just be cautious at the reunion. I worry he might give you a hard time. Back in school, he had a crush on your girlfriend and must have been upset to lose to you, the poor boy. Your girlfriend will be at the reunion, and I fear he might embarrass you in front of everyone." Hearing Sure He's concern, Xiao Yunze merely smiled lightly, dismissing the worry. If it were before, he would have pondered whether to attend the reunion, knowing full well that Shi Yibo would not miss the chance to ridicule him. But now, why should he be concerned? Who fears him with wealth? Residing in a villa worth hundreds of millions, driving a car worth tens of millions, and holding a 60 million card bestowed by his father, he felt utterly untroubled. After chatting with his good friend, Xiao Yunze contacted his girlfriend, Geng Jingshu, cheerfully saying, "Darling, I just got off work. I'm coming to pick you up for the class reunion. Wear that jewelry your father gifted you." "Why?" Geng Jingshu asked, puzzled. "That jewelry is so expensive. Why should I wear it?" "For the class reunion, of course. Don't you get it?" Xiao Yunze joked as they wrapped up their conversation. Upon arriving outside the company, he spotted the family Lincoln prominently parked by the roadside, its license plate displaying 4 6s, instantly capturing the attention of passersby. The Lincoln truly epitomizes status and prestige. With top-tier international configurations in terms of performance, features, and aesthetics, each aspect compelling enough to captivate any onlooker. "My goodness, the latest model of the elongated Lincoln," exclaimed someone. "What an impressive vehicle. This is my first time seeing one in real life." This vehicle represents the wealth and caliber of its owner. Most people cannot afford, let alone maintain, such an extravagant automobile, which costs tens of millions. Moreover, being the latest limited edition, is not easily obtainable even with money. Anyone who can purchase such a car is undoubtedly a significant figure. Onlookers were left in awe, covering their mouths in disbelief, while some knowledgeable individuals eagerly shared insights about the car with the crowd. Chapter 65. Who humiliates whom? Some individuals hastily opened their phones, fervently capturing images of the luxurious car. Wow, this is simply magnificent. On the street, numerous stunning women, upon spotting the extravagant vehicle, were rendered motionless in admiration. Goodness, Yunjia, do you see that opulent car over there? As Xiao Yunjia and his colleagues exited the office, they were astounded by the sight of the latest long Lincoln model. One colleague, filled with envy, remarked how impressive. Which deity is driving such a lavish car to entice the ladies? See you all tomorrow. Listening to his colleagues in damp, oppose, chatter, Xiao Yunjia felt elated, though he did not outwardly express it. As he approached the vehicle, he calmly stated, "I did not bring this car to attract any ladies." His words lingered in the air as he walked over to the latest long Lincoln, much to the disbelief of his colleagues. A driver promptly emerged from the car, opening the door for Xiao Yunjia with a respectful gesture. He composedly entered the vehicle, and soon it glided away. As 6:00 and Oppo's clock approached, Xiao Yunjia arrived at Geng Jingshu's residence to pick her up in the latest long Lincoln, heading towards the renowned royal restaurant on Kong Road. Yunjia, this car is incredibly impressive. Geng Jingshu was left speechless for a full minute upon seeing the long Lincoln before finally speaking. It's so luxurious and spacious. It exudes grandeur. Ha, my father just got this car a few days ago, but hasn't in Oppo's driven it yet. I was itching to take it out, and since he knew I was attending a class reunion today, he generously let me drive it. Xiao Yunjia recalled his father's indulgence, adding, "Oh, and my father gave me a car today with 6 million in it." What? Geng Jingshu, still reeling from the sight of the luxury car, was once again taken aback. However, recalling Xiao Ming's lavish demeanor, she quickly understood. Given her future father-in-law's wealth, such behavior was hardly surprising. "Yunjia, you must work diligently and study hard to assist my father in his business. Though he is affluent, you can't rely on him forever," Geng Jingshu advised. "Of course, I will strive to do my best," Xiao Yunjia replied with a smile. Sitting in such a spacious and luxurious vehicle made him feel as though he had ascended to a new height in life. He thought about his classmate, Shi Ba, who would also be attending the reunion. He had mentioned in their group chat that he would cover all expenses for the gathering, which Xiao Yunjia perceived as a blatant display of wealth. Let him witness what it truly means to be wealthy, Xiao Yunjia confidently declared. "You're something else." Geng Jingshu chuckled, shaking her head. "That Shi Ba is indeed rather annoying, acting as if his wealth entitles him to admiration. He even came to my workplace to find me, but I ignored him and blocked all his contact information. Perhaps he found it uninteresting, hence he stopped pursuing me. At tonight and Oppo's gathering, he will certainly seize the opportunity to humiliate both of us. But who knows who will truly be humiliated?" Geng Jingshu said playfully, looking forward to the spectacle. "All right, but we must remain low-key and not draw too much attention," Xiao Yunjia advised. Before long, they arrived at the venue, only to find that parking was prohibited on the street, which left Xiao Yunjia feeling somewhat displeased. If they could park on the road, his classmates would surely be astonished to see him and his girlfriend stepping out of such an extravagant car. The vehicle was directed to the underground parking lot, and after assisting Geng Jingshu out of the car, they made their way directly to the royal restaurant. "Hey, why isn't anyone going inside?" Upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Yunjia noticed his classmates gathered outside, seemingly in discontent. "Yunjia, you're here. Finally, you and your wife have arrived." Class monitor Sun Yang approached him, expressing exasperation. "Our luck isn't great today. The private room we reserved has a burst pipe, and the restaurant staff is busy fixing it. It's too chaotic inside to use." Everyone was discussing alternative venues. As Sun Yang spoke, he glanced at a man in a burgundy suit among the group, asking Ba, "If it comes to that, let us just find a casual place to gather." That once he do, Shi Ba's eyes glimmered as he noticed Xiao Yunjia and Geng Jingshu's arrival. Geng Jingshu appeared even more captivating tonight. Her features were already exquisite, and her fair skin was utterly enchanting. Though 5 months pregnant, she had chosen loose clothing that concealed her condition, making it difficult for anyone but close acquaintances to discern. However, as she tenderly linked arms with Xiao Yun, he felt a surge of indignation. The impoverished Wen Yunjia is clearly inferior to me. Shi Ba, yet Geng Jingshu chooses to be with this penniless fellow instead of me. I refuse to accept this. Shi Ba seethed internally, determined to make her witness just how unremarkable Xiao Yunjia truly was and how following him would bring her disgrace. Imagining the moment he would expose Xiao Yunjia's shortcomings brought him a sense of relief. Our classmates haven't gathered in so long. We cannot settle for less. Shi Ba, as he spoke, made several phone calls in front of everyone. Many of the upscale restaurants he frequented were renowned, and he instructed his assistant to arrange a reservation at one. However, to his dismay, the assistant quickly reported that all the high-end establishments were fully booked. Damn it! Shi Ba cursed silently, his face flushing with embarrassment. It's utterly humiliating. It's already dark, and I imagine everyone must be hungry, Xiao Yunjia interjected nonchalantly, amused by Shi Ba's forced demeanor. Indeed, it's past mealtime. Let us just find somewhere to eat and enjoy our gathering. The group began to lose patience. Just then, having concluded another phone call, Shi Ba's already poor expression soured further, as he was unwilling to lose face in front of everyone. Chapter 66. The diminished expenditure fails to reflect his grandiosity. He feigned nonchalance, stating, originally, I had just reserved a table at the renowned My restaurant in Anjin City, known for its exquisite cuisine and top-notch service. However, they want to have a private room available for another 2 hours, and we certainly cannot let everyone wait on an empty stomach. Therefore, let us find a fine hotel to dine at instead. He emphasized the word fine, for he had previously declared that he would cover all expenses for this gathering. Spending less would not convey the lavishness he wished to portray. Lack of ability is simply lack of ability. Why pretend otherwise? Murmured Xiao Yunjia. Upon hearing Xie Ba mention my restaurant, Xiao Yunjia recalled that his father had once taken his girlfriend's family there for a meal, suggesting that his father was a frequent patron. Subsequently, he discreetly dialed Xiao Ming's number. Father, are you well acquainted with the owner of my restaurant? Xiao Yunjia relayed the situation and his thoughts. Not quite acquainted. I merely recharged a VIP card they're worth 20 million. Xiao Ming replied casually. It's a trivial matter. I'll speak with the manager of my restaurant shortly. You can take your classmates there. As a VIP, I have a luxurious private room reserved solely for me, which cannot be used by anyone else without my permission. After ending the call, Xiao Ming swiftly arranged the reservation and informed Xiao Yunjia. Xiao Yunjia, he thought to himself, father is indeed formidable. He resolved this in an instant. He then approached Xie Ba and inquired, Xie Ba, did you just say you intended to take your classmates to my restaurant? Indeed, Xie Ba replied proudly, casting a haughty glance at Xiao Yunjia. Have you heard of that establishment? My restaurant is one of the top-tier dining venues in Anjin, frequented by renowned chefs. A meal there typically costs over 3,000 per person. Unfortunately, due to peak dining hours, there won't be a private room available for another 2 hours. I shall treat everyone another day. You can choose the time, and I'm flexible. As Xie Ba spoke, the crowd erupted in excitement, showering him with compliments. Xie, you are indeed impressive. Being a boss makes all the difference, doesn't it? Your generosity is remarkable. Oh no, you all exaggerate. Xie Ba responded with a hint of modesty, though his expression revealed his enjoyment of the praise. At that moment, Xiao Yunjia interjected, there's no need to wait. We can go today. I have already spoken with Manager Sun at my restaurant, and a private room has been arranged to accommodate our group of over 20. The crowd fell silent, particularly Xie Ba, who was taken aback for half a minute before retorting disdainfully. When Yunjia, stop pretending. I've spent considerable sums at that restaurant, yet I couldn't secure a private room during peak hours. Don't think for a moment that you can. Xiao Yunjia merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. Class representative, it's getting late. Shall we take a look? Geng Jingshu stepped forward, expressing her trust in Xiao Yunjia through her actions, surprising everyone. What is going on with Yunjia? That's my restaurant we're talking about. Even a big boss like Xie Ba couldn't secure a room. Yet he managed it with just one phone call? Indeed, doesn't it seem that Yunjia is quite different today? Yes, there is a significant change. Not only him, but Gung Jingshu has also transformed quite a bit. Have you noticed the necklace and bracelet she is wearing? They are quite dazzling, though I suspect they are replicas. A few classmates began to whisper among themselves. Xiao scoffed internally, convinced that Xiao Yunze could never possibly have the capability to reserve a private room at my restaurant. He mockingly said, "All right, let us go see how you managed to book a room at my." He then walked to his car, unveiling his Lamborghini Veneno to the group. Lowering the window, he called out, "Which of my classmates would like to ride with me?" "Oh my, it's a Lamborghini Veneno." Upon seeing Xiao's luxurious supercar, the classmates gasped in awe, their faces alight with admiration. Several attractive girls cast hopeful glances at Xiao. As men of his caliber, handsome and wealthy, were the stuff of dreams for many. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunze, with his seemingly impoverished appearance, seemed an unlikely candidate to secure a reservation at my restaurant. Many wondered why a talented and beautiful girl like Gung Jingshu would be interested in someone like him. As the couples from school often drifted apart after graduation, it was surprising that Xiao Yunze and Gung Jingshu remained as affectionate as ever, unchanged since their school days. Many classmates felt a pang of jealousy. The lovely girls anticipated being invited into Xiao's car, but to their astonishment, he scanned the crowd and directed his gaze toward Xiao Yunze and Gung Jingshu, saying, "When Yunze, I recall you're the only one without a car among us. I'll give you and your girlfriend a ride." Upon hearing this, the classmates regarded Xiao Yunze with curious eyes. "No need," he replied without a moment's hesitation. Then turned to his classmates. "By the way, I have something to announce. I will no longer go by one. My name is now Xiao Yunze. I drove here." "What? Yunze, what kind of car did you buy?" The others looked at him in astonishment. Given Xiao Yunze's background, an orphan raising his siblings alone, working to cover all expenses, and having lost everything to an investment scam only 6 months prior, how could he possibly afford a car? "It's been a while," Xiao Yunze replied nonchalantly. "Good heavens, you actually bought a car and didn't tell me." His close friend, "Sure," he exclaimed excitedly, stepping closer. "Let me take it for a spin." Having just obtained his driver's license and lacking the funds for his own car, he was eager to experience his friend's vehicle. "No need for that today." Xiao Yunze chuckled. Xiao, seated in his Lamborghini, scoffed at the news of Xiao Yunze purchasing a car as he drove off with several girls. Just as the car pulled away, the window still open, he overheard the astonished exclamations of their classmates behind him. Chapter 67. Belonging to the unqualified at this moment. Everyone clearly saw a brand new, extended Lincoln pull up outside the restaurant. Impressive. Among the classmates, several car enthusiasts gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's the latest model of the extended Lincoln, and it's a limited edition." The vehicle came to a stop before Xiao Yunze, and the driver stepped out, respectfully opening the door and addressing him. "Young master, young mistress, please get in." What was happening? Young master, young mistress? This formality left Xiao Yunze's classmates utterly bewildered, their astonished gazes fixed upon him. After a moment, sure he was the first to regain his composure, asking incredulously, "Yunze, you mentioned buying a car. Could it be this one?" This was indeed the latest extended Lincoln, reportedly worth tens of millions, and acquiring one was no easy feat even for the wealthy. "It's not my car. It belongs to my father. This driver is assigned by him," Xiao Yunze replied, opening the passenger door. "You sit in front. The view is better. You mentioned wanting to experience the thrill. Let's do that in a couple of days when I have time." Only then did his classmates snap back to reality, expressing their amazement. They had not anticipated that Xiao Yunze had a father capable of affording such a luxurious vehicle. Clearly, he was not just an ordinary person, but rather the son of a wealthy family. Seeing the envious stares directed at him, Xiao Yunze smiled and pulled Gung Jingshu into his embrace, saying, "All right, I confess, I have a wealthy father, as you can all see." "Wow, Yunze, you truly have concealed your talents." "Sure," he remarked, playfully punching Xiao Yunze's chest twice. However, as the admiration and praise for Xiao Yunze grew among his classmates, Shiba felt an intense sense of humiliation creeping in, igniting his anger. Suddenly, he recalled the reservation he had made for a private room at my restaurant. Was it possible that Xiao Yunze had indeed secured a private room? Half an hour later, the group arrived at my restaurant. Outside, Shiba glanced at Xiao Yunja's car and casually remarked, "This car is quite nice. Not bad, just a mere tens of millions. But my father prefers me to keep a low profile, so I usually drive a Mercedes," Xiao Yunja replied nonchalantly. Mercedes? ISN and AMP. Oppos. T that worth several million? The classmates were once again taken aback. "Yunja, what about my restaurant?" Before sure he could finish his sentence, a well-proportioned woman in the restaurant's uniform approached, bowing respectfully before Xiao Yunja. "Young master, your luxurious private room is fully prepared. Please follow me." Hearing this, Shiba staggered back in disbelief. What? Xiao Yunja actually reserved a private room, and a luxurious one at that? He was well aware of the significance of such a room, exclusively designed for the exceptionally wealthy. Ordinary individuals simply did not qualify. As Xiao Yunja's classmates gazed at the restaurant, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The opulence of the place spoke volumes about the high expenditure one would incur there. With over 20 people in their group, the total cost would be staggering. Shiba mused that dining here would cost at least 3,000 per person, leading to an expense of 60 to 70,000. Good heavens! That's enough for my living expenses for 2 years. The group was astounded. Yet, after the initial shock, Shiba quickly suppressed his displeasure and proclaimed grandly, "No worries, everyone. Indulge yourselves. I and Oppos, V, already covered all expenses for this gathering, so make sure to enjoy yourselves." With that, the classmates felt a weight lift off their shoulders. Thankfully, Shiba was footing the bill. Otherwise, they, as commoners, could not afford such luxury. Xiao Yunja and Geng Jingshu exchanged knowing glances and shared a subtle smile. Led by the restaurant staff, they entered the luxurious private room. Upon seeing the extravagant furnishings, their astonishment deepened. The tables and chairs were sumptuous, adorned with exquisite carvings. And the entire layout exuded an air of refinement. My word, even the dining utensils are of the highest quality. As the staff presented the menu, Shiba silently marveled. "Young master, the dishes you ordered are ready. Sea cucumber with essence of chicken and abalone, premium shrimp," the staff reported to Xiao Yunja. "Additionally, we have 5 bottles of century-old Moutai, 5 bottles from a 1980 Chateau Leoville Barton, and Petrus." The list of fine wines continued. Moreover, there and AMP, Oppos, SA cigar room stocked with Hoyo de Monterrey and Davidoff, all treasured by your father. After listening to the report, Xiao Yunja was utterly astonished. "Goodness, my father is truly extravagant." He took a moment to collect himself, and, once he felt sufficiently composed, he responded, "All right, I understand." Meanwhile, Shiba, who had intended to call the server to let everyone order freely, was left speechless after hearing the report. Hoyo de Monterrey? That was a top-tier cigar. Indulging in one would be a delightful experience. Upon hearing the name, sure he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire as he gazed at Xiao Yunja. "It's all thanks to my dad. He enjoys collecting those." Xiao Yunja thought to himself that with such wealth, his father would surely not be stingy with cigars. Thus, he generously announced to his classmates, "After we finish our meal, let an Oppos, let's head to the cigar room and enjoy a cigar." "Wow, Yunja, what does your father do?" The classmates gasped in awe, their eyes filled with envy and admiration for Xiao Yunja. "Jingshu, your necklace and bracelet must be made of diamonds, right? They're stunning." The girls crowded around Geng Jingshu, their curiosity piqued. Geng Jingshu instinctively glanced at Xiao Yunja, her face flushing as she replied, "These were gifts from Yunja as father." A token of introduction. Once again, the group was taken aback. Though not all were connoisseurs of luxury, the dazzling necklace and bracelet were clearly no ordinary trinkets. They appeared irresistibly alluring. Yet, what was merely a token of goodwill for Xiao Yunja was an object of immense desire for his classmates. At that moment, the admiration in their gazes toward Xiao Yunja surpassed even their previous reverence for Shiba. Chapter 68 reveals an undeniable disparity. Wealthy as he is, Xiao Yunja epitomizes true affluence with every detail, from the car he drives to the jewelry he adorns and the places he frequents, exuding the essence of opulence. Soon, an array of exquisite delicacies graced the table, showcasing the pinnacle of culinary artistry and service at the My Restaurant. Xiao Yunjia and Oppos, as classmates, basking in his radiance, savored the lavish treatment befitting the elite. At that moment, Shi Yibo was utterly astonished. As he glanced at Xiao Yunjia, any trace of mockery vanished. He had initially envisioned a chance to belittle Xiao Yunjia, hoping to make Geng Jingshu realize the folly of her choice. Instead, he found himself the fool. What kind of background does Xiao Yunjia possess? After the meal, Xiao Yunjia invited everyone to the cigar room, allowing his classmates to indulge in the pleasure of smoking premium cigars. Their admiration for him soared to new heights. Confronted with the extensive collection of high-end cigars, Shi Yibo discreetly calculated their value, realizing it was astronomically beyond his imagination. Over 100 million. This was true wealth. This realization brought Shi Yibo a profound sense of defeat. Previously, he believed the gap between him and Xiao Yunjia was substantial. But now he comprehended the truth. There was no basis for comparison at all. Xiao Yunjia could easily outshine him by several streets. Understanding the vast difference between them, he no longer dared to harbor thoughts of humiliating Xiao Yunjia. Continuing down that path would only lead to his own embarrassment. While the boys retreated to the cigar room, the girls gathered around Geng Jingshu, chattering excitedly as they adorned themselves with her necklace and bracelet, snapping photos to share on social media. Afterward, each wore a look of satisfaction. Yunjia, you must help your brothers out in the future, joked Shi He, who, having indulged in spirits, playfully embraced Xiao Yunjia. Get lost, Xiao Yunjia retorted, pushing him away and guiding him to the sofa to sober up, eliciting laughter from their classmates. Around 11:00 and Oppos clock, after a delightful evening of dining and revelry, they began discussing their departure. As the bill was settled, the restaurant manager entered, respectfully presenting Xiao Yunjia with the receipt. Young master, your total expenditure amounts to 780,000 yuan. We will deduct this from your membership card. Please verify the consumption slip. Shi Yibo, who had already taken out his card to pay, froze upon hearing the amount. What? Not only he, but everyone else was equally dumbfounded. Did we really spend 780,000 yuan? Shi He, who had been waking up on the sofa, immediately sobered up and sprang up to snatch the bill. Don't be scared. You and T have to pay. Xiao Yunjia chuckled at Shi He's reaction, patting his shoulder. This is my father's exclusive private room, and my dad is a super VIP here, so the expenses will simply be charged to his card. He always says that he has plenty of money. All right, charge it to the card, Xiao Yunjia affirmed with a nod. Understood, young master, the manager replied with a respectful bow before exiting the private room. After settling the payment, everyone began to leave the room. As they stepped outside, they were immediately taken aback to find over a dozen stunningly beautiful women in elegant dresses standing in two lines, bowing respectfully and bidding farewell to the departing guests. Such treatment. As they stepped outside, the night breeze hit them, jolting them back to reality. Classmates, it's getting late. Let us call a night. We can gather again another time, Xiao Yunjia suggested, tightening his embrace around Geng Jingshu, just as he intended to inform everyone that he and Geng Jingshu would leave first. At that moment, the accompanying driver approached Xiao Yunjia, saying, Young master, the convoy has been arranged to ensure your classmates are safely transported home. A convoy? Taking classmates home? Xiao Yunjia quickly deduced that this must have been arranged by his father. What an impressive arrangement. Nodding nonchalantly, he replied, All right, you take care of it. The driver made a call, and within 2 minutes, a fleet of luxury cars arrived outside the restaurant. All were high-end vehicles, like Maseratis and McLarens, numbering a full 10, which instantly became a striking sight. The group, still reeling from the respectful farewell of the hostesses, was once again left in awe. Each driver respectfully opened the doors and gestured for Xiao Yunjia's classmates to enter. Overwhelmed with excitement, the classmates felt a rush of gratitude. The treatment was simply extraordinary. Xiao Yunjia was not only wealthy, but also incredibly generous. They were smitten. At that moment, Shi Yibo was completely won over by Xiao Yunjia's display of affluence and grace. Xiao Yunjia was in a league of his own. He had no parallel. After ensuring his classmates were safely on board, Xiao Yunjia joined Geng Jingshu in departing the restaurant. The following day, in high spirits during breakfast. Xiao Yunjia expressed his gratitude to Xiao Ming, saying, "Dad, thank you for last night's gathering." Xiao Ming nodded with a gentle smile, saying nothing. He understood his son's sentiments. Gatherings like these often turned into competitions of who was better off, with the wealthy being celebrated and the less fortunate looked down upon. No one enjoys feeling belittled. He empathized with that discomfort and wished to shield his son from it, happy to help him maintain his dignity among his peers. "Hey, Dad, look at this intriguing video," chimed in Xiao Yuchen, who was scrolling through a short video platform while eating breakfast. "What is this?" she exclaimed, astonished as she handed her phone to Xiao Ming. "Dad, look. This video says that a foreign aerospace company named I will launch a rocket in 3 days. And the rocket is called Jihan in English. It even has a Chinese name, Jihan." "What?" The name startled both Xiao Yunjia and Xiao Jinru. "Jihan, this is our mother's name. How could it be the name of a rocket?" The siblings hurriedly leaned in to watch the video, confirming it was indeed the end Appos, Jihan and Appos, rocket. This was a news clip that had garnered immense attention online within just 3 hours of its release. "Dad, what is going on?" After watching the video several times to ensure they hadn't misread it, the three siblings looked at Xiao Ming in bewilderment. Noticing their confusion, Xiao Ming set down his chopsticks, glanced at his children, and spoke gently. "In 3 days, on November 9th, do you all not remember? That's the day you were born." Chapter 69, Orphans in Their Pursuit of Happiness. A few days ago, I spoke with Yuchen about how our family had constructed a rocket, named the Jihan, as a tribute to the mother of the three of you. The launch is scheduled for 3 days hence, to commemorate that significant day, the day when you, their mother, exerted every effort to bring you into this world. At this point, a profound tenderness filled Xiao Ming and Appos' gaze. "Oh, father!" exclaimed Xiao Jing and Zayukin, their eyes suddenly glistening with tears, moved to tears by his words. Although Xiao Yun was not as sensitive as his two sisters, he could not help but feel his eyes moisten as well. "Jihan." On November 6th, a press conference was held by a company, the largest aviation technology firm in the nation, where they announced a remarkable piece of news. On November 9th, just 3 days later, they would launch a rocket named Jihan into space. Upon the release of this announcement, the world was taken aback, particularly in the country where Xiao Ming resided. Netizens erupted with excitement across platforms like Kuaishou, television news channels, and Weibo. The rocket bore the name Jihan emblazoned clearly in both Chinese and English. Netizens were perplexed as to why a foreign company would name a rocket in Chinese, especially given that the name seemed distinctly American. "Father, is this truly our family's rocket?" Amidst the global astonishment, in the Yushi Villa, Xiao Jing, Xiao Yukin, and Xiao Yan were equally astounded. Xiao Ming nodded affirmatively and explained, "On the surface, this rocket belongs to that aviation technology company. However, over a decade ago, when the company was established, I anonymously invested a substantial sum, acquiring a 42% stake in it. The anonymity was necessary due to the sensitive nature of the aviation sector, which helps avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, I became one of the largest shareholders. Recently, for this new project, I invested $4 billion, increasing my stake to 51%, surpassing all other shareholders, making me the largest controlling owner of that, meaning I am essentially the hidden owner of this company. Officially, the president of it is Lewis." After explaining, Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. "This is inconsequential. You three seem to have missed the point. Shuden and Appos, to your focus be on how you will celebrate your birthdays in 3 days?" Father Xiao Jing and Xiao Yukin cried, tears streaming down their faces. "Father, we never imagined you would remember our birthdays or that you would honor our mother." Xiao Yukin sobbed. "Since mother left us, we have not celebrated a single birthday. It has been too lonely." After Wen Jihan's passing, the three siblings had tacitly agreed never to mention birthdays again. For them, it was an exceedingly sorrowful day. Birthdays were meant to be joyous occasions. Yet how could they find happiness without parents? After their mother and Appos' death, the trio had endured years of profound hardship. Birthdays, it seemed, had ceased to exist in their lives following the loss of their mother. Xiao Ming, fully aware of the children's Appos' pain, had resolved to compensate them for their sorrows after learning about the hardships they had faced over the years. He embraced them gently and said, My dear children, from now on, I will be with you to celebrate your birthdays every year. Responded Xiao Jing and Xiao Yukin, deeply touched. Xiaoyan, feeling a profound sense of gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, Dad." Although he often felt treated differently from his sisters, he understood his father's intentions and truly felt the love his father held for all three of them. At that moment, it was clear that their father cherished them deeply. Meanwhile, in Lanqing Garden, Anjin City, Xiaoling Yu, having just returned from a morning run, slumped onto the sofa upon seeing the news, her expression heavy with sorrow. Over the years, she had been the only woman by Xiao Ming's side. Initially, she believed he had kept her close out of affection, but over time, she came to realize she had never truly entered his heart. She knew who Jihan was. Thus, the one he cherished had always been her. Perhaps that was why her love for him was so profound, yet she felt helpless against his unwavering devotion. Xiaoling Yu forced a bitter smile. It had been quite some time since Xiao Ming had reached out to her, which only deepened her melancholy. At this hour, he is probably having breakfast with his children, she murmured, filled with envy. With a long sigh, she turned off the television and headed to the bathroom. After soaking for a long while in the warm water, she felt her spirits lift somewhat. Simultaneously, at the Geng residence, Geng Jingshu was left utterly stunned by the announcement of the company's rocket launch. She was so shocked that she spilled the soy milk she was holding without noticing. "Jingshu, what is the matter?" Geng Tianhua inquired, following her gaze to the television. "It and Oppos. It's impressive that a foreign company has named such a large rocket after a citizen of our five-star nation. What is so astonishing about that? It's just a name. They can name it however they wish," casually replied Sun Xuehua, who was having breakfast. "What do you know? Just think, if a rocket made by our five-star nation's people were named after someone from another country, what would that signify?" Geng Jingshu interjected. "I've heard of Lewis. He is a well-known billionaire in electric vehicles. It's baffling that a rocket he developed would bear an American name. It's undoubtedly intriguing. Clearly, it's a woman's name, suggesting a deeper story." "Dad, don't say such things," Geng Jingshu replied, finally regaining her composure, her tone serious. "I recall that Yunza's mother was named Wen Jihan." With a clatter, Geng Tianhua's hand slipped, causing the bowl of porridge to crash to the floor, shattering into pieces. He was left speechless, struggling to comprehend the revelation. After 2 minutes of disbelief, Geng Tianhua finally spoke. "You mean Yunza's mother is named Wen Jihan? If this rocket is named Jihan, doesn't that imply a significant connection with our in-laws?" While Geng Jingshu could not be entirely certain, she suspected there was indeed a strong connection. "I believe there is a substantial link. I remember that 3 days from now is Yunza and his sibling's birthday." Chapter 70. The blind man wearing glasses in this moment. It was not solely Geng Jingshu's affair. Anyone familiar with Wen Jihan could not help but associate this news with Xiao Ming. Given Xiao Ming's tactics against the Wen family, it was entirely plausible that he had the capability to have a foreign-manufactured rocket named after Wen Jihan. Xiao Ming was an invisible tycoon of the five-star nation, yet his low profile meant that few recognized him domestically. Do people truly comprehend the significance of the new rocket developed by an aerospace technology company being named after Jihan? On a television news program, a renowned economics professor engaged in a lively discussion with the host. "Professor Liu, what is the deeper meaning behind this naming?" the host inquired. The man referred to as Professor Liu nodded vigorously and, with palpable excitement, responded, "As we all know, over the past 12 years, the United States and the combatant nation have made significant strides in aerospace technology. The U.S. successfully launched the heavyweight rocket Jupiter 6, sending astronauts to the moon, highlighting its leadership in aerospace advancements. Lewis, a commercial genius, hired numerous exceptional researchers in 2001, including a pivotal figure named Daniel, who was a core member of a prestigious technology research institute. Lewis invested a substantial amount to recruit Daniel, and soon after, this team dedicated themselves to rocket research and development. After more than a decade of tireless work, Lewis's team achieved remarkable success with the development of the Cheetah heavyweight rocket, elevating it aerospace to the status of the world and Oppos' foremost aerospace research company. At this juncture, Professor Lu's expression grew more somber as he continued. People are eager to understand the significance of at Aerospace naming this rocket after Jihan, correct? Currently, the most formidable rocket in the U.S. space program, the Long-Range 6, pales in comparison to its Cheetah heavyweight rocket. The Long-Range 6 can transport 27 tons into Earth orbit, with a maximum capacity of 7 tons for a planetary probe to Jupiter, while the Cheetah can carry a staggering 72 tons into orbit, with a probe to Jupiter reaching a limit 4 times that of the Long-Range 6, totaling 20 tons. What is even more astonishing is that at Aerospace, a private aerospace company has outperformed the U.S. government's official technology factories, which developed the most powerful rocket, the Jihan rocket, however, surpasses even the Cheetah rocket in capability. Yet, it raises an intriguing question. Why would Aerospace name such an impressive rocket after an individual from the United States? Professor Lu became increasingly animated as he elaborated. After a series of investigative studies, I boldly speculate that the naming of this rocket after Jihan might reflect the interests of Lewis and Oppos as hidden financial backer. You might find this obscure, so let me clarify. The United States is a nation where money speaks volumes. Lewis, a wealthy individual, is aware that aerospace technology is a costly endeavor. Despite his wealth, he cannot single-handedly fund such an extensive project. Thus, he must seek investors and partners. The fact that this rocket is named Jihan and features Chinese characters suggests that among the investors, there is certainly an individual from the five-star nation, a significant investor who would warrant such an honor in naming the rocket. Then, with a touch of pride, Professor Lu said with a smile, "Our five-star compatriots can build rockets too. That alone is a point of pride, regardless of whether it belongs to a foreign company. If the investors are from the five-star nation, then the rocket is essentially a product of our homeland." At that moment, viewers of the news program erupted in excitement. Soon, clips of Professor Lu's discussion were edited and uploaded online, igniting a frenzy among netizens. Tens of thousands expressed their exhilaration. My goodness, Professor Lu is absolutely correct. If this were not the case, why would a foreign aerospace company name a rocket after a citizen of the five-star nation? Who is this influential figure behind the scenes? Does this imply that even Lewis is merely a subordinate to this titan? Many expressed their admiration, remarking how they had lamented that foreign tycoons engaged in space exploration while the wealthy of the five-star nation were limited to smaller ventures like airplanes and boats. They were astonished to discover that a five-star tycoon was indeed Lewis's financial backer, a source of immense pride for their nation. In no time, this video surged to the top of trending searches, reaching the 3rd spot on the news charts. 3 hours later, another explosive revelation claimed the 2nd spot on trending lists, sending netizens into another uproar. The latest insider news regarding the Jihan rocket indicated that a wealthy businessman from the five-star nation had secured the naming rights, with Lewis confirming in an interview that this investor, surnamed Xiao, was the major stakeholder and hidden owner of Aerospace. The five-star businessman, Mr. Xiao, was identified as the first individual in the nation to own a private aerospace company. The name of the five-star nation resonated once more across the globe, with this businessman demonstrating its strength through his accomplishments. Subsequently, a flurry of similar news stories emerged. While netizens passionately expressed their opinions online, many were astounded to hear Lewis's acknowledgement of a five-star shareholder surnamed Xiao, who was indeed the largest investor in Aerospace, effectively its hidden proprietor. The excitement was palpable, and it was reported that relevant U.S. agencies were in disarray, dispatching investigators to scrutinize Lewis's operations. Nevertheless, many foreign media outlets and netizens deemed the situation as a case of the blind man wearing glasses, unnecessary. Chapter 71. Father. You have gone viral. It has been suggested that the authorities in the United States should better familiarize themselves with the concept of private enterprises, as an aerospace technology company is a privately owned entity. If they have not engaged in any illegal activities, then even the most powerful figures in the United States have no jurisdiction over them. This is astonishing. Does anyone know the wealthy individual with the surname Xiao? I have perused the wealth rankings several times, yet I have not encountered anyone who can be compared to this affluent Mr. Xiao. It is truly admirable. This individual brings great honor to our nation, evoking profound respect and admiration. This is the epitome of true wealth. Such is the demeanor of a genuine tycoon. Is there anyone who knows this extraordinary magnate? Online, countless netizens are abuzz with speculation, their curiosity piqued by this enigmatic billionaire. Not only are the online users in the dark about this invisible rich man, but many renowned tycoons within our borders are equally perplexed. These business magnates are genuinely astonished. While their foreign counterparts are investing in the exploration of outer space and advancing aviation, these wealthy individuals have remained fixated on luxury cars and opulent estates. It is a stark contrast that has left them feeling belittled. Following the revelation of this news, they suddenly perceive their aspirations as dwarfed by those of this mysterious investor. They feel short-sighted and utterly ashamed. Some affluent individuals lament privately that they too would like to embark on such grand ventures, yet they lack the capability. Little did they know that someone had already been quietly pursuing these endeavors, and when they finally made their presence known, it astonished the entire populace of our nation. Indeed, this Mr. Xiao has brought immense pride to our country. Following the announcement, thousands of netizens spontaneously organized themselves to seek out this billionaire with the surname Xiao, vowing to not rest until they uncover his identity. The discussions surrounding the rocket naming incident have surged online, leaving Xiao Ming, who resides in a villa in Yushi, utterly taken aback. "Father, you have gone viral," Xiao Yuchen exclaimed as she lounged on the sofa, browsing the myriad videos and discussions surrounding the search for this individual. She glanced at the astonished Xiao Ming and couldn't help but chuckle. "I have no desire for fame. I merely wish to enjoy my current life in obscurity," he replied, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. For years, he had deliberately kept his identity hidden from the public eye. Was it finally becoming impossible to remain incognito? "Father, what's so troubling about being famous online?" Xiao Jingru inquired with keen interest. "I came across a news article stating that if you truly are the largest shareholder of an aerospace technology company, it would hold immense significance for our nation's aviation industry." The implications of this were nothing short of remarkable. In clearer terms, it could greatly propel the development of our aviation sector, laying a robust foundation for future advancements. After all, a company possesses unparalleled experience in technology and exploration, particularly in the realm of rocketry, having overcome numerous challenges with a formidable research and development team. A company is, by nature, a private entity, which means that as long as they abide by the law, the authorities have no right to interfere. Thus, from the perspective of the United States, their influence is markedly limited. To clarify, Xiao Ming is the largest investor and shareholder of a company, wielding significant power within the organization. Although Lewis may speak on behalf of the company, without Xiao Ming and Oppo's support, his efforts would be futile. Consequently, Xiao Ming possesses absolute authority, enabling him to facilitate collaboration between a company and our nation. "Wow," Xiao Jingru exclaimed, leaning closer to Xiao Ming. "You will surely pursue this one in Oppo's. You?" As a staunch patriot, her enthusiasm was palpable. Xiao Ming found her eagerness both amusing and perplexing. While her sentiments were commendable, he understood that national matters are fraught with complexities. Nevertheless, he was indeed striving to contribute to this cause. His intention was to leverage all his resources to advance the aviation technology sector within our country, bringing this enterprise home. Every individual possesses a sense of patriotism, and Xiao Ming was no exception. A nation's strength and its people's strength are inherently intertwined. In K-City, within a secluded estate, the Official Intelligence Bureau's Fifth Group convened. Their mission was to gather and investigate national public sentiment, subsequently compiling valuable intelligence for higher authorities. In a secret conference room, a crew-cut man led an urgent meeting. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just verified that the information reported by foreign media is indeed accurate. The individual under investigation is Xiao Ming. This man has been worth over $100 billion for more than a decade." Upon hearing this, the members of the conference room exhibited expressions of astonishment, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the revelation. "My goodness, how could he be so wealthy and yet remain so discreet? It is truly remarkable," one murmured. "Trust me, you heard correctly," the serious short-haired woman interjected. "If all of his assets were brought to light, Xiao Ming would undoubtedly be the wealthiest individual in our nation, instantly ascending to the position of national billionaire. Our investigative materials confirm that Xiao Ming is indeed the largest shareholder of a company, possessing absolute authority within the organization, allowing him unrestricted access to all research data and details. Now that his identity has been revealed, the authorities in the United States will undoubtedly be in a state of frenzy. As she spoke, the atmosphere in the meeting room turned jovial, as everyone understood the significance of this revelation. The United States, often regarded as the world's leading superpower, would find it utterly ironic that the largest shareholder of a company is a citizen of our nation. If this news were to spread globally, it would undoubtedly render the United States a subject of ridicule. The crew-cut man at the head of the table was elated, exclaiming, "Our company is private, and Xiao Ming possesses absolute authority. We must discreetly engage with him." At this point, he paused, casting a keen glance around the room, seeking consensus among his colleagues. Though his words were unspoken, their meaning was clear. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, with everyone adopting a serious demeanor, fully aware of the weighty implications for the advancement of their country. While our nation has made rapid strides in various aspects of aviation, it still has a considerable distance to cover in comparison to more formidable nations. Chapter 72. Indeed, experts reside among the common folk. If we could enlist the assistance of Xiao Ming, it would undoubtedly expedite the progress of the five-star nation, enabling it to achieve substantial advancements in a remarkably short span of time, an enhancement of its capabilities to a qualitatively superior level. From our investigations, it is evident that Xiao Ming possesses a commendable moral compass, and his patriotism and love for the people are unequivocal. Since the inception of his entrepreneurial journey, he has been devoted to philanthropic endeavors. As his personal enterprise flourished, so too did his contributions to charity, amassing a staggering sum exceeding hundreds of billions. Good gracious! Upon uttering these words, the conference room erupted in astonishment. Hundreds of billions, a sum so vast dedicated to philanthropy, positions him as the foremost charitable figure in the five-star nation. Indeed, this is the case. Moreover, our country previously had a charitable organization that suddenly allocated significant funds to support impoverished children's education, resolving numerous issues concerning their schooling and living conditions. This event became common knowledge nationwide. The benefactor behind the scenes was none other than Xiao Ming. However, he has always maintained a low profile, opting to donate through various intermediaries rather than under his own name, contributing several billion in that instance alone. As Bigwigs recounted this, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Therefore, I propose that we discreetly approach Xiao Ming to discuss the possibility of leveraging his influence to propel the development of aviation technology in our five-star nation. I concur. The room resonated with a thunderous applause of agreement. Subsequently, a man with a crew cut stood up, his demeanor serious and earnest. Immediately secure all information pertaining to Xiao Ming and classify him as a protected individual of the highest order, ensuring the safety of his family as well. Xiao Ming was utterly oblivious to the fact that he and his children had been designated as priority protection subjects. At that moment, he was preoccupied with thoughts on how to continue living his life in a low-key manner. Yearning, Jinru, and Yunza, you three should pack your bags. We shall depart for America tomorrow, Xiao Ming announced with a smile during dinner. Father, why are we going to America? The three siblings gazed at him, puzzled. We will travel there first, and I shall reveal the details upon our arrival. For now, it's a secret, he said, casting a gentle glance at his children while intentionally keeping them in suspense. 3 days later marked the birthdays of Xiao Yunza and his siblings, coinciding with the launch of the Zihuan rocket. He had meticulously prepared surprises to ensure they experienced an unforgettable birthday. All right, upon hearing they were going abroad, Xiao Yuchen, carefree as ever, beamed with joy. Father, are we going on a trip? Can we play abroad? The prospect of traveling with Xiao Ming filled Xiao Jingru with elation as well. The thought of spending time with their father brought them immense happiness. After dinner, Xiao Ming retreated to his study, where he perused the internet for news regarding himself. A frown creased his brow. Indeed, experts reside among the common folk. They even managed to locate a new phone group. It was impressive that they could identify one of his companies in such a brief period. As he contemplated contacting his assistant to have the erratic information removed, he refreshed the page and was taken aback to find that the content he had just seen had inexplicably vanished. Confounded, he searched for more information, only to discover that within mere minutes, all traces of news concerning him had disappeared without a trace. A moment of silence passed before he grasped the situation. A faint smile graced his lips, a profound amusement gleaming in his eyes. The next day, bright and early, Xiao Ming departed with his children, Xiao Yunza, heading straight for Anjin Airport. He had booked tickets for a flight to the state of Fugalita in America set to depart in 2 hours. Father, I've never been abroad. I wonder if the moon is just as round as it is at home, Xiao Jingru said, joyfully linking her arm with his as they entered the VIP lounge. Her radiant smile had not faltered since morning. It's merely a trip abroad. In the future, Father will take you out more often when time allows, Xiao Ming reassured her, glancing at Xiao Yunza and Xiao Yuchen, who shared her exuberance, chattering endlessly. Xiao Ming paused, realizing he had overlooked a crucial point. While he had provided his children with an excellent standard of living, their previous lives had been fraught with hardship, leaving them little opportunity to explore the world. Had they grown up by his side, their reactions would have been vastly different. A sigh of guilt escaped him. Moving forward, he resolved to allow his children to traverse the globe, broadening their horizons and enriching their lives. Soon, it was time to board the plane. Xiao Yunza led his siblings onto the aircraft, which he had chartered exclusively for their family. The plane was theirs alone, creating an unparalleled sense of comfort. The siblings had never experienced such treatment, feeling as if they had ascended to the pinnacle of life. Father, the sky is so beautiful, Xiao Jingru exclaimed as she gazed out at the breathtaking blue sky and white clouds. Father, I'm reaching the sun. I love you, Xiao Yuchen added excitedly, embracing Xiao Ming with overwhelming affection. All right, silly child. Xiao Ming's heart melted at his daughter's exuberance. Since you've come into our lives, we've been so happy, Xiao Yuchen said earnestly, her eyes glistening with emotion. Xiao Ming, too, felt a wave of tenderness wash over him, cherishing his daughters even more. By the afternoon, as dusk approached, they finally arrived in Fugalita. After disembarking the plane, Xiao Ming and his children climbed into a luxury vehicle, flanked by a convoy of 20 or so other luxury cars, all proceeding majestically towards an island in Fugalita. Father, why are we here? Xiao Jingru inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she eagerly surveyed her surroundings, while Xiao Yunza engaged in a video call with Geng Jingshu, showcasing the exotic scenery. Father, we came here because of that rocket, didn't we? Xiao Jingru, ever astute, connected the dots as they neared the island and promptly sought confirmation from her father. Xiao Ming regarded her with satisfaction. Little one, you are quite clever. You've deduced it. Chapter 73. Is this considered an unwise choice in friendship? Tomorrow marks the birthday of you 3 siblings, as well as the day the Zihan spacecraft is launched into the sky. It is on this special occasion that we commemorate your mother in a unique way. I thought it fitting to bring you 3 to the site, to celebrate a memorable birthday together. Father's thoughtfulness is truly moving. I am overwhelmed with emotion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yuchen couldn't help but shed tears. Goodness, Father, your gesture is profoundly touching. I feel like crying as well. If only this sentiment were directed towards charming young ladies, it would surely be irresistible. Even the typically carefree Xiao Yunja found himself touched by Father's heartfelt words. About 10 minutes later, the group disembarked from the car and boarded a boat, heading towards Fugali Island. This is where the National Aeronautics and Space Administration conducts its manned and unmanned space missions, including rocket launches, specifically at the Kalinta Aerospace Center. The collaboration between AD and NASA has been extensive, and the bond between the two has grown deep. Tomorrow's launch site for the Zihan spacecraft is right here. Access to this location is generally restricted to the public, but Xiao Ming is far from an ordinary individual. Upon the arrival of the Xiao family at the Kalinta Aerospace Center, the CEO of AT, Lewis, was already awaiting them, accompanied by a number of staff, all exhibiting warm hospitality. As soon as the Xiao family stepped out of the vehicle, a thunderous applause erupted in welcome. "Hello, Xiao," Louis exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Xiao Ming. "It's been a while. How have you been? I was thrilled to hear you were coming." "Indeed? Thank you. You seem to be doing quite well yourself, looking rather prosperous," Xiao Ming replied with a smile, glancing at Louis's noticeably round abdomen. They both chuckled. "Allow me to introduce my son, Xiao Yunjia, and my two daughters, Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yechen." "Goodness," Louis exclaimed, although he had heard about Xiao Ming's children. Seeing them in person was a delightful surprise. "They resemble you quite remarkably. You and Apo's. Too kind," Xiao Ming responded modestly. Louis greeted Xiao Yunjia, Xiao Yechen, and Xiao Jingru in turn. Xiao Yunjia appeared particularly excited as he greatly admired Louis. He eagerly pulled out his phone to capture a selfie with him. "I never imagined you would be such a fan of mine," Louis joyfully remarked as he posed with Xiao Yunjia. "Absolutely. I admire you immensely. Many wealthy individuals prioritize luxury cars and opulent homes for personal enjoyment. Yet you have devoted your passion to the aerospace industry," Xiao Yunjia expressed earnestly, brimming with enthusiasm. Louis chuckled heartily at this. "That sounds wonderful, but I must say, you may be idolizing the wrong person. It is your father who deserves your admiration." Louis turned to his friend Xiao Ming, a playful glimmer in his eye. "Once, Xiao suddenly approached me saying that life had become too mundane. He sought excitement and wished to spend his retirement on the moon, claiming it would be a pursuit worth having. He even encouraged me to join him, and thus, what you see today came to fruition. Child, your father is the one you should look up to." Hearing this, the three siblings gazed at Xiao Ming in astonishment. Xiao Yechen cast a peculiar look at her father, recalling that he had told her a different version of events, one in which Louis had been the one seeking a moonlit retirement. Yet, here it was reversed in Louis's telling. "Ah!" Xiao Ming chuckled at his eldest daughter, realizing that his little fib had been exposed by Louis. "Is this considered an unwise choice in friendship? Well, we had quite the journey. Were we to rest?" "Certainly," Louis replied, nodding with a smile. He guided the Xiao family into the aerospace center and led them to the VIP lounge. "Xiao, you all can rest here comfortably. There's no need to worry about anything else. I will take care of everything." As he spoke, Louis hesitated briefly, then sheepishly added, "I must apologize. During a recent interview, I inadvertently revealed your presence. It was unintentional. Not a problem. This matter won't remain under wraps for long." Xiao Ming waved dismissively. "Furthermore, thank you, Louis. As longtime friends, they understood each other without the need for excessive words." Xiao Ming was aware that bringing his children would undoubtedly create some complications for Louis, but he trusted that Louis could handle it all. Even if Louis could not resolve every issue, Xiao Ming was confident in his ability to manage it, albeit with a bit more effort. "When are you coming to visit the five-star nation? We must share a drink together." "I will make it happen," Louis replied, nodding enthusiastically. "I will prioritize this." Agreed. They shook hands and parted ways. Tomorrow is the day of the rocket launch, and Louis had much to attend to. "Dad, this place is magnificent." From his 17th floor, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they could see a rocket launch pad in the distance. A truly awe-inspiring sight that left Xiao Yunjia and his siblings exhilarated. "It's quite impressive," Xiao Ming admitted, equally astonished. Although he was the primary investor, he had never been here before. He had to concede that the Americans' research capabilities were indeed exceptional. The development of the aerospace industry in his homeland carried significant responsibility. At this moment, Xiao Ming felt a swell of pride for the considerable advancements his country had achieved in aerospace. He believed that one day, the footprints of the citizens of the five-star nation would be imprinted across the globe. Yet at this moment, the most important thing for him was to ensure that his children enjoyed their special day tomorrow. As he envisioned the excited and joyful expressions on their faces, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He silently hoped for the arrival of tomorrow. He had poured considerable thought into this extraordinary birthday gift. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xiao Ming and his children awoke early, all eagerly anticipating the launch of the Zihan spacecraft. The siblings, especially, had been so excited the night before that they had no desire to sleep in. "Father, look, I posted on my WeChat moments yesterday, and it's gone viral." At that moment, Xiao Yunjia sat on the sofa, gleefully scrolling through the reactions from friends and classmates to his post. Chapter 74. The Joy of Success. What he sent was a picture of the launch pad at the Fugurita Aerospace Rocket Launch Center, accompanied by a whimsical remark. I've got nothing to do these days, so I'm taking a stroll abroad with my dad to witness the rocket ascension spectacle. Xiao Yunjia's friends were taken aback. Some of the more astute among them, upon seeing the image, recalled the recent online buzz surrounding the major investor in aerospace technology. The affluent individual from the five-star nation, Xiao. Realization dawned upon them. The billionaire being fervently sought after by the public was none other than Xiao Yunjia's father. Although they could not confirm it with absolute certainty, their deductions were almost spot on. Heavens! Upon realizing this, many were left utterly speechless. Xiao, quick! Let me hug your sturdy legs, commented his good friend, Sure he, beneath his post. Yunjia, this is simply astounding. Take more pictures and share them with us. Another friend chimed in. Yunjia, the super-rich magnate from the five-star nation, the principal investor in it can't possibly be your father, can it? Some were blunt enough to ask directly. Hee. Xiao Yunjia chuckled merrily. Not only were there comments, but numerous private messages flooded in, overwhelming his ability to respond. Xiao Ming glanced back at him, but chose not to inquire further, continuing his conversation with his two daughters. Subsequently, the three siblings, accompanied by Xiao Ming, visited the staff cafeteria at the launch center, where Louis treated the family to breakfast. Xiao, you should expect to be photographed by some reporters here, Louis remarked during breakfast. Since the news of the Zhihan rocket's impending launch broke, many media outlets have flocked here. Currently, over 100 prestigious media organizations from across the nation, and even an international television crew, have arrived to conduct live broadcasts. It seems you can no longer maintain a low profile, Louis teased while eating. This time, Xiao Ming's presence at the Rocket Launch Center was rather unexpected. As the largest investor, Xiao Ming had always preferred to remain in the shadows, only providing support discreetly. Aside from a handful of core personnel, no one was aware of his existence. Xiao Ming merely smiled faintly at this observation, choosing to remain silent. Dad, there are so many people, Xiao Yuchen and Xiao Jingro whispered, their cheeks flushed. The bustling cafeteria was filled with curious glances directed at them. As citizens of the five-star nation, their family certainly attracted attention in this foreign land. However, the gazes surrounding them were filled with intrigue and reverence. It was evident that Louis, accompanying them, was no ordinary individual. Many had speculated online that this five-star citizen was indeed the principal investor in it. Well, the more people, the merrier for the three of you celebrating your birthdays today, Xiao Ming said with a serene smile. He then turned to Louis, inquiring, Louis, how are the preparations for the rocket launch coming along? All preparations are in place, Louis assured confidently. Our mission this time is to assist SAA in transporting the communication satellite into space. Given the capabilities of the Zhihan rocket, there should be no issues. That's good to hear. By the way, Louis, since you're the expert in this field, why don't you enlighten the children? Xiao Ming suggested, noticing their curious expressions. Certainly, Louis replied readily, beginning to explain. The rocket we are launching this time is an improved version of the Cheetah 8. The total cost, including labor and materials, amounts to 100 million meters of gold. All of this funding has come from the exceptionally mysterious billionaire, Mr. Xiao Ming. After discussing the rocket, Louis added in a jesting tone, thus, in a sense, one could say that this magnificent achievement belongs to the Xiao family. Louis had learned the language of the five-star nation quite well. His accent was amusingly endearing, prompting laughter from the children. Actually, I have a role model whom I greatly admire. This individual is Xiao Ming. When I was establishing many wealthy investors turned me down, but Xiao was unhesitating and offered me $2 billion, enabling me to successfully launch it. Without his support, I would not have reached its current heights, Louis said earnestly, his eyes shimmering with emotion. Louis, you're being overly sentimental. You've praised me too highly. I merely contributed a small sum, while you have invested your time and passion into it. At that time, I merely sketched a vision, and you made a reality. As he spoke, Xiao Ming gave Louis a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. The two shared a fist bump and a smile. They had traversed a journey filled with both hardships and the joy of success, truly understanding one another. Huh? Who are those people? At that moment, Xiao Ming inadvertently noticed a group of individuals in matching uniforms approaching them. Leading the group was a man in his 50s, likely a brigadier general, as suggested by the medals adorning his shoulders. Marcus, the Security Bureau's brigadier general, that scoundrel. Ever since I inadvertently revealed that the main investor in ad is from the five-star nation, he has been looking for trouble, Lewis said, his expression darkening with anger upon seeing the approaching figure. Lewis abruptly stood up and walked towards Marcus. Lewis, is he the five-star citizen you mentioned? Marcus inquired, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ming, sweeping disdainfully over his children. Marcus's menacing stare caused Xiao Jingro and Xiao Yuchen to instinctively edge closer to Xiao Ming, while the entourage behind Marcus, armed with firearms, sent everyone in the cafeteria retreating to the corners, fearful of drawing unwanted attention. Yet Xiao Yinja stood unfazed, defiantly meeting Marcus and Appo's gaze, even scoffing dismissively. Marcus, your reach is rather excessive and your interference unwarranted, Lewis stated discontentedly. Aerospace Technology has not engaged in any illegal activities. All procedures are completely legitimate. Today marks the launch of our newly developed rocket, so I kindly ask you to refrain from causing trouble. Lewis, you're being overly sensitive. Marcus chuckled, though his mirth was laced with malice. He then turned to Xia, Chapter 75. A smile laced with danger. This place serves as the core of the Karini Aerospace launch site, and it is evident that these individuals are not citizens of the United States. To put it more plainly, this is a site of national secrecy. Outsiders are not permitted to linger here. If you were to leak our aerospace technology secrets, would you be able to bear the grave consequences? After Marcus spoke, he exchanged a glance with his subordinate, signaling him to expel Xiao Ming and his companions. Father, Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yuchen turned pale with fright, hurriedly retreating behind Xiao Ming. However, Xiao Ming displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he casually glanced at Lewis, as if inquiring whether he could resolve this predicament. Marcus, what do you intend to do? Lewis felt a burning humiliation on his face. Xiao Ming had been his longtime friend, his most capable partner, and the largest shareholder of a company. Today, Xiao Ming had more right than anyone else to be here. Furthermore, this was the domain of NEC, and the Security Bureau had no jurisdiction here. Lewis immediately shouted in anger. Xiao is the largest shareholder of a company. He possesses absolute rights to be here and to engage in any matters concerning my company. Is that so? But I do not share your sentiment, Marcus retorted mockingly. He surveyed the surroundings leisurely before directing his gaze, brimming with disdain, at Xiao Ming. Lewis, I extended this courtesy in front of so many witnesses merely to give you face. If you choose to be ungrateful, I shall not hold back. Marcus, a major general of the Security Bureau, is it? As Lewis reached a boiling point of anger, yet found himself powerless, Xiao Ming suddenly spoke in an indifferent tone in American English, addressing Marcus. You wish to expel me, do you? Xiao Ming smirked, a dangerous glint in his smile. Indeed, Marcus replied with unwavering confidence, his hostility towards Xiao Ming palpable. How could he pass up an opportunity to make things difficult for him? Alas, I fear you lack the capability. Xiao Ming dismissed Marcus's threats nonchalantly and turned to Lewis. Allow me to handle this. Xiao, remain calm. I will manage this. I will ensure he does not prevail, Lewis urgently advised, fearing that Xiao Ming's momentary fury might lead to undesirable consequences. Lewis felt utterly humiliated, realizing that he could not even protect Xiao Ming and had unwittingly become a subject of ridicule. Lewis, it's all right. Trust me. Let me take care of this. Xiao Ming reassured him, dialing a number as he spoke. To Marcus, Xiao Ming's actions appeared as nothing short of a farce. He exchanged knowing glances with his subordinates, all of whom mocked him silently. This man was utterly foolish, seeking assistance in the United States as a citizen of a five-star nation. Once it became known that Xiao Ming hailed from such a country, his identity was clear to all, and Lewis's affirmation only solidified their understanding. The largest investor in American aerospace technology was, indeed, a citizen of the five-star nation. This incident would undoubtedly position Xiao Ming as a target of U.S. authorities. Marcus, confident in his overwhelming authority, did not interfere as Xiao Ming made the call, adopting an attitude of watching a spectacle unfold. After uttering a phrase into the phone, Xiao Ming turned, activating the speakerphone and raising his device slightly, casting a knowing glance at Marcus. "I am Joshua, the executive CEO of SAA. What?" Marcus's expression shifted dramatically. Astonishment etched on his face as he looked at Xiao Ming. Louis, upon hearing Joshua's voice, was equally stunned, gazing at Xiao Ming with disbelief. "Brother, what does SAA do?" Xiao Yuchen asked Xiao Yunjia, a perplexed look on her face. SAA, Xiao Yunjia, with his academic prowess, was well aware of its significance. He asked Xiao Ming incredulously, "Father, SAA is an influential wireless news media company in the United States?" "Indeed, the person I just called is the owner of SAA," Xiao Ming confirmed, looking at the children. "Children, remember, money is a powerful tool that can resolve numerous issues, especially in the United States, where wealth is paramount and almost omnipotent. The owner of SAA, being exceedingly wealthy, was beyond the reach of the authorities. Years ago, SAA had even taken the South government to court over a momentary dispute. Major generals and other high-ranking officials were of little consequence to Joshua. Even the highest-ranking leaders in the United States would find themselves at a disadvantage if caught in his web." Xiao Ming's calm demeanor eased the tension in Xiao Jingru, Xiao Yuchen, and Xiao Yunjia, bringing smiles to their faces as they quietly awaited the unfolding events. Meanwhile, upon receiving Joshua's call, Marcus was left utterly dumbfounded. Here was a formidable entrepreneur from the United States, conversing with him. "Xiao is my friend. He is a well-known magnate internationally." Joshua extolled Xiao Ming's virtues without pause. After a lengthy praise, he addressed Marcus with seriousness. "Major General Marcus, I understand your duties and your concerns, but I must responsibly inform you that your worries are unfounded. Xiao is my closest friend, and if you expel him from the launch center, it would be an affront to me. I trust you are capable of discerning the gravity of this situation. Currently, I have dispatched 20 reporters from SAA to the Karenni Launch Center. We possess remarkably advanced communication technology and an impressive team of journalists and hosts, along with numerous partner media companies. Xiao, I believe you will soon find yourself in the limelight. I cannot guarantee whether your position as a major general will remain secure, nor can I predict if this will adversely affect your life. Should you continue to make things difficult for Xiao, and this incident reaches the public eye, I am uncertain how the U.S. authorities would perceive me. However, if this matter were to escalate to the five-star nation, it would no longer be a personal issue, but rather a significant diplomatic incident, and you would become the scapegoat. Can you bear the consequences of such an outcome? You." Marcus's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. I have not made things difficult for him." Before Marcus could finish his sentence, Joshua abruptly hung up the call. "Is that so?" Xiao Ming replied with an indifferent smile, then turned to Marcus and stated in American English, "I am the largest shareholder of a company. To be clear, this rocket, designated Zihan, is mine. I have come to observe its ascent. Do I need your permission for that?" Chapter 76. How about showcasing the rocket? "Marcus, I believe it would be wise for you to leave, should a commotion arise. The one who will be embarrassed is you." You scoundrel. I shall certainly repay today's insult with interest." With that, Marcus, his expression darkened, departed in disgrace alongside his subordinates. The surrounding crowd fell silent, each person holding their breath in astonishment. The personnel from a company and NEC were all wide-eyed, gazing at Xiao Ming in disbelief. When they witnessed Marcus's intention to humiliate Xiao Ming, they all assumed he would be cast aside and ridiculed. To their surprise, Xiao Ming effortlessly turned the tide with a mere phone call. "Oh my, what an impressive individual. One should never provoke him," they whispered among themselves. "Wow." After Marcus and his entourage exited, Xiao Yuchen couldn't contain her excitement, bouncing around as she praised Xiao Ming. "Dad, you're truly amazing. You chased that villain away. So formidable. Father, you are incredible," Xiao Yunjia echoed, utterly impressed by his father's display of prowess. He regarded him as his idol, exuding such majesty and dominance. "Xiao, you have once again given me a fresh perspective of you," Louis remarked, stepping closer to Xiao Ming, astonished. For someone as miserly and cold-hearted as Joshua, you managed to have him stand firmly by your side with just a phone call. Well, Xiao Ming replied with a knowing smile. If someone were to borrow 10 billion from you, you could achieve the same. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly grasp the implication, letting out a resigned chuckle. Alas, what can one do? After all, Xiao Ming possesses immense wealth. With wealth comes power. Witnessing Xiao Ming's deft maneuver, Lewis couldn't help but silently muse. Just how wealthy is Xiao? Truly extravagant. Soon, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Lewis guided Xiao Ming and the two siblings, Xiao Yunjia and Xiao Yuchen, to a designated viewing area at the Aerospace Launch Center, where they could witness the rocket up close and in its entirety. At this moment, the Zhihan rocket destined for space was already positioned beside the launch pad. The rocket, predominantly white, bore the striking characters Zhihan emblazoned on its rear, clearly visible in both Chinese and English, ensuring that everyone present could see it distinctly. It was exceptionally eye-catching. As the crowd beheld the sight, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. For many present, it was their first time witnessing a rocket launch from such proximity. Apart from aerospace professionals, few had the chance to witness such a magnificent and costly rocket ascend into the heavens. Xiao Yuchen and her sister, Xiao Jingru, were ecstatic, hurriedly snapping pictures of the significant rocket with their phones. Posting such photos on WeChat would far surpass showcasing luxury cars or mansions. What is the point of flaunting cars and houses when one can present something truly unique? How about showcasing a rocket instead? Darling, look, this is the grand rocket that father invested in. It's truly impressive, Xiao Yunjia exclaimed, overwhelmed by the breathtaking scene, immediately video calling Gung Jingshu to share the exhilarating experience. Wow! Gung Jingshu had already been aware of the Zhihan rocket's existence, but witnessing it in person left her astounded, especially the bold characters that inexplicably struck a sensitive chord within her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, lamenting her absence from the trip to America with Xiao Yunjia. Father, there are many reporters over there, Xiao Jingru observed, noting the numerous individuals with cameras and press badges outside their viewing area, some even holding microphones and broadcasting live. What if we get caught on camera? She asked anxiously, glancing around at the sea of foreign faces, feeling conspicuously out of place as the only family of five-star nationals. The multitude of cameras aimed in their direction made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Moreover, their vantage point was exclusive to high-ranking members of AT and specially invited guests. She felt as though the cameras were solely focused on their family. Before long, she realized it was not merely an illusion. Every time she glanced towards the cameras, they seemed to intensify their focus on her. She understood enough of the American language to catch snippets of conversation about their family. Don't worry, we are wearing sunglasses, right? Even if they film us, they won't capture our faces clearly, Xiao Ming remarked nonchalantly. We've come this far. Let them do as they please. Today is a celebration for the children, and the thoughtfully prepared gifts deserve to be experienced here, up close, to truly appreciate their significance. In a corner of the viewing area, Xiao Yuchen noticed her father's attention was entirely captivated by the rocket. She discreetly pulled out her phone, opened a live streaming app, and began broadcasting. Xiao Yuchen, naturally beautiful and exuberant, was quite popular among her fans, who eagerly joined her live stream. Typically, her broadcasts involved shopping or chatting with her followers, but upon entering today, they were met with a throng of people and a colossal object behind her. The fans were momentarily stunned. What is that? A rocket? Xiao Yuchen flipped her camera around, pointing her phone at the rocket, which was vividly displayed on the screen. Zhihan. The bold characters caused a stir in the live stream, with fans erupting in excitement. What is happening? Is Miss Yuchen so enamored with the grand rocket that she's broadcasting it to us? They speculated. No, this isn't just a broadcast. It appears to be a live stream. Could it be that Miss Yuchen is right beside that enormous rocket? Oh my, how thrilling. The Zhihan rocket? Isn't this the one being aired live on international television by a company? In a live stream, fans began to chatter amongst themselves. Oh my goodness. Did you see? There are numerous reporters on site. The large rocket clearly bears the bold character Zhihan. This means that our Miss Yuchen is truly at the launch site. According to the news, This rocket is being launched from the Kalini Aerospace Launch Center. Normally, it's inaccessible to the general public. What kind of background does our Miss Yechen have? Chapter 77. This streamer lacks martial virtue in the live streaming room. The fans were buzzing with excitement, utterly astounded. Observing their curiosity, as if they wished to reach through the screen to grasp Xiao Yechen and demand explanations, she finally adjusted the camera to focus on herself, cheerfully greeting her audience. "Hello, sisters. It's been a while since my last stream. Have you missed me?" Xiao Yechen cheerfully inquired. Clearly, the fans had little interest in responding to her question. Their attention was entirely captivated by the colossal rocket looming in the background. "Miss Yechen, are you currently at the company's rocket launch site?" Indeed, Xiao Yechen affirmed without hesitation. Today was her birthday, and she yearned to share her joy with her fans, who held a special significance in her life. Throughout her darker days, it was their unwavering support that had accompanied her. "Hee, sisters, doubt not. I am indeed at the launch site of the Jihan rocket, crafted by a company, here to witness the exhilarating moment of its ascent. Hee, I imagine you must have countless questions right now. And let me whisper this to you. It was my family who brought me here." As she spoke, Xiao Yechen cast a discreet glance toward Xiao Ming, who remained engrossed in the rocket, oblivious to her presence. Seeing her fans so astonished, endless expressions of awe filled the streaming room, and Xiao Yechen's heart blossomed with delight. She even contemplated directing the camera towards her father, wishing to share him with her fans. However, she only entertained the thought without executing it. Like many girls, she cherished sharing the beauty of her life with others, allowing them to witness her happiness. Just as many individuals in love desire to flaunt how much their partner adores them, she wished to showcase her father's affection for her. "Today is my birthday, and this Jihan rocket holds great significance for me." At that moment, her words abruptly ceased as Xiao Ming's figure flickered on her phone screen. Startled, her heart raced, and she swiftly concealed her phone behind her, quietly powering it off, thus ending the stream. Then, pretending nothing had occurred, she playfully exclaimed, "Daddy, Yechen, what are you being so mysterious about?" Xiao Ming inquired, his tone affectionate. Yet he did not delve further. "Come quickly. The launch time is almost here." "Really?" Xiao Yechen exclaimed, her excitement surging as she rushed back to her father's side. At this moment, in the five-star nation, the fans in Xiao Yechen's streaming room were in a frenzy. They could hardly believe that the long-absent Xiao Yechen had chosen to stream from the launch site of the Jihan rocket, crafted by a company. The fans erupted with enthusiasm, and her viewership skyrocketed. Yet just a few minutes into the stream, without any warning, she abruptly ended it. "Ugh, this streamer lacks martial virtue. I was just getting excited, and now I'm left in the lurch. Does anyone know what is going on? Is Miss Yechen truly at the company's rocket launch site?" Suddenly recalling a recent online sensation, someone remarked, "I remember hearing that the Jihan rocket was named after a prominent figure from our five-star nation because the largest investor in a company is a super rich person from our nation. Could that billionaire be related to Miss Yechen?" Once Xiao Yechen concluded her stream, the fans continued to discuss for quite some time before leaving the room. Meanwhile, at the Kalini Aerospace Launch Center, the Jihan rocket remained poised on the launch pad. At exactly 10 o'clock, the launch command was given amidst the crowd's cheers. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its climax, a thunderous roar echoed as the Jihan rocket soared into the heavens, an awe-inspiring spectacle. "Wow!" Xiao Jing grew and Xiao Yechen jumped with excitement, rushing to embrace Xiao Ming tightly. This was Xiao Ming's first encounter with such a breathtaking rocket launch, and he couldn't help but think this expenditure was truly worthwhile. "Absolutely amazing, Dad," Xiao Yunjia exclaimed, his fists clenched and eyes glistening with excitement as he watched the rocket, emblazoned with the name Jihan, ascend. His heart swelled with profound awe. This birthday gift held immense significance. At the scene, journalists from across the nation fervently captured the moment the rocket ascended. During the live international news broadcast, countless viewers witnessed this thrilling occasion. A magnificent rocket, inscribed with the name Jihan, soared into the sky amidst countless gazes. It was not until the rocket disappeared into the distant sky, leaving no trace, that everyone shifted their attention back to the present. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment. "Daddy, that was spectacular. Xiao Yuchen exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Jingru, what about you? How do you feel? Xiao Ming turned to his younger daughter. Dad, it was astonishing and incredibly magnificent. Though Xiao Jingru did not express her excitement as overtly as Xiao Yuchen, she silently reveled in the moment, feeling that witnessing such a breathtaking scene was worth it, truly worth it. Huh? Xiao Yunjia, nearby, was equally astounded. Suddenly, he turned to Xiao Ming with a puzzled expression. Dad, what's that? By chance, he spotted a luxury car speeding towards the viewing platform. Once it halted, a large figure emerged, clutching an exquisite box, hurriedly making his way towards them. Xiao, you've truly exhausted me, Louis exclaimed, panting heavily as he reached Xiao Ming and the others, presenting the beautiful box to the children. Upon witnessing Louis, a hefty figure weighing around 160 pounds, panting and drenched in sweat, Xiao Ming paused momentarily. Then, with a bemused smile, he accepted the box and handed it to the children, saying, Darling ones, happy birthday. Huh? Daddy, what is this? Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Xiao Yuchen restarted her stream, and the viewer counts surged to over 600,000. With one hand holding the phone concealed behind her back, she discreetly revealed a sliver of the camera, inquiring curiously of Xiao Ming. She intentionally lowered the camera to ensure neither Xiao Ming nor her siblings appeared on screen. Chapter 78. Overwhelmed to the point of fainting, Xiao Ming affectionately glanced at the children and remarked, How can one celebrate a birthday without a cake? This cake holds special significance. I arranged for it to be custom-made in advance and brought it to the launch site. As he spoke, Xiao Ming opened the box, revealing what the children saw, a dark, unrecognizable mass adorned with 22 candles. Daddy, this. The three siblings, Xiao Yunjia, Xiao Jingru, and Xiao Yuchen, stared in bewilderment at the peculiar sight. Nearby, Louis, having regained his composure, gazed at Xiao Ming with admiration. Xiao Ming chuckled heartily, saying, My dear ones, since our reunion, this is the first time I'm celebrating your birthday together. I wanted to mark this occasion in a very special way. When that rocket launched earlier, this cake was on the launch pad. As you can see, the rocket's immense thrust transformed it into this form. Xiao Ming's eyes brimmed with affection as he looked at the children. Oh my goodness. The three siblings were utterly astonished by Xiao Ming's words. It wasn't just them. In Xiao Yuchen's live stream room, fans were equally astonished, taken aback by Xiao Ming's revelation. Wow, unbelievable. The room erupted with exclamations, and countless fans began to type in unison. 666. This was truly the most extraordinary birthday celebration I had ever witnessed. Using the rocket's fire to light birthday candles, something even fiction had never conceived. My goodness, I'm overwhelmed. In that instant, the fans in the live stream room went into a frenzy. Some only grasped the situation upon seeing the astonishment of others. So, Miss Yuchen's father utilized the heat generated during the rocket's ascent to light the candles for her birthday, creating a celebration of profound significance. Incredible. Fans were astounded, struggling to find words to express their shock. How wealthy must Yuchen's father be to use the fiery power of a rocket launch for a birthday celebration? Good heavens, this was utterly breathtaking. Such thoughtful effort. I'm in awe. Meanwhile, after making his heartfelt declaration, Xiao Ming remained silent, gazing lovingly at the children. Daddy, we love you. After a while, the children emerged from their astonishment and rushed to embrace Xiao Ming, deeply moved. This birthday was indeed immensely meaningful. Subsequently, the three siblings laughed joyfully at the dark birthday cake. The idea of using a rocket to light birthday candles was refreshingly novel. They were all profoundly touched. What a romantic gesture from their father. Hello, Louis. A reporter greeted Louis enthusiastically. Many reporters, noticing the distinguished appearance of the man, sought to inquire about his identity. Louis then disclosed to the reporters the story of Xiao Ming using a rocket to light birthday candles. He knew that such explosive news would surely captivate the journalists. Huh. If the media reports on this, a company's stock will soar. Louis thought gleefully. Today, Xiao Ming was either flaunting his wealth or showcasing romance, basking in the limelight. It was Xiao Ming who first broke the unspoken rules of conduct, and he could not be blamed for that. Soon, the crowd of reporters grew denser. Xiao Ming, perplexed, noticed a blue-eyed female reporter excitedly directing her microphone toward him. "Hello, sir. You are the largest shareholder of that company, the mysterious billionaire from the five-star nation, correct?" Xiao Ming furrowed his brow and glanced toward the spot where Louis had been, only to find he had vanished without a trace. Realizing the predicament, Xiao Ming quickly led the children away. "Mr. Xiao, did you invest in rocket research and manufacturing to give your children a unique birthday experience? The production of this rocket alone cost over 100 million Mickey dollars, didn't it, Oppos? It? Did you do all this just to use the rocket to light birthday candles?" "Mr. Xiao, I am a reporter from the five-star nation. May I ask you about your identity?" Some reporters surged forward, eagerly questioning him. Countless cameras were trained on Xiao Ming, and all attention was focused on him, fearing they would miss a major scoop. "Apologies, but I do not accept interviews," Xiao Ming replied helplessly, shielding the children's faces with his hand as he hurriedly departed. The reporters erupted into chaos, desperate to capture the elusive figure who was clearly a significant news story. It must be him, without a doubt. The financier behind Louis, the largest shareholder of that company, the super-rich billionaire from the five-star nation. Although Louis had thrown Xiao Ming to the wolves, he had left behind a cadre of bodyguards to protect him. With their assistance, Xiao Ming managed to escape the throng. The pursuing reporters were thwarted by the bodyguards. Yet, the frenzy continued unabated. Some reporters, facing the cameras, began broadcasting live. "Hello, everyone. Did you see that man from the five-star nation? He is likely the one who has been providing substantial financial support to Louis, the largest shareholder of a company. Notably, this billionaire spent over 100 million to create the recently launched Jihan rocket, just to light birthday candles for his child in such a unique manner." Reports indicate that this super-rich individual from the five-star nation is named Xiao Ming. Meanwhile, the online community in the five-star nation erupted in excitement. In the United States, it was nearing noon, while in the five-star nation, dawn was just breaking. Many netizens were still lost in dreams. In Xiao Yuchen's live stream room, countless viewers witnessed the unfolding drama abroad. "My goodness, what am I seeing?" Journalists from around the world are in a frenzy, desperately trying to uncover the identity of that billionaire from the five-star nation. Chapter 79. The desire for a similar father in a report. Foreign journalists refer to a billionaire from our country named Xiao Ming, leaving many to wonder whether it was indeed Xiao Ming or Xiao Ming. At this moment, a netizen asserted with conviction, "It must be Xiao Ming." Indeed, it was Xiao Ming. Another netizen emphatically stated, "I recently read that there's a very low-key yet incredibly wealthy individual in our five-star nation who owns several companies, including Mingyue, Minghui Group, and Xinfeng. He is extraordinarily affluent, yet prefers to remain under the radar, resulting in no one knowing his identity or the extent of his wealth. Some say that if his assets were tallied, he would instantly become the richest man in our five-star nation. Tell me, isn't that impressive? I have heard similar claims, but subsequently, such information was suppressed, making it impossible to verify. I understand now. This magnate must relish his anonymity. It is undoubtedly he who has orchestrated this harmony. My certainty is at a staggering 99% that the financial patron Louis mentioned, the largest shareholder of that, is unquestionably Xiao Ming. Information sourced from Baidu reveals that the CEO of Mingyue Group is indeed named Xiao Ming, confirming that this wealthy businessman is indeed Xiao Ming. I recall that Miss Yuchen mentioned her surname is Xiao Yuchen. Could it be that her father is Xiao Ming? Absolutely. After extensive discussion, fans of Xiao Yuchen firmly believed that the illustrious billionaire was indeed her father. However, this remarkable tycoon celebrated his children's birthdays by using a rocket to light the birthday candles. This act of extravagance is unprecedented and incredibly romantic. Wouldn't you agree? My goodness. The host is stunning, undoubtedly a daughter of a wealthy family. I too wish to call Xiao Ming father. While the opportunity to have him as my biological father may have passed, the possibility of having him as a father-in-law still remains. I'm longing for a father who would dote on me in such a manner. I desire a father akin to him. Soon, the image of the affluent Xiao Ming became widely disseminated online, indelibly etched in the minds of netizens. At this point, someone unearthed Xiao Yuchen's previous promotional videos and photos, which swiftly circulated across the internet. The edited videos and images showcased her exquisite features, captivating smile, and lively charm. Consequently, Xiao Yuqin skyrocketed to fame, transforming into a prominent internet celebrity. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, the father of this internet sensation, ascended to the status of a colossal online figure. The authorities, upon witnessing this phenomenon, sought to curtail its progression. However, in this digital age, such efforts proved futile. In an era characterized by rapid information dissemination, news regarding Xiao Ming spread like wildfire across the internet. At this juncture, it became impossible to conceal the truth. Those acquainted with Xiao Ming, Xiao Yuqin, Xiao Jingru, and Xiao Yunzhou were left astounded. Xiao Yu, upon seeing the rampant news about Xiao Ming online, could not suppress a smirk. While laughing, she mused, "This situation seems rather precarious. Does this not mean that many women will start vying for his attention?" That morning, as Geng Jingshu entered her workplace, a colleague rushed up to her, exclaiming, "Jingshu, your boyfriend just appeared on a television program." The colleague, brimming with envy, added, "Your status in our company is sure to elevate from here on out." "Huh?" Geng Jingshu responded, utterly bewildered. The colleague proceeded to explain the situation, revealing that Xiao Ming's true identity had been unveiled online. She quickly retrieved her phone, opened Weibo, and was bombarded with news about Xiao Ming. In this information age, the speed of news dissemination is astonishing, amplified by the formidable influence of netizens. As soon as the news about Xiao Ming was posted on Weibo, fans of Xiao Yuqin inundated the comment section with confirmations. Before long, the news regarding Xiao Ming surged to the trending topics. Several posts and edited videos captured by foreign media at the Kurlan Special Aerospace Center were shared online and broadcasted on domestic news programs, featuring Xiao Yunzhe, Geng Jingshu's boyfriend, along with Xiao Ming, Xiao Yuqin, and Xiao Jingru, who were all intently observing the rocket launch. Although all four wore sunglasses, anyone familiar with them could easily identify them. At this moment, netizens fervently sought to uncover every piece of information regarding Xiao Ming. The details about Xiao Ming's 3 children surfaced, and even Geng Jingshu, who had yet to marry into the Xiao family, was unearthed by online sleuths. Xiao Ming, aged 42, is the elusive mastermind behind Mingyue Group and Xinfeng Group, as well as the president of Minghui Group. His mode of transportation includes a plethora of luxurious vehicles, such as a stretch Lincoln, Maserati, and Lamborghini, among others. His collection of mansions is boundless. However, the true extent of his wealth remains a mystery. All that is known is that he is extraordinarily affluent. As Geng Jingshu perused the online content, she was left utterly astonished and hastily contacted Xiao Yunzhe via WeChat, sending him screenshots of the online revelations. Meanwhile, at the Kurlan Special Aerospace Center in the United States, Xiao Ming finally extricated himself from the throng of reporters and, with a sigh, returned to the VIP lounge with his children. After catching his breath, he glanced at his kids and chuckled helplessly. "Dad, those reporters are absolutely relentless. It's dreadful. My dress was recognized. They're like a pack of wolves ready to devour us," lamented Xiao Jingru and Wen Yuqin, their expressions a mixture of distress and exasperation. The sisters had experienced firsthand the adage that fame attracts attention, as being a celebrity meant having countless eyes scrutinizing their every move. "Dad, we have a situation. Jingshu just messaged me, saying you've gone viral in our 5-star nation, trending across the entire internet." Xiao Yunzhe exclaimed urgently. "Viral?" Xiao Ming froze, hastily grabbing his phone to access domestic platforms like Weibo, Kuaishou, and Douyin, all of which were abuzz with news about him. The description of him going viral was indeed an understatement. Beside him, Xiao Yuqin was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled something significant. With an innocent expression, she approached Xiao Ming cautiously, saying, "Dad, I think I may have made a grave mistake. I was wrong." Xiao Yuqin confessed to Xiao Ming about her live streaming without permission. With a downcast gaze, she softly added, "Dad, I only wanted to share how wonderful you are to me with my anti-fans. I never imagined it would escalate to this." Chapter 80. A day of indulgence for him. Who would have thought that amidst this vine, one could uncover such a significant revelation about your father? Sighed Xiao Ming with a resigned smile. Though he wished to remain discreet, he cared far more for his daughter's happiness. After all, What truly mattered was her joy. He reassured himself in silence. All right, Yu Chun, do not be disheartened. Your father does not hold it against you. Today is a momentous occasion, as all three of you celebrate your birthdays, and thus, joy takes precedence, Xiao Ming affirmed, as he retrieved gift after gift from behind him. Previously, I prepared the birthday candles. Now, it is time for the presents, he said gently, gazing at the children. Wow! The three siblings erupted with excitement, leaping into the air before eagerly unwrapping their gifts. Thank you, Daddy, they chorused. Xiao Ming presented Xiao Yuchun with a signed photograph of a popular male star. Having learned of his daughter's admiration, he had gone to great lengths to procure it. Wow, Daddy, I adore this gift, Xiao Yuchun exclaimed, clutching the long-desired photograph. Overjoyed, she spun around twice in delight. After planting a kiss on the photo, she rushed to Xiao Ming, declaring, Daddy, I love you, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Daddy, what is this? Xiao Jingro asked, as she opened her gift to reveal a set of keys, her expression one of confusion. Jingro, your father knows your passion for becoming a fashion designer. I have acquired a company building beside the International Financial Center for you to establish your personal fashion studio. Should you require anything, simply let me know, Xiao Ming said, his eyes filled with affection for his youngest daughter. I wholeheartedly support you. Touched, Xiao Jingro burst into tears, dabbing her eyes as she rushed into Xiao Ming's embrace. Next was Xiao Yunjia, who had grown accustomed to being treated differently and felt a twinge of anxiety, silently hoping for a special acknowledgement from his father. As he opened his gift box, he closed his eyes tightly, only to slowly reveal its contents, leaving him dumbfounded. He then leaped from the sofa, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Ming had gifted him a set of keys to a McLaren, a car he had long admired. Isn't this the supercar you adore? It has been custom-made just for you, Xiao Ming chuckled. The latest model, with numerous enhancements, it surpasses all others in speed and aesthetics. Oh my goodness! Xiao Yunjia felt as though he might faint from exhilaration. He was now the proud owner of a luxurious supercar. Yet, this was merely one gift. Another awaited him. Look at you, all grown up, Xiao Ming teased, tossing another set of keys to his son. I've noticed your hard work and commendable performance at the Minghui Group, which, by the way, is your father's company. Liang Ting has informed me of your exceptional contributions, surpassing even many seasoned employees. This is your reward. Xiao Ming nodded approvingly. Continuing, the first car was a gift, while this one is a reward, a Hennessy Venom, one of the top 10 luxury supercars in the world. You may drive whichever you choose, but remember to prioritize your safety. Dad, you are incredible. I can hardly hold back my tears. I love you, Daddy. Xiao Yunjia pouted, opening his arms and walking toward Xiao Ming, yearning for a hug. Get away. Xiao Ming playfully kicked him away, adding sternly, remember, if you engage in illegal street racing, you may imagine the consequences, and trust me, I can make them a reality. Xiao Ming's demeanor shifted instantly to serious as he laid down the law. Hey, old man, rest assured, I will heed your advice and avoid such actions. Xiao Yunjia replied, his gaze fixed adoringly on the two sets of keys, his smile radiant. It was a momentous day for him, a day where he too felt cherished. This birthday would be etched in his memory, devoid of any preferential treatment. Daddy, since the rocket has launched, are we heading back home? Xiao Yuchun inquired while admiring her signed photo. We will spend a few days at Fugurita, where there are many renowned attractions. Xiao Ming responded with a smile. Really? Wow. Upon hearing about the upcoming adventure, Xiao Yuchun exchanged a delighted glance with her sister Xiao Jingro, both giggling with excitement. All right, let me bid farewell to Louis, and then we shall embark on this journey, Xiao Ming declared. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Xie Lingyu. He stepped out onto the balcony to answer. Xiao Ming, I miss you so much. Xie Lingyu's gentle voice resonated as soon as he picked up. Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly, pausing before continuing, I will remain abroad for another 3 to 5 days. I need you to handle something. Understood, Xie Lingyu replied, her tone cool as she added, I will hang up now. Xiao Ming paused, noticing she had not disconnected the call and could faintly hear her breathing. He pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that while he had focused on being a good father, he had somewhat overlooked Xie Lingyu's feelings. He continued, when I return, I will tell you. Can you meet me at the airport? Of course, I will be there, Xiao Ming replied after a brief silence, a note of joy in her voice. As always, their relationship maintained a dynamic where Xiao Ming held the dominant position. No matter how upset she was, a simple gesture from him could instantly lift her spirits. Once Louis completed his tasks, Xiao Ming, along with the children, left the aerospace launch center. After departing the island, they sought out a restaurant to celebrate. As the principal shareholder, Xiao Ming showcased his remarkable wealth. Chapter 81. Upsetting the vinegar jar. In addition to Louis and the Xiao family of 4, 13 core members of Louis's aviation technology team were also present at the celebratory dinner. As the gathering commenced, Xiao Ming presented Louis with a card worth $3 million, instructing him to distribute it equally among everyone. This gesture instantly ignited excitement among the core members. Just as they began their meal, Louis's phone rang. After taking the call, he chuckled heartily, tapped a few times on his phone, and handed it to Xiao Ming. A video was playing on the screen. "Xiao, you've gone viral across the internet," Louis remarked, his laughter tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Your popularity in the United States has skyrocketed. You have become a man many women covet." Hearing this, Xiao Yuchen immediately frowned and mumbled, "Those women don't deserve my father." Her adorable display of jealousy brought laughter to everyone in the room. During the meal, another call came in for Louis. After the conversation, he playfully patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder and teased, "Xiao, someone just called, suggesting I oust you from Matt and take over your position as the largest shareholder. They said I could set any price I wanted. What do you think I should do to get you out?" Louis's jest stemmed from their long-standing friendship, a bond far more valuable than mere profit. Xiao Ming, intrigued, inquired, "Who is it?" "Oh, it's just those wealthy Jews. Haven't you become quite the sensation nationwide these past few days? Those affluent rascals are envious and want to buy the shares you hold, claiming they would pay any price just to replace you." Louis replied with a grin, "Father, are they the ones with the cloth on their heads? The ones who are wealthier than us?" Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yuchen immediately recalled some popular short videos from the past few weeks, where a common phrase was, "With a piece of cloth on their heads, they're the richest in the world." Xiao Ming echoed this phrase and laughed heartily, quite catchy indeed. "Yes, those Jews are wealthy, but they lack the capability and qualifications to purchase my shares in it. They can name any price they want, but it's a pity they cannot afford it. Do they think they can just extend their hands into my territory without consequence?" With a nonchalant smile, Xiao Ming said to Louis, "Find out more about these individuals and send me the information." Louis understood Xiao Ming's intentions and nodded in agreement, sending the details of the wealthy Jews to Xiao Ming's email. "Father, are you planning something with that information?" Xiao Yunjia asked curiously. Xiao Ming turned to his son, noting that while Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yuchen showed little interest in business, Xiao Yunjia shared his passion and talent for it. He intended to nurture that talent. With a serious demeanor, he said, "Yunjia, have you ever heard of the Jews? What are they best known for?" "Yes, they are said to be the best businessmen in the world. But why are they so wealthy?" Xiao Ming asked again. "Father, their wealth is often compared to having a mine at home. Isn't it?" Xiao Yuchen responded enthusiastically. "I've heard that Jews have mines in their homes, allowing them to effortlessly find money as if it falls from the sky." Chuckling at his daughter's adorable analogy, Xiao Ming replied, "Exactly. Everyone knows they are rich because they have resources. Now this group of Jews is eyeing my shares in it. I despise their insatiable greed. However, fame comes with its burdens. As soon as I show a hint of success, trouble finds me. If they wish to challenge me, they must pay the price. I intend to make it clear that I, Xiao Ming, am not someone they can easily deal with." Hearing this, Xiao Yunjia became intrigued. He had suspected that his father intended to take action when he asked Louis for the information. Now, his instincts were confirmed. "So, Father, what do you plan to do?" "I will leverage my influence abroad to counter these Jews, teaching them a lesson. They need to pay their dues, or they will remain ignorant of their errors. Regardless of the outcome, it will surely instill fear in them, so that they will think twice before approaching me again," Xiao Ming said with a dangerous smile. "These people coveting my shares in must learn reciprocity. We have a saying in our country, to receive without giving in return is improper. If they keep fixating on my shares without Chapter 82, the teasing of the little sprite, he instructed his assistant to arrange for a private jet. And only then did he realize how comfortable it was to travel on a plane. He mused that perhaps he should acquire one for himself in the future. In the past, he had always traveled alone, usually for work, occasionally opting for a first-class seat. Now, with a few children, especially two beautiful daughters who loved to explore, the idea of having a private plane was appealing. It would allow them the freedom to travel wherever they wished. Yet, he decided to take his time and consult his daughters about their preferences before making any decisions. The next day, at Anjin International Airport, Xiao Ming and the children returned to the five-star nation. While they had appeared tired on the plane, as soon as they were embraced by their homeland, their spirits lifted, and they resembled untamed wild horses that had been set free. "No moon is as round as ours in the five-star nation," exclaimed Xiao Yuchen, spreading her arms wide and taking a deep breath, marveling at the familiar sights. Then, she approached and linked her arm with Xiao Ming, stepping out of the airport. "Sister Lingyu, over here." As they exited, the gentle and warm Xiao Yuchen immediately spotted Xiao Lingyu, who had come to greet them. Behind Xiao Lingyu was a luxury van. At that moment, Xiao Ming and the children were all donned in oversized hats, dark sunglasses, and masks, making it nearly impossible for anyone to recognize them, especially Xiao Ming, whose identity as a wealthy tycoon had been exposed. Just his status as the largest stakeholder in the nation's most powerful private aviation technology company made him an object of reverence throughout the five-star nation. Not to mention, he possessed many other identities. If all were revealed, even the most celebrated stars in the entertainment industry would pale in comparison. In recent days, discussions about Xiao Ming have been rampant online, and the fervor showed no signs of waning. "Sister Lingyu has come to pick us up." Xiao Ming smiled faintly at Xiao Lingyu and remarked, "Let's go home." "All right." Xiao Lingyu gazed at Xiao Ming with admiration, signaling the driver to open the van door. Once everyone was inside, they headed directly to the Yushi villa. The reason Xiao Lingyu opted for a van was that, given Xiao Ming's recent popularity, it would attract less attention from the media and netizens, avoiding unnecessary trouble. However, even though it was a van, it was a top-tier model, discreetly luxurious in appearance. The journey from the airport to the Yushi villa was not short, and as soon as they were on the road, the children began to show signs of fatigue. The van had ample space, allowing them to shift into comfortable positions in the back seat, quickly drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming and Xiao Lingyu occupied the second row. Xiao Ming did not feel tired. He was a workaholic, accustomed to a hectic lifestyle. He removed his sunglasses and, seeing the children asleep, a gentle smile graced his lips, softening his heart. "I haven't seen you outside for such an extended period," Xiao Lingyu remarked, a hint of jealousy and helplessness in her voice. "Indeed," Xiao Ming acknowledged, aware of his workaholic nature. He had resolved to retire this year, but until then, he had hardly paused for a day, consumed by his work. Now, with the children by his side and time to wander, it felt quite pleasant. "Come, let me massage your shoulders," Xiao Lingyu said, kneeling on her seat and reaching for Xiao Ming's shoulders. "All right." Xiao Lingyu's technique was commendable. Every time she massaged him, it alleviated his tension. Xiao Ming closed his eyes in enjoyment. However, he soon sensed something unusual and opened his eyes, puzzled as he looked at Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu's face was flushed, pretending not to notice his gaze, her small hand moving playfully near his throat, her touch delicate. "Lingyu." Xiao Ming's heart raced, fearing the children might witness this moment. He quickly turned to check on them, and, seeing they were still asleep, his tense nerves relaxed. "What should I do?" Xiao Lingyu whispered in Xiao Ming's ear, her hands' movements not only continuing but daringly slipping beneath his collar. Dressed in a V-neck dress, her body leaned toward him, revealing her allure. The short skirt seemed intentionally designed to entice him. "Enough, the children are right here," Xiao Ming urged, suppressing the heat rising within him as he restrained her restless hand. "I don't care. They're all sound asleep," Xiao Lingyu replied, biting her lip, gazing at him with a look of admiration akin to their usual moments together. Xiao Ming sighed, taking a deep breath to contain his reactions to the little sprite's teasing. Just then, in the back seat, Xiao Yuchen stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Upon witnessing the intimate scene in the front, her face flushed crimson. She quickly closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. "Oh my, how embarrassing. Daddy and Sister Lingyu are." In the car, though her eyes remained shut, her mind involuntarily conjured images that made her heart race. She struggled to maintain her composure for half an hour, imagining various scenarios. Finally, they arrived home, the van stopping at the entrance of the Yushi villa. Xiao Ming composed himself and turned to wake the children. Simultaneously, butler Shi and a group of servants arrived to assist, helping them disembark and bringing their luggage inside. All right, everyone is quite tired today. Go wash up and rest. Xiao Ming instructed the trio as he walked toward the villa, waving them off. Ling Yu and I have some work matters to discuss. With that, he headed to his study, and Xiao Ling Yu smiled lightly, following him. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and Xiao Ming had been quite exhausted lately. Why are they still discussing work? Xiao Jingru remarked, watching their retreating figures with a frown. After a moment's thought, she turned toward the kitchen. I'll go make him a cup of tea. Jingru, you don't need to, Xiao Yuchen interjected, catching her sister's arm. She opened her mouth several times, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing, her face turning a deep shade of red. Seeing Xiao Yuchen's peculiar demeanor, Xiao Jingru was perplexed. Sister, what's wrong with you? Chapter 83. Is discomfort of the heart considered? Xiao Yuchen wore a troubled expression, uncertain of how to broach a particular subject with her sister. Jingru, look, it's quite late, and father is still engrossed in his work. Appearing rather anxious. It must be of utmost importance. We should not disturb him. Besides, butler Shi will take good care of father. Let us retreat to our rooms and rest. Staying up late will only mar our beauty. With that, she urged her sister to return to their quarters. Ugh, father is so wicked. At that moment, Xiao Yuchen's face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. Yuchen, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Yunjia inquired with concern, noticing his sister's flushed cheeks and not comprehending the situation. Go away. Xiao Yuchen glared at him in annoyance. The following day, Xiao Yuchen awoke early. The first thing she did was, stealthily and akin to a thief, rouse her still dreaming sister, Xiao Jingru, and head toward Xiao Ming's bedroom. As she pressed her ear against the door, attempting to eavesdrop on what secrets might be concealed within, Xiao Jingru was left utterly perplexed. The mere thought of what might transpire within that room left Xiao Yuchen disheartened. She had barely slept the previous night, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of her father and sister Ling Yu engaging in inappropriate activities in the study. The relentless pounding of her heart and her flushed cheeks plagued her throughout the night. It wasn't until the early hours of dawn that sleep finally claimed her. Yet even in her dreams, she found herself tormented by those thoughts, awakening far too soon. Later, her jealousy surged. Sister, what are you doing? Xiao Jingru asked in confusion, as if she had begun to grasp something, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Sister, this eavesdropping is rather, I was merely concerned about father's sleep. Yes, concerned, Xiao Yuchen replied awkwardly, unable to reveal the truth about her discovery, which left her feeling utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, the door to Xiao Ming's room creaked open. Upon lifting his eyelids, he was greeted by the sight of his two daughters. While Xiao Jingru approached him with a cheerful smile and elegantly wrapped her arm around his, Xiao Yuchen was startled by his sudden appearance, stumbling back a couple of steps, her eyes betraying a guilty conscience. What are you two doing outside my room? Xiao Ming inquired, puzzled. Father, I just wanted to check if you were awake. If you are, I can assist you in tidying your room, Xiao Yuchen stammered, attempting to bypass him and enter his chamber. Though she was apprehensive about encountering someone, she was equally eager to validate her suspicions. Upon entering the room and finding it empty, she cast a glance towards the bathroom, relieved to see nothing amiss. Only then did she realize the absurdity of her actions. Straightening herself out, she turned to face Xiao Ming with a cheerful demeanor. Yuchen, there are servants to tidy your father's room. You needn't exhaust yourself. Come, let us have breakfast together, Xiao Ming beckoned, sensing something peculiar about his daughter, but not dwelling on it. All right, father, Xiao Yuchen replied, a smile lighting up her face as she linked her arm with his. The three of them descending the stairs together. She felt assured that father had not spent the night with sister Ling Yu in his room. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if they had engaged in some indiscreet behavior in the study. After all, what other reason could justify his awkward excuses? Now an adult, Xiao Yuchen had begun to comprehend certain matters. The mere thought of them sent her cheeks ablaze, rendering her too bashful to meet her father's gaze. "You little girl," Xiao Ming murmured, bemused by her odd expression as they made their way to the dining area. "This breakfast is delightful," Xiao Ming remarked suddenly while eating. Xiao Yuchen looked up from her bowl, observing her father appear to be in good spirits. A thought struck her. Had father and sister Lingyu truly engaged in inappropriate activities last night, only to recover so swiftly? Returning to her meal, her face flushed deeply once more, as those once suppressed images resurfaced in her mind. Father must have done something with sister Lingyu. Noticing her alternating expressions of embarrassment and distress, Xiao Jingru watched in bewilderment. "Sister, what is wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell?" she asked with concern. Xiao Yuchen vigorously shook her head. No. I'm perfectly fine." But was the discomfort of her heart considered? She dared not speak of the events from last night. She would quietly keep them buried within. After breakfast, Xiao Ming idly scrolled through social media. "Dad, I'm off to the company," Xiao Yunzhe announced, waving a hand nonchalantly, his expression betraying eagerness. His heart had been set on returning home ever since he began preparing for his journey back from abroad. His mind fixated on the luxurious sports car his father had gifted him, though he had only been able to glimpse it in the garage upon his late return. The thought of finally driving it after work filled him with excitement. "All right," Xiao Ming replied, glancing at him with a faint smile. "Dad, it's been so many days, and you're still as popular online as ever," Xiao Jingru teased, exasperated. "Do these netizens have nothing better to do? They passionately discuss you every day, indulging in an array of topics without end." What can I do? I'm simply too wealthy, and they happen to know about it," Xiao Ming sighed. "In the past, I preferred to keep a low profile, only recognized by those with some status in the business world. Who would have thought that your sister's livestream would expose me to the masses?" "Dad," Xiao Yuchen pouted, gazing up at him with innocent eyes. "I didn't do it on purpose." A soft-hearted father, Xiao Ming melted at her display, chuckling, "Oh, you little rascal. How could I possibly blame you?" Dad, I think I won't be a streamer anymore. What do you think?" Xiao Yuchen clung to his arm, resting her head against him. "Being a streamer seems rather dull." Previously, her motivation for streaming had been to earn a little extra money. Chapter 84. A multitude of stepmothers recently, her live broadcasts have been thriving, attracting a prominent figure who generously gifts her daily, consistently placing her at the top of the rankings. This benefactor remains exceptionally discreet, never uttering a word in the chat, never interrupting her flow. When she privately expressed her gratitude, he simply replied that he would always support her, and then fell silent. A few days ago, Xiao Yuchen hosted a live stream at the Aviation Center, which catapulted her popularity, transforming her into a sensational internet celebrity. While she relished her newfound fame, she also faced the inevitable scrutiny that accompanied it. Many fans inundated her with trivial messages, some even crossing the line, which became rather irksome. Xiao Yuchen, whose vibrant personality thrived on novelty, found herself utterly fatigued by the broadcasting routine. Leaning against Xiao Ming's shoulder, she cheerfully remarked, "Hey, Dad, all I want to do now is live off you, indulging in food and leisure at home. I seem to have lost sight of any other pursuits. What should I do? There's no rush. If you can't find anything else to do, why not embrace being a mischievous little sprite?" Xiao Ming affectionately teased, playfully pinching her nose. Dad, you're being too naughty, saying such things about your precious daughter," Xiao Yuchen pouted, pretending to be displeased. "Just teasing you, my dear. If you can't find a passion, perhaps you should venture out more. Who knows, you might stumble upon your life's calling," he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Xiao Jingru's greatest aspiration was to become a fashion designer, and her father was currently helping her establish a clothing studio, which was in preparation. "You should also take some time to explore. If you discover something you wish to pursue, just tell me, and I will support you unconditionally," he added. Upon hearing her father speak of her, Xiao Jingru turned, her eyes shining with gratitude as she gazed at him. The feeling of being cherished by her father was truly delightful. After listening, Xiao Yuchen blinked thoughtfully and then cheerfully declared, Dad, I think I'm destined to be a slacker. I once dreamed of marrying a wealthy older man to live a luxurious life. I envisioned using his fortune to buy houses and cars for my brother and Jingru. As she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle. But it seems I haven't found that wealthy husband. Instead, I've found a wealthy father. Thus, I no longer wish to marry a rich uncle or enter a wealthy family. For I am already in one, content with my doting father, she said, snuggling against his arm. Haha, no matter how much I spoil you. I can't be with you forever, Xiao Ming replied, his heart melting at her words. No worries, we're in no hurry. Once you find Chapter 85, his regal aura is innate previously. Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yuchen had little interest in Xiao Ming's endeavors or wealth. However, with Xiao Ming's extravagant displays, their curiosity was piqued. Particularly after Xiao Yuchen's live broadcast from the Kelente Aerospace Launch Center, where she unveiled Xiao Ming to the world. Everyone online began to delve into his background. Yet, despite numerous attempts to uncover his identity, his true wealth remained elusive. Amidst the rampant media speculation and the fervent inquiries from netizens, the two sisters grew increasingly intrigued about how their father amassed such fortune. Chuckling at his daughter's curiosity, Xiao Ming promptly contacted his assistant. 40 minutes until I arrive at the office, he stated with a nonchalant tone, yet a chill underlined his words, as if his royal demeanor was etched into his very bones. Upon receiving Xiao Ming's call, Assistant Xiao Feng felt a surge of energy. After ending the call, he promptly informed the senior executives gathered in the conference room. The boss will be arriving in 40 minutes, accompanied by his precious daughters, the eldest and the second young lady. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the executives. Since the company's inception, the boss had maintained a low profile, rarely visiting the office. Whenever he did, it signified crucial matters at hand. For instance, his recent visit was to orchestrate the acquisition of the One Group, which had already yielded significant profits in the billions for the company. The senior executives knew very little about Xiao Ming, having seen him only a handful of times, let alone his family. Are the two young ladies from Mingwei coming to the office? Exclaimed Sun Haobin, the company's nominal president, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Feng, I understand. Quickly prepare to welcome our esteemed boss and his daughters. Although Xiao Feng held a position subordinate to Sun Haobin in title, he was Xiao Ming's most trusted aide and right-hand man. Yes, Miss Yuchen enjoys fruit tea, while Miss Jingru prefers coffee. I will procure them immediately. Moreover, the boss has instructed us to maintain a low profile. Xiao Feng swiftly opened his notes to arrange for the sisters' preferences. 40 minutes later, a luxurious black vehicle glided into the exclusive parking area of the International Financial Tower. After disembarking with his daughters, Xiao Ming took the private elevator directly to the 76th floor. Father, is this where you work? Xiao Yuchen and Xiao Jingru were awestruck upon entering the imposing Mingwei building. Good day, Mr. Xiao. The senior executives, led by Sun Haobin, awaited at the entrance. As soon as Xiao Ming appeared with his daughters, everyone respectfully bowed in greeting. Welcome, Miss Eldest. Welcome, Miss Second. The respect in their demeanor was palpable. As they exchanged greetings, curious glances were cast towards the boss's daughters. A single glance left everyone astonished. They bore an uncanny resemblance to their father. Furthermore, it was evident to all how tenderly Xiao Ming regarded his daughters, revealing the depth of his affection. Is this truly the same decisive boss we know? They wondered. Xiao Ming smiled gently at his daughters, saying, Yes. This is one of the places where I work, father. Your company is enormous. Xiao Yuchen exclaimed. Her excitement mingled with a hint of nervousness from the respectful attention she received. She had always imagined wealthy individuals reveling in the adoration of others, issuing commands from a lofty perch. Father, what industries does your company encompass? Xiao Jingru inquired, noting that this entire floor belonged to Mingwei Group. She suspected that it might extend beyond just this level, though she could not be entirely certain. Nonetheless, every inch of the International Financial Tower was of immense value. Mingwei was established during my initial ventures. All my core enterprises are located here, Xiao Ming explained patiently, sensing his daughter's curiosity. We are involved in technology, various energy sectors, food and beverage, apparel, jewelry, and real estate. The group employs approximately 7,000 staff, with an estimated market value exceeding 800 billion. Our profits for the first half of the year reached 70 billion. which is quite commendable. As he guided his daughters through the office, introducing them to the surroundings, the executives dutifully followed, ready to heed his commands, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an imperial procession. Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yuchen felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes, their demeanor becoming slightly reserved. Nevertheless, Xiao Ming wished for his daughters to acclimate to their surroundings, including the attention and speculation from others. He intentionally kept the executives close. The employees of the company were abuzz with excitement. 40 minutes earlier, an announcement had been made that the Group's esteemed owner, Xiao Ming, will be bringing his daughters for a visit. Initially bewildered, the staff soon connected the name to the internet sensation. The billionaire who had celebrated his daughter's birthday with a grandiose display involving rockets. Such audacity required not only a whimsical spirit, but also substantial financial backing. Upon piecing together the information, the realization struck that this prominent figure was indeed their boss. Elation swept through the employees as they checked their appearances, eager to present their best selves to the esteemed owner. They resumed their duties with utmost seriousness, yet their thoughts frequently wandered to Xiao Ming and his daughters. "Father, shall we visit your office?" proposed Xiao Yuchen, unable to withstand the fervent attention any longer. Certainly, Xiao Ming discerned their discomfort, recognizing that sudden elevation to prominence could induce anxiety. He opted for a gentle approach, leading them to his office. Wow. Chapter 86. The chill at great heights upon entering Xiao Ming's office. Xiao Jingru and her sister Xiao Yuchen were left utterly astonished. The opulence of this office was simply beyond their imagination. Not only was it lavish, but it was also extraordinarily spacious. Moreover, the view was breathtaking. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, they could behold the most luxurious district of Anjin. Looking down from such a height at the bustling traffic and the towering skyscrapers of Anjin, a unique sensation enveloped their hearts. Father, is this the allure of wealth? With affluence, one can witness vistas that others cannot. Xiao Jingru gazed into the distance, her thoughts drifting towards the golden sun, and a deep sense of wonder filled her heart. The higher one stands, the farther one sees, Xiao Ming remarked softly. He sensed the shift in Xiao Jingru's emotions and understood her feelings profoundly, adding gently, "But high places are also cold. To reach such heights, one must bear the pressures that accompany them." He looked at his two daughters with an expression of utmost tenderness. Xiao Jingru turned to her father, her silence conveying understanding. With a soft smile, she replied, "Father, I understand. What are you two discussing?" Xiao Yuchen, blissfully naive, entered the office with exuberance, eagerly exploring her surroundings. Upon catching sight of Xiao Ming's exquisite custom desk, she immediately took a seat, playfully imitating her father's authoritative demeanor. "President Xiao, your office is so much fun," she exclaimed mischievously. "Can you bring me here to play when you're at work?" "That might not be possible," Xiao Ming chuckled. "I plan to retire and enjoy my golden years." What? Xiao Ming had never mentioned his retirement plans to his children, and this sudden announcement left them both in shock. "Father, why would you retire?" Xiao Yuchen exclaimed, springing up from her chair in disbelief. "Aren't an amp, oppos, to you worried that someone might take advantage of the company after you step down?" Her expression was one of genuine concern, as Xiao Ming represented everything to her, and she could not bear the thought of anyone coveting their family business. "Rest assured, I will ensure everything is in order before I retire. I want to simply relinquish what I've built over a lifetime," Xiao Ming assured them, feigning a sense of helplessness as he sighed. "Alas, it is indeed a dilemma. Neither of you seems interested in managing a business, so I will have to entrust it to others." Xiao Yuchen quickly grasped the underlying meaning in her father's words and shrugged. "I have no interest in business. It seems far too challenging, with constant scheming and competition." "Father," Xiao Jingru said softly, casting a guilty glance at Xiao Ming, "I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being able to help you." At that moment, Xiao Jingru felt a wave of sadness, believing it was her inadequacy that left Xiao Ming to guard the company alone. "Ah, my dear daughters, I was merely jesting. If you do not wish to engage in business, that is perfectly fine. I am merely in a semi-retired state. I will still oversee major decisions while allowing others to manage the smaller matters," Xiao Ming said with a smile, amused by the contrasting reactions of his daughters. He could never bring himself to scold his precious girls. All right, father, if you need assistance with anything I can handle, please let me know. If necessary, I can learn. While I may not be able to help with significant matters, I can certainly assist with the smaller ones, Xiao Yuchen stated earnestly, patting her chest. Very well, Xiao Ming replied. His interest piqued as he surveyed the stacks of documents nearby. Yuchen, why don't you help me with those files? Seeing Xiao Yuchen appear like a diligent child, he couldn't resist teasing her to see how she would respond. Sure, no problem, Xiao Yuchen exclaimed, instantly energized. She pulled Xiao Jingru along, and together they began sorting through the files. However, most of the documents were crucial company papers, many of which they could not comprehend. So they set aside those they found too complex, focusing instead on the simpler matters. After rummaging through the papers for a while, the sisters finally stumbled upon a document they could understand, a proposal regarding the adjustment of employees' base salaries. Upon reading it, they were puzzled and asked, Father, considering the hardships of the past 2 years, this is crucial for the employees at the grassroots level. With a constant rise in living costs, why aren't we increasing their salaries? Xiao Ming was about to explain the rationale behind the salary freeze when he noticed the indignation on their faces. Their cheeks puffed out in frustration as they looked at him, as if he were the villain in this scenario. The words he intended to say caught in his throat. After a moment, he reluctantly asked, So what suggestions do you have? Father, you mentioned that the company earned over $7 billion in the first half of the year. How can you be so stingy? Your employees work tirelessly for you every day. Giving them a little more would help them get through these tough times. In a couple of years, once things improve, we can reassess. Right now, it's only fair to raise their salaries by 6%. 6 good fortune. Yes, I agree. They both affirmed seriously after deliberating. Xiao Ming was taken aback. The suggestion was audacious. He hesitated, finding himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he managed a resigned smile and nodded. All right, you both make a valid point. What could he say? After all, they were his beloved daughters. Right or wrong, whatever they decided was inherently correct in his eyes. Hey, I thought this through quite thoroughly, Xiao Yuchen beamed with pride. If we increase the salaries of the employees, they will surely appreciate how wonderful you are, Father, and will work even harder to repay you. Indeed, you both are correct. I will proceed as you suggested. Xiao Ming conceded with an air of exasperation. He was a pragmatic businessman, not entirely unscrupulous, yet he found himself speechless in the face of his daughter's arguments. 50 minutes later, an announcement was dispatched from the president's office of Minghua Corporation, stating that all employees who had served for over 2 years would receive a 6% salary increase, symbolizing good fortune. As this news spread, it quickly became apparent that the new salary decision was made by the 2 young ladies, with the approval of the big boss, and the decision was promptly implemented. Employees were thrilled upon hearing this news, showering praises upon Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yuchen. These 2 young ladies are truly remarkable. Chapter 87. The incorrigible spendthrift daughter. The 2 young ladies engaged in a serious discussion, diligently making notes. One of them suggested that the company allocate 20% of its annual profits to establish a foundation dedicated to charitable endeavors. Furthermore, they expressed concern over the difficulties faced by the working class, noting that the company's food prices were rather steep and in need of a reduction by 1/5. Hearing the girls' thoughts, Xiao Ming found himself on the verge of tears. These daughters of a wealthy family were far too kind-hearted. They were utterly unfit for business. After about an hour, Xiao Yuchen lost her patience. Observing the towering stack of documents on the table, she became increasingly agitated. Jingru, look, I'm exhausted. I need a break. With that, Xiao Yuchen stood up, stretched lazily, and slipped out of the office. After a brief stroll, she returned, her lively demeanor restored. Leaning close to Xiao Ming, she inquired, Father, I overheard the company staff comparing us to Miss Qingxiu, the one who has recently gained fame. How we measure up against her? Not much difference, I suppose, Xiao Ming replied casually, having not paid much attention to such matters. Really? So, Jingru and I are akin to the eldest and second young ladies of the Xiao family? Xiao Yuchen exclaimed, her delight palpable. After some light-hearted banter between Xiao Yuchen and Xiao Ming, both sisters lost interest in the paperwork, prompting Xiao Ming to lead them home. As they departed, The sisters were as cheerful as when they arrived. Descending the stairs, they animatedly recounted their experiences and observations from the day. Like two exuberant little rabbits, Xiao Ming felt his spirits lift simply by watching his beloved daughters. Upon reaching the lobby, they coincidentally encountered the midday break, with employees preparing for lunch. Spotting the boss leaving with his two enviably beautiful daughters, everyone quickly gathered, whispering excitedly among themselves. When they learned that the boss had proposed a salary increase, the employees erupted in cheers. The eldest young lady is magnificent. The second young lady is magnificent. The jubilant cries echoed around the financial building, growing louder with each moment. Startled, Xiao Jingru and Xiao Yuchen instinctively hid behind Xiao Ming. After a while, they regained their composure, realizing that the employees of Mingyue Group were expressing their gratitude for the sisters in this manner. Xiao Yuchen's cheeks flushed, and she exchanged glances with her sister, both breaking into joyful laughter. "Father, let us go," Xiao Yuchen said, linking her arm with Xiao Ming and Amp. "Obsessive. It seems you own several companies, right? Could you take Jingru and me to visit another one tomorrow?" Xiao Ming felt a slight panic. This visit to Mingyue had already become quite the spectacle, and he could hardly imagine what a trip to another company might entail. "Perhaps another time," he replied, trying to deflect. During dinner, as Xiao Ming settled into his seat, the housekeeper, she presented him with a large bowl of soup. "Father, you should drink more soup. It's good for your health," Xiao Yuchen said eagerly, taking the bowl and preparing to serve him. "Here you go," she said with a gentle smile as she handed him the soup. "Ah, such a dutiful little girl," Xiao Ming remarked, touched by her gesture. He smiled broadly and took a sip, but his expression quickly shifted as he detected an unusual flavor. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the soup was made from highly nutritious ingredients. Caught off guard, Xiao Ming felt a surge of heat rise within him. He glanced at the housekeeper, questioning, "What is all this?" "Sir, these ingredients are quite nourishing." She understood the implication and discreetly observed Xiao Yuchen, who was nonchalantly enjoying her meal. "Miss, she insisted that I prepare this soup for you to restore your health," she explained, chuckling awkwardly. "Restore my health? Why would I need that?" Xiao Ming thought to himself, bemused. Consuming such rich nourishment could very well lead to unexpected consequences. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Xiao Yuchen had been acting oddly since morning, and he couldn't quite place why. She kept glancing at him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Ming realized the implications of her behavior, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The situation was compounded by the fact that he sensed an unusual affection from Xiao Yuchen. While both daughters were fond of him, Xiao Jingru was merely the obedient daughter, whereas Xiao Yuchen seemed to harbor deeper feelings. He recalled their first meeting at a matchmaking event, where she had openly expressed her preference for older men. Could it be that her lack of paternal affection had led to an Oedipal complex? And as a devoted father, had he inadvertently nurtured such an unhealthy sentiment? Xiao Ming resolved to keep a close watch on her, determined to correct any misinterpretations of affection. He felt no anger or blame. Rather, he considered it his fault for being absent from her life. With a sigh, he decided to find an appropriate time to discuss these matters with her. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he stepped out of the room. Chapter 88. Is his little daughter a business prodigy? As Xiao Ming stepped outside, he noticed his young daughter intently engrossed in a book about finance in the living room. "Finance?" Xiao Ming inquired with curiosity. "Jingro, what prompted you to delve into finance today? Aren't your interests usually centered around fashion and clothing design?" Xiao Jingro slightly lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Ming's eyes and replied, "Father, I merely flipped through it casually, but I found it increasingly fascinating." "Really?" Xiao Ming approached her with a smile, observing that she had read quite a bit. This book had been his companion for the past few days, and he had found it rather enlightening. He casually mentioned some concept from the book, not expecting that Xiao Jingro would enthusiastically engage with him in a discussion, articulating her thoughts with remarkable clarity. "Jingro, are you certain this is your first time reading this book? You cannot be deceiving your father, can you?" "Father, how could I deceive you? I have never read it before," Xiao Jingro replied, confused. Xiao Ming was astonished. Could it be that his little daughter was a business genius? A prodigious learner? She had only gone through the book once. Yet she had not only remembered its content, but had also articulated financial principles with sound reasoning, demonstrating an impressive ability to draw inferences from a single reading. Upon reflection, the possibility seemed quite plausible. After all, she was his daughter, and it was reasonable to assume that she had inherited his exceptional business acumen. Smiling, Xiao Ming said, "No, you are absolutely right, Jingro. If you enjoy reading finance books, my study is filled with them. Feel free to take any you like." "All right, thank you, father." Xiao Jingro replied with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. Just as Xiao Ming was about to leave, he suddenly recalled Xiao Jingro's plans to establish a studio and turn back. "Moreover, your sister Ling Yu has extensive connections in clothing design. I will ask her to assist you in gathering resources and finding a few individuals to help you get your work started. Just pursue your passions. And should you encounter any insurmountable problems, come to your father, and I will resolve them for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingro immediately set down her book and joyfully leaped up, exclaiming, "Father, thank you. I love you. No need for such formality with your father." He casually scanned the living room, noticing the absence of Xiao Yuchun and Xiao Yunjia. Where are Yuchun and Yunjia?" "They took your brother's new car out for a joyride," Xiao Jingro replied candidly. "Very well." Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. Among the children, Xiao Jingro exhibited the most composed nature, while Xiao Yuchun and Xiao Yunjia were more energetic and often acted impulsively. "Continue your reading. I will retreat to my study to attend to some work matters." Xiao Ming sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, and turned to head to his study. Approximately 50 minutes later, the siblings returned home after their excursion. Upon learning that Xiao Ming was in his study, Xiao Yuchun promptly prepared a cup of milk for him. After placing the cup down, she naturally leaped into Xiao Ming's embrace and playfully asked, "Father, did you miss me?" Indeed, Xiao Ming, a devoted father, melted at his daughter's endearing demeanor and transformed into a doting parent. "How could I not miss my precious daughter? Hee, you're the best, father." Xiao Yuchun beamed at his words, standing up to present the warm milk to Xiao Ming, bringing it to his lips. This, Xiao Ming's expression momentarily stiffened as he discreetly shifted to distance himself slightly from her, then took the cup from her hand, pretending to be satisfied as he praised, "The warm milk from my daughter is simply delightful." Her father's compliments delighted Xiao Yuchun, who, oblivious to his subtle discomfort, gleefully responded, "Really? Then from today onward, I will bring you a warm cup every day." "Indeed, you truly are your father's cherished daughter." Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. "Father," Xiao Yuchun said, once again nestling into his embrace and whimsically pouting, "could you buy me a small gold bar?" "Of course," Xiao Ming unhesitatingly replied. He would grant any wish of his beloved children, no matter how extravagant. "Yay, you're so wonderful, father," Xiao Yuchun exclaimed joyfully, clinging to Xiao Ming's arm and murmuring, "I have a friend who constantly brags about her partner, gifting her a gold bar. Isn't that a deliberate jab at me?" Pouting in dissatisfaction, she gazed up at Xiao Ming, only to shift from sorrow to elation, declaring, "What does her partner have that's impressive? I have my father who loves me, which is worth hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of times more." Xiao Ming was thoroughly amused by his daughter's sweet words, feeling as if he were floating on air. The following day, Xiao Ming recalled Xiao Yuchun's request for a gold bar. After breakfast, he headed straight to the bank. Are young couples today really that extravagant? Just for dating? They're gifting gold bars? Xiao Ming mused internally. Upon arriving at the bank, he approached the manager directly and stated, "I would like to withdraw 200 gold bars." As the bank's most esteemed VIP client, Xiao Ming had deposited several billion and stored numerous gold bars and antiques. The manager, a strikingly beautiful woman, was well aware of Xiao Ming's true identity. Upon hearing his request, she promptly arranged for 200 gold bars to be fetched and presented them to him with utmost respect. "Thank you, Manager Yang," Xiao Ming acknowledged with satisfaction, exchanging a few polite words before departing the bank. With 200 gold bars amounting to over 200,000 in value, Xiao Ming thought it unnecessary for him to carry them himself. He had brought 3 bodyguards along, who helped load the gold bars into 3 boxes. On the way home, he pondered how delighted his precious daughter would be. After all, her friend had only received 1 gold bar from her partner. With 200, he would undoubtedly elevate his daughter's status among her peers. Soon, he arrived home. Before even stepping inside, he heard the sounds of laughter. Upon entering, he discovered that Xiao Yuchun had invited her friends over, including Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was clad in a water blue dress and appeared somewhat disheartened. When her friends suggested visiting Xiao Yuchun, she had eagerly agreed, hoping to see the person she longed to meet, Xiao Ming. As Xiao Ming walked in, Lin Xiao's frown vanished, replaced by a bright smile as she rushed over to greet him, exclaiming, "Uncle, you're back." Chapter 89. The Pretentious Poor. Ah, it is indeed Xiao who has arrived. Xiao Ming responded courteously. "Father, where have you been?" Xiao Yuchun cheerfully approached, her voice tinged with a playful tone. At that moment, she noticed several stern-faced men in suits following behind Xiao Ming. Two of them were carrying a large box each, while a more imposing figure was hefting two. The trio resembled emotionless automatons. It quickly dawned on her that these must be her father's formidable bodyguards. "Yuchun," Xiao Ming said, looking at his daughter with a gentle smile, "you mentioned wanting a gold bar, did you not? Come, father will fetch it for you. Whatever my precious daughter desires, I shall grant." He affectionately ruffled her hair. "How many do you wish for? Father will provide." Wow! Xiao Yuchun's friends were captivated by her father's generous gesture, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at Xiao Ming. "Really? Thank you, father," Xiao Yuchun exclaimed, excitedly linking her arm with Xiao Ming's and playfully coaxing him. She blinked her eyes and inadvertently glanced at the three men in suits behind him, suddenly realizing something felt amiss. After a moment of confusion, Xiao Yuchun exchanged bewildered looks with Lin Xiao. Both wore expressions of utter astonishment. "Father, where's the gold bar?" Xiao Yuchun asked cautiously. "Right here." Xiao Ming gestured towards the three bodyguards. "This is all for you." Ah! Xiao Yuchun's suspicions were confirmed, and her friends appeared equally perplexed, all staring wide-eyed at Xiao Ming and the boxes held by the bodyguards. "Father, you mean to say that inside those boxes are the gold bars you bought for me? Please, open one so I can see," Xiao Yuchun said, her heart full of questions. "Would that be appropriate?" Xiao Ming hesitated, glancing at her friends. Although he had no concerns about inciting envy, he felt that such an overt display might seem ostentatious. "Father." Xiao Yuchun grew impatient and stepped forward to take one of the boxes from the bodyguard. Unexpectedly, the box slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. "Little girl, why the rush?" Xiao Ming quickly intervened, worried for his precious daughter. Once confirming she was unharmed, he instructed the bodyguard to open the box. "You were so eager. Here are the gold bars you wanted." As the box opened, Xiao Yuchun's friends turned their gazes towards it. Upon seeing the gleaming gold bars inside, they were left speechless, mouths agape in shock. After a while, they finally regained their composure, trembling with excitement. "Yuchun," Lin Xiao exclaimed, tears of joy in her eyes. "Is this the gold bar you asked your father for?" Astounding. All the girls were taken aback by Xiao Yuchun's father's extravagant gesture. How much affection must he possess to procure so many gold bars at a mere utterance? "Yuchun, do you know, I believe we are long-lost sisters. I have finally found you today." One of Xiao Yuchun's friends stepped forward, embracing her warmly. Then, turning to Xiao Ming, she feigned shyness and asked, "Uncle, would you accept multiple daughters who share no blood relation? I am your long-lost daughter." She lowered her head, her blush making her look like an enchanting little sprite. "What are you doing? Step aside." Lin Xiao, noticing her friend attempting to charm the man she had long admired, hurriedly pushed her away. "Father, how can you be so adorable?" "Ha!" Xiao Yuchun was both touched and amused by her father's actions. Xiao Yuchun chuckled and remarked, "Father, you are simply a charmingly oblivious romantic." Then, she explained her earlier request, and Xiao Ming, with a wry smile, replied, "So you meant the gold bar was actually lipstick? Goodness." Xiao Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His daughter had asked for lipstick, and he had brought 3 boxes filled with glittering gold instead. "Yuchun, your father dotes on you far too much." After Xiao Ming departed, Xiao Yuchun's friends were left in a state of envy. Initially, in their circle, Xiao Yuchun was regarded as exceptionally beautiful, yet her poverty had garnered no jealousy. Rather, they often viewed her with disdain for her unworldly ideals, rejecting the advances of many wealthy suitors. They labeled her as pretentious. While her friends flaunted high-end skincare products and designer attire, Xiao Yuchen was content with budget-friendly items, even standing in long lines for samples at brand counters. Over time, a sense of superiority had developed among them. Among her friends, Lin Xiaoxiao had never felt this way. Their bond was incredibly strong, akin to that of biological sisters. Hee. Seeing her friends' envy brought joy to Xiao Yuchen. Since gaining a father, her happiness had soared. Her father was the best in the world, treating her and Xiao Jing grew like precious treasures. It's nearly lunchtime. Why don't you all stay for a meal? The dishes prepared by my family's chef are delectable, Xiao Yuchen warmly invited. Today, her friends had come to draw closer to her, for she was now a wealthy heiress. Who wouldn't he wish to befriend a person of affluence? They had heard about her residing in the most luxurious residence in Anjin and wished to witness the splendor for themselves. If Xiao Yuchen allowed them to take some photos, posting them in their WeChat moments would certainly evoke envy and admiration from their friends, enhancing their own status. Xiao Yuchen had always been the kind-hearted one among her friends. She rarely declined requests that were reasonable. Upon hearing her invitation for lunch, everyone immediately lit up with joy. Soon, it was time for lunch. Xiao Ming brushed off the earlier awkwardness and engaged in cheerful conversation with Xiao Yuchen's friends. He could see their materialism and vanity, but given his considerable wealth, he remained unperturbed by such trivialities. Chapter 90. Blessed ones need not rush as long as his daughter is happy. Everything is easy to discuss. Xiao Yuchen and Appo's ability to invite her friends over proves that she is a sociable person. He has deeply felt the loneliness that comes with wealth, where no one wishes to be close to him anymore. He does not want his daughter to experience the same, to be devoid of friends simply because of affluence. It is not just Xiao Yuchen. Xiao Yunjia feels the same. He does not oppose how the children choose to make friends. After all, they have plenty of money, and having more friends does not cost a thing. However, Xiao Yuchen's friends left Xiao Ming feeling somewhat overwhelmed as they gazed at him with unabashed admiration. Especially after Xiao Ming engaged in a gentle conversation with the young ladies, they looked at him as if they wished to devour him. Oh my Yuchen, your father's temperament is simply delightful. So kind and gentle, not at all like a typical wealthy person. Online, many claim your father is the richest man in our nation. Yet during dinner, he even served me food. How charming. What should I do? I'm utterly captivated by Yuchen's father. You are so fortunate to have such a wonderful dad. Xiao Yuchen's friends did not shy away from praising Xiao Ming extravagantly. Indeed, I am very fortunate. After all, I have a father who dotes on me, Xiao Yuchen replied, her face radiating happiness. By the way, do you all remember when we went out and met that fortune teller at the temple? Do you recall what the fortune teller said? What did the fortune teller say? Xiao Ming asked, intrigued. Dad, that person mentioned that I am destined to be wealthy, but must rely on a man. At that time, we all thought I would surely marry a rich man, Xiao Yuchen said with a chuckle. Who would have thought that the man I would rely on would be you? Dad, Xiao Ming burst into laughter, his eyes filled with warmth as he looked at Xiao Yuchen. As the saying goes, blessed ones need not rush. Everyone was soon laughing heartily together. Yes, that is truly accurate. Yuchen, we are so envious of you. Your future is so clear, with a father who adores you. You will live a life of happiness. Unlike us, who must toil daily for essential needs, her friends lamented. Indeed, even though we are girls, we must strive for the lives we desire. My parents have a bit of savings and initially intended to buy me a modest apartment in Anjin, but when we went to view the properties, we were utterly shocked by the prices. Even a one-bedroom apartment costs 3 to 4 million, which is simply unaffordable. And if I were to have children in the future, we would need a larger place, perhaps even a school district apartment. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Upon hearing this, the girls became intrigued and began to discuss the topic. Housing prices are indeed exorbitant, and school district apartments are even pricier. The prices of slightly better school district apartments are skyrocketing, changing daily, which is quite alarming. They expressed their astonishment. I can hardly afford a regular apartment, let alone a school district one. It's beyond my imagination. As the conversation progressed, Xiao Yuchen noticed that one of her close friends appeared unusually downcast. The girl who had previously been carefree now wore a gloomy expression. Xiao, what troubles you? Xiao Yuchen inquired with concern. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao sighed. I am nearly overwhelmed by the situation regarding school district apartments. It's driving me crazy. Why is that? Xiao Yuchen asked, puzzled. Is it about your little brother? She knew that Lin Xiao had a younger brother around 14 who was about to enter middle school. Yes, my brother is about to start middle school. But the conditions at our local school are not very good. Our family initially planned to sell our old house and borrow from relatives and friends, even if it meant hardship to buy a suitable apartment. Lin Xiao shook her head helplessly. In the future, I may have to be a mortgage slave for a long time. If I could save 1/10 of my income for myself, I would consider it quite fortunate. If the pressure is too much, why not just forego the move? Why put yourself through such strain? Xiao Yuchen questioned. There's no choice. My brother is a good student, and I want to provide him with a better school environment. A school district apartment is essential no matter what. My parents have their eyes on a property near the 3rd middle school, but the prices are astronomical. It would cost over $1 million to buy. Sigh, maybe we should just sell everything, Lin Xiao lamented. Just hearing the words buy a house makes my head spin. After Lin Xiao spoke, her friends expressed their sympathy and support. Xiao, don't be so distressed. How about this? I'll buy your skincare products, and clothing will be on me. Count me in. I have a little savings, not much. Just 30,000, but I can lend it to you. As her friends offered their support, they all turned their gaze toward Xiao Yuchen, well aware of her close friendship with Lin Xiao. Yet, Xiao Yuchen merely listened to Lin Xiao's woes with a smile, showing no other signs of involvement. Lin Xiao, however, felt as though she had seen a peculiar light. No, that's not what I meant. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that her words had been misunderstood by her friends. While she genuinely needed help, she did not wish to seek it in such a manner. Especially in front of so many people, it felt as though she were intentionally putting pressure on Xiao Yuchen, and she panicked, quickly adding, "Thank you all, but I will find a way to resolve this myself." After exchanging knowing glances with Xiao Yuchen, they both smiled, understanding one another. Hey Xiao, you have your troubles, but things will work out in the end. Come, have some food, Xiao Yuchen encouraged, serving Lin Xiao a generous portion. If you don't eat enough, how will you have the energy to worry? This light-hearted remark eased some of the tension. Nevertheless, the others wore forced smiles, unable to overlook Xiao Yuchen's lack of action. However, they could not voice their discontent. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming remained silent, observing everything quietly. He contemplated the situation. When it came to school district properties, it seemed he had considerable resources at his disposal. Chapter 91. Gratitude, though the details elude him, he is certain that there were numerous instances during his time at school. To be precise, in every district there were plenty. After dinner, Xiao Yuchen's group of friends appeared rather unnatural. Unexpectedly, throughout the meal, Xiao Yuchen did not utter a single word in support of Lin Xiao, nor did she even inquire if Lin Xiao needed assistance. Not even a polite remark. Xiao Yuchen and Lin Xiao were the best of friends, and at this moment, Xiao Yuchen was the wealthiest among them. She should have been the most concerned about Lin Xiao's situation. Lin Xiao observed the reactions of her friends and suddenly regretted having brought up the matter in the first place. Initially, she had merely wanted to vent her frustrations, but upon reflection, it seemed far more significant. She had thought that Xiao Yuchen would not overthink her reaction, but now she was uncertain. Xiao Yuchen was her dear friend, akin to a sister who had reconciled with her biological father and was now living a prosperous life. Lin Xiao genuinely felt happy for Xiao Yuchen from the depths of her heart. She never wished for their friendship to be tainted by financial matters. Hence, she never considered leveraging their bond to manipulate Xiao Yuchen. Yet, while she held this sentiment, others did not share the same perspective. How could Yuchen be like this? She and Xiao are the best of friends. Xiao has helped her countless times, yet when Xiao encounters difficulties, she offers not even a polite word. The group could not voice their sentiments openly, so they created a small chat group on WeChat, eagerly sharing their grievances. Naturally, Xiao Yuchen remained unaware of her friend's actions. She had her own concerns. Ever since learning of the situation, she had been troubled. The money she possessed, over 60 million, was given to her by Xiao Mo to assist Lin Xiao, and it was more than sufficient. She was willing to part with it. But this money had come from Xiao Mo. Spending it on herself was one matter. Giving it to someone else felt different. At the very least, she had to consult her father. Distraught, Xiao Yuchen had no interest in the fruits served by the maid and occasionally glanced at Xiao Ming. How could she broach the subject? Xiao Ming noticed his daughter's demeanor and, under the pretense of needing her help, called her into his study. Dad. Xiao Yuchen was still contemplating how to begin when Xiao Ming spoke first. He smiled at her and asked, "You wish to help Xiao Xiao, don't you?" "Yes, I should help her," Xiao Yuchen replied with certainty, nodding. "Dad, Xiao Xiao has been incredibly kind to me. We became friends in middle school when my mother passed away, leaving us with only a meager sum. We often faced hunger together. Once Xiao Xiao discovered our plight, she consistently brought me meals and devised various excuses to invite me to her home under the pretense of needing help with her homework, even though her grades surpassed mine. When her parents learned of this, they treated me well too, sharing their meals with me. Our bond has only grown since then. We shared everything together. Recently, when she learned of my brother's situation, she lent me all her savings. She said it was a loan, but now that she is struggling, she has never once mentioned it. Dad, one must always repay kindness. It is not just about the money she lent me, but the affection she has shown me over the years. I must repay her." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Therefore, Dad, may I use the money you provided to help Xiao Xiao?" Xiao Yuchen asked tentatively, her eyes filled with a plea, fearful of her father's disapproval. "My dear," Xiao Ming responded with a sigh, feeling an immense weight in his heart. Hearing Xiao Yuchen recount the hardships the three siblings endured made his heart ache. He approached her, wiped away her tears, and embraced her in comfort. "Yes, we shall help her." Given how well Xiao Yuchen regarded her friend, he felt compelled to reciprocate the kindness extended to his daughter. Subsequently, Xiao Ming turned and retrieved a storage box from a safe, placing it on the table. He gestured for Xiao Yuchen to open it. With a puzzled expression, Xiao Yuchen approached and opened the box. She was taken aback by the thick stack of property deeds inside. "Yuchen, these are all our family's properties. We have numerous houses in each school district. If Xiao Xiao's brother wishes to attend the third middle school, we can simply give him a house there. If he desires a better school, let them choose freely." Xiao Ming stated calmly, "She is your best friend and has treated my daughter so well. For the sake of your friendship, I must repay her for the kindness she once showed my daughter." He had ample properties. Over the years, Lin Xiao Xiao had treated his daughter like a sister. And how could he not support his daughter's friendship? "Dad, you..." Xiao Yuchen was taken aback by her father's sudden and astonishing gesture. After a moment of shock, she joyfully exclaimed, "Dad, you're amazing." "Thank you." Goodness, her father's actions were indeed impressive. The sheer number of property deeds was staggering, an estimated 700 or 800. Moreover, given that they encompassed various school districts, the value was substantial when calculated at the average market price. Xiao Ming smiled lightly, his holdings vast, with properties being merely one aspect, alongside many other assets. To him, it was trivial. What mattered most was his daughter's happiness. After a brief pause, he suddenly adopted a serious tone. "However, I believe Xiao Xiao may not readily accept this. You should prepare a rationale. Any excuse will do, perhaps frame it as a temporary loan until her brother is settled in school. Alternatively, we can assist with his schooling. She can send him wherever she wishes. It's merely a matter of my word. These are minor issues. Since you regard her as a sister and wish to express gratitude, gifting her a house is most fitting." Such was Xiao Ming's nature. He treated those who aided him with sincerity and reciprocated to those who harmed him without hesitation. Lin Xiao Xiao was a kind-hearted girl, and seeing her troubled over a house saddened him deeply. Chapter 92. Capturing Xiao Ming. Becoming his woman once Xiao Yuchen regained her composure. Tears of excitement streamed down her face. "Father, you are truly wonderful." After the initial wave of emotion passed, she gazed at the pile of property certificates, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She had mentioned the third school district, yet now, with so many options, which school district housing truly piqued her interest? After a while, Xiao Yuchen, cradling a half-box of property certificates, descended to the hall. "Yuchen, thank you for your hospitality today. The girls are ready to leave," Lin Xiao Xiao said as she noticed Xiao Yuchen coming downstairs and stood to bid farewell. "Xiao Xiao, you cannot leave just yet." Xiao Yuchen cheerfully approached Lin Xiao Xiao, tipping the half-box of property certificates onto the table. The sight of so many vibrant property certificates left Xiao Yuchen's friends utterly astounded. Heavens! So many red property certificates. One exclaimed, I feel utterly overwhelmed. There must be at least 200, right? Could all of these belong to Yuchen's family? Xiao Yuchen's friends were in a state of shock, discussing amongst themselves. This was utterly astonishing. They felt as though an invisible force was pressing down upon them, each struggling to catch their breath. Xiao Yuchen, beaming with joy, pulled Lin Xiao closer. Xiao, remember when you lent me your savings? My father said I won't be able to repay you, but you should choose one of these properties to settle the debt. Yuchen, what is this all about? Lin Xiao, realizing what Xiao Yuchen intended, felt tears welling up. She looked at her friend with a mix of disbelief and gratitude. Indeed, all these properties belong to my father. Not only does he possess wealth, but he also owns numerous properties. I cannot even tell you how many. You wanted a school district house, right? My father said he has more than enough, and since these are all school district homes I selected, you can choose one for yourself. My father said what is his is mine, and thus what is mine is naturally yours. As Xiao Yuchen perused the property certificates, she continued, you need not feel embarrassed. My father has so many houses he doesn't even reside in. If you choose one, it is merely a practical use of resources, and it will resolve the issue of your younger brother's education. Wait, Yuchen intends to use a school district house worth millions to offset the few tens of thousands Xiao lent her. This was indeed a remarkable maneuver. In an instant, Xiao Yuchen's friends underwent a profound transformation. Their faces reflected shock, envy, jealousy, and regret. There was no need for further discussion. At that moment, no one would dare to think ill of Xiao Yuchen or consider her ungrateful, despite her wealthy father. Initially, they believed Xiao Yuchen might lend Lin Xiao a significant sum. Yet unexpectedly, she offered a house valued at millions, and with a resolute demeanor that implied she would be upset should Xiao refuse. Yuchen, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Lin Xiao, snapping back to reality, instinctively rejected the offer. She was so stunned she didn't know where to place her hands and feet. This was simply astonishing. Though she considered herself a close friend of Xiao Yuchen, such generosity was rare, even among sisters. After all, she had merely lent Xiao Yuchen a few tens of thousands of yuan, never expecting her to offer a school district house in return. She was no fool. She understood that Xiao Yuchen was trying to help her and was merely using a rationale. However, the gesture was overwhelmingly generous. Was it truly possible to give away such an expensive property? After a long pause, Lin Xiao finally regained her composure. Deep down, she recognized that accepting the house would resolve her family's most pressing dilemma. Yet she felt it was inappropriate to accept something so valuable. Xiao, if you refuse, I will no longer speak to you. Xiao Yuchen feigned displeasure, understanding her friend's reservations. Since we became friends, you have always given to me. Yet I have never done anything for you. Now that I finally can do something for you, you refuse to accept it. It seems you do not regard me as a friend. Xiao Yuchen exerted both soft persuasion and firmness, then playfully shook Lin Xiao's arm, adding, Xiao, please accept it. In my heart, you and Jingru are equally cherished sisters. Regardless, you must take this house. Whether you want to or not, you must accept it. Otherwise, I shall ignore you for the rest of my life. Xiao Yuchen's domineering words left Lin Xiao deeply moved, rendering her momentarily speechless. It was not only Lin Xiao who felt this way. The other friends present were also left in a state of shock, unsure how to respond. After a lengthy silence, they finally regained their senses, internally contemplating that if this was meant for them, they ought to accept it quickly. However, that was merely a thought. After all, their relationship with Xiao Yuchen was rather ordinary. Furthermore, even if Xiao Ming was wealthy, he wouldn't casually gift a house to someone. Everyone understood that this was due to the genuine sisterly bond between Xiao Yuchen and Lin Xiao. Xiao, please accept it. At that moment, Xiao Ming, who had remained silent, spoke up. I have many houses. Keeping them serves no purpose. If you refuse, Yuchen will be saddened. You and Yuchen are like sisters, and, as your father, it is only right for me to provide you with a house to live in. I oppose this. Lin Xiao quietly murmured, Uncle, I understand your and Yuchen's good intentions, but I truly cannot accept it. I do not wish to be your daughter. She aimed to win over Xiao Ming and become his woman. How could she ever want to be his daughter? At that moment, Lin Xiao murmured again. But if it were considered a betrothal gift, I could accept it. Her words caught Xiao Yuchen's attention, and she brightened with a smile. Indeed, it could be considered a betrothal gift. How did I not think of that? Chapter 93. Advance of the Betrothal Gift. Xiao. You should consider this as an advance on the betrothal gift from my father. What? Lin Xiao was taken aback, her resolve wavering slightly. If it were indeed a betrothal gift from your father, that would be acceptable. The two sisters exchanged knowing glances and shared a silent laugh. What does that even mean? Has he ever referred to it as a betrothal gift? Xiao Ming looked at the two young girls with a mix of amusement and exasperation, feigning anger as he glanced at his daughter. Father, please don't be angry. This is merely a temporary measure. Hee. It's the only way Xiao would be willing to accept the house we're offering. Xiao Yuchun playfully leaned closer to Xiao Ming, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Moreover, Xiao is an unparalleled beauty. Aren't you even slightly moved? Don't deny it. I want to believe you. Xiao Ming, utterly helpless, waved his hand dismissively. Fine, whatever you say it is, then it is. He wished to avoid further entanglement with the two girls, fearing he might inadvertently cause himself more trouble. He found an excuse and left the living room. What is this about a betrothal gift? He didn't take it seriously. The little girl simply enjoyed teasing, and after the fun was over, she would surely forget. Hee. Xiao Yuchun cheerfully returned to Lin Xiao's side, grinning as she said, Sister, my father insists that this is an advance on your betrothal gift. Are you truly not going to accept it? Xiao Ming thought they were merely joking, but to his surprise, the young lady took it to heart. If that is the case, then I shall accept it. Lin Xiao's face flushed, and she nodded, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy and emotion, exuding the innocence of a bashful bride. Your father is simply too kind. Lin Xiao expressed her gratitude, as this resolved her most troubling dilemma. If it were a betrothal gift from Xiao Ming, she would not only be unable to refuse, but would also be quite eager to accept. This way, she would have a certain connection with his family, and it felt as though the two of them had drawn closer in their relationship. In summary, she was determined to win over Xiao Ming. This arrangement would not only grant her love, but also allow her to nurture a lasting friendship. In truth, Xiao Yuchun shared the same sentiment. After exchanging knowing glances, they both understood each other as thoughts and burst into laughter. When friendship reaches a certain depth, a mere glance suffices to comprehend one another's intentions. This was precisely the bond share between Xiao Yuchun and Lin Xiao. All right, Xiao, you may select a house that suits you. My father said that if you prefer not to attend the third school, you may choose a better one. First, let us pick the house, and I'll handle the school matters. Xiao Yuchun cheerfully pulled Lin Xiao along to begin the house selection. Once we've chosen, we'll proceed with the transfer. Goodness, these houses are all of exceptional quality. This will be a challenging choice. Lin Xiao no longer hesitated and began to choose earnestly. To her, accepting this house would signify her commitment to becoming Xiao Mo's partner. Oh, how enviable! The surrounding girls gazed with wide eyes, filled only with envy and jealousy. Before long, Lin Xiao adhered to her original intention and selected a 3-bedroom apartment near the third school. The third school in Jin was already an excellent institution, leaving little room for critique. Once the transfer was complete and her family's registration was moved, Lin Xiao's younger brother could attend the third school. Yuchun, dear. Thank you. I will forever remember your kindness. Lin Xiao, Chapter 94. Surprising twists of life. After a considerable pause, her father turned to his astonished wife and remarked, I always said that Yuchun is a good child, deserving of our Xiao's friendship. I never imagined that, even after acquiring wealth, she would not forget our Xiao. The elderly couple felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, coupled with curiosity about just how affluent Zukin's biological father must be. It was indeed generous of him to gift such a splendid house without a moment's hesitation. Her father is truly remarkable, Lin Xiao's mother exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. With this house, Hang can attend school at Sanzhong. Mom and Dad, although Zukin mentioned that her father had given me the betrothal gifts in advance, I understand that she merely sought an excuse to allow me to accept this house. Then, Xiao, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lin Xiao, as parents inquired, their expressions turning serious. Hee, but I am sincere, Lin Xiao replied cheerfully. From now on, please refrain from urging me to find a boyfriend. I am no longer just anyone. After all, I have accepted the betrothal gifts. Henceforth, I am part of the Yuchen family. With a hearty laugh, Lin Xiao radiated genuine happiness. After dinner, Xiao Ming retreated to the wine cellar. He had a penchant for collecting wine and enjoyed indulging in a glass of red during his leisure, which had gradually become a cherished habit. Among the children, only Jingru was devoid of worries. Reflecting on the many moments since the children had been reunited, Xiao Ming silently marveled. He had once thought he would spend his life in solitude, yet unexpectedly, these children had appeared and bestowed upon him a monumental surprise. 2 daughters and a son. It was indeed a complete picture. This unexpected turn of events seemed to paint his future with vibrant hues. At this moment, he felt a genuine appreciation for Wen Jihan for bringing these children into the world. Yet, a pang of regret lingered, for she was no longer with him. As Xiao Ming sank into contemplation, his phone suddenly rang. He casually pressed the answer button. Hello. Good day. May I inquire if you are Mr. Xiao Ming? A woman's voice emerged from the receiver. It is I. Who may you be? Xiao Ming responded. Greetings, Mr. Xiao. My name is Bingwei, and I represent the 5-star National Aviation Technology Company. I wonder if you might have time to join me for a meal? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming instinctively furrowed his brow. Few knew this number. Only his children, Xiao Yu, and a handful of trusted associates. The call was made to his personal number, indicating that the caller was someone of significance. He was well aware of the 5-star National Aviation Technology Company, being the principal shareholder of Aviation Technology Company. Thus, he possessed a foundational understanding of the industry, which had received the government's utmost attention. The reason for this individual's outreach was evident. Yet what puzzled him was why this call was made in the dead of night. After a moment's pause, he replied, I will be available in 2 days. Excellent. I have already reserved a restaurant. I will send the address to your phone shortly. Until then, Mr. Xiao, I shall not take up more of your time. Bingwei concluded the call after some polite exchanges. Interesting that she would contact me now, Xiao Ming mused as he glanced at the address sent from the caller. He then switched off his phone and chose to set the matter aside for the time being. The reason for her outreach would become clear upon their meeting. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, he relished a moment of solitude before returning to the living room. At that moment, Xiao Yuchen and Xiao Jingru were engrossed in animated discussions about which brand of cosmetics was most effective. Dad, Sister Ling Yu just called to say she has contacted several fashion industry luminaries and plans to introduce me to them tomorrow. Xiao Jingru exclaimed joyfully upon noticing Xiao Ming's entrance. Very well. It is a great opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. Xiao Ming nodded in approval. Jingru, you must not be swayed by Xiao Yu. I must tell you that I only accept Xiao as our father's partner. Xiao Jingru's playful remark elicited laughter from her. What about Sister Ling Yu? I find her quite admirable. She countered. I do not care. Xiao Yuchen pouted, turning back to her phone in displeasure. Hello, brother. Xiao Jingru's phone rang, prompting her to end the conversation with Xiao Yuchen. Suddenly, she stood up in alarm. A quel accident? You were in a car accident? Xiao Ming's heart raced upon hearing this, and he rushed over to inquire. A car accident? Yunjia was in a car accident? His heart felt as though it had risen to his throat. Xiao Yuchen's complexion turned pale with fear as she anxiously watched Xiao Jingru on the phone, holding her breath. Do not panic. Take your time to explain, she urged. Finally, after gathering the details, Xiao Jingru sighed with relief, prompting both Xiao Ming and Xiao Yuchen to exhale in unison. Dad, sis, do not worry. It is nothing serious. With this reassurance, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yuchen relaxed once more. Upon learning the circumstances, Xiao Ming expressed his frustration. That rascal. I had warned him repeatedly, yet he still went out and caused trouble. It turned out that after dinner, Xiao Yunjia had claimed he was going to visit Gung Jingshu and had taken the Hennessy that Xiao Ming had gifted him. Unfortunately, misfortune struck. However, the specifics of the incident were still unclear to Xiao Ming. Hand me the phone, he demanded, knowing that his son was unharmed. He felt compelled to discipline this disobedient child. Fortunately, the vehicle he gifted to Xiao Yunjia was equipped with excellent safety features. Under normal circumstances, it would withstand most accidents without serious safety concerns. "Dad, please do not lose your temper," Xiao Jingru interjected, attempting to calm her father. "I think you are being a bit too harsh on my brother." "Am I?" Xiao Yuchen disagreed. "Father is merely looking out for him. You know how my brother is. If we do not keep him in check, he would undoubtedly cause chaos." Xiao Yuchen aligned herself firmly with Xiao Ming's stance. "Dad, my brother called me first instead of you, asking me to explain to you because he feared you would be angry and blame him," Xiao Jingru explained, exasperated. "He said it was not his fault. Someone was tailing him." "Someone was tailing him?" Chapter 95. The sky is falling. I will support you upon hearing this. Xiao Ming felt his anger dissipate significantly. However, not long after, his expression darkened again. His vehicle was a Hennessy, a luxury car that commanded respect on the road. Others would instinctively steer clear of it. Who would dare tailgate him? Clearly, Xiao Ming was skeptical of Xiao Yunjia's claims. He extended his hand for the phone, and with a serious demeanor, Xiao Ming inquired, "What transpired?" "Father," Xiao Yunjia exclaimed upon recognizing his father's voice, hastily explaining, "I swear I wasn't speeding. It was just my bad luck. It truly wasn't my fault." He feared that his father would hold him accountable for the incident and confiscate his car, which would be utterly disastrous. With this concern in mind, Xiao Yunjia recounted the entire sequence of events to Xiao Ming. To his surprise, it was indeed someone else who had rear-ended him. "So it's not your fault at all? You mean the one who bumped into you was also a supercar?" Xiao Ming chuckled, realizing his son's worries. His son's luck was indeed unfortunate. Having just acquired a supercar, he was already involved in a minor accident. "That car is far more extravagant than mine, worth at least 20 million, I reckon. The driver has disembarked now, looks to be around my age, and has a rather menacing demeanor." "Father, what should I do?" Xiao Yunjia said, casting another glance outside. In reality, the collision was not severe. It was merely a light bump. However, the driver appeared intimidating and was frowning, which made Xiao Yunjia uneasy. Having been poor for so long, he was apprehensive about any potential repercussions, a mindset ingrained in him over time. Instinctively, he feared that the other party might become aggressive or even resort to violence. Although his father was formidable, he felt embarrassed to rely on him in such situations, as it seemed unmanly to call for parental support. Upon hearing his son's timid words, Xiao Ming felt a rush of frustration. This boy seemed utterly spineless. How could he be so fearful over a trivial matter? Originally, Xiao Ming had intended for his son to gain some experience before eventually taking over the family business within 3 to 5 years. Yet, seeing Xiao Yunjia's current demeanor, he realized he needed to instill a sense of assertiveness in him without delay. Thus, he reprimanded, "Xiao Yunjia, you are my son. You must show some backbone. The incident has occurred, and it is not your fault. What is there to fear? Even if he is formidable, can he surpass me? With me around, the sky can fall, and I will support you. Follow my instructions. First, communicate with that individual and gauge his attitude. There are 2 ways to resolve this. First, if he is unreasonable, remain in the car to ensure your safety. I will send someone to handle it." Xiao Ming spoke in a tone that carried authority. Secondly, someone who can afford a luxury vehicle is unlikely to be a rogue. Such individuals are rare. Generally, wealthy families produce capable and intelligent offspring, who are not left to their own devices. Speak with him first. If he is willing to settle amicably, then proceed accordingly. Xiao Yunjia hesitated, still feeling a bit intimidated, but he dared not defy his father's wishes and reluctantly replied, "All right, Dad, I understand." After ending the call, Xiao Ming's mood improved significantly. The occurrence was rather fortuitous. It was an opportunity to observe how Xiao Yunjia would handle the situation, as well as to cultivate his courage in facing challenges. No matter how strong he was, he could not protect his children forever. They must learn to stand on their own. Xiao Ming was not concerned about the rest. Xiao Yunjia had bodyguards discreetly watching over him, elite security personnel he had deployed to handle such matters effortlessly. Xiao Yunjia would not suffer any loss. Zhuo Luo was a wealthy young man. His parents possessed immense riches, the exact extent of which was unknown to anyone. However, He was currently one of the most popular internet celebrities in the five-star nation. 4 years ago, a car crash involving a luxury vehicle worth $40 million thrust him into the spotlight. That luxury car was reduced to a pile of scrap metal in an instant. Since then, he had amassed numerous high-end sports cars, luxury yachts, and million-dollar watches. Rumor had it that he spent several hundred million on a video game. The well-known internet celebrity, Song Gu, once tweeted, "No matter how extravagant my friends are, they can never match my extravagance." Zhuo Luo cheekily commented in the thread, "What about me?" but received no reply. This lack of response led thousands of netizens to speculate that Zhuo Luo was equally extravagant, if not more so than Song Gu. Subsequently, Zhuo Luo began to make headlines for his high-profile lifestyle, such as dating celebrities and, upon breaking up, gifting millions as separation fees, all while juggling multiple romantic interests who were fully aware of each other's existence. His audaciousness caused his popularity to soar, earning him the nickname Prince. Many netizens attempted to uncover Zhuo Luo's background, but to no avail. His past was shrouded in mystery, which only served to enhance his allure and fame within elite circles. Indeed, the top-tier wealthy referred to here is on an entirely different level from what most consider wealthy. A wealthy individual merely possesses assets worth several hundred million or even billions, enough to afford luxury cars like Maseratis or Lamborghinis. In contrast, a top-tier wealthy person can choose any car they desire, acting purely on whim. The distinction between being able to afford something and doing so casually is immense. At this moment, after stepping out of his car, Zhuo Luo first surveyed the scene where he had rear-ended the vehicle and, seeing no significant damage, raised his gaze to the young man emerging from the Hennessy. He appeared slightly younger than Zhuo Luo, strikingly handsome, yet his expression betrayed a hint of panic, clearly rattled by the incident. Noticing this, Zhuo Luo narrowed his eyes and approached. At that moment, Xiao Yunjia had just hung up the phone with Xiao Ming. After their conversation, he felt somewhat calmer, realizing that it was not his fault after all, and that there was no need for fear. Chapter 96. The demeanor of the affluent, as the old man said, "When the sky falls, I will be here to support you." He lifted his gaze towards the man opposite him. At this moment, the man still bore a fierce expression, yet the fear within him had dissipated entirely due to the old man's words. He spoke in a joking manner, "My friend, your car's rear-end collision caught me completely off guard." Xiao Yunjia glanced at the damaged area. It was nothing serious, merely a minor scrape. "Oh, my apologies," Zhu Luo said with sincere regret. "I wasn't paying attention, so this is entirely my fault." Observing the other party's amicable demeanor, Xiao Yunjia felt a sense of relief. Indeed, he had been overly concerned. Although this individual drove a supercar, he did not resemble the spoiled brats he had imagined. Had he encountered someone like Wendonyu, it would have been a different story altogether, potentially leading to a troubling situation. Many young heirs from wealthy families exhibit considerable refinement. Any parents with a modicum of sense and affluence would nurture their children to inherit the family business. Only the Wen family could produce a scoundrel like Wendonyu. "My sincere apologies. I just received a call and failed to notice. By the time I reacted and hit the brakes, it was too late and I collided with you. I'm truly sorry. I accept full responsibility," Zhu Luo said, extending his hand to shake hands with Xiao Yunjia. Xiao Yunjia shook Zhu Luo's hand and responded with a smile. "It's all right. It's not a significant matter, just a minor bump. You didn't do it on purpose." Zhu Luo found Xiao Yunjia quite accommodating. Seeing the latter's response, he quickly added, "Well then, I might need to trouble you to wait a few minutes while I call someone to assess the damage and promptly arrange for compensation. There's no need for such trouble. It's just a little scratch. I can simply take it to the shop for a touch-up." Xiao Yunjia waved his hand dismissively. As they continued conversing, their rapport deepened, leading to a sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages. Their dialogue revolved around their vehicles. "Brother Xiao, your Hennessy Venom is quite impressive. It's an absolute head-turner on the road." At this point, both men were well acquainted with each other's names. Xiao Yunjia replied with a grin, "What I have pales in comparison. Brother Luo, your supercar, the world's most renowned Ferrari, is truly remarkable, especially the latest model. I followed its release. It's a limited edition, and I'm particularly fond of it." When the rear-end collision occurred, He had feared encountering an unreasonable young master, which would have complicated matters. To his surprise, Brother Luo turned out to be a person of refinement, which was quite astonishing. Though Xiao Yunjia had not mingled with the upper echelons of society, he was aware of such matters. Just a few days prior, while scrolling through Weibo, he had come across a post about a Lincoln and a Maserati that had collided. The two drivers had exchanged smiles and shook hands, and the matter was resolved amicably. Subsequently, they became good friends and collaborated on projects within the business sphere. Seeing such interactions, Xiao Yunjia thought that is the demeanor one would expect from the wealthy. Little did he expect that such an incident would occur in his own life. Zhu Luo, being a magnanimous individual, responded to Xiao Yunjia's remarks by directly offering his car keys. Care for a spin? There was another person in Zhu Luo's car who also stepped out to introduce himself to Xiao Yunjia. Xiao Yunjia was taken aback by Zhu Luo's generosity and, upon seeing Zhu Luo's affirmative nod, accepted the car keys without hesitation and entered the vehicle. He tossed his own keys to Zhu Luo. Let us switch. All right. Zhu Luo replied with a smile as he got into the car. Both vehicles had merely sustained a slight scrape, not affecting their drivability. After exchanging cars, they drove for about 10 minutes until they stopped in a relatively quiet area on the outskirts of the city. Xiao Yunjia joyously exited the vehicle and remarked, Brother Luo, your sports car is incredibly powerful. It's not just eye-catching but exhilarating to drive. Yours is quite impressive as well. Zhu Luo praised Xiao Yunjia's car. Your Hennessy Venom is not only the latest model globally, but it has also undergone special modifications with top-tier international components. I even noticed your name inside. That is something only a customized model can achieve. Feeling a bit bashful, Xiao Yunjia scratched his head and chuckled. This car was a gift from my father. Really? Your father is truly considerate. He has been exceptionally kind to you. You are indeed fortunate. I envy you, Zhu Luo expressed with a look of admiration. The two continued their casual conversation, with Zhu Luo being well-informed and perceptive, effortlessly grasping the essence of Xiao Yunjia's words and engaging further. In contrast, despite having recognized his lineage and transition from a former impoverished youth to a young master, Xiao Yunjia still retained his old circle of friends. Driving a luxurious sports car, he felt compelled to maintain a low profile around others, lest he be perceived as a nouveau riche. However, Zhu Luo's presence instilled in him a sense of ease and familiarity. In this day and age, many individuals in the country could afford sports cars, and numerous prominent car clubs existed, which were quite intriguing. For instance, the AM Club is well known, yet it has noticeably declined in recent years. Merely owning a sports car suffices for entry, diminishing its allure. Zhu Luo scoffed disdainfully and continued, I am part of the JM Club, which is far superior to AM. The members there share similar ages and backgrounds. Yunjia, why not consider joining our JM Club? Sure, Xiao Yunjia responded enthusiastically. He never anticipated that a mere rear-end collision would lead to a new friendship. It was quite delightful. Additionally, this evening, I'm heading to the Jinyang mansion for a gathering with acquaintances from the circle. Would you be interested in joining me? It would be a great opportunity to meet more friends. Xiao Yunjia, having recognized Zhu Luo's identity, noted that he was regarded as a prince in elite car society, with numerous romantic escapades. He could hardly believe that he would one day meet someone he had only seen in entertainment magazines or on Weibo. Recalling Xiao Ming's advice to broaden his social circle and gain exposure, he agreed, Sure, but I hope I won't be a burden to you. Chapter 97. The deliberate pursuit, how could this be? Afterward, Zhu Luo informed Zhu Luo of the gathering's location, and the two arranged a time to meet that evening before bidding each other farewell. Once Xiao Yunjia departed, Zhu Luo's companion approached. Clad in ordinary attire, yet sporting a globally popular luxury watch worth millions, he seemed to possess wealth that rivaled Zhu Luo's own. What do you think of this individual? Zhu Luo responded, I noticed that from the very beginning. In Anjin, we are acquainted with all manner of distinguished individuals. Yet, I have never heard of Xiao Yunjia. Judging by his accent, he is undoubtedly one of us from Anjin. His sudden emergence suggests he is a nouveau riche. Zhu Luo's companion echoed in agreement. Looks promising. Let's observe further. After exchanging knowing glances, both Zhu Luo and her friend smiled with significant meaning. If things progress well, you might soon find yourself in a new sports car, her friend remarked, giving her a thumbs up. So, it seems your pursuit was quite successful. I intentionally pursued him, Zhu Luo replied. At 9 o'clock that evening, Xiao Ming practiced calligraphy in his study, while Xiao Jingru attentively ground ink beside him. Feeling bored, Xiao Yuchen retreated to her room. Xiao Ming exhibited considerable talent in calligraphy. Since his rebirth, he had been keen on refining his temperament, indulging in renowned literature, appreciating art, and practicing calligraphy and music. His aptitude for writing was commendable, perhaps due to his character. His strokes were forceful, and his characters exuded spirit. To speak without modesty, his calligraphy could rival that of celebrated masters. "Father, that's enough," Xiao Jingru exclaimed eagerly after the ink was prepared, her eyes sparkling with anticipation to see what her father would create. Xiao Ming nodded and approached the desk. With paper laid out, he took up the brush and began to write with a vigorous flow. "My goodness," Xiao Jingru gasped, astonished by her father's writing. Typically composed and reserved, she found herself utterly captivated, her gaze toward Xiao Ming filled with admiration. "Father, you are truly remarkable," she exclaimed, showering him with compliments while gazing at his characters with shining eyes. "Harmony of the family," Xiao Ming inscribed, an epitome of his current life. With several children, had he not achieved a life of familial bliss? Noticing Xiao Jingru's eager demeanor, he smiled warmly and beckoned. "Jingru, come here. Let father teach you how to practice calligraphy." "All right," she responded joyfully, moving to the desk. During this time, Xiao Yuchen had entered the study, observing her father teaching Xiao Jingru. When Xiao Ming called her name, she hurriedly exited. "Father, I feel a bit sleepy. I'm going back to my room for a while," Xiao Yuchen said, her demeanor resembling that of a startled rabbit. Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel amused at her retreat. Xiao Yuchen's lively nature made it challenging for her to remain quietly practicing calligraphy, a true trial for her. In contrast, Xiao Jingru displayed the calmness suited for this art form. At that moment, she sat quietly, diligently practicing as per Xiao Ming's guidance, producing commendable work. It seemed that with proper nurturing, this girl could indeed achieve great success. "Jingru, I see you have quite the talent in this area," Xiao Ming genuinely praised after watching her practice for a while. Hee. Suddenly receiving praise from her father, Xiao Jingru beamed with joy. "Father, shouldn't we call my brother to check on him?" she inquired. "No need," Xiao Ming replied. "Xiao Yunjia has not called back, which indicates there is nothing amiss. As a father, I certainly worry for my son, but I also remember my own youth. At his age, he possesses a stubbornness that drives him to forge his path independently, desiring space away from parental oversight. After all, Xiao Yunjia is on the verge of becoming a father himself. He cannot always rely on my protection. I must allow him the freedom to explore." Xiao Ming offered his daughter a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not fret. If there are matters he cannot resolve, he will reach out to us. If you are tired, feel free to rest. Mastering calligraphy is a gradual process. Father, I must join Sister Lingyu for a fashion show tomorrow. I'll head back to my room to rest," Xiao Jingru said softly after setting down her brush. "All right, go rest," Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. As soon as Xiao Jingru returned to her room, Xiao Yuchen joyfully dashed out. Xiao Ming chuckled, finding her antics utterly charming. It seemed she had been keeping a close watch on the happenings in the study. "Yuchen, what plans do you have for tomorrow?" Xiao Ming asked, half amused and half indulgent. Xiao Yuchen, with her delightful demeanor, pondered for a moment before gleefully sidling up to Xiao Ming. Linking her arm with his and leaning into his embrace, she whined, "Father, I want to ride the Ferris wheel and play on the carousel. All those fun things." Xiao Ming felt a twinge of reluctance, initially inclined to decline her request. However, recalling how arduous life had been for the children under Wen Jihan's care, and considering they had endured much heartache without their mother prior to meeting him, he couldn't bear to refuse them. With that thought, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. "All right, Father will take you tomorrow." "Wow, Father, you are the best. I love you," Xiao Yuchen exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around like an exuberant rabbit. The following day, Xiao Jingru rose early. By the time Xiao Ming and the others awoke, she had already left for the fashion show with Xiao Lingyu. During breakfast, Xiao Ming noticed Xiao Yunjia eating rapidly, seemingly anxious. Have you resolved the matter regarding your pursuit? Xiao Ming casually inquired. Don't worry, Dad. It's all taken care of, Xiao Yunjia replied cheerfully. Father, let me tell you, I met a new friend, the gentleman who was tailing my car yesterday, Xiao Yunjia said, his mood evidently lifted. Initially, I feared he might be a debauched heir like when Dongyu embroiled in trouble, and that would have been problematic. Chapter 98. Baba's unexpected visit. Upon exiting the vehicle and exchanging pleasantries, it soon became evident that the situation was not as it appeared. Is that so? Xiao Ming inquired, noticing his son's delighted demeanor. Do tell me more. Dad, when I called you earlier, you advised me to first communicate with the other party to gauge their attitude, suggesting a peaceful resolution. I intended to follow your guidance, but before I could take action, the other party approached me for a discussion. To my surprise, the person pursuing me is quite a celebrity. Who is it? Xiao Ming pressed for details. Zhu Luo. His name is Zhu Luo, Xiao Yunjia exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Ming was unfamiliar with this individual and was about to inquire further when Xiao Yuchen interjected. Zhu Luo, the famous internet personality? The one referred to as the young master by netizens? Yes, that's him. Xiao Yunjia continued, brimming with enthusiasm. Zhu Luo is incredibly kind. When he visited, he repeatedly apologized to me. We hit it off surprisingly well, as if we had known each other for ages. He invited me to a car club he belongs to, and I attended a gathering with him. I thought it would be a good opportunity to make new friends and broaden my horizons, so I went. I ended up having such a wonderful time that I returned a bit later than expected. As he spoke, Xiao Yunjia discreetly gauged Xiao Ming's reaction. Anxious that his father might be displeased, he quickly added, I just had a few drinks with them, and when I got a bit tipsy, I arranged for a designated driver. I assure you, I behaved appropriately. Also, I joined the car club purely to make friends. Xiao Yunjia was acutely aware that his current good fortune stemmed from Xiao Ming's support and had witnessed firsthand the impressive nature of his father's stature. Unsure if his decisions were prudent, he sought his father's opinion. JM Car Club? Xiao Ming pondered. He had heard of this establishment, which primarily consisted of the scions of wealthy families, ostensibly created for social networking. Indeed, such venues could foster connections and provide advantageous information. Very well, you may join. Xiao Ming consented. Great. Thank you, Dad. Xiao Yunjia beamed, elated by his father's approval. He hastily grabbed a quick breakfast before rushing out. Where are you off to? Xiao Ming asked. Dad, Brother Luo said he would take me to a renowned racing event at Anjin. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. I promise to prioritize my safety. With that, Xiao Yunjia headed to the garage to retrieve his McLaren. Daddy, I'm off to the beauty salon for a treatment. Later, we'll go to the amusement park. You can't back out now. Xiao Yuchen cheerfully bid farewell to Xiao Ming before leaving. Once Xiao Yuchen departed, Xiao Ming suddenly stood up, murmuring, Zhu Luo, Zhu Luo. He felt a vague familiarity with the name, but could not place it. Was he truly a celebrity, as Xiao Yunjia said? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming searched online. Upon discovering various discussions about Zhu Luo and the affluent Zhao Tsong, he decided to call Zhao Dequan, the owner of the Guimao Yuta shopping mall. When Zhao Dequan received Xiao Ming's call, he was taken aback, perhaps pleasantly surprised. Given his current social standing, such feelings were rare, but Xiao Ming certainly qualified. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Zhao Dequan greeted respectfully once the call connected. Mr. Zhao, Xiao Ming addressed him directly. Could you please provide me with your son Zhao Tsong's contact information? It's not a significant matter. I simply wish to inquire about someone. Of course, Mr. Xiao, Zhao Dequan replied, relieved. My son happens to be at Anjin right now. Alternatively, I can ask him to meet you. It will be clearer to discuss inquiries face-to-face, don't you think? That sounds good, but would it be inconvenient for you? Xiao Ming considered that a meeting would allow for more detailed conversation. Not at all. Mr. Xiao, just give me the address, and I'll send my son right over. Zhao Dequan responded eagerly. All right, I'll send you the address. After concluding the call, Xiao Ming sent the location of the Yushi villa. At that moment, in a luxurious villa area of Anjin, one of the most prestigious neighborhoods, Zhao Dequan hurried to his son Zhao Tsong's bedroom, knocking forcefully on the door. You lazy brat. Still sleeping? Get up. We have something very important to attend to. When his son finally opened the door, only to retreat back under the covers. Zhao Dequan roughly pulled him into the bathroom. Soon, still groggy from a night spent at the bar with friends until the early hours, Xiao Song stumbled into the living room, looking pitifully at his father. Zhao Dequan, typically lenient, adopted a stern demeanor today as he explained Xiao Ming's request to meet. He firmly instructed Xiao Song to go to the Yushi villa. "Father, do I really have to go? Can I skip it?" Xiao Song whined, though he had little hope of escaping. He had seen his father so strict in ages, which indicated the importance of the person he was being sent to meet. However, as the son of the wealthiest man in the country, did he really have to eagerly rush to meet someone? Must he adopt such a sycophantic demeanor simply because this individual wished to inquire about someone? If word got out, where would his dignity be? "You insolent child. I usually let you off the hook, but if you mess this up, just wait and see how I'll deal with you," Zhao Dequan scolded. Exasperated by his son's reluctance, he slapped his son's head in frustration. "Don't think that just because I hold a certain status, you can act without humility. There are always those greater than oneself. In the social hierarchy, I would merely be a younger brother in front of him, with no grounds for comparison. Let me tell you, that person is formidable. I have sought opportunities to connect with him several times, but lacked the chance." Zhao Dequan conveyed his understanding of Xiao Ming, leaving Zhao Song wide awake and thoroughly alarmed. Chapter 99. He does not deserve to be treated politely. Heavens, is there truly such an impressive yet humble individual? I had never heard of this person before. He is remarkably formidable. Zhao Song marveled, finally understanding why his father held him in such high regard. Indeed, had it not been for the recent uproar online, he likely would have continued to maintain this low profile, and many who offended him would have been oblivious to their fate. Zhao Dun patted his son's shoulder. "So, my son, you must hurry and remember to perform well." "All right, I understand." At this moment, Zhao Song comprehended the significance of the situation. Zhao Song was notorious for his arrogance within the circle. Many trembled at the mere mention of his name. Yet his arrogance was not directed at everyone indiscriminately. In other words, he displayed hubris only towards those weaker than himself. In the presence of Xiao Ming, he could not afford such arrogance. How could he dare act presumptuously in front of someone his father esteemed so highly? Soon, after preparing himself, Zhao Song set off for the Yushi Villa district. He was well aware of this ultra-luxurious villa. His father had previously coveted it, but he later learned it had been purchased by a super-rich tycoon. Despite his father's efforts to inquire, he ultimately returned empty-handed. Little did he expect the other party to have such significant connections. After explaining his purpose to the gatekeeper, Zhao Song swiftly arrived in the living room of Xiao Ming's residence following a phone confirmation. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the gentleman." The butler instructed a servant to pour tea for Zhao Song before heading to the study to call Xiao Ming. "Sir, the young master of the Zhao family has arrived." The butler reported respectfully to Xiao Ming. "Very well, I shall come down shortly." Xiao Ming nodded, rising from his seat in the study to descend to the living room. As he came down the stairs, he saw Zhao Song dressed in formal attire. He descended with an air of indifference, for he felt no need for pleasantries with Zhao Song. Indeed, even with Zhao Dequan present, he felt no obligation for excessive courtesy, as the visitor did not merit such treatment. However, as a host, one must still maintain a proper demeanor. Once seated, Xiao Ming lifted his gaze towards Zhao Song and spoke. "Young Master Zhao, welcome. Please take a seat." "Wow, you must be Uncle Xiao. You are so young." Zhao Gong, accustomed to mingling in high society, possessed remarkable emotional intelligence. His usual arrogance stemmed from the belief that many did not warrant his courtesy. Yet he recognized the stature of someone like Xiao Ming and understood the need for decorum in this context. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's invitation to sit, he lavished praise upon him while taking a seat with appropriate decorum. Xiao Ming smiled lightly and gestured for him to enjoy the tea. After taking a delicate sip, Zhao Song exclaimed, "Ah, this tea is truly delightful. Do you understand the art of tea?" Xiao Ming inquired with mild interest. "This is top-quality Longjing, specifically the West Lake variety. This tea is exquisite. Not only is it expensive, but it is not something just anyone can purchase. Only someone as affluent and influential as Uncle Xiao would have the privilege to enjoy it." Taking the opportunity to compliment the tea, Zhao Tsong continued to flatter Xiao Ming. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded, indeed quite good. He couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Tsong's emotional intelligence. Zhao Dequan had succeeded early on and raised Zhao Tsong by his side, allowing him to absorb the nuances of high society. Having grown up in wealth, his experiences and emotional acuity were commendable, unlike his own son, who was oblivious to such matters. If Xiao Yunze were to taste this fine long jing, he might dismiss it with the remark that all tea is essentially the same. After a brief exchange about tea, Xiao Ming finally shifted to the main topic. He set down his cup, looked at Zhao Tsong, and said, I invited you here today to inquire about someone. Zhao Gong note that. Uncle Xiao, please ask. Whatever I know, I will certainly share with you. His respectful demeanor indicated that he recognized the significance of the inquiry. Do you know Zhu Luo? Xiao Ming asked. Zhu Luo? Zhao Tsong looked at Xiao Ming with surprise before replying. I didn't expect that the person you wish to inquire about is Zhu Luo. Seeing Zhao Tsong's reaction, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Please tell me more about him. Xiao Ming's demeanor suddenly grew serious. Zhao Tsong, well-versed in reading the room, immediately recognized the gravity of the information concerning Zhu Luo and promptly shared everything he knew about him. Zhu Luo was quite well known in high society, a prominent internet celebrity. However, his fame was akin to that of many other influencers. Many online speculated that he was simply a wealthy second or third-generation heir from a very affluent family, possessing a powerful background. Yet, this was not entirely accurate. Indeed, he was the son of a wealthy family, but the nature of that wealth differed from the conventional understanding. This is a lengthy story, Uncle Xiao, so I will focus on a few key points. Have you heard of the Honghuan Group? Zhao Gong Yin Guit? Isn't that the family known for high-stakes gambling? I have heard of it, but I am not very familiar. What is Zhu Luo's connection to the Honghuan Group? Xiao Ming questioned. Zhao Tsong nodded affirmatively. Yes, and it is quite significant. Zhu Luo's father is one of the major shareholders of the Honghuan Group. Zhao Tsong spoke with clarity. Many netizens are puzzled by Zhu Luo's extravagant lifestyle, yet they cannot uncover any connections to him in the business realm. Consequently, they speculate that his background is so vast and powerful that it remains concealed. However, the truth is that there is no surface-level background to uncover. In blunt terms, his background is not meant to be exposed. Zhao Gong et lai. At this point, Xiao Ming grasped the situation. In this country, individuals like Xiao Ming, who operated in the shadows, were exceedingly rare. Other hidden elites were either protected by their identities or belonged to families like Zhu Luo's that could not be publicly acknowledged. Zhu Luo's father is a major shareholder of the Honghuan Group, Zhao Tsong remarked dismissively, continuing, in Shilin, among the 6 major gambling conglomerates, Honghuan is one of them. His father was once an intermediary in gambling and built his fortune from that. Chapter 100. Those who offend me suffer greatly. Zhao Tsong continued. The gambling industry is quite lucrative, yet the money earned cannot see the light of day. It is not wealth acquired through legitimate work, no matter how affluent one becomes. It merely leads to indulgence in frivolities. Thus, Zhu Luo has never engaged in any reputable enterprise. Uncle Xiao, to be candid, I hold little regard for Zhu Luo personally. He may possess some wealth, but his background is exceedingly convoluted. In business, one ought to be wary of such individuals. I have heard that the gambling scene in Shilin has not been thriving in recent years, prompting Zhu Luo to venture into his father's former trade. He uses his financial advantage to deliberately ingratiate himself with wealthy young masters, subsequently luring them to the casino under various pretenses, gradually leading them into a treacherous abyss. We all understand that gambling is a perilous endeavor. Once ensnared, it is akin to descending into hell. Countless individuals have lost their fortunes, and many affluent young masters have brought ruin upon their families. By the time they awaken to reality, it is often too late, leading some to choose despair due to an inability to confront the truth or out of guilt towards their families. As Zhao Tsong spoke, he smirked derisively. Zhu Luo possesses numerous sports cars and even a private jet. He delights in cruising around in his flashy vehicles or taking his plane for jaunts, seeking various targets. His antics create an impression of him as a wealthy young master, and he is remarkably adept at reading others' emotions. Essentially, those who catch his eye seldom escape unscathed. As he continued, Zhao Tsong turned to Xiao Ming, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Could it be that Zhu Luo has grown impatient with life and has reached out to you? Xiao Ming smiled faintly, a smile that did not reach his eyes, exuding an inexplicable air of danger. This demeanor sent a chill down Zhao Tsong's spine. Thank you for making the trip today, Xiao Ming said, casting a casual glance at Zhao Kong. Next time, I shall treat you and your son to a meal. The implication of dismissal was clear. Zhao Tsong, however, felt no embarrassment. Xiao Ming's words indicated an opportunity for their family to cultivate a relationship with him. Certainly, it is but a small effort. You are too kind. Uncle Xiao, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Zhao Tsong prepared to exit the Xiao residence. Just as he took a couple of steps, a strikingly beautiful girl entered from outside. At first glance, she bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ming. Is it the daughter of Uncle Xiao? Zhao Tsong thought. He refrained from staring too long, quickly averting his gaze as he departed, yet was captivated by her beauty. Daddy. Xiao Yuchen had just finished her skincare routine and saw Zhao Tsong exiting. Daddy, is it the renowned Zhao Tsong from the circle? Yes, it is. What? Xiao Yuchen turned to Xiao Ming, incredulous. Daddy, why did you invite him to our home? Just needed to discuss a few matters with him. Nothing significant. Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Xiao Ming had digested most of the information brought by Zhao Kong. Regardless of the veracity of Zhao Tsong's words or the identity of Zhu Luo, the notion that he would dare to target Xiao Ming's son was utterly ludicrous. Zhu Luo is but a minor obstacle. I can easily deal with him with just a few words, Xiao Ming mused. He had no intention of revealing the truth to Xiao Yunjia just yet. Enduring hardships could serve as a valuable lesson. A minor setback would help his son gain wisdom and strength. If Zhu Luo dared to lay a hand on Xiao Yunjia, Xiao Ming would ensure that both he and the organization behind him, Honghuan Group, would meet a dire fate. This was the essence of Xiao Ming's philosophy. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to offend me, the consequences shall be severe. In the past, Xiao Ming had some involvement with that gambling king, and even now, several major casinos in Shilin were still linked to him. Dealing with Honghuan Group would be a trivial matter. After communicating with his contacts in Shilin, Xiao Ming smirked and made his way to the living room, where his eldest daughter, Xiao Yuchen, awaited him, eager for an outing. Yuchen, do you wish to visit the amusement park? Shall we set off? Yay! Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Yuchen exclaimed joyfully, resembling a lively rabbit. After a brief preparation, the father-daughter duo headed straight for the amusement park. They chose a moderately upscale amusement park, a location selected by Xiao Yuchen. Upon arrival, she was overjoyed, chattering excitedly about the attractions she wished to experience. Daddy, look, there's a fortune teller. Upon spotting a booth outside the amusement park, Xiao Yuchen tugged at Xiao Ming's hand, pulling him towards it. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Ming complied. Daddy, let us have our fortunes told, Xiao Yuchen urged cheerfully. Seeing his daughter's enthusiasm, Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. After they settled into the chairs in front of the fortune teller, Xiao Ming inquired, Sir, would you kindly read my fortune? Of course. Welcome. The fortune teller, sensing clients, brought forth his utmost hospitality. Who shall go first? Daddy, you go first. Xiao Yuchen chimed in eagerly. Xiao Ming nodded, providing his birth date. The fortune teller murmured incantations that Xiao Ming could not comprehend. After a moment, he turned to Xiao Ming and asked, What would you like to know? Xiao Yuchen, feeling playful, interjected, Can you tell us what my daddy does for a living? The fortune teller mumbled softly before replying. He is in business. Xiao Yuchen, astonished, pressed further. How is his business faring? The fortune teller replied, To be honest, please do not take offense, but this gentleman's business is not thriving. Hearing this, Xiao Ming merely smiled faintly, displaying little reaction. However, Xiao Yuchen, overhearing the fortune teller, wore a disdainful expression. So he is a fraud. What a waste of time. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the fortune teller continued, maintaining his basic courtesy, which prevented Xiao Yuchen from interrupting. What followed left Xiao Ming dumbfounded. Sir, you work in the video business, correct? Based on your fortunes, it appears to be rather trivial, barely profitable. Just managing to make ends meet would be a success. Furthermore, I foresee a calamity in your 25th year. Upon hearing calamity, Xiao Yechen became indignant, exclaiming, "Old man, if you can't tell fortunes, at least don't spout nonsense."